Chapter 1. Binding the Imagination System. Tendo City. A bubble tea shop. Li Changge and a middle-aged woman were struggling to lift a heavy box filled with various bubble tea ingredients. As they toiled, Li Changge's eyes grew vacant, and he halted in place, resembling a statue, immobile and unresponsive. Noticing something amiss, the middle-aged proprietress glared at him and complained. "Changge, have you already exhausted yourself after just a few steps? Are you slacking off? Be careful, or you'll dock your wages this month." Upon her sharp gaze, the proprietress indeed caught Li Changge, the young worker, shirking his duties, offering no assistance in lifting the cumbersome box. No wonder it felt so heavy it was all on her. Under the stern scrutiny of the middle-aged proprietress, Li Changge's body jolted violently. This was due to a surge of overwhelming information flooding his mind, akin to a sharp tool piercing his brain. "Ah, it hurts. My head feels so heavy." Li Changge released the box, clutching his head with both hands, bending over, grimacing in evident agony. After a brief moment, Li Changge managed to digest this influx of information. "Have I traversed dimensions? I have arrived in the world of Douluo Continent. The owner of this body shares my name, Li Changge. Moreover, we are both male. Even height and facial features are identical." Li Changge couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He never anticipated that such an extraordinary event would befall him. Truly, his ancestors must be smiling down upon him. In this fantastical realm of Douluo Continent, he need not fear foes of overwhelming strength, capable of shattering entire worlds with a single blow. This land is abundant with beauties, each more enchanting than the last exquisite figures, from cat girls Zhu Zhuqing, fox girls Hu Laina, angels Qian Renxue, spider women Bibi Dong, to see God Mount Xiao Bai, and more. While on Earth, Li Changge had a penchant for playing nurturing games set in Douluo Continent. In those games, he interacted daily with the stunning heroines like Qian Renxue and Zhu Zhuqing. Logically, such circumstances should have filled him with joy. Yet, he found himself unable to muster a smile, his handsome face etched with deep frowns. Initial soul power 2.5 levels. At the age of 12, my cultivation is only at the 11th level, even lower than my age. A waste utterly worthless. Li Changge was taken aback by the dismal talent he possessed, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. With such a deficient aptitude, he was unworthy even to be a mere shoeshiner for Ning Rongrong. And there were even more distressing matters at hand. Li Changge recalled that on his earthly computer and phone lay various private personal details. Having traversed dimensions, his parents would inevitably seek him out, leading them to probe into his digital footprint. Everything his phone and computer data would be unearthed for scrutiny. This was an unbearable thought, leading to a profound sense of social death. As he contemplated this, his expression grew even more complex, his once handsome face now wrinkled like a dried vegetable. Could he possibly find a way to erase his records before returning? At that moment, ding! The imagination system is binding. A voice intruded upon Li Changge's mind without warning. It hurt so much. Li Changge clutched his head once more, striving to process this new information. A system? Have I truly bound to a system? Li Changge erupted in exhilaration. Imagination system binding successful. From this moment forth, your power shall depend entirely on the imaginations of beautiful individuals rated at 90 points or above. Henceforth, the strength you wield will reflect how powerful you are perceived to be in the minds of these beauties, allowing you to transcend any obstacles. The stronger they envision you, the stronger you shall become. For instance, if Zhu Zhuqing believes you possess the strength of a soul Douluo, then you shall indeed wield that power. If Xiao Wu perceives you as a Title Douluo, your cultivation shall elevate to that level. If Qian Renxue imagines you possess 6 soul bones, then 6 soul bones shall be yours. If Bibi Dong believes your strength surpasses that of a Title Douluo, you shall ascend to godhood. If Ning Rongrong imagines you capable of traversing time and space back to Earth, then you will return to Earth. As long as these beauties genuinely believe in these possibilities rather than merely fantasizing, they shall become reality. Moreover, this applies solely to positive perceptions, and only upward progress is permitted. Detecting that the host's current aptitude is exceedingly low, a novice gift pack has been awarded to the host. Novice gift pack: 1 attack card, 1 defense card, and 10,000 gold soul coins. Attack card. Upon use, your next attack will unleash damage equivalent to that of a Title Douluo. Defense card. After use, you will withstand all damage from a Title Douluo and below. As this voice resonated within him, Li Changge's body trembled, his clear eyes sparkling with fervent light. Fantastic. This imagination system is truly remarkable. As long as a beauty of high caliber deems me strong, I will indeed be strong. If they believe I am a Title Douluo, then I am a Title Douluo. If they think I am a god, then I shall be a god. This ability is simply explosive. Li Changge felt an exhilaration swell within him. With this imagination system, he need not remain trapped in this bubble tea shop, laboring under the thumb of the proprietress. Damn, system, you truly astonish me. Why must you deliver my novice gift pack here? Is there no dedicated system storage space? Li Changge inwardly cursed, realizing how absurd this system truly was. Li Changge, what on earth is wrong with you? The proprietress furrowed her brow, inquiring. Simultaneously, she scrutinized Li Changge's handsome visage and his notably masculine physique, her heavily powdered face betraying her age. Are you still willing to do this labor? If not, I might just replace you. Should your rent remain unpaid, you'll need to find a way to cover that expense. The proprietress flashed a flirtatious smile, revealing her yellowed teeth as she spoke. Li Changge frowned deeply, displaying evident disdain. Does the proprietress not realize she has assigned me grueling tasks? Only a fool would continue to toil in this establishment. The proprietress of the bubble tea shop had long since crossed into middle age, her physique plump and her face dotted with numerous freckles, concealed by layers of makeup. Most troubling was her foul temper. Young man, if you do not work hard, you will find yourself doing physical labor when you grow up. Li Changge sighed inwardly. According to his memories, the previous owner of this body was forced to work here to make ends meet. It seemed the proprietress harbored some interest in him. Yet, the former owner had resolutely refused, vowing that even if he toiled to death, he would not allow the proprietress to lay a finger on him. Such commendable fortitude. Thus, the proprietress assigned him strenuous tasks, hoping to break his stubborn spirit and claim him for herself. Chapter 2. Yielding to me? Li Changge's plan. However, the proprietress had miscalculated. Li Changge's heart was as unyielding as steel, capable of withstanding the most rigorous of scrutiny. How could he possibly be swayed by the proprietress' allure of beauty and wealth? Of course, more importantly, as a traveler who had bound the imagination system and received a novice gift pack, he saw no reason to waste time on her. I'm done, I can't take it anymore. Li Changge shook his hands and turned to leave. The proprietress was momentarily stunned. She had not expected Li Changge to suddenly transform, speaking to her in such a manner. Are you really foregoing your wages this month? Forget it, keep those few silver soul coins for your retirement. Li Changge quickened his pace. Witnessing his resolute stride, the proprietress grew anxious. Xiao Wu returned. It was my fault. I won't make you do heavy labor anymore. Just come back, and they'll prepare some nourishing chicken soup for you. I want to drink it. Li Changge's figure swiftly faded from view. Then what about those clothes hanging on your dorm balcony? Damn, get lost. Li Changge stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. He no longer desired those items. Unwilling to waste any more time in this place, he broke into a light jog, successfully distancing himself from the bothersome proprietress. He arrived at a secluded, dimly lit, and damp alleyway. Li Changge abruptly reached into his pocket, producing a staggering sum of 10,000 gold soul coins, along with 2 shimmering golden cards. This system is truly lacking. The location for distributing the items in the grand gift package is exceedingly convoluted and bizarre. Li Changge shook his head in exasperation. Gazing at the dazzling gold soul coins and inhaling their enticing aroma, he felt an invigorating rush. No matter how one perceives it, the scent of money is never tiresome. With this wealth, he would not find himself destitute or starving, allowing him a semblance of dignity for the time being. Thus, he had decisively severed ties with that bubble tea shop and its proprietress. Next, his attention shifted to the 2 cards. An attack card. This item enables me to unleash a strike with the power of a Title Douluo. All I need to do is brandish it before a beauty with a score of over 90, charm her with my words, and then unleash a terrifying attack. These beauties will likely believe I possess the cultivation of a Title Douluo. At that moment, I will be capable of delivering as many strikes of Title Douluo level damage as I desire. It's tantamount to converting this attack card into a permanent asset, and the defense card can be utilized in a similar manner. Ahaha. Li Changge's heart swelled with joy as he formulated a preliminary plan to attain Title Douluo level cultivation. Now, all that remained was to find a beauty with a score exceeding 90 and let his imagination run wild. Where could he find such a beauty? Li Changge had already devised a plan. Since he was in Tendo City, he naturally intended to head to Shrek Academy. Only there could he find beauties scoring over 90. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Each of these 3 enchantresses belonged to the main cast and undoubtedly surpassed the 90 mark in beauty. Whom should he pursue first? Or should he pursue them all at once? Li Changge felt a flicker of indecision. At that moment, a splendid candidate suddenly crossed his mind. Xiao Wu, of course. Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year soul beast, is terrified of her true identity being discovered. As a transmigrator, I can reveal this fact to her directly. Upon hearing this, she will surely speculate and wonder if I possess Title Douluo cultivation. If she still doubts me at that point, then I shall resort to force, employing both the attack card and the defense card. Ha ha ha. In doing so, I will instantly acquire Title Douluo prowess. Thus, I can avoid several years of unnecessary detours. Li Changge mused internally. With this thought, his spirits soared, and his clear eyes sparkled with fervor. Xiao Wu, you shall be my target. Approaching you, dear little rabbit, will undoubtedly fulfill Li Change's desires with ease. Without further ado, Li Changge set forth with determination, embracing authenticity. However, he did not rush directly to Shrek Academy. He understood that external appearance is of paramount importance. One must present themselves well, for one's attire speaks volumes. If you wish others to perceive you as formidable, you must possess an impressive exterior. Being disheveled will not suffice. Would you truly believe that a ragged beggar on the street possesses Title Douluo abilities? Certainly not. Thus, Li Changge made his way to a nearby bathing establishment for a thorough cleansing. There, he was nearly overwhelmed by the beautiful soul masters offering their services. Upon completing his bath, he proceeded to a nearby clothing store to select an appropriate outfit. Standing before the mirror in the shop, Li Changge appraised his reflection. He was a strikingly handsome young man clad in a grayish-white fitted outfit, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. His sharp brows gave him a fierce demeanor. His starry eyes were deep and unfathomable. His features were well-defined, his face sculpted to perfection, and his contours were undeniably handsome. When his slightly parted lips curved into a subtle smile, it exuded an air of nonchalance. Handsome, truly handsome, Li Changge thought to himself, feeling quite satisfied with his appearance. The shop assistant gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Handsome fellow, do you have a girlfriend?" "Not at present, but I shall soon," Li Changge replied nonchalantly. The shop assistant blushed, feeling as though she was on the brink of a new springtime. Meanwhile, Li Changge quietly completed his transaction for the gold soul coins, departing without a backward glance. The shop assistant extended her hand, uncertain whether to retain Li Change's presence. Clearly, she had misunderstood the implications of his words. When Li Changge mentioned soon acquiring a girlfriend, he was not referring to her. What is the matter with these women? Each one is so self-absorbed and eager for fresh meat, Li Changge thought, somewhat exasperated. He secured a horse-drawn carriage and hastily made his way towards Shrek Academy. Li Changge was uncertain whether the academy was currently accepting students, nor did he know if Tangan and Xiao Wu had arrived. However, how could one ascertain such matters without visiting the academy? Information would not simply descend from the heavens to enlighten him. After a brief journey, Li Changge arrived at the outskirts of Shrek Academy, remarking, "It is indeed desolate here." At the entrance of the academy, a long line of teenagers stood, each clutching gold soul coins, dreaming of entering Shrek Academy to transform their destinies. Little did they know, their application fees would soon be devoured entirely. Chapter 3. We do not refund application fees. For these earnest-thirted youths, Li Changge harbored a sense of empathy. The application fee of 20 gold soul coins could be better spent on delicious food, or as a token of gratitude for their elders, why squander it here only to have their coins forcibly consumed? Shaking his head, Li Changge found their choices incomprehensible. Enough of wasting time on these ordinary folks. Today coincidentally aligns with the Academy's application period. I must swiftly search for Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong. Li Changge pondered, his gaze scanning the crowd. Soon, he spotted 6 remarkably striking figures amidst the throng. Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. Xiao Wu and Tang San stood in line, one behind the other. Dressed in a simple blue robe, Tang San appeared rather unassuming, lacking the elegance of court etiquette, as his blue-silver grass had yet to awaken into the blue-silver emperor. In contrast, Xiao Wu was a vision to behold. Her long legs were encased in pink knee-high stockings, complementing her petite and well-proportioned figure. Her raven hair was styled into a scorpion braid, cascading down to her pert posterior. Her delicate, rosy complexion was striking, and her large, bright eyes sparkled with vivacity and mischief. In front of Xiao Wu stood Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, who were also queuing. Ning Rongrong donned a simple white dress, her neat bob framing her exquisitely fair face. She emanated an aura of purity and cleanliness, setting her apart from the surrounding crowd with an air of nobility. Zhu Qing, on the other hand, boasted a stunning figure, clad in form-fitting black leather pants and a jacket that accentuated her perfect curves. Her beauty was captivating, yet her piercing gaze radiated a chill, as if to keep others at bay. Standing beside the academy teacher, Li Yusong, Dai Mubai crossed his arms defiantly, his eyes glinting with a rebellious spark. Occasionally, he would intimidate the students in line while discreetly admiring the trio of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, appreciating their allure. Not far away, Oscar, with his bushy beard, energetically promoted his freshly made sausages from a street cart. What a splendid sight! Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were all present. Soon, I would subtly hint to Xiao Wu that she resembled a 100,000-year-old beast. Then, with a few clever words, I would create an impression of being connected to a formidable power. Ultimately, I would wield an attack card to teach some insolent soul masters a lesson. This strategy would surely leave a lasting impression on Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, potentially elevating me to the level of a Title Douluo. Li Changge pondered quietly, reflecting on his plans. However, there was one aspect that warranted concern: Tang Hao, lurking in the shadows. Tang Hao was known for his jealousy during the freshman assessment. He had violently retaliated against Zhao Wuji for inadvertently injuring Tang San. Therefore, Li Changge's forthcoming actions might very well attract Tang Hao's scrutiny, or even provoke him into taking action. Provoking Tang Hao at this juncture would not be a sagacious move. Yet, in the pursuit of strength, Li Changge found himself compelled to proceed. After all, Tang Hao would undoubtedly remain at Shrek Academy for the foreseeable future. Li Changge, possessing a rather mediocre talent, found himself unable to gain admission to the Shrek Academy. After the enrollment of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, opportunities to encounter these enchanting beauties dwindled significantly. Moreover, the prospect of clandestinely meeting Xiao Wu presented an even greater challenge. There was no need to wait for Tang Hao, hidden in the shadows, to intervene. Tang San could simply choose a path to demise, with 2 hidden bone-penetrating needles swiftly ending his life. I must take a bold step, displaying audacity in front of everyone, engaging in a grandiose act of bravado just once. The remainder rests upon you 3, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, to let your imaginations soar. You must contemplate the extent of your strength. Envision it to be as formidable as possible. Li Changge silently prayed for good fortune. At that moment, a student had 20 gold soul coins confiscated, but was refused entry by Li Yusong, who began to stir discontent. You deceitful charlatans! On what grounds do you seize our registration fees, yet deny us entry? Furthermore, your Shrek Academy is utterly substandard and a complete scam. Had we known, we would not have come. Refund our registration fees immediately, or we shall not leave today. A furious parent exclaimed. He had journeyed a great distance with his son to this remote Shrek Academy, only to find that their admission was denied, and their 20 gold soul coins and registration fees were confiscated. It was simply heartless and infuriating. Once registered, fees are non-refundable, Li Yusong declared firmly, leaving no room for dispute. Then we shall not leave. We will stand our ground until the end. The irate parent retorted. Mubai. Someone seeks a refund for their registration fee. Please handle it, Li Yusong remarked with a casual shrug. Very well, Mubai replied. If you wish to reclaim your registration fee, you must first best me. With that, he abruptly stood, wasting no time and unleashing his martial spirit. A formidable white tiger materialized above him, its terrifying soul light radiating power. 3 vibrant soul rings, yellow, purple, and gold, floated around him, creating an invisible pressure in the air. The sinister glint in his eyes sent a shiver down the spine of the father and son, rendering them speechless, as they resigned themselves to their unfortunate fate, akin to a mute suffering the bitterness of a bitter gourd. You Shrek Academy are truly tyrannical. I refuse to accept this. Another parent shouted in indignation, standing up for himself and others. Do you not understand my point? The registration fee is non-refundable once paid. Should anyone dare to cause a disturbance at my Shrek Academy and disrupt order, I would not hesitate to let them experience the might of my martial spirit. Li Yusong wore a solemn expression as he unleashed his martial soul, a patterned staff. The 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, hovered around him. All the parents fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a case of inviting trouble by refusing a toast. With a hint of impatience, Li Yusong shook his head and subsequently retracted his martial soul. Li Changge silently etched this scene into his memory. contemplating the use of an attack card to voice his concerns for these parents. Next, Li Yusong said calmly, "I wish to enroll." Ning Rongrong stepped forward, initiating her registration. Li Yusong accepted her registration fee, then gently touched her small hand and remarked, "You have passed the preliminary examination." Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang Sen consecutively passed the preliminary test and approached Dai Mubai's side. Li Changge seized the opportunity, stepping forward with a confident gait, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 4. The sealed title, a panic-stricken Xiao Wu. This was the perfect moment. Upon witnessing Li Changge's sudden emergence, Li Yusong blocked his path. "What are you doing? Get in line. Can't you see the throng of people waiting? Don't cut in, you're hindering my work. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Though Li Changge possessed striking features that suggested he was no ordinary individual, the Shilek Academy was not a place where appearances held sway. It only admitted monsters. Dai Mubai glanced over, momentarily taken aback by Li Changge's looks. He felt an unsettling sense of competition, for Li Changge's extraordinary handsomeness was precisely the kind that attracted women, stirring a fear within Dai Mubai that he might steal his beloved. "Impolite," Li Changge scoffed. "What are you, to address me in such a manner?" Li Changge exhibited no trace of fear, casting a disdainful glance in return. Meanwhile, his large hand, concealed beneath the robe of his right arm, was poised to unleash an attack card, ready to deliver a severe reprimand to Li Yusong. "What did you say? Are you tired of living?" Li Yusong erupted like a detonated bomb, his fury igniting. A terrifying blaze of wrath surged within his chest, and the soul power enveloping him radiated an oppressive aura. The young soul masters and their parents queuing nearby were left astonished, unable to fathom that someone would dare to challenge the authority of Li Yusong. A formidable six-ring soul emperor, Dai Mubai wore a bemused smile, turning to his companions Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and others, remarking, "This individual must be mentally unhinged. To cause a ruckus at our Shrek Academy is clearly an invitation to disaster. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, ensure that this person does not leave our academy unscathed." His gaze, tinged with malevolence, regarded Li Changge as if he were observing a cripple. "Is that so? Yet he appears quite handsome. Reminiscent of a scion from a prominent family," Xiao Wu commented, trusting her intuition. Tang Sen shook his head, responding calmly, "Xiao Wu, do not be deceived by his appearance. Handsomeness cannot be equated with familial background, nor with innate martial spirit talent. You must alter your preconceived notions. Do not judge by appearances, understood?" Listening to Tang San's somewhat admonitory tone, Xiao Wu nodded. "Oh, I understand now. Openly provoking a soul emperor? How intriguing." Ning Rongrong observed Li Changge with keen interest, eager to discern whether he possessed genuine prowess or was merely unhinged. However, it seemed incongruous. He was so handsome, and his garments were of fine quality. How could he possibly be deranged? Perhaps there was more to this than met the eye. This intuition was a unique trait of the beloved jewel of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Zhu Zhuqing maintained a serene demeanor, silently observing. She resembled an iceberg, isolated from the world, embodying her own realm. Li Changge disregarded the furious Li Yusong. His gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, who happened to be looking at him as well. Their eyes met briefly, and Xiao Wu felt the depth of Li Changge's gaze, akin to the stars, both pure and unfathomable, shrouded in mystery. She felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and she averted her gaze. It is only natural for a girl to feel shy when locking eyes with an attractive young man. "Xiaowu." Li Changge stood unmoved like a mountain, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "I have a matter to discuss with you." Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What is it?" Nearby, Tang Sen wore a vigilant expression, his right hand concealed within his sleeve, subtly shifting. The tip of his index finger had already brushed against two concealed bone needles. Is he targeting Xiao Wu? A glint of cold, lethal intent flickered in Tang San's blue eyes, hinting at an underlying inclination to eliminate Li Changge. All eyes turned towards Li Changge, eager to discern what he was about to reveal. "I possess a friend within the Stardow Forest," he began, "a rabbit of 100,000 years, who has transformed into human form and is now undergoing recultivation. She has emerged." At the mention of Stardow Forest, 100,000 years, and rabbit, Xiao Wu's delicate frame shuddered, her countenance betraying a sudden panic. "What? Is he referring to me? Is he a Title Douluo? How could he possibly know that I am a 100,000-year-old beast who has taken human form and escaped the forest to recultivate?" This, This is unfathomable. Xiao Wu's expression was one of profound distress, her heart racing with turmoil. It was common knowledge that only a Title Douluo could discern her true identity. For 12 years, no soul master had ever been able to unveil her secret, and Li Changge was the first. With a mixture of alarm and gravity, Xiao Wu questioned, "I know nothing. What are your intentions?" Tang San, observing the flustered expression on Xiao Wu's beautiful face, noted a flicker of insight in his blue eyes. "Xiao Wu, what secrets are you concealing from me?" As a skilled assassin of the Tang sect, he was highly perceptive and adept at reading subtle expressions, immediately sensing something amiss. What motive does this individual have in speaking such words? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, her curiosity piqued. What is he planning? Zhu Zhiqing, perplexed, regarded the unfolding drama with a cool gaze. Meanwhile, Li Yusong, feeling overlooked, simmered with frustration. Yet, upon hearing the exchange between Li Changge and Xiao Wu, he sensed the presence of a deeper story. Li Changge gazed into the flustered eyes of Xiao Wu, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. Excellent. The first step towards becoming a Title Douluo has been achieved. Xiao Wu, you have concealed yourself well, yet I can still see through to your very essence. You must be quite curious about my cultivation, am I right? However, allow me to enlighten you. You are mistaken, for my cultivation is far more formidable than you can fathom. My purpose for coming here is to take you away. Today, there shall be no escape for you. Ha ha ha. Li Changge's smile suddenly morphed into one of arrogance and malevolence. As she listened to his words, Xiao Wu's delicate form trembled violently, her complexion growing increasingly ghastly. He is a Title Douluo. This individual undoubtedly possesses the strength of a Title Douluo. He has already discerned my true form as a century-old soft-bone rabbit and intends to take me away. What should I do? Where can I flee? The might of a Title Douluo is truly terrifying. With a mere gesture, the very heavens and earth would change. With Deming and Xiaoming absent, I am doomed. Xiao Wu's expression was fraught with panic, her heart racing wildly, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Li Changge, observing her distress, smirked even more broadly. Yet, he was not satisfied. He let Xiao Wu's imagination run wild as his gaze shifted to the delicate figure of Ning Rongrong. Please lend your support. The subsequent events promised to be even more thrilling. Chapter 5. The sword, bone is my defeated foe. Upon sensing Li Changge's gaze, Ning Rongrong's delicate form froze momentarily. Pondering, what does he want from me? At that moment, Li Changge finally spoke, inquiring about Ning Rongrong, the old swordman, and old bones. How have they been recently? Last time, feeling a bit restless, I sought them out for a sparring session 2 against 1. However, having not fought in a long while, I may have struck a bit too forcefully, and it seems I might have caused them some discomfort. They should be all right, I hope. Once I resolve this matter with the rabbit, I shall pay them a visit for another bout to alleviate my restlessness. Yet, I wonder how well they have recovered from their injuries. As he pondered, Li Changge appeared lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's exquisite features reflected sheer astonishment. What? You know my grandfather's sword and grandfather bone? Impossible. My grandfather's sword and grandfather bone are renowned Title Douluos. How could you possibly have defeated them? You are so young. Yet your words are audacious. Do not deceive. Ning Rongrong feigned calmness as she spoke, but inside her heart was tumultuous with disbelief. She had only just entered school and had not disclosed her origins from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Nor had she mentioned anything about her grandfather's sword or grandfather bone. Yet, this handsome young man before her seemed to know her secrets. His demeanor was so natural, as if he were merely stating facts, which made Ning Rongrong start to believe in Li Changge's claims. Observing the astonishment on Ning Rongrong's face, it was evident that she was taken aback. Li Changge revealed a satisfied expression, with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of utter nonchalance. He chuckled softly. What you perceive is merely my youthful facade. You know nothing of true strength. For a genuine powerhouse, maintaining a youthful appearance is an exceedingly simple feat. Furthermore, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon, and there are realms beyond realms. One peak surpasses another. Do not presume that your sword, or the esteemed bone elder, reigns supreme in this world. In my presence, the combined prowess of the two of them is insufficient to contend with me. Li Changge let out a light chuckle, his demeanor remarkably composed. Not only Ning Rongrong, but all the surrounding soul masters, at that moment, felt that this Li Changge seemed to possess a remarkable background. My sword. Grandpa Gu is so powerful, how could your frail frame possibly contend against him? I refuse to believe it. Ning Rongrong shook her head, expressing her disbelief. Haha. Li Changge burst into laughter. Do you truly believe that you and your esteemed grandfather, Bone, stand a chance against the Title Douluo who possesses both a higher rank and dual martial souls? Ning Rongrong, to be a bit more obedient, I have long considered your grandfather and myself as old friends. If you were to address me as senior grandfather, I would gladly utilize my exceptional healing martial soul to mend their wounds and cure their chronic ailments. However, should you choose not to call me senior grandfather, I may very well have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your two grandfathers. Li Changge suddenly displayed a serious expression, reminiscent of a formidable elder abruptly adopting a stern demeanor. Nearby, Tangan felt a jolt upon hearing the term dual martial spirits. Dual martial spirits? He too possessed dual martial spirits. Moreover, his cultivation level was at the legendary peak of Soul Masters, a Title Douluo? How could that be? This individual was so young. A wave of astonishment flickered in Tangan's azure eyes, making it hard for him to believe his ears. However, the lingering gaze in his blue eyes fell upon Xiao Wu, witnessing her expression of profound shock. Tangan had a faint sense that what Li Changge was saying was indeed true. This realization made him hesitate to unleash the two hidden bone-piercing needles concealed within his sleeve. After all, such weapons could only harm relatively weaker great soul masters and soul venerables. Inflicting damage on soul kings and above was virtually impossible. Furthermore, targeting a powerful Title Douluo with hidden weapons would be akin to brazenly challenging an enemy to strike him down. Tangan was not foolish. He continued to observe. Meanwhile, as Xiao Wu listened to the conversation between Li Changge and Ning Rongrong, her delicate face grew increasingly pale with shock. Dual martial spirits. Title Douluo, he could discern my soul beast's true form. It was highly likely true. She felt an overwhelming fear, her petite body trembling slightly. During her time in the Stardow Forest, she had heard tales of the dire consequences faced by 10,000-year soul beasts discovered by Title Douluos. They would be slain, their rings absorbed, and their skins stripped, bones extracted, the coveted 10,000-year soul bones claimed. Xiao Wu was terrified. In her understanding, her mother had been killed by a powerful Title Douluo, her soul ring and bones harvested in a gruesome manner. This haunting memory of her childhood still instilled within her an immense fear, causing her hands and feet to grow cold. You possess dual martial spirits? How is that possible? Why have I never heard of you before? Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, struggling to address this young man as elder grandpa, a title that felt exceedingly difficult to utter. Do you believe everything you see is the truth? What you perceive is merely what we, the powerful, wish for you to see. Upon reaching my level, you will understand why some individuals choose to conceal their prowess and refrain from ostentatious behavior. Allow me to share some secrets regarding your 7-treasure glazed tile school, and you will realize that I am indeed not deceiving you. At that point, you shall truly call me Elder Grandpa. Otherwise, I may very well chastise you publicly. Do you understand? Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back, feigning profundity, and began to speak. Li Yusong, who stood nearby, initially contemplated taking action. However, he soon realized that the words uttered by this young man bore an unsettling semblance of truth. If this youth were indeed a formidable Title Douluo, then to act against him would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, Li Yusong was intrigued to hear what secrets regarding the 7-treasure glazed tile school the young man would divulge next. Should it later transpire that he was a charlatan, it would not be too late to strike him down with force. Li Yusong narrowed his eyes, hoping this person was not a charlatan. Otherwise, he would make him bedridden for 3 months. Very well. Speak. I am eager to hear what secrets you possess. If what you say is true, after witnessing your martial spirit, I shall promptly address you as esteemed ancestor. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and spoke. Excellent. Ha. My dear granddaughter. Li Changge let out a hearty laugh. The crowd around him turned their gazes towards him, eager to hear what he would say next. Ning Rongrong. The martial soul inherited by your 7-treasure glazed tile school is known as the 7-treasure glazed pagoda. Chapter 6. Come forth, 2 soul emperor guards. However, this martial soul possesses a significant flaw. It can only remain at the 79th level for a lifetime. Your father, Ning Fengxi, has been stuck at this level for many years, unable to break through. TSK. While the 7-treasure glazed pagoda is indeed a formidable auxiliary martial soul, it pales in comparison to my 2nd martial soul, a premier healing martial soul. Were it not for the unique nature of my top-tier healing martial soul, it would be challenging to pass it down. The title of the foremost auxiliary martial soul sect in the Douluo Continent would not belong to your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Haha. If your father wishes to break through to the 80th level, It is quite simple. He must evolve the 7 treasure glazed pagoda into the 8 treasure glazed pagoda or the 9 treasure glazed pagoda. Only then does he stand a chance to ascend to the rank of Title Douluo in his lifetime. Otherwise, he will remain forever trapped at the 79th level of Soul Sage, unable to progress until death. Your grandfather, the Old Swordman, wields the martial soul of the 7 killing sword, while your other grandfather, Old Bone, possesses the martial soul of the Bone Dragon. These are the only 2 Title Douluo from your 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong, you are your father's only daughter and his most cherished one. By the way, you may think that by leaving the sect and coming to Shrek Academy, you have outsmarted everyone. However, I must inform you that your father has long since dispatched 2 Soul Emperors to secretly follow and protect you. Additionally, Flinder has already received a letter from your father instructing him to watch over you. Haha. To the 2 Soul Emperors hiding in the shadows. Do not conceal yourselves any longer. I know you are there. Come forth. Do not compel me to take action, for the ensuing scene will be beyond your control. Li Changge burst into laughter, yet his expression abruptly turned grave, as a fierce glint ignited in his star-like eyes. Upon hearing Li Changge's words, Ning Rongrong was left utterly astonished, her body weakening. The information he conveyed aligned perfectly with what she was aware of. Such knowledge was only partially grasped by the higher-ups of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. However, Li Changge seemed to possess the entirety of it. This indicated that he was indeed an extraordinary individual. Moreover, to her astonishment, her father, Ning Fengji, was aware of her arrival at Shrek Academy. He had even sent 2 Soul Emperors to covertly safeguard her and had entrusted a letter to Dean Flinder, requesting that he look after her. Ning Rongrong could scarcely believe it. Yet, after listening to Li Changge, she understood that her father was certainly capable of such actions. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, 2 masked figures revealed expressions of shock. The clandestine escort of Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy was known solely to them. Yet now, this Li Changge had unveiled this secret, leaving them utterly astonished and sensing that he was far from ordinary. With their secret exposed, the 2 senior guards realized that remaining hidden was futile and could potentially provoke Li Changge's ire. Exchanging glances, they stepped forth from the darkness, approaching Ning Rongrong's side. Junior Yi Xizong pays his respects to the senior. Junior Wu Kuan pays his respects to the senior. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed senior? The 2 guards, cloaked in black, greeted Li Changge with utmost respect. Observing this, Li Changge's eyes narrowed with delight. He had not anticipated that his casual remarks would lead to such revelations. These guards lacked psychological fortitude and were not sufficiently composed, promptly exposing themselves. Yet, this was fortuitous, for he was on the verge of attaining unparalleled Title Douluo cultivation. It seemed his studies in dramatic arts during his previous life were not in vain. He truly excelled in the art of performance. Li Changge was filled with joy. Yet he displayed neither his delight nor his anger on his countenance. A hint of disdain flickered across his face as he calmly declared, "You are not worthy to know my true name. Just refer to me as your senior." "Yes, senior," replied the 2 Soul Emperor guards, their demeanor respectful. They then turned to Ning Rongrong, addressing her with deference. "Greetings, miss. Greetings, miss. Indeed, it was the sect leader who instructed us to protect you, fearing you might encounter peril along your journey. Moreover, we were ordered to remain concealed, so you would not discover our presence. We never anticipated that this esteemed senior would summon us." The 2 Soul Emperor guards spoke sincerely to Ning Rongrong. Sincerity is a potent weapon. Initially, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anger at being followed by the guards. However, upon hearing their heartfelt apologies, she softened, realizing there was no need to trouble these 2 Soul Emperor guards. "Sigh. Very well. I shall not impose upon you. It is all my father's fault." I shall return and tug at his beard, relishing his cries. With a sigh, Ning Rongrong waved her hand, granting forgiveness to the 2 guards. "Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss." The 2 Soul Emperor guards expressed their gratitude with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, the surrounding Soul Masters were utterly astonished, as if they had encountered a ghost. "Goodness. This young man speaks nothing but the truth. He is indeed a Title Douluo." They marveled. "A Title Douluo looks like this? I am enlightened. He is remarkably youthful. Truly, a Title Douluo. His youthful visage is incredibly handsome. My word, I have never seen a Title Douluo before. This is a matter of great pride." It is no wonder that Shrek Academy can attract the attention of such a powerful Title Douluo. The Soul Masters buzzed with excitement, akin to a boiling pot of oil, fervently discussing amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's expression darkened with the appearance of the two Soul Emperor guards. She was now certain that Li Changge was a formidable Title Douluo with dual martial spirits. His presence at Shrek Academy could only mean one thing. He was here to hunt her, 100,000-year soul beast. Woe is me. I am doomed. Xiao-san, I shall never see you again. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes as she cast a sorrowful glance at Tang-san, bidding him farewell. Tang-san's body trembled. A glimmer of insight flashing in his blue eyes. He understood that Xiaowu harbored a significant secret, and this Title Douluo's arrival was connected to her. Fear not. Xiaowu, I will protect you. Tang-san whispered reassuringly. No, you cannot protect me. You cannot contend with him. He is a Title Douluo. Xiaowu began to sob, overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear. On the other side, Ning Rongrong had come to realize that Li Changge was extraordinary, possibly an old acquaintance of her two grandfathers. Senior, what is your martial spirit? Allow me to see your dual martial spirits, and I shall address you as senior grandfather. Ning Rongrong inquired, eager to glimpse Li Changge's martial spirits. Simultaneously, she was deeply curious about the nature of the senior's dual martial spirits, which were formidable enough to surpass her grandfather's. Chapter 7. Zhu Zhuqing, Greetings, Senior. Li Changge revealed a hint of a cold smile and remarked, My primary martial soul is the most formidable weapon martial soul in the world, surpassing even the self-proclaimed number one, the Haotian hammer. Even the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, which boasts itself as the world's premier beast martial soul, pales in comparison to mine. Furthermore, my secondary martial soul is the finest auxiliary martial soul known, possessing extraordinary healing and amplification abilities, far superior to your 7 treasures glazed pagoda and 9-star begonia. It is precisely because of these two martial souls that I possess the capability to triumph over the old swordsman and the old bones. Ha. I usually prefer a life of seclusion, but if it weren't for this rabbit, I truly would not have ventured out. Li Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence as he spoke. During his discourse, he deliberately mentioned Xiao Wu. Consequently, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly envision themselves as formidable Title Douluos. Yet this was not sufficient. Li Changge also needed to possess a powerful martial soul. He initially contemplated boasting about having 3 martial souls, but such grandiloquence would surely invite skepticism. A more prudent approach would be to enchant the 3 beauties by claiming he was a dual martial soul adept, one who preferred seclusion and had left no mark on the continent. This would allow them to form a preliminary impression of him. Gradually, he would lead them into a labyrinth of thought, igniting wild imaginations about his prowess. In this manner, Li Changge could ascend to great heights and attain formidable cultivation. The attack and defense cards in his possession were already prepared. If no one initiated an attack against him, he would bide his time, engaging in verbal sparring to bolster their perception of his might. When the moment was right, he would take action, allowing the 3 beauties to feel as if their conjectures were being validated. Thus, his success would be nearly assured. My martial soul is not easily revealed, however, soon. Ning Rongrong, I shall let you witness its true power. Li Changge revealed a confident smile, and his words ignited frenzied speculation among Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Tang-san, and others. Ning Rongrong pondered. What could be a martial soul more formidable than the Haotian hammer? Perhaps a mutated Haotian hammer? Or a transformed 7-killing sword? And what of the pinnacle support martial soul? Could it be the 9-treasure glazed tile? No, it must possess healing abilities and amplification capabilities. It should be a mutated 9-heart begonia. Could he possibly hail from that clan? Beside her, Xiao's imagination ran wild. This is disastrous. He possesses 2 martial souls, more terrifying than Xiao San's. One elite weapon martial soul, surpassing Xiao San's Haotian hammer? What might it be? Perhaps a colossal hammer entwined with countless golden dragons. And that supreme support martial soul, could it be a mutated 9-treasure glazed tile, mightier than the 7-treasure glazed tile, capable of not only amplifying allies but also healing them? His cultivation must be formidable. I am truly doomed, destined to be captured, to perish. To have my rings and bones taken, woe is me. Zhu Zhuqing, appearing aloof, was nonetheless lost in endless thoughts. The Haotian hammer is universally acknowledged as the foremost weapon martial soul in the continent. Yet he boasts that his weapon martial soul eclipses it. Perhaps he is merely boasting. His quality may be slightly inferior to the Haotian hammer, but not by much. As for his elite support martial soul, which can provide amplifications to himself or allies and also offer healing, that is rather monstrous. If what he claims is true, he must undoubtedly be the greatest in the entire continent. Tang-san thought. My Haoyan hammer is formidable, yet his martial soul surpasses mine? And he possesses a support martial soul far more potent than my blue silvergrass? Then, Li Changge's gaze shifted to Zhu Shiqing. Zhu Shiqing, Daimubai. I know you both. You two little ones have been betrothed since childhood. Heh, you have not remained within the Douluo Empire to contend with your elder brother and sister, yet instead have come to this meager Shrek Academy? Do you think that by studying here, you will return to triumph over your brother and sister, winning the competition? I assure you, it is an impossible task. Unless, of course, you are willing to become my son or daughter to support me in my old age. I could assist you in overcoming your brother and sister in the family and royal competitions. This is just a whimsical thought of mine. And such an opportunity comes but once, so seize it well. The words of Li Changge transformed the expressions of Zhu Shiqing and Daimubai into something remarkably vivid. Though they had only just met and had yet to share any information regarding the Douluo Empire with their companions, how could this Li Changge possibly know? A figure of great wisdom. Both Zhu Shiqing and Daimubai sensed that Li Changge must indeed be an extraordinary individual, undoubtedly as formidable as he claimed. How else could he be aware of their origins, lineage, and background? Senior, how do you know this? Zhu Shiqing inquired, her gaze intense. Simultaneously, she pondered whether this Li Changge possessed the ability to aid her in overcoming her sister and surviving the fierce competition within her family. Would it be too audacious to address him as father and become his daughter? Zhu Shiqing was desperate for strength. She yearned to endure the ruthless familial rivalry and refused to be a mere casualty. Daimubai's piercing gaze was fixed firmly on Li Changge, eager to hear his explanation. Your Douluo Empire boasts many admirable qualities, with abundant resources and numerous beauties. Yet, the only lamentable aspect is the scarcity of Title Douluos. A nation that cannot muster even 5 Title Douluos is indeed at a disadvantage. Your Emperor of Douluo has invited me to join as a guest elder, to occasionally assist your empire in overcoming challenges. Coincidentally, this was precisely 12 years ago, when Zhu Shiqing was just born and Daimubai was merely 3 years old. You held an engagement banquet and even invited me to attend. I possess a remarkable memory. By recalling your youthful appearances, I can deduce your current forms. Moreover, the elderly registrar just now referred to you both as Zhu Shiqing and Daimubai, which confirmed my suspicions. Aha! Li Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in an orderly manner. It must be said that his psychological resilience is quite remarkable. A level 11 soul master, he presents himself as if a formidable figure has descended. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Shiqing became convinced that Li Changge was indeed a powerhouse of Title Douluo caliber, and furthermore, he possessed dual martial souls, one a premier weapon soul, the other an exceptional auxiliary soul. Additionally, he wielded a technique that granted him everlasting youth, allowing him to remain vibrant and full of life. Zhu Shiqing pays her respects to the senior, she declared, immediately bowing respectfully and amicably to Li Changge. Chapter 8. Teaching Li Yusong a lesson, cultivation arrives. Hearing Zhu Shiqing address him as senior brought a melodious satisfaction to Li Changge, who smiled with evident contentment. Subsequently, Li Changge shifted his gaze to Daimubai and spoke in a solemn tone. Why do you not address me as senior? A flicker of light flashed in Daimubai's mischievous eyes before he reluctantly complied, uttering, Greetings, senior. Even Daimubai found himself deceived by Li Changge, believing him to be an extraordinary powerhouse who had witnessed his and Zhu Shiqing's engagement ceremony during their childhood. Unfortunately, Daimubai was a male tiger, not a female one. No matter how fervently he imagined, Li Changge would not grow stronger. Thus, Li Changge was disinclined to squander time on Daimubai. Zhu Shiqing. Ponder this carefully. If you were to become my daughter and call me father, I could assist you in transforming your destiny. Li Changge turned his gaze towards Zhu Shiqing, conveying his words with an artistic flair. His statement subtly indicated his capability, yet it was clear that Zhu Shiqing must first meet his demands. In this manner, Zhu Shiqing unwittingly fell into his verbal trap, her thoughts becoming ensnared and unable to extricate themselves. Let me contemplate this for a moment, Zhu Shiqing remarked, a contemplative expression gracing her beautiful eyes. Very well, take your time to ponder, Li Changge replied with a faint smile. He then shifted his starry, profound gaze towards Xiao Wu and spoke. Xiao Wu, your time is running short. Before we proceed, I must first address a small reckoning. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Li Yusong. Was it not you who accused me of causing a disturbance, threatening to break my legs and confining me to my bed for 3 months? Was it not you who refused to refund the registration fee, forcibly seizing the 20 gold soul coins from these humble families? Li Changge fixed his gaze upon Li Yusong and spoke resolutely. It is the policy of our academy not to refund the registration fee, a point I have made abundantly clear. I initially mistook you for a troublemaker, which may have caused my tone to be somewhat harsh. For that, I sincerely apologize. Surprisingly, even Li Yusong found himself swayed by Li Changge's words and began to offer explanations and apologies. Meanwhile, Li Changge furrowed his brow, contemplating that his current abilities had yet to manifest. It seemed he would need to take action to convince Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong of the truthfulness of his claims. Thus, Li Yusong, I regret to say, you shall have to bear this injustice for now. Moreover, Li Yusong's demeanor greatly pleased Li Changge. He exhibited a condescending attitude towards the impoverished and the weak, refusing to refund the registration fee for a destitute student, all while wielding formidable soul techniques to intimidate. Yet, when faced with the powerful, he donned a facade of congeniality, striving to present a benevolent image. Such duplicity, this double standard, is what Li Changge detests most. Li Changge had already resolved to teach Li Yusong a lesson, for he was the most formidable presence in the arena, possessing 6 soul rings and being a soul emperor. Moreover, he had just offended Li Changge by threatening to break his legs. Li Changge does not suffer from dementia. His memory is quite intact. Such statements are futile. I shall grant you this opportunity. Li Yusong, unleash your martial spirit. Li Changge spoke calmly. I, Li Yusong, am in a state of panic. I may refrain from releasing my martial spirit, but do not blame me if it leads to excruciating pain. Li Changge's indifferent urging carried a formidable sense of pressure. All eyes turned towards them, aware that Li Changge was poised to take action and teach a lesson to the previously arrogant Li Yusong. The parents of the students, who had been burdened by the registration fees, applauded in approval, expressing their gratitude to Li Changge for standing up for them. I will unleash it. Li Yusong acquiesced. He immediately unleashed his martial soul, revealing a staff adorned with 6 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black hues encircling his aged form. Splendid. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile. If you can withstand my next wave of powerful force and survive, then I shall forgive your earlier disrespect towards me. Li Yusong was taken aback. Yet, before he could unleash his formidable soul technique, Li Changge took action. Attack now, strike the card. Li Changge directed the golden attack card and fiercely infused it with a surge of spiritual energy, activating it. The card immediately shot forth a dazzling beam of golden light, propelled by Li Changge's outstretched hand. As this radiant light emerged, the surrounding space began to warp and distort. A terrifying pressure swept outward like a tornado, overwhelming those nearby. The onlookers were momentarily subdued by this dreadful force, their expressions contorted in discomfort as their hearts skipped a beat. Teacher! Li teacher! Dai Mubai and Oscar exclaimed in a panic, their eyes wide with concern as they turned anxiously toward Li Yusong. Meanwhile, Li Yusong's pupils constricted sharply, akin to a pin. He watched in horror as the golden light descended upon him with formidable intensity. Poof! Li Yusong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was propelled like a cannonball, soaring over 100 meters away. Upon landing, Li Yusong had transformed into a puddle of soft flesh, life gradually ebbing away. Oh no, Teacher Li! Oscar cried, rushing forward with a trembling voice. Teacher! Dai Mubai, equally anxious, hurried to his side. As they reached Li Yusong, they discovered that a dreadful force had pierced through his left abdomen, utterly obliterating his left kidney. Li Yusong appeared frail, clinging to life by a thread. I possess a grand sausage. I possess a small sausage. Oscar hastily recited an incantation, retrieving a sausage and offering it to Li Yusong to consume. He carefully brought the delicate restorative sausage to Li Yusong's lips, struggling to feed him. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's powerful fists clenched tightly, creaking with suppressed fury. Yet, he refrained from directing his wrath towards Li Changge, nor did he utter any harsh words. This restraint stemmed from the realization that Li Yusong was no match for Li Changge, and neither was he. To oppose Li Changge would undoubtedly result in a fate far worse than that of his mentor, Li Yusong. Oscar, take good care of Teacher Li. I shall summon Dean Flander and Dean Zhao Wujia, Dai Mubai declared. Summon them to receive a beating? Oscar questioned, puzzled, yet he did not intervene. Dai Mubai dashed away. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong witnessed Li Yusong, who had released 6 spirit rings, being effortlessly struck down by Li Changge. Reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, he had not even unleashed his martial spirit or spirit rings. This vividly illustrated that Li Changge was indeed an unparalleled powerhouse. In that fleeting moment, Li Changge's body surged with an overwhelming breath of power. Every inch of his skin, in that instant, became infused with a terrifying strength. His cultivation soared like a roller coaster, rapidly and wildly escalating. Chapter 9. The Formidable Weapon Soul. A radiant golden light ascended from beneath Li Changge's feet, swirling around his body like a dancing dragon. At that moment, Li Changge felt his physical prowess continually enhancing, greedily absorbing all forms of energy. Not only was his cultivation advancing, but even the strength of his body experienced a qualitative leap. Around him, a fierce wind began to stir. The aura emanating from Li Changge grew increasingly formidable, the oppressive presence of a Title Douluo causing the surrounding space to warp ever so slightly. A heavy weight settled upon the hearts of those present, as if struck by a powerful blow, leaving them momentarily breathless. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, channel your strength into your imagination. Envision the depths of your power, and let it surge forth. Li Changge roared within his heart. He had just finished his pretense, and now it was entirely up to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing to envision and reap the bountiful fruits of victory for him. How formidable, truly formidable. The onlookers were all struck with expressions of astonishment. The oppressive aura emanating from Li Changge instilled a profound sense of submission among those present. It seemed that with merely a thought or the casual extension of a finger, he could annihilate them as easily as one might crush an ant. This sensation was undeniably terrifying. Some students and parents, unable to bear the pressure, began to flee, while others prostrated themselves upon the ground, surrendering to Li Changge, as if such an act were their only means of survival. The intensity of his presence was overwhelming, leaving me nearly breathless. Was he about to take action against me? Was my demise imminent? Xiao Wu's delicate visage reflected her distress, her heart steeped in despair. Indeed, this senior was a formidable Title Douluo, his aura and pressure far surpassing even the might of my grandfather's sword and grandfather bone during their spirit releases. I was astounded to discover that such a low-profile dual spirit master existed within the Douluo Continent. His primary weapon spirit, boasting superiority over the Houghton hammer, must be an extraordinary gun-type spirit. Furthermore, his auxiliary spirit was likely a mutated Nine Hearts begonia, capable of not only healing but also enhancing abilities. A dual spirit master of such immense power must possess an optimal soul ring configuration, complemented by a 100,000-year soul ring. This senior undoubtedly prioritized his primary weapon spirit, fully saturating it with soul rings before bestowing rings upon his secondary spirit. Thus, his primary weapon spirit's soul ring configuration would be yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red, while the secondary auxiliary spirit would consist of 8 black soul rings, leaving only the 9th soul ring unintegrated. His earlier mention of a 100,000-year soul beast suggested he intended to endow his secondary spirit with the coveted 9th red soul ring, prompting his grand appearance before us. Ning Rongrong's expression mirrored astonishment. These thoughts were conjured from her imagination, which she deemed closest to the truth. Having been well-versed in the theories of spirit masters from a young age, she possessed a vivid imagination, surpassing even Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing simply regarded Li Changge as a Title Douluo, without further speculation. The nature of their imaginative system dictated that the more powerful they envisioned themselves, the stronger they became, all in a positive light. Thus, despite the variance in their imaginations, when combined, they rendered Li Changge remarkably formidable. This extraordinary spectacle continued for approximately 2.5 moments. The aura emanating from Li Changge surged to its zenith. As he extended his right hand, an extraordinarily large dark red spear materialized within his grasp. This crimson weapon radiated a formidable killing intent, sweeping through the surroundings with an overwhelming force. In that instant, the white clouds above were instantaneously stained a deep red. The once sunlit earth transformed into a blood-soaked landscape, creating a scene of utter horror and carnage. The onlookers felt as if the air had turned into sharp blades, mercilessly slicing through their bodies, inducing a profound discomfort. Thud, thud. Tangan, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and others suddenly felt their knees weaken, collapsing onto the ground with a resounding thud. The expressions on their faces morphed into one of sheer astonishment. The first martial soul, the god-slaying spear. Li Changge's originally profound black eyes transformed into a blood-red hue at that moment, while his flowing black hair was likewise stained crimson, each strand emanating a scarlet glow. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, encircled him, rising from the ground, pulsating slowly, exuding a terrifying radiance that intertwined with the blood-red heavens. A cold indifference graced his handsome visage, as if the plight of the world bore no significance to him. Those he deemed worthy of death would perish without hesitation. It was dreadfully intimidating. Was this truly his martial soul? Ning Rongrong felt a shiver run down her spine, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of oppression. How formidable! This was the most powerful individual she had ever encountered in her life. He had stated that if she were to call him father and acknowledge him as such, he would assist her in growing stronger and achieving victory in familial competitions. Was this mere jest, or did he speak with sincerity? Zhu Zhuqing's alluring face displayed astonishment, her beautiful eyes swirling as she pondered deeply. In her pursuit of strength and triumph in her family's fierce rivalries, Zhu Zhuqing had traversed 2 great empires to study at Shrek Academy. Now, the opportunity lay before her, and she felt a stirring desire to experiment. However, the notion of acknowledging Li Changge as her father and addressing him as dad stirred a sense of humiliation within her. His martial soul was undeniably powerful in his presence. She felt utterly incapable of harboring any rebellious thoughts. Tang San's face reflected horror, his fist clenched tightly, his body trembling ever so slightly. Why were others' twin martial souls so formidable, while his own consisted of merely a blue herb and a black hammer? To him, Li Changge appeared as an insurmountable wall, one he could never hope to surpass in this lifetime. Tang San was inherently competitive, striving to be the best, even in moments of temporary defeat. He would bide his time, gradually working his way to the top. This was evident at Shrek Academy, where he initially was not the strongest, with everyone's focus primarily on Daimu Bai. Yet, over time, Tang San emerged as the most formidable figure within the academy, commanding the respect and obedience of his peers. However, the presence of Li Changge instilled in him a profound sense of inferiority, making him feel as though he could never eclipse this man. He was simultaneously grateful for his earlier restraint, for had he impulsively unleashed those 2 piercing needles, it could have resulted in his own demise rather than that of Li Changge. Chapter 10. Senior Grandfather. Li Changge glanced at the god-slaying spear in his hand, then cast his gaze upon the 9 soul rings encircling his body, particularly the deep red 100,000-year soul ring. Though his expression remained impassive, exuding an aura of extreme indifference, his heart was filled with elation. The first martial soul, the god-slaying spear, could cleave gods within the same realm with a single thrust. Furthermore, it was adorned with 9 exquisitely balanced soul rings. Ha ha! Which enchanting beauty conceived such brilliance? What extraordinary talent! Li Changge felt invigorated as his gaze swept across Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. To his astonishment, he discovered that they were all kneeling on the ground. The might of this god-slaying spear martial soul was indeed formidable. These individuals, with their lower soul power levels, were completely subdued by the overwhelming aura of my martial soul. Bowing in deference, even the protagonist Tang San had to kneel upon witnessing my true form. The revered goddesses in people's hearts, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, were also compelled to prostrate themselves at my feet. Ha! Li Changge let out a cold laugh within his heart, his blood-red eyes surveying the crowd with a sense of superiority, as if he were above all. A genius soul master? Grovel before me. A beautiful soul master? Kneel at my feet. An ordinary soul master? Submit to the terror of my might. Li Changge revels in all of this. His ambition burns intensely, aspiring to ascend to the throne above myriad souls and wield dominion over all existence. The first martial soul and the 9 soul rings have already surpassed Li Changge's expectations. Youth is indeed a blessing, with boundless imagination and creativity. This is commendable and worthy of praise and reward. Li Changge contemplated quietly within his heart. At this moment, a bold idea had taken root in his mind, to capture the 3 enchanting beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, and keep them by his side. In this manner, he could constantly inspire them, igniting their imagination. Perhaps, in doing so, he might grow increasingly powerful. However, this notion was fraught with peril, as it could provoke the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and other influential forces such as Tang Hao. Therefore, Li Changge refrained from acting immediately. He needed to further contemplate and refine his strategy. Subsequently, Li Changge sheathed his first martial soul, the god-slaying spear. As this first martial soul was retracted, the extraordinary phenomena between heaven and earth began to fade. In that moment, Li Changge's blood-red eyes transformed back into a profound black, reminiscent of the stars. His fiery red hair reverted to its original ebony hue, cascading gracefully over his broad shoulders. The multitude kneeling around him exhaled in unison, feeling as though the sharp blade poised at their throats had vanished. Yet, for a fleeting moment, none dared to rise. The terrifying residual power still lingered. and the haunting images from mere moments ago were etched in their minds. Now, let me unveil my second martial soul. In the depths of Li Changge's heart, a thought emerged. He extended his left hand, and waves of soul power surged forth, resplendent and divine, as sacred rays of light ascended from beneath his feet. In stark contrast to the overwhelming aura of killing intent that had preceded it, Li Changge emanated an aura of sanctity and warmth, evoking feelings of gentleness akin to a mother's embrace, warm, intimate, and safe, instilling tranquility in the hearts of those around him. What is this? It is the martial soul of this esteemed elder. Behold, this martial soul is nothing short of a miracle. The onlookers, kneeling in reverence, directed their gaze toward Li Changge's left hand. Upon witnessing the martial soul upon his hand, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it is the mutated 9-heart begonia martial soul. A bitter expression crossed Ning Rongrong's face. She had not anticipated the existence of such a martial soul in the Douluo Continent. This revelation implied that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower was no longer the premier auxiliary martial soul in the world. The mutated 9-heart begonia before them claimed that honor instead. A sweet fragrance wafted from Li Changge's left hand, soothing and refreshing. It was a begonia flower, resplendent in delicate shades of pink and white. The begonia's vibrant colors and graceful form captivated all. Its petals and tendrils cascaded gently from either side of his palm, swaying in the breeze like the flowing hair of a demure maiden, exuding deep affection and grace. Within the flower's core, 10 points of starlight shimmered, signifying that this mutated 9-heart begonia was, in fact, a 10-heart begonia. A gentle cascade of radiant light descended from above, enveloping Li Changge like a delicate veil, rendering him exceptionally warm and approachable. The previously indifferent black eyes softened in that moment, inviting lingering glances. 8 black spirit rings encircled Li Changge's form, rising from the ground in a slow, rhythmic dance, exuding an aura of dark luminescence. The black light emanating from the spirit rings was softened by the radiant glow of the 10-heart begonia, rendering it less austere and more inviting. Oh, this is my second martial soul, the mutated 9-heart begonia, which is indeed the 10-heart begonia. Furthermore, I possess 8 black spirit rings upon my body. TSK, which enchanting beauty conceived this. Truly remarkable, she deserves a kiss as a reward. Li Changge secretly mused, feeling immensely satisfied with his second martial soul. This 10-heart begonia not only enabled him to heal himself or his allies, but also enhanced their attributes in every conceivable aspect. Every soul skill possessed a singular effect, unparalleled healing and comprehensive augmentation. The more soul rings he fused, the more potent the healing effects and overall enhancements became. At present, Li Changge had acquired 8 10,000-year black soul rings, endowing him with a truly formidable and astonishing healing and augmentation capability. For instance, when Ma Hongjun from the Shrek Academy was nearly beaten to death by Daimubai, Li Changge employed the soul skills of his 10-heart begonia martial soul to heal and bolster Ma Hongjun. Consequently, not only did Ma Hongjun's injuries instantaneously mend, allowing him to return to peak condition, but his attributes in attack, defense, speed, and soul power were also significantly amplified. He could swiftly leap from the ground to counterattack, delivering a fierce beating to Daimubai. Before Li Changge, as long as there was breath, no one would perish. This was the extraordinary nature of the 10-heart begonia. With the ability to slay through the divine with his assassin spear martial soul, and to save and augment with the 10-heart begonia martial soul, it truly encapsulated the duality of becoming a demon or a Buddha with a single thought. Li Changge retracted his martial soul, and the 10-heart begonia quietly entered his body, causing the 8 black, millennia-old soul rings to vanish without a trace. The surrounding environment gradually returned to normal. However, the astonished hearts of the onlookers remained tumultuous, unable to settle for a long time. Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at Ning Rongrong. Behold, these are my 2 martial souls. Ning Rongrong, do you see them? Indeed, I do. Ning Rongrong nodded repeatedly, her face reflecting respect. Then fulfill your promise and address me as senior grandfather. Senior grandfather, Ning Rongrong promptly called out, presenting a charmingly obedient demeanor. Chapter 11. I can shatter your arms, yet heal you. Hearing the title senior grandfather brought a melodious comfort to Li Changge. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, good granddaughter. Ning Rongrong nodded gently, clearly pleased. Next, Li Changge's gaze shifted to Zhu Shiqing. What have you decided? I have yet to make up my mind. Zhu Shiqing hesitated. caught in a state of neither acceptance nor rejection. You don't have much time to ponder. Make haste, Li Changge urged. Understood, senior, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, maintaining her obedient demeanor. Finally, Li Changge's eyes settled on Xiao Wu. In the interim, he cast a glance at Tang San, contemplating. Today marks the beginning of the new term. Tang Hao should be nearby, lurking in the shadows. He recalled from the original tale that on the first day of school, Xiao Wujin assessed the students, resulting in Tang San sustaining a minor injury. That very night, he was dragged into the small forest and thoroughly beaten. Given this incident, Li Changge was certain Tang Hao had indeed arrived. Yet, even if Tang Ritian were present, what of it? Now, I possess the god-slaying spear and the ten-hearted sea-dew flower. 2 martial souls. My martial prowess has reached the formidable level of 97, surpassing Sword Douluo and Ningfingji by a rank. Within this Tendo City, or rather, throughout the entire Barak kingdom, there exists no one I fear. It is you who should be afraid of me. Li Changge pondered silently. Moreover, he sensed that his body was remarkably adept at wielding these 2 martial souls, as well as all the soul techniques associated with them. He instinctively understood the timing for unleashing each soul skill in a seamless combination. Li Changge felt as if everything was intricately etched into her very bones, a memory ingrained deep within her. This profound understanding was entirely thanks to the extraordinary imagination of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shuqing, and Xiao Wu, which had bestowed upon Li Changge such remarkable strength. Now, she yearned to abduct them, to express her heartfelt gratitude in solitude. However, Li Changge was acutely aware that such an action would undoubtedly incite the relentless pursuit of the 7 treasures glazed tile school behind Ning Rongrong, as well as the combined wrath of Jian, Gu, and Ningfingji. Moreover, seizing Xiao Wu would compel Tang Hao to reveal himself immediately, leading to inevitable complications. Yet, unencumbered by fear, Li Changge resolutely embraced her solitude. She had little left to lose. Whatever actions she undertook would yield rewards. Thus, she felt no need for hesitation. She could boldly and confidently proceed with her intentions. Li Changge had already made up his mind, aware of what he needed to do. He intended to abduct Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San. Li Changge may find it possible to be devoid of women in his heart, yet he cannot be without their presence by his side. These women are the very foundation of his strength. Furthermore, his ostentatious actions, which have caused a stir throughout the spirit master community, are sure to provoke a whirlwind of fervent imaginations from countless beauties. Why not embrace such delightful prospects? Having come to this realization, Li Changge's figure flickered, instantly appearing beside Xiao Wu and Tang San. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, causing the entire space to warp violently. Xiao Wu and Tang San felt as though an immense mountain bore down upon them, and despite exerting all their strength, they remained unable to escape the grip of this dreadful force. Their bodies felt as though they were submerged in molten lead, rendering them utterly immobile. Wu Xiao-san, I think I'm going to die. Tears as large as beans streamed down Xiao Wu's beautiful face. Unfortunately, Tang San had yet to reach the 30th level. Otherwise, Xiao Wu might have immediately offered her soul ring to him and merged her soul bone with his. Tang San gritted his teeth, struggling with all his might, only to realize that he could not resist in the presence of such an entity. He found himself devoid of the strength to utilize the hidden weapons concealed within his sleeves. Did he still think he could employ those unspeakable tools? Before me. Are they of any use? Tang San, truly worthy of being a Tang sect assassin, your concealment runs remarkably deep. Li Changge let out a cold laugh. He then extended his large hand and advanced towards Tang San, twisting both of his arms. Crack! A sound of bones shattering echoed, and Tang San's arms contorted into a bizarre angle, hanging limply. Ah, it hurts. Tang San screamed in agony, his already unremarkable face contorting into a grimace. Do not cry out. My 10-heart begonia can heal your injuries at any moment. If you cooperate and keep silent, you shall not meet your end. Li Changge scoffed disdainfully. His words were directed not only at Tang San, but also at Tang Hao, who lurked in the shadows. At that moment, Tang Hao watched his son, rendered armless, with a countenance that darkened ominously, his brows furrowed in fury. He longed to stride forth and obliterate Li Changge. However, having witnessed the might of Li Changge's martial soul, he understood that he was likely no match for him. Should he rashly intervene? Given the proximity between Li Changge and his son, Tang San, the latter could be killed in an instant. Moreover, Li Changge had proclaimed that his 10-heart begonia martial soul could heal Tang San. Perhaps, when this matter concluded, Tang San's arms might be restored. What a cunning tactic! Using Tangsan as leverage to restrain and caution me against rash actions, is it? He is my only son. I concede, you have triumphed. With a face as dark as storm clouds, Tang Hao chose to endure and observe. With concerns weighing on his heart, Tang Hao's Haotian hammer felt as light as cotton, devoid of its usual dominance. In contrast, Li Changge, unburdened by fear, exuded an air of audacious confidence. With little left to lose, he could act freely. Unencumbered by excessive caution, like a bird soaring through a dense forest or a fish leaping into the vast ocean, liberated and exhilarated. With a scowl, Tang Hao pondered the phrase Tang sect assassin that Li Changge had uttered. Tang sect? What kind of force is that? From a young age, Tang San had displayed peculiarities. Mastering an array of strange skills, could he have become entangled with a clandestine organization known as the Tang sect? Tang Hao could not help but entertain this thought, contemplating the advantageous implications of Li Changge's revelations. Meanwhile, Tang San emitted intermittent muffled groans of agana. Li Changge found the noise unbearable. So he tore a corner of his clothing and stuffed it into Tang San's mouth, silencing him. Cooperate well, and you shall be treated leniently. Li Changge issued a stern warning. Then, his gaze fell upon Xiao Wu. To prevent her from escaping during the impending battle with Tang Hao, Li Changge acted mercilessly. He strode forward and seized her slender, jade-like legs with his large hand. What are you doing? No, stop. Xiao Wu's face paled in terror, her expression one of sheer dread. Chapter 12. Xiao Wu, Tang San, Rong Rong, and Xu Qing taken hostage like twisting a rope, Li Changge wrenched with brutal force. Xiao Wu's legs contorted into a grotesque angle, bones dislocated, agonizing to behold. I feared you might flee, so I had to be ruthless, he said coldly. Cooperate, and I will use the tin-hearted begonia spirit to heal you, restoring your mobility. Otherwise, I assure you, no one in this world can mend your legs. You will remain crippled for life, limping in perpetual suffering. Li Changge's voice resonated with an ominous warning. Whoa, it hurts so much. My leg is broken. Xiao Wu sat helplessly on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Li Changge paid her no mind. This ancient rabbit spirit, a soul beast of 100,000 years, was older than Tang San himself. Long before Tang San came into existence, she had already resided within the Stardo forest. Yet, shamelessly, she dared to address Tang San as third brother. The fact that this old rabbit had refrained from turning her into spicy rabbit heads was already a testament to her immense mercy. Although Xiao Wu's delicate legs appeared enchanting, wrapped in pink thigh-high stockings that accentuated their length and allure, this was Li Changge's first formal encounter with her. How could he possibly fall for her at first sight? Wishing to protect and cherish her? That would be sheer folly. The old rabbit possessed utility, which was why Li Changge only intended to break her legs for the time being. Later, he would employ soul techniques to mend her limbs and restore her to her former glory, but only if her performance met his satisfaction. Xiao Wu's attire was exceedingly scant. To prevent the surrounding male soul masters from being distracted, Li Changge swiftly darted to Zhu Zhuqing's side. With a decisive grip, he seized Zhu Zhuqing as if she were a fledgling chick, drawing her beside Xiao Wu. Senior, what are you doing? A flicker of fear flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes. She perceived Li Changge as a capricious tyrant. Just moments before, he had engaged her in earnest conversation. Yet now he acted with reckless abandon, completely disregarding any semblance of decorum. Such a person was indeed formidable. Even though Zhu Zhuqing had grown up in the Star Luo Empire, witnessing many aristocrats and possessing a heart unafraid of the powerful, she still felt trepidation in the presence of Li Changge. Zhu Zhuqing, stand still and do not move, nor attempt to flee. Surely, you do not wish for your legs to be broken? If you run, the fates of Xiao Wu and Tang San will befall you. Li Changge issued a warning. Rest assured, I will not flee, Zhu Zhuqing replied, complying with Li Changge's command, too fearful to resist. She was acutely aware that should she defy him, her fate would undoubtedly be dire, much like that of Xiao Wu and Tang San, who suffered the loss of their arms and legs. Even if they could eventually recover and regain their former glory, the agony endured throughout that process was entirely avoidable, rendering such suffering unnecessary. May I borrow a piece of fabric from your leather pants? Li Changge greeted softly. What? Zhu Zhuqing had yet to comprehend the situation when she suddenly realized that Li Changge had already taken action, tearing a piece of fabric from her leather pants. The pale flesh of her calf was now fully exposed, undeniably eye-catching. TSK, 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 quite impressive. Li Changge couldn't help but steal another glance. Subsequently, he stuffed the torn piece of leather into Xiao Wu's mouth, admonishing her to be quiet, as her cries were bothersome. It's merely a small injury. Endure it for a moment. I shall tend to you shortly. After saying this, Li Changge turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong and commanded, Rongrong, come here, by my side. His tone brooked no argument. A flicker of fear and conflict crossed Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes. She had not anticipated that Li Changge possessed such ruthlessness. Two Soul Emperor guards immediately positioned themselves in front of Ning Rongrong. Senior, what do you intend to do? She is the young lady of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Your actions are inappropriate. If Sect Master Ning and Elder Gu knew of this, they would undoubtedly be enraged. We implore you, do not put us in a difficult position. The 2 Soul Emperors shielded Ning Rongrong, determined to protect her from any peril. As it was their duty, I am not harming her. I merely wish for Ning Rongrong to stand by my side. Li Changge let out a cold shout. Casting a glance at Tangan and Xiao Wu, who were in a wretched state, the 2 Soul Emperor guards shook their heads, their gazes resolute, as if they were prepared to embrace death at any moment. You should leave at once. Otherwise, should I take action, the outcome will not only be the same for you, but you will also suffer, dragging Rongrong into the misfortune as well. Li Changge spoke coldly, his tone tinged with impatience as he issued his final decree. The 2 Soul Emperor guards hesitated upon hearing his words. Indeed, as Li Changge pointed out, their attempt to impede him was akin to an ant shaking a tree or a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a fool's errand that could only provoke the wrath of this formidable Title Douluo, who possessed dual martial souls and subsequently bring calamity upon Ning Rongrong. My patience is limited, and Li Changge's tone had reached its zenith of irritation. Grandfather, I shall take a stand, Ning Rongrong declared, stepping forward to stand beside Li Changge. That is the correct course of action. A satisfied smile crept across Li Changge's lips. The 2 Soul Emperor guards exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. You have both worked hard, Ning Rongrong addressed the guards. Your cultivation is insufficient to affect the outcome here. Do not concern yourselves with me. My grandfather will not harm me. In this manner, she issued a command for them to remain cautious and observant, advising that if an opportunity arose, they should return to inform her father and grandfather. In an instant, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San gathered around Li Changge, effectively becoming his hostages. Hidden in the shadows, Tang Hao remained hesitant to act. Tang Hao, I am aware of your presence nearby. If I wish to locate you, it would be a simple endeavor. Suddenly, Li Changge spoke. Tang Hao, concealed in the shadows, trembled, and a fire ignited in the depths of his profound eyes as he clenched his fists, producing a creaking sound. However, Tang Hao refrained from revealing himself, fearing that any action on his part would lead Li Changge to immediately take the life of Tang San. His son, possessing dual martial souls, was an unparalleled prodigy. Tang Hao harbored the hope that Tang San would mature and, in due time, seek vengeance for their lineage, aspiring for him to flourish and propagate. Tang San absolutely must not perish. Such were Tang Hao's thoughts. Beside Li Changge, a flicker of astonishment crossed Tang San's azure eyes. For who was Tang Hao if not his adoptive father in this realm? Could it be that his father had come? This was beyond belief. Moreover, Li Changge's tone seemed to suggest he was conversing with a peer rather than addressing a junior. Tang San, being remarkably astute, immediately sensed the discrepancies, his mind racing. Tang Hao, there is no need for you to emerge. There are matters I must convey to you. I possess formidable spiritual power, capable of perceiving the essence of souls, discerning all that is void, and unveiling the truth. The soul of this Tang San is, in fact, not that of your true son. Chapter 13. Xiao Wu wept. Li Changge began to weave his deceptions. Possessing a formidable martial soul and cultivation, he still felt it insufficient. Now, he sought to conjure forth a powerful mental force. In this manner, when he set out to seek the million-year soul beast, the heavenly dream ice silk, he would stand a greater chance of mastering it. At present, Li Changge appears to be addressing Tang Hao, yet in truth, he is speaking to Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, concealed in the shadows. Tang Hao is jolted by Li Changge's words. The soul of the third child is not that of my true son. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's mind is illuminated, leading him to ponder several crucial matters. Nearby, Tang San, lying on the ground, experiences a fleeting moment of panic in his azure eyes. What? He is capable of seeing through my soul. Tang San is taken aback, his expression turning grim. Indeed, he is not originally from the Douluo Continent. He traversed from the Tang sect. He clandestinely mastered the Tang sect's ultimate techniques, crafting the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, and ultimately, under pressure from the Tang sect, he leapt from a cliff to prove his innocence. Tang San had believed he would meet his demise, Instead, he found himself inhabiting the body of the young Tang-san on the Douluo Continent, living beside Tang Hao. This is a secret known only to Tang-san, one he has never divulged to anyone, not even to his adoptive father, Tang Hao, or his teacher, Yu Xiaojang. Yet, Li Changge possesses such formidable strength that with a mere glance, he penetrates his disguise. No wonder he shattered my hands. A wave of fear envelopes Tang-san's heart. It is the first time he has felt such intense trepidation towards a soul master. The sensation of being seen through, devoid of any secrets, is utterly unbearable. Akin to standing upon the executioner's platform, Tang Hao's countenance is exceedingly grim. Hidden in the shadows, his gaze is fixed intently on Li Changge. He yearns to hear what further revelations Li Changge might unveil. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, suppressing the pain in her legs, glances at Tang-san beside her. She notices his pallor, uncertain whether it stems from his injuries or the piercing truths in Li Changge's words. Something feels amiss. Xiao Wu's expression darkens slightly. Given that Li Changge has previously demonstrated his martial soul and prowess, his words carry an inherent credibility, making them compelling to believe. Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong observe silently. Having only just met Tang-san today, and thus were expressions of spectatorship, Li Changge, observing the enthusiastic expressions of those around him, continued to weave his tale. Tang Hao, I trust you have discerned that your little third party has always been different from his peers since childhood. Do you not find this little third party remarkably mature? Akin to a composed and cunning middle-aged individual? This indicates that his soul possesses the adaptability of an adult. Furthermore, this little third party is skilled in the creation and utilization of concealed weapons, and has also mastered certain unique cultivation and combat techniques. Have you not imparted these to Tang Hao? Could it be that this little third party has acquired such knowledge independently? Oh, Tang Hao, have you not pondered these matters thoroughly? Your son's soul has long been extinguished by this middle-aged man. He merely inhabits a lifeless shell. He has usurped your son's body and masquerades as him, existing in this world. It is truly shocking that you, as the Douluo of Haotian, are unable to perceive this. It is as if your vision has been obscured. Li Changge revealed a disdainful smile and spoke softly. Meanwhile, Tang-san's expression had become exceedingly grim. Li Changge, in front of everyone, revealed his secret, which was akin to sentencing himself to death. How would he interact with Xiao Wu and Tang Hao in the future? Furthermore, this incident had made him the target of collective disdain, leaving him vulnerable to relentless attacks. His mentor, Yu Xiaojang, might even expel him from the sect. Contemplating these matters, Tang-san's expression grew increasingly grim, akin to having consumed something foul. Simultaneously, a surge of furious intent flickered in his azure eyes. Had his gaze the power to kill, he would have subjected Li Changge to 1,000 torturous deaths for exposing a secret he had concealed for 12 long years. In the shadows, Tang Hao's countenance mirrored that of his son, marred by distress. Previously, he could not comprehend why his son, Xiao San, was so distinct, mature, composed, and possessing myriad unique abilities. Yet, Li Changge's revelation had illuminated the truth for him. A glance at Tang San's subtle expressions revealed his son's discomfort, akin to a foul taste in his mouth. Clearly, this was the aftermath of Li Changge unmasking his true identity, leaving him flustered and disconcerted. Tang Hao sighed, recognizing that the situation had transcended his expectations. He had always believed his son to be sensible, only to discover that he was not truly his son but rather a middle-aged man inhabiting his son's body. The essence of his real son had been obliterated and usurped. This realization ignited a seething rage within Tang Hao's chest. He yearned to eliminate this middle-aged Tang San. Yet he could not bear to do so. After all, he had but one son. Beside Tang San, Xiao Wu keenly sensed the turmoil within him. However, her mouth was muffled by the tight leather, rendering her unable to voice her concerns. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Changge stepped forward to retrieve his leather trousers, simultaneously taking away the cloth from Tang San's mouth. He was eager to listen to the dialogue between the two. Xiao Wu, enduring excruciating pain, asked, "Is what he said true?" Her beautiful eyes fixed on Tang San, scrutinizing his expression. "No, it's not true." Tang San, flustered, shook his head in denial. "But, Xiao San, I have been with you for 6 years. This is the first time I've seen you so flustered. What he said must be true." Xiao Wu's voice trembled with disappointment. "Xiao San, what are you hiding from me? Until when do you intend to keep this secret? I am truly disappointed in you." Tears streamed down Xiao Wu's face. Despite having her legs broken, she had not cried. But the revelation of Tang San's true identity as a middle-aged man who had deceived her for 6 years shattered her composure. Unable to contain herself, she wept, her tears cascading like rain on a pear blossom, smearing her lovely visage. Her sorrow evoked a sense of pity in those who beheld her. The kind-hearted Ning Rongrong, unable to bear the sight, approached to console Xiaowu, saying, "Xiaowu, it's all right. Don't cry. There is no hurdle in this world that cannot be overcome. It's okay. Please stop crying. It doesn't suit you." Ning Rongrong's tone was gentle, soothing Xiaowu's distress. Meanwhile, Tang San, realizing that his secret had been unveiled and his hands rendered useless, felt a surge of despair. In a fit of rage, he shouted, Why? Why are you treating me this way? I have no enmity with you. Why target me? What have I done to provoke you?" His voice broke into a frantic scream. Chapter 14. The Double Standards of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Just because we met for the first time. You attempted to kill me with a hidden weapon. Li Changge retorted angrily. You saw my high cultivation and concealed your weapon. Don't think I didn't notice your little ploys. You bully the weak, believing they are easy prey to eliminate. But when it comes to me, do you dare to attempt to take my life? Coward. Hypocrite. Li Changge, filled with rage, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap directly to Tang San's cheek. While perusing the original text, he found Tang San somewhat distasteful. However, after delving into various discussions online, he encountered analyses portraying Tang San as a paragon of kindness and justice, supported by numerous classic examples, such as resurrecting Xiao Wu, saving the poisoned Snow Knight Emperor, and sparing Hua Wu's life. At that moment, Li Changge believed he may have misjudged Tang San, adopting a stance of careful observation rather than immediate condemnation. Yet now, through personal experience, he realized that Tang San was indeed a character difficult to admire. Having lived 2 lives, still a Tang sect assassin, his soul could be likened to that of a middle-aged killer. A middle-aged man, feigning purity and innocence. After receiving the slap, Tang San felt a ringing in his head. His face contorted in agony. Li Changge, upon witnessing the scene, revealed a look of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Tang San's fury served to affirm the veracity of Li Changge's claims. Consequently, in Xiao Wu's mind, she envisioned Li Changge possessing an extraordinarily formidable mental prowess. In that fleeting moment, Li Changge felt a sudden surge in his mental prowess, swiftly ascending to an extraordinarily formidable level. This daunting intellectual capacity bestowed upon him the sensation of being able to concentrate on multiple tasks simultaneously. His left hand, left foot, and right foot could each engage in distinct activities without disrupting his thoughts. Remarkably, he could read one book with his left eye while simultaneously perusing another with his right, each absorbing its unique content independently. His mental acuity had indeed reached an astonishingly terrifying pinnacle. Ah, how delightful! Li Changge was exceedingly pleased. He relished in his own clever deception, perhaps pondering even more refined methods of manipulation in the aftermath. However, at that moment, he was pressed for time and found great satisfaction in what he had already achieved. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dai Mubai, accompanied by Flander and Xiao Wu, hastened to the scene. Who is the scoundrel causing a commotion? Who dares to injure my academy's esteemed teacher Li? Do they wish to forfeit their life? Xiao Wu's voice thundered with fury. Despite his modest height of 1.60 meters, his physique was as robust as a fortress, exuding an aura that suggested he was no stranger to confrontation. Moments earlier, Dai Mubai had witnessed Li Changge wielding an attack card that severely wounded teacher Li Yusong. Yet he remained oblivious to the spectacle of Li Changge unleashing his dual martial souls. Thus, Dai Mubai sought reinforcements, confident that the combined efforts of Dean Flander and Vice Dean Xiao Wu would surely subdue Li Changge. Xiao Wu was brimming with bravado, while Flander maintained a calm demeanor. Reflecting inwardly, the ominous crimson clouds that recently enveloped the skies of Shrek Academy surely indicate trouble. Xiao Wu is far too reckless. Dai Mubai pointed at Li Changge, declaring, "It is he. He has harmed teacher Li." Upon hearing this, Oscar's face paled in shock. He attempted to intervene, exclaiming, "No, Zhao," but was drowned out by Xiao Wu's booming voice. "Dare to create chaos within Shrek Academy? Do you value your life so little?" With that, Xiao Wu unleashed his martial soul, the mighty golden bear. His voice was so powerful that it eclipsed Oscar's plea. Without hesitation, he summoned forth the formidable spirit. A surge of soul power radiated from Xiao Wu, and above his head materialized a muscular golden bear, its eyes wide with fury, presenting a fearsome visage. Simultaneously, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black pulsed around Xiao Wu, shimmering with brilliant light. Though Xiao Wu appeared formidable, not a soul present believed he could rival Li Changge, for they had witnessed the prowess of his dual martial souls. Xiao Wu, you, a mere cub, dare to act unruly before me. You truly have a death wish. Li Changge shouted in anger. In an instant, He flashed forward and stood directly before Xiao Wuji, unleashing the terrifying aura of a Title Douluo. Li Changge raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Wuji's face. The sharp sound reverberated, causing Xiao Wuji's head to lurch, resulting in a spout of blood accompanied by two of his teeth. This clearly demonstrated the immense force behind Li Changge's strike. Xiao Wuji felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, and the formidable golden bear martial spirit he had summoned extinguished like a flickering flame, vanishing into his being. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt as though his cheeks were being struck repeatedly, each blow inflicting a sharp pain. Xiao Wuji emitted a series of anguished cries, feeling as if his head might shatter. For perhaps 5 breaths, Li Changge bestowed upon Xiao Wuji no less than 20 punishing slaps. At this moment, Xiao Wuji's face had swollen to the size of a pig's head, spinning in place before collapsing to the ground. Foolish creature, do you think that just because I appear youthful, I am easy to bully? My youthful visage does not equate to a frailty comparable to that of the younglings in your academy. Li Changge let out a scornful laugh, while Flanders stood utterly stunned. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate 2.5 eggs. He was well aware of Li Changge's formidable strength, yet he never anticipated that it would reach such astonishing heights. With sheer physical prowess, he had managed to defeat Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji, possessing the cultivation of a 7-ring soul sage, was rendered utterly powerless. Dai Mubai, equally astonished, could hardly believe that his mentor Xiao Wuji had been so swiftly reduced to a state of utter humiliation, sprawled upon the ground. The opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. A rare seriousness flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. Director, do not engage. This esteemed elder possesses the cultivation of a Title Douluo and wields twin martial souls. Do not provoke him, Oscar urgently implored, seeking to rescue Flander. Upon hearing this, the crafty Flander revealed a sly grin. Esteemed elder, it appears you are graciously looking after our Shrek Academy. This indeed brings great honor to our humble institution. My dear Xiao Wuji has acted foolishly and offended you. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. Flander, ever astute, recognized the importance of adapting to the situation, promptly bowing his head in contrition. Chapter 15. The defeat of Dai Mubai. As Flander acknowledged his error, his heart raced with shock. He had never imagined that this seemingly youthful child possessed such terrifying power. In a mere exchange, Xiao Wuji's martial spirit had been unleashed, only to be suppressed and rendered a mere shadow of himself by Li Changge. It was evident that Li Changge's strength had at least reached the pinnacle of a level 91 Title Douluo. Each Title Douluo was a formidable entity, and Flander knew he could not afford to provoke such a being, thus donning a smile of compliance. Flander, Li Changge sneered coldly, your remorse is quite evident. While you may escape the gravest of punishments, lesser transgressions are inescapable. As the head of Shrek Academy, you neglect your duties, allowing the institution to descend into chaos. Preying upon the weak. Instead of targeting the nobility, you choose to spar with these humble soul masters. Do you not realize that each gold soul coin weighs heavily upon an ordinary family? Truly despicable, exploiting these common soul masters. Such behavior is intolerable to me. Li Changge began to voice his concerns for the students and parents nearby who had failed to register successfully and had their golden soul coins withheld. After expressing his thoughts, Li Changge's figure flickered as he positioned himself before the slender form of Flander. Though merely 12 years of age, Li Changge matched Flander's height. In that instant, Flander felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from the boy, akin to the presence of the king of hell. The gaunt figure trembled violently, and Flander found himself desperately needing to relieve himself. Today, I shall impart a thorough lesson to you, the unscrupulous merchant and dean. On behalf of these students and their parents, Li Changge raised his large hand and began fiercely slapping Frank's elongated shoehorn-like face. 1 second, 2 strikes. This relentless assault lasted approximately 10 seconds. Frank's originally sharp and narrow face had now swollen to resemble a pig's head. His mind buzzed with disorientation, leaving him utterly bewildered. Go cool off somewhere else, Li Changge barked, delivering a powerful kick that sent Frank sprawling beside Xiao Wuji. The two men lay there moaning in agony, their pitiful cries painting a vivid picture of suffering. Li Changge exerted control over his strength, inflicting merely superficial injuries upon them, sparing their minds from harm. Had he unleashed his full power, with his current cultivation, a single slap could have easily shattered the skulls of Xiao Wuji and Flander as one would crush a watermelon. Refund all registration fees to the students and their parents without delay. Furthermore, you have wasted everyone's time by disseminating false registration propaganda. You must also reimburse the travel expenses and offer an additional compensation of 1 gold soul coin to each individual. Flander, Xiao Wuji, are you capable of fulfilling this? If not, your existence in this world is rendered unnecessary. Li Changge issued an indignant reprimand. The surrounding students and parents, initially taken aback by his words, soon erupted into applause. "Thank you, senior, for speaking up for us. We are truly grateful," exclaimed one. "Indeed, every single gold soul coin holds immense significance for us, as it is the result of our frugality and hard work." Another added, "I was deceived by the publicity and ended up losing my job. Bringing my child here to register has not been an easy journey for us. We are immensely thankful for your assistance. These gold soul coins will suffice for half a year of my expenses." The students and parents beamed with gratitude towards Li Changge, expressing their heartfelt thanks. "It was but a trivial effort," Li Changge replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. On the ground, Flander was overwhelmed with anguish upon hearing this. The gold soul coins that had found their way into his pockets were, to him, a matter of life and death. However, to avert disaster, he endured the excruciating pain and, with great difficulty, uttered, "Rest assured, senior, I will return every gold soul coin to the students and parents, and I will compensate for their losses." "Very well," Li Changge nodded in acknowledgement. Flander could not contain his tears, which flowed uncontrollably. He had not wept when struck by Li Changge, but the loss of the gold soul coins was a sorrow too great to bear. Li Changge cast a cold glance towards Daimubai, who stood aside. "Daimubai, come here," Li Changge commanded flatly. A shiver ran through Daimubai's powerful frame as he reluctantly approached. "Kneel," Li Changge barked. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Daimubai's sinister eyes. He had not anticipated that Li Changge would demand he kneel. This was utterly humiliating and infuriating. Were it not for his insufficient strength, Daimubai would have dearly liked to slap Li Changge twice for this affront. Observing his defiant demeanor only fueled the tension further. Li Changge let out a cold laugh, saying, "Are you unwilling to accept your fate? I take great pleasure in taming those who defy me." Without hesitation, Li Changge stepped forward, raised his hand, and delivered a resounding slap to Daimubai's face. The crisp sound echoed throughout the venue, causing Daimubai's mouth to twist as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Will you kneel or not?" Li Changge demanded in a chilling tone. Daimubai quickly realized that in the presence of Li Changge, he had no room for resistance. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a heavy thud. "Are you convinced now?" Li Changge asked with a slight smile. "I concede," Daimubai hastily replied. However, Li Changge continued, "Yet I sense deep within you an unwillingness, a desire to eliminate me." Maintaining his smile, Li Changge reveled in witnessing Daimubai's frustration, knowing he yearned to defeat him yet found himself utterly powerless. Daimubai was known as a troublemaker at Shrek Academy, relishing in bullying the weak while fearing the strong. He often flirted with women, believing himself to possess immense charm capable of winning the hearts of all. In the original narrative, only Tangan truly comprehended and supported Daimubai. Yet, Li Changge found himself unable to understand or endorse him, harboring immense disdain instead. Moreover, though Daimubai appeared to submit, he was clearly resentful. Once Li Changge departed, it was likely that he would stab him in the back, hurling insults in his wake. Hence, Li Changge felt compelled to teach him a harsh lesson. "I shall eradicate every ounce of your pent-up malice, bit by bit." Li Changge let out a cold laugh. Then, before the eyes of all present, he stepped forward and seized Daimubai's body. What was this senior intending to do? The surrounding spirit masters turned their gazes towards them. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Flinder, Zhao Wujin, and others were all watching intently. "What are you trying to do?" Daimubai exclaimed anxiously. "You will find out soon enough." Li Changge maintained his smile. Then, he swiftly removed Daimubai's shoes and stuffed them into his mouth, silencing him. Snap! Without hesitation, Li Changge snapped off Daimubai's thumb. Crack! 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 A series of sounds followed as Daimubai's index, middle, ring, and little fingers were subsequently broken. Chapter 16. Enhancing Healing Abilities Through Deception. Ag. The pain, it is unbearable. Daimubai let out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately biting down on his shoe. Li Changge showed no mercy, proceeding to cripple his left hand in the same ruthless manner. With both hands rendered useless, Li Changge then turned his attention to the man's arms. Crack! Daimubai's wrist snapped. Crack! His forearm shattered. Crack! His entire arm was broken beyond repair. Next came his legs. Disgusted by the foul stench of his toes, Li Changge spared them, choosing instead to start at the ankles. Slowly, methodically, he dismantled Daimubai's legs, leaving them utterly ruined. The agony was so unbearable that Daimubai repeatedly lost consciousness, only to be cruelly revived each time by Li Changge's relentless methods. The onlookers trembled in horror, their hearts gripped by fear. Monster. That was the unanimous verdict on Li Changge, a being so terrifying that even the bravest souls recoiled in dread. Daimubai's face twisted in torment, tears streaming down his contorted features. Li Changge's expression was devoid of any tumult, as if engaged in an ordinary task. I possess mastery over 30,000 forms of punishment, capable of inflicting the utmost torment upon a soul master. Once, I resided for a time in the most clandestine and colossal underground prison on the entire continent, a place where the most heinous criminals were confined. Under my rigorous methods of interrogation, no soul master could endure even a quarter of an hour. Even the most tightly sealed lips would yield to my techniques, revealing every secret. Heh, Daimubai, your insolence towards me has led you to this just fate. Li Changge let out a cold laugh, gazing at Daimubai as if he were a corpse. At that moment, Daimubai was in so much pain that he could hardly utter a word. His mind was a blank canvas, filled solely with agony and fear. Nearby, Flander dared not look on, burying his head in the ground, trembling with dread. Daimubai had been one of Flander's most promising students, yet now he found himself in such a dire state. Flander was unable to bear the sight. Xiao Wu, too, buried his head in the ground, terrified. Oscar's entire body shook. Despite his ability to create restorative sausages, he felt that Daimubai had already been rendered useless. No amount of restorative sausages would suffice to remedy his condition. Beside them, Zhu Xing wore an expression of complex emotions. She had come to the Douluo City Shy-like Academy to seek out Daimubai, hoping to train together and combat the unfair fate imposed by their families. Although Daimubai had caused her much heartache with his flirtations, she felt his punishment was excessive. Zhu Xing was at a loss as to what to do. Xiaowu trembled with fear, her body quaking uncontrollably, overwhelmed by sorrow. For she had discovered that her beloved was the soul of a middle-aged man who had deceived her for so long. Let it end, she thought. There is nothing in this world worth holding on to. If death is to come, so be it. Gradually, she began to accept the notion of mortality. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, contemplating the continent's largest prison, known for housing the most heinous criminals, where it was said that one could master 30,000 forms of dreadful punishment. For reasons unknown, she found herself believing this assertion. In the next moment, an influx of information flooded Li Changge's mind, enabling him to grasp the 30,000 different forms of punishment right then and there. Knowledge is power, he mused, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Turning his gaze towards the barely alive Daimubai, Li Changge spoke with a calm demeanor. I am not one to slay the innocent indiscriminately. I hope you will mend your ways and strive to be a better person. As he spoke, Li Changge summoned his second martial spirit, the 10-heart begonia. My second martial spirit possesses unparalleled healing and amplification abilities. Through the power of my soul skills, any injury can be healed. As long as you draw a breath, I can restore you to your former glory, even remedy some of your past ailments. Daimubai, I sincerely hope you will turn over a new leaf. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to render you incapacitated once more. Li Changge spoke up, particularly emphasizing the healing capabilities of his martial spirit, encouraging Xiao Wu, Zhu Xing, and Ning Rongrong to indulge in their imaginations. This would enhance his secondary martial spirit's healing abilities and its comprehensive attribute amplification. With a touch of bravado, he left the rest to the beautiful ladies to envision. Radiant and exquisite, the 10-heart sea dough flower floated in the palm of Li Changge's left hand, emanating a soothing fragrance. Simultaneously, his gaze softened, and he exuded an aura of gentleness, reminiscent of a celestial angel descending from the heavens, creating an atmosphere of profound intimacy. Daimubai, positioned closer to Li Changge, had previously worn a fierce expression, but the presence of the 10-heart sea dough flower gradually calmed his heart. He felt a sense of security and comfort. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, who could have imagined that the Daimubai, sprawled on the ground, was incapacitated by Li Changge? 8 black soul rings, ascending from the base to the apex, floated around Li Changge's imposing figure, radiating a deep, dark glow. Observing Li Changge's fervent activity, Tang Hao, concealed in the shadows, pondered whether to seize the opportunity to abduct Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, as Li Changge's displayed strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Tang Hao realized he could not escape Li Changge's grasp. Even if he managed to flee, the aftermath of the battle could lead to the tragic demise of his son, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Although Tang San harbored a middle-aged soul within him, originating from another, Tang Hao still yearned to inquire about the specifics in person. Alas, even if he were to rescue Tang San and Xiao Wu, it would be futile. Their arms and thighs had been rendered useless, even with healing. They would require at least 5 years before regaining strength, effectively debilitating them. Tang Hao's face was etched with sorrow. Having read the original narrative, he recognized that Li Changge's every action was a masterful manipulation of human emotions, executed flawlessly. Even Tang Hao, now hesitant, dared not act rashly, remaining at a loss in the shadows. Meanwhile, Li Changge unleashed his formidable healing soul skill. The 8 black soul rings pulsated vigorously, expanding and shimmering. All 8 rings possessed a singular soul skill, supreme healing and comprehensive enhancement. A brilliant, gentle, and rich radiance shot forth from the 10-heart sea dough flower, cascading onto Dai Mubai's form. Dai Mubai involuntarily let out a sound of comfort. Li Changge's soul technique rapidly nourished his body. The bones that had once been deemed useless began to miraculously fuse together, the flesh rejuvenated, transforming from a dark purple hue to a more natural color. Dai Mubai, whose face had previously been pale and grotesque, now appeared flushed, exuding vitality. In Chapter 17, Zhu Zhuqing annulled her engagement. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Dai Mubai's injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace. Radiant beams of light filled the air, leaving onlookers in disbelief. Even Tang Hao, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback by the sheer potency of this healing ability. It was the first time he had witnessed a martial spirit and soul master with such exceptional regenerative capabilities. Even among the continent's elite, the possessor of the 9-heart sea buttercup had not achieved the rank of Title Douluo beyond level 90. Yet, Li Changge not only possessed the mutated 10-heart sea buttercup martial spirit, but had also cultivated beyond level 90, boasting a terrifying healing prowess. I am no match for him, Tang Hao lamented, feeling a renewed sense of caution that prevented him from attempting to rescue Tang San and Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, this revelation offered him hope, knowing that Tang San's arms could indeed be restored. His martial spirit is formidable, surpassing even mightier. Tang San, with narrowed azure eyes and a wry smile, realized that there was indeed a disparity even among twin martial spirits. Xiao Wu gazed at her legs, feeling a flicker of beauty in their long form, pondering the possibility of their restoration. However, as a 100,000-year soul beast, she feared that Li Changge would inevitably seek to eliminate her for her rings and bones. Thus, despair clouded her vision, tears brimming in her eyes as she sobbed softly, gripped by the terror of impending death. Such formidable healing capabilities. It seemed that as long as one drew breath, recovery was achievable, even curing chronic afflictions. Ning Rongrong's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment, as if it could accommodate 2.5 eggs. What incredible healing techniques! This senior is truly remarkable. If he were to lend his aid, I could surely escape the constraints of my family and the empire. Zhu Zhuqing mused, her heart stirred. Both Flander and Zhao Wujin winced in pain, relieved to witness Dai Mubai's recovery. After all, he was a prodigy of Shrek Academy, and any loss was unacceptable. The future of Shrek Academy depended on Dai Mubai's success. Simultaneously, they envied him, yearning to experience Li Changge's healing abilities themselves to restore their own faces. How extraordinary! This surpasses even my healing sausage, truly impressive, Oscar exclaimed. During the process of healing Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong had unwittingly fallen into a cognitive trap designed by Li Changge. These 3 beauties, fueled by their imaginations, elevated Li Changge's healing prowess to mythical proportions, believing him capable of curing all ailments. This significantly amplified the perceived healing abilities and attributes of Li Changge's martial spirit. Excellent. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong. Continue to fuel your imaginations. Li Changge sensed that his martial soul had been invisibly enhanced, filling him with immense satisfaction and joy. Soon, all of Dai Mubai's injuries were completely healed. He appeared radiant and full of vitality. The once despondent, sinister gaze now sparkled with life. His previously bloated face, reminiscent of a pig's head, had returned to its former state, exhibiting a hint of defiance. Simultaneously, the broken teeth had regrown and mended. Moreover, the physiological ailments that Dai Mubai had acquired from his reckless escapades with various women were entirely cured. His overall condition was visibly remarkable. Stand up, Li Changge commanded as he retracted his martial soul, Shixin Haidang. Yes, Dai Mubai dared not defy him and immediately rose. He took a couple of steps in place, moving his hands, and the sound of thunderous cracking echoed from his bones. It was evident that he had fully recovered and returned to his peak. This extraordinary healing ability astonished everyone present. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Li Changge forcefully shatter every bone in Dai Mubai's body, rendering him nearly a cripple. For someone so severely injured to regain the ability to walk and care for themselves would normally be considered a great fortune. Yet, under the formidable healing powers of Li Changge's martial soul, Dai Mubai had surpassed all expectations and returned to his prime. Dai Mubai gazed at Li Changge with profound reverence. "Thank you for healing me. I am truly grateful," he expressed repeatedly, although it was Li Changge who had initially rendered him incapacitated. Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming urge to express his gratitude, fearing that failing to do so might lead to dire consequences. With an enigmatic smile gracing his lips, Li Changge remarked, "There is no need for thanks. Merely assist me with two matters." Dai Mubai's eyes widened in surprise, revealing his reluctance. However, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. "Senior, please speak. I shall certainly assist you in any way within my capacity. It is imperative that you do so, lest you revert to a state of helplessness." Li Changge's voice rose, brooking no dissent. "It is a necessity." A tremor coursed through Dai Mubai's robust frame, instilling a sense of dread. He was loath to descend once more into a state of impotence. The agonizing sensation of every bone being shattered lingered in his memory, causing his entire body to shudder. That terrifying vision had been indelibly etched into the recesses of Dai Mubai's mind. Li Changge has undeniably become a lifelong shadow in his heart. The first matter at hand is that your engagement with Zhu Zhuqing has been dissolved. You are unworthy of her, and it is Zhu Zhuqing who has chosen to sever the ties. From this moment forth, cease all harassment towards Zhu Zhuqing. Do you understand? Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in a solemn tone. What? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. To annul his engagement with Zhu Zhuqing, and moreover, to be cast aside by her. This was a request Dai Mubai found utterly unacceptable. Zhu Zhuqing possessed a figure so alluring that any man would desire her, and he had yet to experience her charms. The thought of missing out on Zhu Zhuqing was one that would haunt him for a lifetime. Are you unwilling? Or do you prefer to become a useless person? Li Changge inquired gravely. No, I do not wish to become useless. Dai Mubai shook his head vehemently. I am willing to dissolve the engagement with Zhu Zhuqing. It was she who severed ties with me, and I shall not trouble her again. Excellent, Li Changge replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhu Zhuqing stood momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the first task Li Changge assigned to Dai Mubai would be to annul their engagement, especially with the pretext that she was the one who had cast him off. What was Li Changge, her senior, attempting to accomplish? Was he not being overly presumptuous by directly facilitating the dissolution of her engagement without consulting her feelings? Although Zhu Zhuqing was merely 12 years old, her physique far surpassed that of her peers, making her strikingly beautiful. Chapter 18. The second demand of Li Changge. Zhu Zhuqing was not naive. She saw the situation with clarity. Was it possible that Li Changge's keen interest in her, coupled with his help in annulling her engagement, indicated he harbored feelings for her? A tremor ran through her heart, and her alluring visage flushed a deep crimson. Gazing at Li Changge's imposing figure, she perceived him as a magnificent statue. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, along with his striking features, made him undeniably handsome. More than that, he exuded strength that provided immense security, a quality that any female soul master would yearn for in a protector. As Zhu Zhuqing pondered these thoughts, the blush on her cheeks deepened, and her delicate frame trembled involuntarily. No, that couldn't be right. His request for her to address him as father must simply stem from a desire to take her under his wing as a goddaughter. He was merely acting as a father, dissolving his daughter's engagement. Yes, that must be it. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, contemplating a new notion, that Li Changge was not romantically interested but rather wished to adopt her as his goddaughter. Should she really call him father? The thought was somewhat awkward, given that Li Changge appeared remarkably youthful, nearly her own age. Father, are we eating? Father, where are you going? Father, what are you doing? Father, help me. Zhu Zhuqing's mind wandered into scenarios of her potential future interactions with Li Changge, leaving her feeling a wave of embarrassment. Alas, why did her senior harbor such intentions of adopting her as a goddaughter, insisting that she refer to him as father? Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Zhuqing had completely misconstrued Li Changge's true thoughts and intentions. Li Changge smiled and said, Dai Mubai, now swear by your martial soul. Let all beings in the heavens bear witness that you have annulled the engagement and shall never again disturb Zhu Zhuqing. Otherwise, may the heavens strike you down, your martial soul shatter, and your existence become a living torment. Li Changge, feeling uneasy, insisted that Dai Mubai swear an oath using his martial soul. The martial soul oath is regarded as the highest form of ceremony on the Douluo Continent. Any vow that involves a martial soul oath must be fulfilled. Otherwise, The Soul Master will face severe consequences, ranging from the complete loss of their cultivation to being cast into the depths of the 18 layers of hell. A martial soul oath? I do not wish for Dai Mubai to wear a bitter expression, nor do I want him to swear by his martial soul. He naturally understood the significance of such an oath. Once sworn, the matter would be irrevocably settled. Observing Dai Mubai's indecisive demeanor, he even uttered a reluctant no. Li Changge's patience had been exhausted. He stepped forward with a swift motion, an overwhelming aura of soul power descending upon Dai Mubai. No. A sense of dread surged within Dai Mubai. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, there came a sharp crack. A crack. Li Changge had already seized Dai Mubai's left hand, snapping all 5 of his fingers with a merciless grip. Ah! Dai Mubai howled in agony, his voice trembling with pain. I am not negotiating with you. I am commanding you to do this. Do you understand? Li Changge's expression darkened, his voice laced with icy authority. His gaze then shifted to Dai Mubai's right hand, his tone dripping with menace. Or would you like to relive that pain once more? I'm sorry. Dai Mubai winced. His face contorted in suffering as he hastily apologized. I swear upon my martial soul, I will annul my engagement with Zhu Zhiqing immediately. This time. There was no hesitation in his voice, only resolute determination. Nearby, Zhu Zhiqing's expression turned cold at his words. Sigh. I never held much hope for Dai Mubai. But perhaps it is for the best that I did not. For the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. In the face of death, he chose self-preservation. How fortunate that I never truly invested my heart in him, never succumbed to his honeyed lies. So be it. The dissolution of this engagement is a blessing in disguise. A quiet serenity settled over her, as if she were observing an ordinary matter, devoid of attachment. She had let go. Without Dai Mubai, she was free, unshackled. Like a fish leaping into the vast ocean, like a bird vanishing into the depths of the forest, from this moment onward, she would soar without restraint, unburdened and unrestrained. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai summoned his martial soul. His towering frame shimmered as 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, pulsed rhythmically around him, radiating a brilliant aura. Raising his uninjured right hand, he began his oath. I, Dai Mubai, swear upon my martial soul, the evil-eyed white tiger, that from this day forth, Zhu Zhiqing has renounced me. I am unworthy of her. The engagement bound since our childhood is hereby dissolved. Henceforward, I shall never harass her again. Should I break this vow? May my martial soul shatter, my cultivation crumble, and my existence become a living hell. His voice was heavy with finality. A flash of golden light enveloped him, sealing the oath. With its completion, Dai Mubai felt an invisible tether between him and Zhu Zhiqing sever irrevocably. Any violation would bring him ruin. Zhu Zhiqing, too. Since the dissolution of an unseen force that had once constrained her, a weight lifted from her shoulders. Perhaps this is for the best. Her gaze turned forward. No longer shackled by expectations of Dai Mubai, she trusted in her own strength to defy the unreasonable dictates of family and empire. Nearby, Flender and Xiao Wu watched the scene unfold, their expressions grim. As Dean and Vice Dean of Shrek Academy, they could only stand by helplessly as Dai Mubai renounced his engagement under duress. Yet before the overwhelming might of Li Changge, a Title Douluo, they dared not voice dissent, let alone show the slightest hint of defiance. It was as if Li Changge had defiled their dignity, and they had no choice but to endure it, even feigning gratitude. Senior, Dai Mubai pleaded, retracting his martial soul, I have fulfilled my oath. Will you now mend my hand? The once ferocious white tiger now resembled a docile kitten, utterly submissive before Li Changge. Patience, Li Changge replied with a chilling smile. There is one more matter I require of you. Dai Mubai's heart clenched. What is it, senior? My coffers are empty. I am in dire need of gold soul coins. Li Changge's grin widened, but at Dai Mubai, it was the smile of a demon. You shall beg in the streets. Return to me with 100,000 gold soul coins, and only then shall I restore your limbs. Dai Mubai's face drained of color. This cannot be. He had obeyed, sworn upon his martial soul, severed his ties with Zhu Zhiqing. Yet Li Changge still refused to relent. Now, he demanded Dai Mubai's complete humiliation, his hands and legs broken, reduced to a cripple, forced to beg like a wretched mendicant. Senior, you, before he could finish, crack. Li Changge has already made her move. No, more precisely, she has unleashed her kick. Li Changge extended his left foot and suddenly stomped down, shattering Dai Mubai's right foot bones instantly. Thud. Dai Mubai felt a searing pain radiate from his foot, causing his body to tilt and collapse to the ground. Veins bulged on his face as he endured the excruciating agony. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he anxiously exclaimed, Senior, why? I have already annulled the engagement. Why do you still wish to harm me? Why must you cripple my left hand and right foot? Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, tears almost brimming in the depths of his sinister gaze. Li Changge cast a frosty glance at Dai Mubai. He was well aware of Dai Mubai's temperament. He was notorious for his fierce and volatile nature in the vicinity of Xiaowu Academy. Not only Dai Mubai, but also the senior students of Xiaowu Academy were notorious for their penchant for trouble, reveling in chaos, and preying upon the weak while shying away from confrontation with the strong. Li Changge recalled that Dai Mubai's companion, Ma Hongjun, had once engaged in a quarrel within a henhouse, resulting in the incineration of an old bird that had been nurtured for decades. Such a vile disposition and reprehensible conduct from Ma Hongjun reflected poorly on Dai Mubai, the leader. At that moment, tears glistened in the corners of Dai Mubai's sinister eyes. Yet to Li Changge, they appeared merely as crocodile tears, unworthy of sympathy. I believe I have made my point abundantly clear. My financial situation is dire. I am in need of funds. I require you, under the guise of a disabled person, to beg on the streets until you gather 100,000 gold soul coins. At that juncture, I shall intervene to heal all your afflictions. It is as simple as that. Through your own efforts, hasten to assist me in accumulating wealth. Can you achieve this? If not, what purpose do you serve in this world? You might as well continue living as a disabled individual. Li Changge spoke coldly, showing no mercy whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression darkened further, his face twisting with even greater distress. He could tell Li Changge was deliberately targeting him, determined to make his life miserable. Senior, I'll gather 100,000 gold soul coins for you, all right? Dai Mubai pleaded desperately, his voice trembling. But 100,000 gold soul coins. It's simply too difficult. In this city of Sotal, no soul master is generous enough to spare even a single gold coin for the disabled or beggars. Even a single copper coin, I'd have to beg for ages to earn it. To gather 100,000 gold soul coins through begging, I fear it would take me a lifetime. Please, senior, show mercy. I swear I won't dare to act recklessly again. Dai Mubai implored pitifully, hoping Li Changge would relent and heal him. With the bones in his left hand and right foot shattered, he had been reduced to a cripple. And in this world, only Li Changge possessed the power to mend his wounds and restore him to health. If Li Changge refused, Dai Mubai would remain a cripple for the rest of his life. He couldn't bear it. I want alms, not your filthy money, Li Changge replied icily. If the coins aren't earned through begging, I won't accept a single one. I don't care how long it takes you, unless you gather 100,000 gold soul coins through begging. Don't even think about me lifting a finger to heal you. Ah, yes, he added with a cruel smirk. Consider this my consultation fee. And if I catch you resorting to tricks, using any other means to gather those coins, and for every offense, you'll start from zero again. Hey, young man, I have faith that you'll never lack the courage to begin anew. So, by all means, try a few more times. After all, the loss is yours, not mine. As Li Changge concluded, his tone bore a hint of impatience. Each of his words and sentences struck Dai Mubai like a heavy hammer, leaving him in a state of disbelief. After listening, Dai Mubai felt as though all strength had been drained from him, collapsing onto the ground, embodying a profound existential doubt. The prospect of begging for 100,000 gold soul coins seemed almost insurmountable. This sum, a staggering figure, loomed over him like a mountain, pressing down on his very spine. Dai Mubai was on the brink of madness. Not far away, Flinders struggled to rise, his rotund face contorting into a forced, ingratiating smile as he implored, Senior, where mercy can be found, let mercy prevail. Mubai has acknowledged his error. He is still young, and I beseech you to grant him leniency. Our Shrek Academy will endeavor to gather the 100,000 gold soul coins for you. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression shifted, stirred by the unexpected generosity of the notoriously stingy Dean Flinder, who was willing to help him amass such a considerable sum. Tears of gratitude threatened to spill from his eyes. Li Changge sneered coldly. You from the Shrek Academy have grown accustomed to bullying others. Now that you've suffered a setback today, you all act as if mourning your deceased parents. I truly despise you. Over these years, how many commoner students' families have you deceived with your false advertising, swindling their registration fees? Today, I speak for them, deliberately rectifying the corrupt practices of your academy. This Dai Mubai, in his daily life, is a womanizer. Whenever he sees a beautiful soul master, he pounces like a starving wolf. If a weaker soul master displeases him, he immediately unleashes his martial soul to teach them a lesson. Against the weak, he strikes mercilessly, looking down upon everyone. I'll make this clear today. There's only one way to help Dai Mubai. That is to stretch out your hands and feet to me, and I'll break them for you, forcing you to beg alongside others. Only when you've begged for 100,000 gold soul coins will I deign to heal you. Li Changge's tone grew increasingly impatient and resolute. He had firmly resolved to discipline Dai Mubai. Furthermore, Li Changge recalled that in the original narrative, with the assistance of Tang San, Dai Mubai ultimately ascended to the status of a war god. Taking advantage of the protagonist group's current vulnerability, should he not suppress them? Would it not be more gratifying to allow them to grow only to later trample upon him? Seeing that Li Changge was impervious to reason, Flinder's expression darkened considerably. Nevertheless, Flinder endeavored to plead, stating, "Senior, I have opened a treasure shop in Tendo City, filled with numerous precious items. Perhaps you might accompany me to have a look? If anything catches your eye, feel free to take it. I implore you, please spare Dai Mubai and grant him the opportunity for a healthy life." Chapter 20. Even Flinder is involved. This child is still young, with boundless potential. As the Dean, I cannot bear to witness the demise of Mubai's martial soul talent. The integrity of one's hands and feet is of paramount importance for a soul master. Any impairment would undeniably hinder their cultivation. Flinder's face was earnest as he fervently advocated for Dai Mubai. Initially, his plea might have been inconsequential. However, upon hearing it, Li Changge was immediately incensed. "You, the Academy of Shrek, have grown strong only to confront the Spirit Hall, resulting in countless casualties. Li Changge believes that as a traveler through time, it is imperative for him to rescue the suffering masses. His initial focus will be on reforming the Xiaowu Academy, followed by addressing the issues with Qian Renxue in Tendo City, and ultimately confronting Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo at the Spirit Hall. In the interim, he may also take measures against Tangan in the City of Slaughter and contend with Poseidon on Sea God Island. By reforming a select few, he aims to bestow a period of peace and prosperity upon the majority." Li Changge felt that his worldview was quite upright. Humph. Li Changge let out a cold snort, his patience thoroughly exhausted by the incessant chatter. "Very well, Flinder, since you insist. Every single member of your Shrek Academy shall have one arm and one leg broken, and be sent to beg alongside Dai Mubai. Only when you've collected 100,000 golden soul coins shall I consider it sufficient payment for treatment. Rest assured, no matter how many years you remain crippled, under the healing power of my 10-hearted begonia martial soul technique, all injuries shall be completely restored, returning you to your prime condition." After Li Changge concluded his words, he offered a benevolent reminder. In a swift motion, he appeared before Flinder. An overwhelming aura of soul force emanated from Li Changge, descending upon Flinder like a colossal mountain, exerting a tremendous pressure on his being. "No, you cannot treat me this way. Senior, I was wrong," Flinder screamed in desperation. Yet, Li Changge remained unfazed, his expression icy and indifferent. Seizing Flinder's left hand, he twisted it violently, and a sharp crack echoed as Flinder's left hand was rendered useless. Subsequently, with a forceful stomp of his left foot, another crack resonated as Flinder's right foot shattered, incapacitating him further. With a thud, Flinder collapsed to the ground, emitting heart-wrenching cries of agony. "No, Dean," Oscar shouted, filled with immense anger and sorrow. However, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Oscar to feel a shiver run down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a terrifying presence, rendering him motionless. What do you intend to do?" Oscar exclaimed, realizing that Li Changge's imposing, indomitable figure had materialized before him. He was taken aback, his face contorted in sheer terror. "I shall render you disabled, compel you to assist Dai Mubai in begging, so that you may share a bond of heart and hand, together promoting the resilient camaraderie of Shrek Academy." Li Changge revealed a faint smile. Then, with a swift motion, he extended his hand. Crack, crack. The chilling sound of shattered bones echoed as Oscar's left hand was rendered useless and his right foot met the same fate. "Ah, it hurts so much," Oscar shrieked, collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by the agony of his fractured foot. Beside him, Xiao Wu was taken aback, his face contorted in shock. "Flinder, this is all your fault," he bellowed in fury. "Your incessant prattling has led us to this dire situation." Xiao Wu attributed the calamity entirely to Flinder, unleashing a torrent of invective. Rising to his feet, he contemplated escape, unwilling to suffer the same fate of becoming a beggar, scrounging for gold soul coins on the streets. A single gold soul coin represented a year's worth of expenses for an average soul master. The daunting task of begging for 100,000 gold soul coins was akin to the Herculean challenge of elevating Xiao Wu to the rank of a Title Douluo. He understood the impossibility of such an endeavor, which fueled his desire to flee. However, Li Changge had no intention of allowing Xiao Wu to escape. With a flash, He swiftly pursued him. You wish to run? Have you grown weary of life? Li Changge's voice resonated gravely. An overwhelming pressure of soul power emanated from him, rendering Xiao Wu's body immobile. No, you can't do this. Xiao Wu cried out in desperation. I shall do precisely that. Li Changge replied mercilessly. Crack, crack. The ominous sound of bones fracturing filled the air once more. Xiao Wu, too, was incapacitated, writhing on the ground in agony. Dai Bai wept uncontrollably, his tears flowing freely. He had not anticipated that not only he but the entire Shrek Academy, aside from the carefree Ma Hongjun who had miraculously evaded disaster, had been utterly crippled. Li Changge swiftly returned to the side of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing. They remained remarkably obedient, demonstrating perfect cooperation, as none of them exhibited any intention to flee. Very well, you from Shrek Academy, united in purpose, shall surely be able to beg for a total of 100,000 gold soul coins. I eagerly await your good news. Li Changge revealed a faint smile. Yet to those around him, it appeared exceedingly terrifying. He was a demon. Ning Rongrong felt a shiver of fear. It was her first encounter with such a heartless man, whose methods were exceedingly cruel and chilling. It seemed that anyone who defied his will would suffer his wrath. Such a man is incredibly dangerous. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of girlfriend such a man would attract. Perhaps none at all, she mused silently. Beside her, Zhu Shiqing cast a cold glance at Dai Bai. Moments ago, Dai Bai had sworn by his martial soul to sever their engagement. There was no longer any connection or relationship between them. Consequently, Zhu Shiqing wished to disregard everything related to Dai Bai, her heart unburdened by thoughts of him. Had Dai Bai exhibited the steadfastness of character and refused to break their engagement, even at the cost of his martial soul, she would have granted him a chance for redemption. Even if he were to become incapacitated, she would have stood by him. Yet, Dai Bai's actions were utterly lacking in responsibility, far from what any fiancé should ever exhibit. He had long abandoned Zhu Shiqing, indulging instead in frivolous affairs and fleeting romances. Since he treated her poorly, she had no inclination to treat him well in return. Zhu Shiqing was precisely that kind of woman. The better others treated her, the more she reciprocated. She required mutual devotion, with the other party making the first move towards her. Witnessing Li Changge's terrifying methods, Xiao Wu had lost all hope. She buried her face in her hands, appearing despondent and devoid of desire to live. Xiao Wu understood that she might very well meet her end here. P.S. Please support. Chapter 21. Tang San is an old man. Li Changge cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu, observing her despondent demeanor, yet his heart remained unperturbed. This old fool, should he fail to perform satisfactorily in the future, will leave me with no choice but to eliminate you, to extract your essence and bones, thereby allowing you to make some final contribution to this world. Li Changge contemplated inwardly, having already devised a plan for dealing with Xiao Wu. However, the soul ring and soul bone of the old rabbit were not particularly formidable. Li Changge contemplated the possibility of utilizing the old rabbit as leverage, intending to lure the two formidable soul beasts, the Great Ming and the Second Ming, from the starry forest and subsequently hunt them down. My second martial soul, the tin-hearted begonia, is still in need of a ninth soul ring. I am determined to fuse it with the finest soul ring available, the Titan Giant Ape. The Azure Bull Python and the Deep Sea Demon Whale King are all excellent choices. In the future, I must take great care in selecting the most suitable one. Li Changge silently resolved within himself, having made up his mind. Subsequently, Li Changge's gaze swept around the vicinity. At that moment, Oscar, Dai Bai, Flanders, Zhao Wujin, and Li Yusong, the 5 students and teachers from Xiaowu Academy, lay sprawled on the ground, presenting a pitiful sight. Not all had gathered yet, 2 instructors, Tang Do Xiao Xian and Xing Luo Qi Lu Qibin, along with a student, Wiji Ma Hongjun, were still absent. Consider yourselves fortunate for not being present, thus narrowly escaping disaster. I have no inclination to seek you out. However, do not let our paths cross in the future, otherwise, I shall ensure that each of you transforms into a beggar, rendered helpless and destitute. Li Changge thought to himself that he could not be bothered to squander his time and energy on these 3 insignificant individuals. Particularly, Ma Hongjun, with his fiery turkey spirit, was perpetually engulfed in a state of overwhelming desire. Sooner or later, he would inevitably explode. Even if Ma Hongjun sought solace in the henhouse, it would be of no avail. Moreover, visiting the henhouse daily, Li Changge could hardly believe that Ma Hongjun would escape unscathed from the clutches of disease for a lifetime. With that, he withdrew his thoughts. Li Changge addressed Tang Hao, who was lurking in the shadows, and spoke. Tang Hao, I will be taking your son away for a while. This son of yours, only his body belongs to you, but his soul is not truly your son's. You have no objections to me taking him, do you? If you do, I can return this Tang San to you right now. After all, his hands are crippled, and I certainly won't lift a finger to mend them. Unless, of course, you allow me to take Tang San away. In time, I will return him to you whole and unharmed. Tang Hao's strength was indeed formidable. At the moment, however, Li Changge had pressing matters to attend to and no desire to waste time on him. Moreover, Li Changge was confident that if Tang Hao had any sense, he would not dare oppose him. Should he foolishly raise a hand against him, Li Changge would ensure that the world would no longer know the name Title Douluo. From the shadows, a towering figure emerged slowly. He approached Li Changge, his expression resolute, his eyes deep and unfathomable, exuding an aura of indomitable dominance. Friend, he said, allow me a few words with young Tang San. Instinctively, Tang Hao nearly uttered the affectionate nickname Xiao San, but the realization that this Tang San's soul was not his son's made him correct himself. Speak, Li Changge replied with indifference, utterly unafraid of any schemes Tang Hao might attempt. Even if Tang Hao were to take Tang San away now, it would hardly matter. With his hands ruined, Tang San could no longer wield hidden weapons, and his cultivation would be severely hindered, even if Tang Hao had the means to heal him. The recovery of tendons and bones would take months, if not a year or more. At the tender age of 12, half a year of lost cultivation would set Tang San far behind his peers. By then, Li Changge would have already seized the twin blessings of the ice and fire yin-yang well and the heart of the sea god. Without these opportunities, Tang San's growth would be stunted. The reason Li Changge had not killed Tang San outright was simple. He wished to torment him, to let him suffer in agony. Moreover, he was curious to see whether a crippled Tang San might stumble upon some unforeseen fortune not present in the original tale. If such an opportunity arose, Li Changge would simply take it for himself. After all, Li Changge had already reached the 97th rank and possessed 2 formidable martial souls. He had all the time in the world to toy with Tang San and Tang Hao. Tang Hao's expression darkened as he regarded his so-called son. You are not my child. Who are you? Tang San's heart lurched at the question. He had never imagined that his drunken father concealed such formidable power. From the exchange between Tang Hao and Li Changge, it seemed their cultivation levels were not far apart, both undoubtedly surpassing the 90th rank, the threshold of Title Douluo. My father. His origins must be extraordinary. No wonder I was born with twin martial souls. The realization struck Tang San like lightning, and in that moment, he glimpsed a sliver of hope. Once a father, always a father. Tang San declared with righteous fervor. You are my father, and I am your son. Slap. Li Changge, unable to stomach the hypocrisy, struck Tang San across the face without hesitation. Both Tang Hao and Tang San froze in stunned silence. Li Changge said calmly, Tang San, speak plainly. Share with me your background. I have no interest in your insincere words. Tang Hao's expression remained indifferent, and he did not hinder Li Changge, acknowledging his statement. The subject of discussion presented by Li Changge was precisely what Tang Hao yearned to comprehend. Tang San's expression darkened as he confessed. I indeed do not belong to this world. I hail from an alternate realm, and I am 31 years of age. I was born in a place known as Tangan, where my exceptional talent for hidden weapons incited the jealousy of the elders, leading to my exclusion. In desperation, I leapt from a cliff, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself here. My true name is Tang San, and coincidentally, this body is also named Tang San. That is the essence of my tale. Upon hearing Tang San's candid revelation and realizing his actual age of 31, Tang Hao's countenance darkened further. With his past life as 31 years added to this world as 12, he was effectively 43 years old. Such a disparity permitted him to consider calling Tang San a brother, yet he found himself addressed as a father. This thought sent a shiver down Tang Hao's spine, leaving him utterly uneasy. Beside him, Xiao Wu also wore a grim expression, astonished by the revelation of Tang San's age. She had not anticipated that he was so advanced in years, all the while referring to him as Little San or San Go, with Tang San relishing these appellations and never correcting her. The realization made Xiao Wu feel a wave of nausea wash over her. At 43, he was old enough to be her father, yet they were entangled in a romantic relationship. Tang San's decision to divulge everything stemmed from his entrapment in Li Changge's psychological web. Li Changge exhibited remarkable prowess, claiming to possess a formidable spirit that could penetrate Tang San's very soul. Consequently, Tangan believed that he had laid bare his true self before Li Changge, concealing no secrets. Thus, he chose to reveal the truth. Chapter 22. Tangan's heartfelt departure in truth. Even had Tangan remained silent, Li Changge would have divulged the reality. Father, you have nurtured me since childhood. I am indeed your son, Tangan passionately articulated, rather than a mere soul traversing dimensions. It would be more accurate to say that this body has awakened memories from another world. Father, during these 12 years, have I ever harbored any ulterior motives? When you were ill, when you were inebriated, when you were hungry, these were all moments I tended to you alone. Tangan began to appeal to emotions. Upon hearing this, Tangan fell into silence. Indeed, Tangan had been dutifully filial over the years, which was indisputable. However, this behavior stemmed from Tangan's mature soul, endowed with life experience, rather than from an inherent disposition. Had his son been a blank slate from childhood, he might have been mischievous or perhaps exceptionally obedient. One could not say for certain. Nonetheless, Tangan harbored a deeper desire for his son to have been that blank slate, living alongside him in a straightforward manner, rather than being like Tangan, who had harbored his own thoughts from an early age, observing and guarding against the world around him. Tangan's emotions were indeed complicated. This is merely a means of self-preservation, Li Changge scoffed. Tangan, you are a person of considerable depth and cunning, perpetually manipulating those around you to facilitate your own growth. If you truly acknowledge Tangan as your father, you would not continue to shroud your secrets in mystery. Rather, you would have unveiled them yourself. Must I expose you before you resort to this charade of suffering? Li Changge's words struck deeply, leaving Tangan's face ashen. He found himself at a loss for what to do. Tangan also fell into silence. For 12 years, Tangan had never mentioned his origins, nor had he hinted at them. Indeed, Tangan possessed a profound depth at times. Tangan felt as though he were conversing with an ancient specter. Sighing softly, Tangan turned and sorrowfully vanished from the spot. Tangan had always been the pillar of Tangan's spirit, his beacon of hope. Yet now, that pillar had crumbled, and hope lay in ruins. The son he had once taken pride in was not truly his own. He merely wore the guise of a son, while his soul belonged elsewhere. Tangan had never been a superficial man fixated on appearances. He valued the essence of the soul, just as he chose to be with Ain, whose spirit resonated with his own, despite Tang Yuehua's undeniable elegance and grace. The essence of Tangan did not belong to his true son, leaving Tangan profoundly disillusioned. In that moment, he was unsure of how to proceed. Moreover, with Li Changge's formidable strength, Tangan lacked the confidence to take Tangan away entirely. Thus, he chose to depart, leaving behind a final plea. Friend, spare his life. Do not kill him, for he shall be of use to me later. Of course, Li Changge replied, a smile gracing his lips. Tangan was indeed of great utility to him. Currently, Tangan's cultivation level stood at 29, and he was on the verge of reaching 30. Once Tangan attained the 30th level, Li Changge planned to personally hunt a 1-year-old blue-silver grass soul ring, compelling Tangan to merge with it. When Tangan assimilated that 1-year-old blue-silver grass third soul ring, Li Changge intends to deliver Tangan to the vicinity of Jang. Eager to witness the expression of this legendary theoretical master and to ascertain whether he would abandon his student. This notion does not stem from mere boredom or a desire to create trouble. Rather, it is a means to fulfill the last wish of a dear friend from Earth. During his time on Earth, Li Changge had a childhood companion with whom he shared a deep bond. This friend harbored a dream of traversing to the Douluo Continent. He often expressed that if he were to arrive in this realm, he would surely assist Tangan in assimilating a year's worth of cultivation from a blue-silver grass soul ring, then observe the reactions of those around him. Tragically, this dear friend later perished in a car accident. Li Changge silently committed this matter to memory. This time, having traversed to the Douluo Continent, he intended to assist his childhood friend in fulfilling this unfulfilled wish. Furthermore, this dear friend held a deep affection for Zhu Zhuqing and Qian Renxue. Coincidentally, Li Changge shared this admiration and planned to indulge in their charm on behalf of his friend, thereby satisfying his lingering desire. Li Changge felt truly like a good person. He glanced down at Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tangan. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Li Changge's lips curved into a faint smile. With beauty standing before him, he had no intention of being emotionally involved. Rather, he intended to indulge in more primal desires. Turning his gaze towards Ning Rongrong's 2 soul emperor guards, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Ning Rongrong, I shall take you away for a while. You may return and report directly. Just inform them that I have taken a powerful individual with a dual martial soul, possessing a remarkably potent spatial realm. By stating this, your sect leader and the two elder swordsmen will surely comprehend the situation at hand. As Li Changge spoke, he began to weave a web of persuasion. He yearned for a personal spatial realm, emphasizing this notion to lead Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu into a labyrinth of thought, encouraging them to envision the possibilities. He believed that one day their imagination would manifest into reality. With the dual spirit soul and a personal space, two soul emperors stood guard, their expressions laced with bitterness. One of the soul emperors inquired, "Senior, where do you intend to take the young lady? How long shall it be? May we accompany you?" The other soul emperor chimed in, "Indeed, Senior. Our duty forbids us from leaving the young lady's side. Otherwise, we would face dire consequences." The two soul emperors appeared desperate, hoping that Li Changge would not put them in a difficult position. Yet, what were these two soul emperors in the grand scheme of things? How could Li Changge possibly concern himself with their feelings? Silence. You shall convey that you have encountered a formidable being endowed with dual spirit souls and a personal spatial realm. Your sect leader and the two venerable guardians will comprehend the situation and will not trouble you further. Do you understand? If you do not grasp this, I shall ensure you do. Li Changge exhibited an unmistakable impatience, raising his hand as if to strike. At times, an overly accommodating demeanor can embolden others to press their advantage, seeking to negotiate. However, a firmer stance often compels the opposing party to relent, deterred from overstepping their bounds. The two soul emperor guards, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Li Changge, instantly faltered. "Very well, we shall return and report truthfully," they declared. "Esteemed senior, we will inform the sect leader and the elders of this matter. We beseech you not to trouble the young lady. Indeed, should anything befall her, our entire family would face ruin." The two soul emperors uttered further entreaties. "Enough. I shall ensure Ning Rongrong's safety." Li Changge waved his hand dismissively. There was a sentiment he refrained from voicing, that he would not permit Ning Rongrong to endure excessive suffering. Chapter 23. Ma Hongjun, be silent, lest you attract the attention of that formidable individual. Upon hearing this, the two soul emperor guards exchanged a rueful smile. Li Changge's prowess is exceedingly formidable, compelling them to retreat. "Esteemed elder, your efforts are greatly appreciated. I extend an invitation for you to visit my Seven Treasures glazed tile sect whenever you find the time." The two soul emperor guardians bid their final farewell. Upon hearing these words, Li Changge's lips twitched slightly, and he inwardly mused, "How absurd. I am not a fool. Why would I visit your Seven Treasures glazed tile school?" He waved his hand dismissively and impatiently replied, "Understood, now be on your way." With Li Changge's dismissal, the two soul emperor guards had no choice but to turn and depart. Before leaving, they addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, "Miss, take care. We shall relay the information to the sect master and the two protecting elders. Miss, please look after yourself." The two soul emperor guards bid farewell with reluctance. Ning Rongrong sighed in resignation. "Yes, you may return and report the events here accurately." "Certainly, miss." "Rest assured, miss." Ning Rongrong felt utterly helpless. Li Changge was simply too formidable, and her understanding of him was insufficient to extricate herself from this predicament. All she could do now was await the arrival of her father and Grandpa Jian Gu to rescue her. Subsequently, the two soul emperor guards departed. Ning Rongrong gazed at Li Changge and inquired, "Why have you chosen to keep me here? What are your intentions?" Li Changge smiled slightly, then extended his hand to pinch Ning Rongrong's fair and lovely face. "Ah." Ning Rongrong was taken aback and instinctively recoiled. At the same time, her charming face flushed. Astonished that Li Changge would dare to make such a bold gesture. "What are you up to?" "You'll find out later," Li Changge replied nonchalantly. "You." Ning Rongrong was left speechless. And then, Li Changge seized Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Tangan with a swift motion, grasping them all in his powerful hand. In a flash, he departed rapidly towards the Stardow Forest. The Shrek Academy lay on the outskirts, and by traversing the back mountains, one could enter the region of the Stardow Forest. Meanwhile, Flender, Daimubai, Xiao Wu, and the others observed Li Changge's departure and ensured that this formidable presence would not return. One by one, they began to adjust their positions and stances with great difficulty. Flender, with a solemn expression, addressed the surrounding students and parents, saying, "Please remain calm. Allow our academy to handle this internal matter, and we will refund all the gold soul coins to everyone. You may return for now, lest you find yourselves opposing Shrek Academy." As he spoke, Flender sat down and unleashed a terrifying aura of soul power, suppressing the nearby students and parents. Despite having lost his left hand and right foot, he remained a formidable soul sage. Witnessing this, the students and parents hurriedly left, and the entrance of Shrek Academy was left in disarray. Li Yusong was grievously injured. A gaping wound in his left side from which blood flowed profusely, rendering him utterly weak. Meanwhile, Flander, Xiao Wu, Daimobai, and Oscar had all suffered the loss of their left hands and right feet, reduced to a state of disability. Shortly thereafter, Ma Hongjun, Tang Do, Xiao Xian, and Lu Qibin rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing the dire condition of Flander and Xiao Wu, their hearts sank and their pulses quickened. Dean, Vice Dean, Big Brother Dai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his face riddled with anxiety as he approached, trembling with urgency. Who did this? Which beast is responsible? His voice erupted with anguished fury upon seeing the injuries inflicted upon his comrades, igniting a fierce blaze of anger within him, causing the temperature around him to rise dramatically. Silence! Flander barked, his voice sharp. Hongjun, you must quiet down. Do not provoke that terrifying presence. If he returns, we are all doomed. Daimobai joined in, urging him to be silent. At this, Ma Hongjun clamped his hands over his mouth, suppressing his words, confusion gleaming in his eyes. What is happening? Why must I be silent? He questioned, bewilderment etched on his face. Beside him, Xiao Xian began to unleash his soul skills, conjuring sweet treats to nourish Li Yusong, Flander, and the others, aiding in their recovery. Lu Qibin, observing that even the Academy's strongest dean had been rendered a cripple, grasped the severity of the situation. Are there any Soul Douluo or Title Douluo level experts approaching? Dean, have you offended some formidable enemy seeking vengeance? Lu Qibin inquired, gently assisting Flander to a sitting position. I cannot say for certain, Flander replied, his demeanor heavy with despair. A young man possessing the strength of a Title Douluo came and abducted our students, leaving us incapacitated in the process. Alas, this tale is lengthy. Old Lu, please assist me back to the dormitory. Bring Old Li, Old Zhao, and the children to my quarters, and arrange for additional sleeping arrangements. I shall brief everyone shortly. From this day forth, the Academy shall be closed to the outside world, ceasing all recruitment and activities. Everyone must remain discreet. Flanders swiftly outlined his directives. Lu Qibin, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that their academy had undoubtedly crossed paths with someone immensely powerful. The closure of the academy signified a need to evade scrutiny. Understood, Dean. Please proceed with caution. Lu Qibin solemnly nodded, supporting the limping Flander back to the spacious dormitory. Now, with the dean and vice dean rendered disabled and severely injured, Lu Qibin and Xiao Xian began to manage the affairs of the academy. Soon, 4 hospital beds were added to Flanders' expansive dormitory, where Oscar, Daimobai, Xiao Wu, and Li Yusong lay recuperating. Fortunately, apart from the dean and vice dean, there were only 3 teachers, and the student body consisted solely of Oscar, Daimobai, and Ma Hongjun, a rather small scale. Thus, the closure of the academy would not incur any significant loss, even with the dean and vice dean incapacitated. The institution continued to function without disruption. At this moment, all faculty and students of the academy were gathered in the dean's dormitory. Ma Hongjun urgently questioned, Dean, what on earth transpired? Did we provoke some terrifying powerhouse who came to inflict such harm upon you? Flanders sighed, recounting the events. This year, our academy welcomed 4 prodigies. One named Tang San possesses a soul power of level 29, with a martial soul of blue silver grass. Another, Xiao Wu, also at level 29, wields the martial soul of a soft bone rabbit. Zhu Zhiqing, at level 27, has the martial soul of a ghostly cat, and Ning Rongrong, at level 26, wields the 7-treasure glazed tile. A mysterious Title Douluo has targeted our new students and abducted them all. This matter also involves the Haotian sect's Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Alas, we were careless and did not anticipate their formidable strength, resulting in a conflict that left us all incapacitated. As Flander recounted the ordeal, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Xian, and Lu Qibin gasped in shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Who is this powerful individual? What is their martial soul to possess such might? Ma Hongjun inquired, astonished. His primary martial soul is a weapon of tremendous offensive capability, a spear. His second martial soul is a 10-heart sea dough flower, endowed with unparalleled healing abilities. If we could beg for 100,000 gold soul coins, he might agree to heal our hands and feet, Flander explained. Terror etched across his features as he reflected on the encounter. How can we possibly gather such a sum? Lu Qibin exclaimed, incredulous. He clearly has no intention of offering us aid. Indeed, he seems intent on rendering us utterly powerless, Xiao Xian added, his voice laced with righteous indignation. Sighing deeply, Flander remarked, I am acutely aware of my injuries. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. It seems only he can fully restore us. Otherwise, we shall remain crippled for life. As he spoke of their potential fate, Flander's gaze fell upon Oscar and Dai Mubai, a pained expression crossing his face. Alas, per Oscar and Mubai, both with exceptional martial soul talents. Had they remained steady, their accomplishments would surely surpass mine, achieving the rank of Title Douluo. Yet now, with their disabilities, their bright futures are dimmed, and attaining the Soul Sage realm may become an insurmountable challenge. At this, Flander's countenance darkened, his thoughts echoing the tragedy of lost potential. Just as Tang San was a testament to the trials endured, so too would Oscar and Dai Mubai be reflections of Flander's legacy. Dai Mubai and Oscar wore expressions of profound despair, their countenances reflecting a profound existential doubt as they lay languidly upon the bed, silent and unresponsive. Flander continued, there are even graver matters at hand. Ning Rongrong is the daughter of Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He entrusted me with a letter, requesting that I take good care of Ning Rongrong. Yet, she has been abducted, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School may hold us accountable. Alas, Flander's distress was palpable, and unbeknownst to him, the wrinkles on his forehead had multiplied significantly. Director, this is not your fault. You have done your utmost. Lu Qibin offered consolation. He is a Title Douluo. How could we possibly contend with him? If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed formidable, let them seek vengeance from that powerful individual. Let him teach that strong man a lesson and rescue Ning Rongrong. If we can preserve our lives, that is already a considerable blessing. Alas, it must be that way. Flander lamented, these grievances we cannot address. We must swallow them with tears. At this juncture, Dai Mubai interjected, Director, I wish to beg. I long to restore my health. As he spoke, tears unexpectedly streamed from his wickedly bright eyes. Regret consumed him. He lamented his earlier bravado, questioning why he had dared to disrespect Li Changge simply due to his youth. Given another chance, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly refrain from provoking Li Changge. Unfortunately, the world does not offer a remedy for regret. He could not relive the past. Very well, Flander nodded gravely. Once I have recuperated, we shall beg together, striving to amass 100,000 gold soul coins as swiftly as possible. Flander, a cunning merchant, was acutely aware that gathering such a sum was an impossible feat. Even a lifetime of labor would scarcely yield enough, requiring the effort of at least 5 generations to accumulate 100,000 gold soul coins. Relying on begging, even death would not secure that amount. Nevertheless, Flander acquiesced, hoping to soothe Dai Mubai's spirits and instill a flicker of hope, lest he succumb to despair and contemplate self-harm. By the way, old Lu, please take care of the enrollment fees collected by the academy and return them to the students and their families, Flander continued. What? Director? Those gold soul coins were hard-earned. Are we truly to return them? Lu Qibin exclaimed, agitation evident in his demeanor. If we do that, our academy will have no financial resources left. We will surely face ruin. It must be returned, Flander asserted with unwavering resolve. If we do not refund them, when that powerful individual returns and discovers this, we will all meet our demise. Right now, we have already lost a hand and a foot. Soon we may find ourselves completely crippled. Which is more valuable, gold soul coins or our lives? Flander remained clear-headed on this matter. Moreover, Li Changge is nothing short of a madman, a tyrant. When he decides to act, he does so without hesitation, offering no superfluous words. He does not engage in rational discourse, and Flander harbored a deep-seated fear of such unreasonable individuals, thus opting for compliance. Alas, very well, Lu Qibin sighed. I shall refund all enrollment fees to the students and their families. A significant portion of the academy's financial resources stemmed from the annual enrollment fees of the students. Now, with these fees returned, the future of the academy would undoubtedly be bleak. Lu Qibin's expression darkened, and he even entertained the thought of seeking employment elsewhere, teaching at another academy for a peaceful retirement. As the conversation concluded, silence enveloped the dormitory, shrouded in an atmosphere of sorrow, rendering laughter impossible for all present. On the other side, Li Changge, accompanied by 4 companions, swiftly arrived at a grand mountain and sought refuge in a pristine cave. This cave, nestled on a cliff halfway up the mountain, overlooked a wilderness of dense jungles plunging nearly 100 meters below, while towering cliffs loomed nearly 100 meters above. Surrounded by majestic mountains, the area was exceedingly remote and shrouded in secrecy. After traversing approximately 100 miles into the deep forest, one could reach the outermost fringes of the starry forest. The primary reason for selecting this cave was Li Changge's desire for a secure place to rest, and its secluded nature ensured that they would not be disturbed. Zhu Xing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were visibly apprehensive, surveying their surroundings and realizing the desolation and privacy of the location. Should Li Changge harbor any nefarious intentions, their cries for help would be utterly futile. A sense of panic gripped Zhu Xing as she contemplated. Could this elder have been captivated by their beauty, abducting them to this cave to indulge in some illicit desires? Stealing a glance at Li Changge, she noted his youthful appearance and radiant demeanor, leading her to believe he might indeed act on impulsive urges. Ning Rongrong, too, felt a surge of anxiety, recalling how he had once pinched her cheek at Shrek Academy. It dawned on her that he might not only be fixated on her, but also on Zhu Xuqing and Xiao Wu. A wave of dread washed over her. She did not want this. Where were her father and grandfather? She longed for their rescue. Her expression darkened, her eyes trembling, nearly spilling tears. In her view, she was not lacking in beauty, save for certain aspects of her development. Her features were impeccably appealing. During her time at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, many disciples had sought her affections, but she had rebuffed them all. Now, however, finding herself in this desolate cave, she could only surmise that Li Changge intended to impose unwanted advances on her. Zhu Xuqing and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu shared similar fears. She dreaded the prospect of enduring something unspeakable before her demise. A shiver coursed through her as she realized her innocence was at stake. Meanwhile, Tangan sensed the gravity of the situation. As a man, particularly a middle-aged one, he understood Li Changge's intentions all too well. It seemed he would exploit his strength to impose his will on the unwilling girls. Tangan's eyes blazed with a fierce, murderous intent. If looks could kill, Li Changge would surely be torn apart. Alas, mere glances could not bring death, and both of Tangan's hands had been rendered powerless by Li Changge. Thus, he could only harbor silent fury and anguish as he helplessly witnessed the unfolding events. Li Changge surveyed the four individuals on the field, contemplating how to persuade them into assisting him in acquiring formidable power. Stroking his chin, he fell into deep thought. His physique was remarkable, and his features strikingly handsome. As he stood there in contemplation, motionless, he resembled a masterful sculpture. The three enchanting women, Zhu Xuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, could not help but glance at Li Changge, curious about his intentions. Tangan mirrored their curiosity, not only scrutinizing Li Changge, but also surveying the surrounding environment, pondering how to evade his grasp. He believed that as long as he had time to develop and create the terrifying Tang sect hidden weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tonglian, even 100 Li Changes would not suffice to challenge him. The autumn wind howled, and outside the cave, a fierce gale swept through. A vast expanse of primeval forest stretched before the eyes, teeming with untamed greenery. Occasionally, the cawing of crows echoed through the air. This cave, nestled halfway up a mountainside, perched precariously on a cliff, left him with his hands incapacitated and rendered him unable to climb. The prospect of escaping this place seemed daunting. Even if he managed to reach the ground, traversing the dense, primordial jungle without the use of his hands would prove exceedingly difficult. Tangan's expression grew bitter as he racked his brain, seeking a way to elude Li Changge's clutches, yet found himself at a loss. At that moment, Li Changge suddenly conceived a clever ruse. He approached the cave's entrance, lazily stretching his limbs, and spoke, "The sunlight outside is delightful. I shall go bask in its warmth." As he uttered these words, he turned to Zhu Xuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, saying, "Join me in basking in the sun. I possess a unique cultivation method that allows one to grow stronger through sunbathing, accelerating the training process. Those who exhibit exceptional performance will be taught by me how to absorb the sun's energy for rapid cultivation. I dare say, with my method, all of you could achieve the realm of Title Douluo by the age of 20. Li Changge began to weave an intricate tale. Upon his utterance, Xiao Wu, Zhu Xuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tangan were met with profound astonishment. You possess a method of cultivation? Simply basking in the sun can enhance one's strength? Surely, you jest. Ning Rongrong scoffed, her lips curling disdainfully. As the cherished gem of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, how could she have never encountered such a practice? If it truly existed, the number of Title Douluos across the Douluo Continent would surely be as abundant as stray dogs roaming the streets. Zhu Xuqing's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue. For reasons unknown, she felt an unshakable conviction that Li Changge spoke the truth. Since their first meeting, he had never deceived anyone. Every word he uttered resonated with authenticity. When he claimed to possess the strength of a Title Douluo, it indeed bore out that he was a formidable one at that. He spoke of having a twin martial soul, and indeed, he wielded two terrifying souls, the god-slaying spear, a weapon of lethal assault, and the tin-heart begonia, a flower of unparalleled healing and enhancement. His extraordinary prowess rendered any deceit unnecessary. He likely held no regard for such trivialities. What advantage could be gleaned from misleading them? Clearly none. Such was Zhu Zhuqing's line of thinking. She gazed at Li Changge with curiosity, eager to delve deeper into the sunbathing method he described. Xiao Wu, with her legs incapacitated, felt a twinge of pain and lacked the spirit to bask in the sun. Fear had begun to take root in her perception of Li Changge. Meanwhile, Tangan stood momentarily stunned. A method of strengthening through sunbathing? How reminiscent it was of my purple extreme magic eye. Tangan was caught off guard. The purple extreme magic eye he practiced required him to greet the sunrise each morning, absorbing the violet aura that emerged from the eastern sky. Yet, Li Changge's method was even more audacious, directly drawing strength from sunlight. Tangan instinctively believed Li Changge's words, convinced that he truly could absorb sunlight to become stronger. Otherwise, how could Li Changge appear so youthful while possessing such terrifying cultivation? Surely, like himself, he must harbor some secret, wielding rare and exceptional techniques. Tangan was prone to flights of fancy, but alas, he was no beauty. Li Changge gazed at Ning Rongrong's incredulous expression and smiled gently. Having cultivated to this level, it is indeed difficult for you to comprehend all that I have shared, just because you find it hard to understand or believe. It does not imply that such things have never existed in this world. There is no need for me to deceive you. Now, I shall refrain from further banter. Li Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of calm assurance, as if what he said were indeed true. Listening to Li Changge's account, Ning Rongrong believed him to a certain extent, nodding as she replied, "Very well, perhaps I have been somewhat superficial. It is truly rare for you to acknowledge a mistake." Li Changge continued, "Zhu Zhuqing, come and massage my left shoulder. Ning Rongrong, you shall attend to my right shoulder. As for Xiao Wu, come here and knead my legs. I wish to bask in the sunlight while indulging in relaxation." As he spoke, Li Changge seized a large, sturdy stone from the ground and crushed it effortlessly, shattering it into pieces. "Should you dare to defy me, I shall treat you as I did this stone," he threatened, his tone laced with menace. "I will incapacitate you, heal you, and then incapacitate you once more, perpetuating this cycle. You are aware that I am well versed in 30,000 forms of punishment, particularly skilled in tormenting you lovely maidens. I hope you comprehend the gravity of your situation." A wave of terrifying pressure emanated from Li Changge, causing the surrounding dust to tremble violently and distorting the very fabric of the space around them. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tangan felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation wash over them, leaving them breathless and pale. Before Li Changge, they possessed no capacity for resistance. After a brief display of intimidation, he retracted his oppressive aura, allowing the four to breathe easier, their discomfort and suppression dissipating. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, the rule is simple. If your strength is formidable enough, you can act as you please. It is reminiscent of Earth, where possessing wealth often resolved over 90% of one's endeavors. If you fancied a young lady, you could simply throw money at the problem. Offering 20 or 30,000 a month, it was hard to believe one couldn't find a companion. Similarly, in the Douluo Continent, possessing sufficient strength ensures an abundance of beautiful women at your side. Yet here I am, my legs broken, rendered immobile. Woo. Shall we lament it? Her eyes glistening with tears, her voice tinged with sorrow, presenting a pitiful sight. Li Changge stepped forward, gently caressing the soft contours of Xiaowu's cheek, wiping away her pearl-like tears. "As long as you obediently comply, I shall ensure your healing, leaving no trace of illness behind." Li Changge's voice softened. Soon after, he unleashed the 10-heart sea pear blossom martial soul. The cave was enveloped in a sacred radiance. 8 black soul rings rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his towering figure, moving in a gentle rhythm. As Li Changge manifested the 10-heart sea pear blossom martial soul, the malevolence that once surrounded him dissipated, imparting a sense of gentleness and approachability. Even though Xiao Wu's legs had been broken by him, she could not shake the illusion that the man before her was remarkably amiable and trustworthy, someone she would readily consider a friend. Moreover, the large hand he placed upon her face was exceedingly tender. Upon closer observation, Xiao Wu noted that Li Changge's appearance was indeed striking. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, coupled with his sharply defined and symmetrical features, presented a visage of ethereal beauty. His fair skin bore no blemish, and his slender lips appeared pristine, evoking an irresistible desire for a taste of his fragrant presence. The hand he rested on her face seemed both fair and strong, with pronounced knuckles that lended a sculpted quality. The Xiaowu was not particularly enamored with hands or looks. She could not help but feel a flutter in her heart upon beholding Li Changge's countenance and hands, finding him exceedingly handsome. Little rabbit, as long as you obediently stay by my side and serve me well, I shall not treat you poorly. I possess numerous opportunities, secrets, and a wealth of martial techniques and abilities that I can impart to you, aiding your swift development. In time, you shall no longer fear other soul masters. Now, let me assist you in healing your legs. As Li Changge spoke, a pair of large hands gently rested upon Xiao Wu's slender jade-like legs, massaging them softly. Simultaneously, 8 black soul rings on Li Changge's body began to pulsate vigorously. From the 10-heart begonia flower, a gentle glow of rosy light emanated, cascading onto Xiao Wu's legs, initiating a healing process. Xiao Wu felt her legs enveloped by a wondrous energy, rapidly restoring them. The sensation was immensely pleasurable, and a look of rapture blossomed on her delicate crimson face. The healing powers of the 10-heart begonia, combined with Li Changge's expertly measured massage, brought her immense satisfaction. Gradually, the hostility she harbored towards Li Changge began to dissolve bit by bit. Slowly, Xiao Wu found herself developing a sense of fondness for him. This senior, in truth, possesses a surprisingly gentle demeanor, she mused inwardly, as a charming blush adorned her cheeks. As Li Changge tended to Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but notice her elongated, delicate legs, which felt remarkably springy, soft, and pleasantly warm to the touch. Li Changge pondered, truly worthy of being a rabbit, with a pair of long legs that seemed to outlive one's own life. Beside him, Tangan wore an exceedingly grim expression. After all, he had spent a full 6 years with Xiao Wu. Yet, unlike Li Changge, he had never once touched her exquisite legs. Tangan was seething with frustration. Meanwhile, Li Changge seized a moment to cast a sidelong glance at Tangan. Witnessing the latter's flustered demeanor only heightened Li Changge's exhilaration. Engaging in intimate interactions with Xiao Wu right before Tangan, he felt an inexplicable thrill. How intoxicating. Before long, Li Changge adeptly healed Xiao Wu's legs. The previously misaligned bones returned to their rightful positions, and the twisted flesh was restored to normalcy, with the stagnant purplish blood finally flowing freely. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Wu's elegantly long legs bore no blemishes, showing no signs of having been injured at all. Chapter 27. Xiao Wu's grateful recovery. As Xiao Wu gazed upon her restored legs, tears of joy brimmed in her beautiful eyes. Every girl cherishes beauty, and when her legs had been rendered useless, despair had enveloped her heart. Without those lovely legs, her allure would have plummeted by over 50%. With her legs now healed, Xiao Wu gradually began to regain her confidence. Li Changge gently massaged Xiao Wu's legs, taking advantage of the moment, and softly said, "Xiao Wu, try to stand up and see how your legs are recovering." Xiao Wu nodded slightly, becoming obedient. Simultaneously, her charming face flushed with embarrassment. It was the first time she had been so closely touched by a boy, and for such an extended duration. However, the thought that it was Li Changge who had injured her legs made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Li Changge was treating her kindly, displaying a gentle demeanor as he helped her heal. Xiao Wu was no fool. Instead of showing resistance, she harmonized with Li Changge, gradually rising to her feet with his assistance. Seeing Xiao Wu so docile and cooperative, Li Changge felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Some girls can be disobedient and overly mischievous. A little discipline often brings about a remarkable change in their behavior. After standing, Xiao Wu tentatively took a few steps, discovering her movements were steady and devoid of discomfort. This realization emboldened her, prompting her to walk several more steps. Ultimately, Xiao Wu no longer required Li Changge's support and was able to walk independently. Yet, that was not enough. She even began to skip, showcasing her rabbit-like nature to the fullest. Seeing that her legs were perfectly fine and seemingly more agile than before, Xiao Wu was instantly moved to tears, murmuring to herself, "My legs are back to normal. How wonderful. I can walk again." Oh, a girl yearns so deeply for the blessing of healthy legs. Li Changge approached, his long and powerful hands gently wiping away the glistening tears from Xiao Wu's face. "My healing abilities are remarkably potent. No matter the affliction, I can aid you in recovery, leaving no trace of illness behind." Li Changge began by extolling the remarkable prowess of his healing abilities. After all, the more formidable these enchanting maidens envisioned themselves to be, the more potent they perceive their own strengths. In the minutiae of daily life, Li Changge endeavored to maintain an air of mystery, crafting an image of extraordinary capability. Consequently, the three captivating ladies, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, absorbed this information, leading them to develop an intense fascination and wild imaginings about Li Changge. From that point onward, Li Changge need not engage in any endeavor to grow immensely powerful. Although he currently possesses a soul power level of 97 and wields two formidable martial spirits, he refrains from proclaiming himself the strongest individual across the continent. In the face of the esteemed elder Qian Douluo from the Spirit Hall, the revered Poseidon from Sea God Island, and even the formidable Tang Chun from the City of Slaughter, he remains humble. Li Changge was not entirely confident in his ability to vanquish them. However, he possessed unwavering assurance in his capacity to engage them in a desperate struggle, and subsequently make a swift escape to restore himself to his zenith. With a cultivation level of 97, Li Changge found himself unsatisfied and felt the need to further cultivate his image, allowing the goddesses to indulge in their imaginations and enabling himself to grow stronger. He then continued, Xiaowu, do not weep. Tears do not enhance your beauty. Li Changge gently caressed Xiao Wu's face, wiping away her tears with a tender touch. Yet, her sobs intensified. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with glistening tears as she pitifully inquired, why are you so kind to me, yet still choose to break my legs? Xiaowu found herself bewildered, unable to discern whether Li Changge was a villain or a hero. If he were a villain, he had healed her legs. If he were a hero, he had cruelly shattered them. This situation resembled a strategy often employed by those in power to manipulate their subordinates, known as the duality of reward and punishment, leaving one in a state of confusion. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing observed from the sidelines, equally perplexed by the spectacle. Li Changge had publicly fractured Xiao Wu's legs, only to restore them afterward, all the while offering her patient and gentle comfort. The entire affair was truly strange and utterly absurd. Li Changge gently embraced Xiao Wu, offering her solace. He then cupped her face, gazing into her beautiful eyes, and spoke earnestly. Xiao Wu, I am a person who acts according to my own desires. I pursue whatever I wish to pursue. Should anyone attempt to obstruct me, they shall inevitably experience my wrath. Just moments ago, within the halls of Shrek Academy, your refusal to heed my words and your defiance compelled me to break your legs. However, I possess formidable healing abilities, and I can restore your legs to their former state. I am now presenting you with an opportunity. If you listen to me and obey my commands, I will not only spare you harm, but also bestow upon you numerous advantages. Yet, if you persist in opposing me or feign compliance while secretly plotting against me, I regret to inform you that I shall break your legs anew and may even render your hands useless, casting you once more into the abyss. If you treat me with sincerity, I shall reciprocate. If you approach me with malice, I shall respond in kind. That is the essence of who I am. Li Changge wasted no words and directly addressed the matter at hand, eschewing any convoluted exchanges with Xiao Wu. Possessing absolute strength, he pursued his desires without restraint, unbothered by the opinions or feelings of others. Otherwise, wouldn't it render his formidable abilities utterly futile? After listening to Li Changge's words, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing trembled slightly, coming to a profound understanding of the kind of person Li Changge was. He was an individual unbound by fixed rules or moral standards, living freely and prioritizing his own feelings over those of others. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes as she grasped the implications of Li Changge's words, realizing that defying him would lead to her own suffering. What do you want me to do? Xiao Wu asked timidly. I want you to earnestly massage my legs and serve me with devotion, Li Changge replied, gently tilting her chin and speaking with tenderness. But I don't know how. Xiao Wu admitted, I have never served anyone before. It's all right. You can learn at your own pace, Li Changge reassured her. I can teach you where you lack understanding. All right, I will give it a try, Xiao Wu conceded, recalling the helplessness she felt when her legs were once crippled. She was determined not to let that happen again. Moreover, she felt deeply disappointed that Tang San had deceived her for over 6 years, masquerading as a child while engaging in friendship and emotional discussions. She found herself preferring to be with Li Changge instead. Will you kill me? Xiao Wu suddenly inquired. Chapter 28. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also chose to comply, pitying Tang San. The thought that troubled Xiao Wu the most was the possibility of Li Changge killing her to seize her soul rings and bones. After all, she was a 100,000-year spirit beast. Meanwhile, Li Changge's second martial soul possessed only 8 soul rings, lacking precisely 100,000-year soul ring. Killing her would conveniently grant him the coveted 900,000-year soul ring. Li Changge gently tugged at Xiaowu's cheek and said softly, "Xiaowu, what are you pondering?" Across the vast Douluo continent, there exists an abundance of formidable soul beasts that have thrived for over 100,000 years. If you demonstrate your potential, I assure you that I will not bring you harm. Rather, I will impart techniques to accelerate your cultivation. You ventured out from the Stardow Forest in pursuit of strength, did you not? By joining Nodding Academy and even attending Shrek Academy. Do you truly believe you will glean any wisdom from lingering beside that deceitful fool? By aligning yourself with me, you could circumvent decades of arduous detours. Li Changge's voice was imbued with an irresistible allure, exuding a profound confidence. Xiaowu found his words quite persuasive, and she instinctively nodded her head, sweetly responding. Then you must treat Xiaowu kindly, and in return, I shall naturally reciprocate. With a soft laugh, she added, that is only natural. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile, remarking, I adore your obedient demeanor. As he spoke, he gently caressed Xiaowu's soft head. Despite being a soul beast transformed after countless years, it must be acknowledged that her beauty was remarkable. Her modest bosom was well developed, and her delicate legs were long and flawless. Under his guidance, she had become increasingly compliant, which greatly pleased Li Changge. Meanwhile, Tang San, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of utter dismay, akin to one who had tasted something revolting. He could hardly fathom that his Xiao Wu was, right before his eyes, becoming affectionate with another man. Their embrace and playful gestures were so intimate that it drove Tang San to the brink of fury. Li Changge cast a fleeting glance at Tang San, observing the mixture of anger and helplessness etched upon his face, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Tang San, if there is blame to be assigned, it lies in your hypocritical double standards. All who refuse to fawn over you shall endure a wretched fate. Furthermore, among my friends on earth, there exists no aversion towards you. To fulfill his dying wish, I must impart a stern lesson upon you. In the depths of his heart, Li Changge mused upon Tang San, exhibiting a profound indifference. This Tang San epitomized a meticulous form of egotism. There exists an ancient adage on earth, when one ascends to greatness, even the chickens and dogs benefit. In instances where a person attains divine status, their household pets may also enjoy a life of luxury. Conversely, Tang San, despite his own ascension and a few from Shrek Academy, left those who once followed him to endure the most primitive of existences. Notably, after the demise of Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo in the JYG battle, Tang San, even upon achieving godhood, never contemplated reviving them. Ning Rongrong had expended considerable effort and energy to resurrect Tang San. His mentor, Yu Xiaojang, devoted his entire life to nurturing him, yet never managed to attain even the rank of Title Douluo. Thus, what value does Tang San's strength hold? It is far more pragmatic for oneself to grow stronger. Should Li Changge enhance his own power, he would prevent the eruption of conflict between the two great empires of Douluo Continent and the Spirit Hall, sparing countless lives from suffering. Moreover, Li Changge would not obliterate the City of Slaughter. Instead, he would dispatch formidable spirit masters to guard it and establish a significant underground realm, allowing the most nefarious soul masters to engage in self-inflicted strife within its confines. Furthermore, he would not compel Qian Renxue, Hulaina, and others to offer their true sentiments only to be met with sorrow. It is akin to the dilemma of railway tracks. Tang San and Haotian sect occupy one track, while the lives of all beings on Douluo Continent lie upon another. When a train approaches, one side must face destruction. Would you steer towards the first track or the second? All are living souls. Yet, Li Changge would unhesitatingly choose the first track, colliding with Tang San and the Haotian sect to save the entirety of Douluo Continent. At present, Xiaowu appeared particularly obedient. Li Changge instructed, Xiaowu, stand aside and wait for me. He then turned his gaze towards Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong, and in a calm voice, requested, Zhu Shuqing, Ning Rongrong, come here and massage my shoulders. They are sore. Do you understand? Having witnessed Li Changge's formidable prowess, Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong dared not disobey. Well aware that defiance was futile, for Li Changge was adept at dealing with obstinacy. Very well, they acquiesced without resistance. You two go wait at the cave entrance. I must first teach this brat a lesson to prevent his escape, Li Changge commanded. Upon hearing this, the trio of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing understood that Tang San was about to face dire consequences. Due to Tang San's deceit towards Xiao Wu, she no longer wished to acknowledge him, indifferent to his fate. As for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing, they had no prior connection to Tang San. Having only just arrived for their enrollment and not yet participated in any assessments, they were mere acquaintances, far from friends. Thus, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing were even less inclined to concern themselves with Tang San's well-being. Indeed, obediently, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing gathered at the cave entrance. Here, a beam of sunlight cascaded upon them, illuminating their fair skin and enhancing their beauty. They were not merely sights to behold from afar, but also objects of playful admiration. Li Changge intended to deal with Tang San before seeking the company of 3 enchanting beauties, delighting in the warmth of the sun. Although Tang San's hands were rendered useless, his feet still retained the ability to move. Li Changge contemplated first rendering his feet unusable, thereby incapacitating Tang San, allowing him to languish for a few days in order to instill obedience. Subsequently, he intended for Tang San to hastily cultivate his skills to reach level 30. Once Tang San attained this level, Li Changge would accompany him to procure a blue-silver grass soul ring with a cultivation limit of 1 year, facilitating its integration. With the fusion of the 1-year cultivation blue-silver grass complete, Li Changge would then return him to the Shrek Academy. However, whether this academy would accept such an anomaly was of no concern to Li Changge. After addressing matters concerning Tang San, he would move on. Li Changge intends to lead Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao Wu to the ice and fire duality site in the Sunset Forest outside of Tendo City. At that moment, he plans to beguile and deceive them into believing he possesses formidable agricultural skills, capable of cultivating numerous beneficial celestial herbs. Subsequently, he will present the exquisite Chilua tulip from the ice and fire duality eye for Ning Rongrong to consume, aiding her in acquiring the 9-treasure glazed tile. Grateful for the benefits, Ning Rongrong will undoubtedly indulge in wild fantasies about Li Changge's extraordinary cultivation abilities, envisioning him as a master of celestial herb cultivation. Consequently, Li Changge will gain yet another skill, allowing him to freely plant and consume celestial herbs at will. Chapter 29. Can Tang San afford to be a disciple? These celestial herbs are indeed valuable treasures. The original protagonists of Shrek Academy achieved victory over the golden generation of the Spirit Hall in the Continental Spirit Master competition largely due to their consumption of the celestial herbs found within the ice and fire duality eye. Their ascension to divinity was also significantly attributed to the celestial herbs they ingested. In this incarnation, Li Changge not only aims to seize Tang San's opportunity with the ice and fire duality eye, but he also plans to take Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shiqing to the vicinity of the ice and fire duality eye and enchant them, thereby endowing himself with the ability to mass-produce celestial herbs. This is the preliminary plan that Li Changge has conceived. It is the extent of his current thoughts. Perhaps, as time progresses, he will devise more refined strategies. Yet, this current plan represents a significant direction that Li Changge will not alter, with the possibility of further detailing and enhancing this overarching scheme. I shall endeavor to enchant them, while the rest will be left to Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao Wu to imagine. Li Changge contemplated inwardly, a glimmer of light flashing in his profound eyes. Subsequently, he recalled that within the city of Tiendo, there resided 4 enchanting beauties, Qian Renxue, Tang Yuehua, Duguyan, and Lu Erlong. Though your cultivation may be modest, I could easily abduct you all and then deceive you into fervently imagining that I possess a myriad of formidable abilities and extraordinary powers. Li Changge pondered that only Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao Wu were insufficient. He required the company of more enchanting beauties. After all, the thoughts of a single individual are inherently limited. Presently, Li Changge's cultivation stood at a mere level 97, not invincible by any means. The journey from level 97 to 99, and even the breakthrough into the divine realm, is of utmost significance and represents one of the most arduous steps. Only by gathering an increasing number of alluring women and skillfully persuading them to engage in brainstorming could Li Changge secure his position. Thus, advancing into the divine realm would become a seamless endeavor. Furthermore, who would not find joy in the company of beautiful companions? The entire continent is brimming with exquisite women awaiting his attention, such as Guyu Na and Posey. In Li Changge's heart, he had yet to accommodate any woman. He was not particularly enamored with anyone. However, he understood a crucial truth. A heart devoid of a woman may wield a sword with divine precision. Yet it does not imply one should remain without women in their presence. Coupled with the uniqueness of his abilities, he aimed to gather as many high-caliber beauties as possible. Should these enchanting women prove disobedient, he would resort to force. And if they remained defiant after such measures, plotting against him, then they would meet their demise. Li Changge silently resolved in his heart, a flicker of brilliance flashing through his profound gaze. Subsequently, He concealed the tumult within his eyes and fixed his sharp gaze upon Tang San. Tang San's azure eyes quivered, unable to meet Li Changge's intense stare. Ah, Tang San. It is unexpected that your soul and body are not one. Li Changge remarked. You are quite the cunning lad. Although I have rendered your hands useless, that alone is insufficient. For now, I shall temporarily deprive you of the ability to walk on your legs. Upon hearing this, Tang San's blue eyes suddenly constricted, instinctively retreating slightly. Why do you target me so? He questioned, his gaze heavy. Is it because my potential for growth poses a threat to you? A faint chuckle escaped his lips. Do not harm me. If you restore my hands, I am willing to cooperate with you, imparting some of the secret techniques of my Tang sect to assist you in elevating your cultivation. Tang San surmised that Li Changge's relentless pursuit of him might be due to his interest in his Xian skill, ghost shadow misty steps, and various concealed weapon techniques. Thus, Tang San intended to leverage these skills as bargaining chips to engage in an equitable dialogue and transaction with Li Changge. Upon hearing these words, Li Changge erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Those paltry techniques of yours, keep them for yourself. Xian Gong, Xian Yu Hand, the myriad concealed weapons, controlling cranes and capturing dragons, the ghostly shadow steps? They are mere rubbish, unworthy of my attention. What I possess, you could spend your entire life attempting to fathom, yet remain utterly confounded. Just the mere act of basking in the sun to enhance my prowess surpasses your Xian Gong by leaps and bounds. I merely find you distasteful. An aging man pretending to be youthful, ha." Tang San's countenance darkened, for he had not anticipated that this Li Changge would dismiss the esteemed techniques of the Tang sect. The techniques of the Tang sect are indeed highly precious. If you cultivate my Xian Gong, you would awaken your martial soul talent at the age of 6. Guaranteed to possess innate full soul power. Tang San gritted his teeth and declared. This was merely his conjecture. He believed his initial innate full soul power of level 10 was linked to the Xian Gong. Now that Li Changge sought to confront him, Tang San grew anxious, disregarding the accuracy of his words as he began to weave his tale. The 3 enchanting maidens at the cave entrance froze momentarily upon hearing this, intrigued by the discourse. Xian Gong? It can grant one innate full soul power? Ning Ronron's interest peaked as she listened intently. This Tang San harbors a secret. Is that why this elder has abducted him? A glimmer of light sparkled in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She felt compelled to uncover this mystery. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was deeply saddened. Lamenting, Tang San has never shared these secrets with me. He truly harbors significant issues. My 6 years of youth have been squandered. One cannot deny that Tang San possessed a remarkable talent for persuasion. Had he been confronting someone other than Li Changge, perhaps a formidable opponent like the poisoned Douluo, he might have already ensnared them in his web of deception. Rubbish, unworthy of my regard. Had I begun cultivating my sunbathing technique at the age of 1, not only would I have attained innate full soul power by 6, but I would also have a chance to awaken a dual martial soul, and a positively mutated one at that. Do you truly believe I hold you in esteem? Li Changge erupted into hearty laughter, embellishing his tales with extravagant boasts of his own prowess. It was simply in his nature to magnify his abilities, captivating the enchanting ladies around him and encouraging them to envision him as an extraordinary force. These lovely maidens believed that Li Changge possessed the prowess of level 99, thus, he embodied that very power. They thought that basking in the sun rendered him stronger, and so he indeed basked in the sun to gain strength. When they regarded him as magnificent, he stood unwaveringly tall. At this moment, Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that this esteemed predecessor wielded such formidable techniques. Tang San felt a stirring desire to acquire Li Changge's sunbathing prowess. Senior, please do not move. I possess a twin martial soul and wish to become your disciple, your favorite student. Once a disciple, forever a son. I shall honor and respect you diligently. Together, we shall make our mark across the entire Douluo Continent. Tang San, filled with urgency, sought to become Li Changge's student. Haha, Li Changge laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Chapter 30. Tang San hung from the tree as Li Changge began to revel in joy and performance. Li Changge could hardly believe that Tang San actually wished to take her as his master. It is well known on Earth that there exists an ancient adage, in the endless fire domain, there is Yao Lao, yet in the divine realm, one cannot find you Xiao Jang. Li Changge had no intention of accepting this ingrate as a disciple. Haven't you already pledged yourself to you Xiao Jang? Why then? Do you seek to be my student? Li Changge remarked with a teasing expression. Beside him, Xiao Wu was equally aware of Tang San's allegiance to Yu Xiao Jang. Upon hearing that he wished to apprentice himself to Li Changge, she couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance, internally reflecting. Truly a master of disguise. once proclaiming that he would regard Yu Xiaojang as a mentor for life, and now he desires to learn from this esteemed elder. Thankfully, the elder has helped me discern Tang San's vile nature. Moreover, his father is a formidable Title Douluo. This family excels at scheming and concealing their true selves. It is fortunate that I recognized this early, otherwise, I might have found myself in dire straits. Xiao Wu's aversion towards Tang San intensified, her fondness for him plummeting sharply. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were both taken aback, utterly astonished to discover that Tang San possessed dual martial souls. Such a talent was rather extraordinary. In the Douluo Continent, soul masters with dual martial souls were exceedingly rare, each being recorded in the annals of soul master theory. Tang San's expression darkened as he proclaimed, "A teacher is akin to a beacon, illuminating my path forward. The more teachers I have, the broader the road ahead will be illuminated. Thus the more teachers, the better. Should I be honored to call you my master, it would be the greatest fortune of my life. I, Tang San, am not ungrateful, esteemed elder, in the future. I shall ensure your comfort in old age." As he spoke, Tang San knelt, portraying a sincere and earnest demeanor. "Excellent, splendid," Li Changge responded. Hearing this, Tang San believed that Li Changge was indeed inclined to accept him as a disciple, his heart swelling with joy. Yet, in the next instant, Li Changge's words sent Tang San's elation plummeting to the depths of despair. "For that very statement of yours, I must today revoke your ability to walk." As Li Changge spoke, he swiftly advanced and seized Tang San's left leg, twisting it violently, as though contorting a piece of dough, rendering the limb utterly incapacitated. Following that, he turned his attention to the right leg, which met a similar fate. "Ah, my leg is ruined." Tang San's expression twisted in agony as he let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground in despair. "How noisy!" Li Changge exclaimed, picking up Tang San's shoe and forcefully stuffing it into his mouth to silence him. Tang San bit down on his own shoe, the veins on his forehead bulging. A vivid testament to his immense suffering, Li Changge found himself to be somewhat bothersome. Thus, he exited the cave, akin to discarding refuse, and approached a nearby grand tree, where he unceremoniously cast Tang San aside. Tang San resembled a bundle of cotton, suspended from the trunk, his limbs dangling helplessly, his visage contorted in agony, utterly immobilized. This location was not far from the cave. Li Changge, endowed with formidable spiritual prowess, possesses the ability to perceive every movement of Tang San at any moment. He harbors no fear of his escape, nor of any potential rescue, and is undeterred by the threat of wild beasts consuming him. Subsequently, Li Changge returned to the cave. At the entrance, 3 enchanting figures greeted him with a hint of trepidation. Li Changge's demeanor had been excessively ruthless, instilling a sense of fear in Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu. Yet, as soul masters residing in the Douluo Continent, who among them is untainted by bloodshed, be it human or beast? In the original narrative, during the later stages when Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing allied with Tang San to confront the Spirit Hall, they were no strangers to taking lives. Li Changge does not perceive himself as cruel. Upon arriving before the 3 enchanting women, his gaze softened. Come, bask in the sunlight with me," Li Changge proclaimed with a radiant smile. "If you perform well, I shall teach you the art of harnessing sunlight to enhance your strength." As he spoke, a languid expression adorned his face as he approached the trio of beauties. With a swift motion of his left hand, he embraced Zhu Qing, drawing her into his arms. "Ah!" Zhu Qing reacted like a startled kitten. Next, his right hand reached out, pulling Xiao Wu into his embrace. "Ah!" Xiao Wu responded like a frightened little rabbit. The 2 beauties, enveloped by Li Changge's warm embrace, felt their bodies weaken and their cheeks flush with embarrassment. Ning Rongrong, taken aback, could hardly believe Li Changge's audacity in embracing both Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu so boldly. Simultaneously, she felt a mixture of shyness and indignation, thinking to herself, "Why was I left out? I am quite beautiful as well." In her moment of introspection, she glanced down at her own figure, noting, "Well, I have developed quite nicely." Just as Ning Rongrong was lost in her thoughts, a sudden exclamation escaped her lips. "Ah!" Li Changge extended a large hand, drawing the flustered Ning Rongrong into his embrace. Startled, Ning Rongrong felt herself nestled against an exceptionally broad chest, causing her cheeks to bloom with a rosy hue. Observing the astonished expressions of the 3, Li Changge revealed a gentle smile. His face radiated affection as he tenderly ruffled their hair, assuring them, "Do not worry, I shall not harm you. I will treat you well. Moreover, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, each of you possesses remarkable talent. With my assistance, you can become acquainted and forge lasting friendships." Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xiqing, and Xiao Wu offered no resistance to Li Changge, their faces flushed as they remained by his side. In the face of overwhelming strength, any act of defiance would result in dire consequences for their limbs. Having witnessed Xiao Wu's unfortunate plight, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xiqing were unwilling to risk their lovely legs being twisted into pretzels. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, having endured immense suffering, was determined not to tread the same path again. Li Changge possessed a towering physique, with long, broad arms effortlessly embracing three enchanting beauties. In contrast, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xiqing, and Xiao Wu were petite, their figures perfectly balanced between voluptuousness and delicate slenderness. Enveloped by them, Li Changge found immense pleasure and joy. Although he was acutely aware that Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xiqing, and Xiao Wu harbored no romantic feelings for him, their indifference mattered little to him. He valued his happiness above all. Furthermore, once circumstances unfolded, there was a possibility that they might gradually develop affections for him. In the grand tapestry of life, pursuing freedom and happiness was paramount. Subsequently, Li Changge requested them to massage his shoulders and loosen his legs, all the while basking in the warm sunlight with a visage of contentment. During this time, he skillfully regulated the flow and fluctuation of his soul power, initially constraining it to a subtle degree, gradually escalating it to a moderate level, and ultimately intensifying it to a significant magnitude. A tempest began to swirl around him, as if coalescing into a tornado. Concurrently, the aura emanating from Li Changge transformed from feeble to formidable. Li Changge commenced his performance. He aimed to portray the gradual enhancement of his strength through basking in the sun, captivating Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Xiqing, and encouraging them to unleash their imaginations. Chapter 31. The Three Beauties in Harmony. Zhu Xiqing, who was massaging Li Changge's shoulders, suddenly felt a startling shift in his aura. She couldn't help but ponder. What is happening? The presence emanating from this senior is steadily rising. The fluctuations of soul power, which initially resembled a gentle stream, were now transforming into a mighty river. How intriguing. Could it be that he truly possesses some extraordinary technique that allows him to grow stronger simply by soaking in sunlight? With this thought, Zhu Xiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she instinctively devoted herself more earnestly to the task of massaging Li Changge's shoulders. Simultaneously, her cheeks flushed crimson. It was, after all, her first time giving a boy a shoulder massage. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to comply with Li Changge's insistence, her face aglow as she silently continued her task. Indeed, Zhu Xiqing's skills were commendable and worthy of praise. Li Changge revealed a look of satisfaction, offering compliments and extending his large hand to assist Zhu Xiqing in tidying her hair and sideburns. This gesture deepened the blush on Zhu Xiqing's cheeks. Meanwhile, she pondered to herself, I have received praise. Will this senior impart to me the technique of harnessing the sun's rays to enhance my strength? Zhu Xiqing felt a flicker of anticipation within her. Beside them, Ning Rongrong gently massaged Li Changge's shoulders, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her beautiful eyes as she tentatively inquired, Senior, are you in the midst of cultivation? Indeed, I am cultivating. Have you not noticed the fluctuations of soul power radiating from me? Li Changge replied with a cheerful demeanor, exuding warmth and enjoyment. Yet, you are not seated on the ground in meditation. It appears more like a playful endeavor. That is because my technique requires nothing more than basking in the sunlight to stimulate the flow of my meridians and engage in cultivation, thereby rapidly enhancing my abilities. Li Changge spoke with such audacity, his demeanor suggesting that there was indeed truth to his words. Ning Rongrong, completely taken in, nodded in agreement and remarked, Oh, I see. This method of cultivation is truly remarkable. Indeed, Li Changge replied with a subtle smile. As he smiled, he reached out and playfully pinched Ning Rongrong's innocent cheek. Instantly, her beautiful face flushed even deeper, as if it were about to bleed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu remained silent throughout, intently gripping her own leg. Seeing this, Li Changge also reached out and gently stroked her head, saying, Xiao Wu, you're so well-behaved. That's more like it. Xiao Wu nodded slightly, her cheeks flushed with shyness. The three beauties all blushed as they massaged Li Changge's legs and shoulders, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguous tension. Li Changge relished the experience thoroughly. This was his first time savoring the benefits brought by his formidable cultivation, and he found himself somewhat entranced. In a civilized society, wealth and power grant one the world. In the Douluo Continent, sheer strength allows one to possess everything. I hold a fondness for the Douluo Continent. Li Changge mused to himself, filled with a sense of wonder. Thus, as he basked in the sun, he enjoyed the moment while charming the three enchanting ladies. These three beauties had begun to gradually believe that Li Changge's sunbathing could indeed enhance his strength. Based on his speculation, he surmised that in a few days, he might genuinely master this peculiar technique of gaining power through sunlight. Time continued its inexorable march. As evening approached, Li Changge went hunting and captured several wild beasts, which he is now roasting in this cave. Within Ning Rongrong's storage soul guide ring, there are some seasonings that are perfectly suited for the occasion. The four of them engage in light conversation while grilling, and the atmosphere is quite pleasant. They have only just paid their registration fees today and have yet to pass the entrance examination, so they are still not very familiar with one another. Li Changge invited them to introduce themselves, allowing them to become acquainted with one another. With Li Changge's assistance, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Cheng, and Xiaowu began to familiarize themselves with each other, learning each other's names, martial spirits, ranks, backgrounds, and so forth. By the time they finished their meal, Li Changge suddenly remembered the burden that was Tang's san. Thus, he took some food and went to visit him. Tang's san still hung weakly from the treetop, his breath feeble as if he were on the brink of death. Upon seeing Li Changge approach, Tang's san weakly uttered, "I, Tang's san, am willing to heed your commands. Please, no more torment." Just imagine, his hands and legs rendered useless, left suspended in a tree for the better part of the day. Moreover, with Li Changge's formidable strength, resistance was utterly futile. There was no glimmer of hope. Even the most tenacious spirit, no matter how robust, would eventually crumble. "First, you should eat your dinner," Li Changge replied calmly. As he spoke, he moved Tang's san to a nearby ancient tree, large enough to accommodate him. He tossed some leftover, less appetizing roasted meat beside Tang's san and continued, "I am testing your willpower. If you perform well and manage to survive for 3 days, I shall heal you. If I am in a good mood, I may even consider taking you to hunt for a suitable soul ring. As long as you exhibit commendable behavior, I assure you, I will not treat you poorly." Li Changge gazed at Tang's san with an air of indifference. Tang's san, enticed by the aroma of the food nearby, felt a surge of hunger awaken his taste buds. He nodded fervently, speaking with sincerity and humility. "Thank you, Senior. I will certainly do my utmost. Good luck." Li Changge replied curtly. Subsequently, he turned and retreated into the cave, leaving Tang's san alone atop the great tree to endure the solitude of the night. After Li Changge's departure, a sharp glint of murderous intent flickered in Tang's san's azure eyes. "Do not allow me to live. Once I have crafted the Buddha's wrath Tang Lien and the tears of Guanyin, I shall surely slay you." Tang's san seethed with rage. He then cast a glance at the food beside him, swallowing hard. He had been famished for the better part of the day, his stomach nearly hollow. To survive, he reluctantly resorted to consuming the food that lay discarded, now tainted with dust and grime. "One day, I will take your life in retribution for the humiliation I endure today." A fierce glint pervaded Tang's san's gaze. Subsequently, he opened his mouth wide and expelled a sharp blade from beneath his tongue. This was a specialized hidden weapon he had prepared to defend against any wild beasts or venomous creatures that might threaten him, launched primarily from his mouth. After releasing the blade, Tang's san wriggled like an insect, beginning to devour the nearby food. He had no desire to perish. He intended to survive and seek vengeance. Meanwhile, as Li Changge made his way back to the cave, he pondered, Tang's san's cultivation speed is remarkably swift. Based on the original timeline, he is likely to break through to level 30 within half a month. He must hasten to that level. And then I shall procure a year's worth of blue-silver grass soul rings for him, before casting him before the likes of Shrek Academy and Yu Xiaojang. This Tang's san, no doubt, is gnawing on that unpalatable roasted meat, cursing me for having found a way to doom him, right? Huh. Your future days will only grow more wretched. Chapter 32. A promise made. Teaching Tang's san a lesson was Li Changge's way of fulfilling the dying wish of his dear brother. Otherwise, given Li Changge's nature, he would have simply incapacitated Tang's san, not wishing to squander time on him. Alas, the last wish of his beloved brother Zhang Datong, who perished in a car accident, was just this. Li Changge found himself compelled to acquiesce. He pondered whether he would ever possess the ability to resurrect someone in the future, if such a possibility existed. He yearned to bring back his childhood friend, allowing him to find a wife in this Douluo Continent and carry on his lineage. Nevertheless, he surmised that this endeavor would likely prove exceedingly challenging. In Li Changge's heart, he mused that when one is impoverished, one can only cultivate oneself. Yet, when one attains greatness, one can benefit the world. Should there come a day when Li Changge possesses extraordinary abilities, he would effortlessly resurrect his dear childhood friend, Zhang Datong. However, if such a feat remains unattainable, he does not impose such expectations upon himself. Returning to the cave, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu successively retrieved various items from their storage soul guides, such as mats, bedding, blankets, chairs, soul-guided lamps, and insect repellent powder. These three enchanting ladies diligently transformed the cave into a beautifully adorned and cozy haven. After all, this space would serve as their temporary refuge for rest. Should they neglect its arrangement, they would be left to sleep on the cold, unclean floor that night. Li Changge was exceedingly pleased. Once everything in this hidden cave was meticulously organized, Li Changge, accompanied by three enchanting maidens, reveled in the splendor of the moon and stars, engaging in delightful conversation. During this leisurely interlude, Li Changge took the initiative to speak. Rongrong, do you wish for the 7 treasures glazed tower to evolve into the 9 treasures glazed tower? Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's heart fluttered with joy. She nodded eagerly, embodying a demure demeanor as she replied, Senior, I do. The transformation of the 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower was not merely Ning Rongrong's aspiration, but the collective desire of all soul masters within the 7 treasures sect. Then remain by my side and exhibit your utmost diligence. Within a year, I shall facilitate the evolution of your 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower. Li Changge smiled gently as he spoke. A year? Is that not too protracted? Ning Rongrong inquired. It shall not be excessive, she continued. But senior, what method do you intend to employ to advance my 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower? My father and grandfather traversed the world, employing countless techniques. Yet they could not achieve this feat. Ning Rongrong sought to glean further insights into this matter, wary of being misled by Li Changge's grandiose promises that might deceive her emotions and expectations. Hiki, Li Changge chuckled, that is a secret I cannot unveil at present. However, I assure you, within a year, your 7 treasures glazed tower will undoubtedly transform into the 9 treasures glazed tower. Do not dwell overly on this. When the time is right, it shall naturally come to you. Li Changge exuded an air of unwavering confidence, possessing an enchanting charm that instilled a sense of assured capability in others. Well, Ning Rongrong nodded, acknowledging, I understand. I shall wait. Yet, a hint of turmoil flickered within her as she continued, Senior, you have brought us here, embracing us in an ambiguous manner. Are you seeking to possess us? Upon uttering these words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She yearned to discern whether Li Changge harbored intentions of claiming her body. At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt utterly powerless to resist. Awaiting the arrival of her father and grandfather for salvation, she realized that by then, the die would have been cast. Gazing at Ning Rongrong's innocent visage, Li Changge extended his hand, gently caressing her. She attempted to withdraw, but it was in vain. All she could do was blush and nibble on her delicate teeth, resigned to her fate. Rongrong, you truly have a sense of humor. Do I seek to possess you? Should I then covet Tangsan, Flinder, or Ma Hongjun? Li Changge chuckled, adding, moreover, I need not take the initiative. In time, you may even find yourselves yearning for my possession. Ning Rongrong was both amused and bashful by his words, astonished to find herself so close to a man. Unsure of what to say, she averted her gaze. Meanwhile, Li Changge's attention shifted to Zhu Qing, whose physique was striking, with curves that were exquisite. Drawing her into his embrace, he proclaimed, in a few days, I shall teach you the art of cultivation. If you desire strength, I will bestow it upon you. When the time comes, I will guide you back to the Xingluo Empire, where you shall confront Davis and Zhu Zhiyun yourself. If anyone within your empire or family dares to show discontent, I shall take it upon myself to discipline them. Your fate rests in your own hands. Not dictated by fate. Li Changge embraced Zhu Qing, tenderly caressing her cheek as he spoke softly. Zhu Qing traversed from the Star Luo Empire to the Heaven Do Empire with the aspiration to grow stronger, to combat the unjust fate imposed by her family. Now, Li Changge could assist her in attaining everything she desired. Blushing, Zhu Qing replied, Yes, Senior, I have no choice. I will heed your guidance. Zhu Qing possessed an unwavering confidence in her physique. She was well aware that any man who beheld her would be rendered speechless. Throughout her life, she had been pursued by numerous suitors. Yet now, it was evident that Li Changge had taken a particular interest in her. In the past, she had managed to reject those admirers, but before a formidable being with dual martial souls at level 97, she found herself unable to refuse. She could only resign herself to fate, obediently following Li Changge's words, hoping to derive certain benefits to compensate for her losses. To defy her destiny would lead to inevitable doom. She would not even need to await the adulthood ceremony to confront Davis and Zhu Zhiyun, for she could be vanquished in an instant. Li Changge was quite pleased with Zhu Qing's demeanor. As he stroked her face, he gently said, Then call me father. At his words, Her exquisite form trembled, and her cheeks flushed even deeper. She realized that from their very first encounter, Li Changge had wished to assume the role of her godfather. Now, he had indeed compelled her to address him as father. One must bow their head when under a roof. Nestled within Li Changge's broad embrace, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her gaze, overwhelmed with shyness, and softly uttered, "Father." Hearing this, Li Changge burst into laughter. Ha! He was exceedingly pleased by the remark, and his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing grew even more affectionate. "Very well. I shall fulfill all your wishes and empower you to become immensely formidable." Li Changge promptly made his vow. The diminutive Star Luo Empire lacked even a single Title Douluo of its own. Li Changge regarded the matter with indifference. Beside her, Xiao Wu observed the interaction between Li Changge and Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a pang of jealousy as they conversed without acknowledging her. She pondered to herself, "Am I not attractive enough? Is my stature lacking? Why does this senior choose not to speak with me?" Chapter 33, The Art of Persuasion, Mastering the Method of Gaining Strength Through Sun Exposure. As Xiao Wu voiced her inner thoughts, Li Changge had just concluded his conversation with Zhu Zhuqing. Releasing his grip, he allowed her to continue massaging his shoulders. Subsequently, he assertively pulled Xiao Wu into his broad embrace. Nestled against Li Changge, she resembled a bashful little rabbit, her heart fluttering with both surprise and delight. Realizing that the moment had finally arrived, perhaps she was not unattractive after all. Gently pinching Xiao Wu's cheek, Li Changge remarked, "Xiao Wu, I shall not harm you, nor will I transform you into a soul ring. By staying by my side, you can cultivate in peace, free from the fear of being hunted by others. Is this not a fortunate circumstance for you?" Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression graced Xiao Wu's rosy cheeks as she replied, "Indeed, it is a fortunate circumstance." "Then that settles it. Do not defy me." Li Changge tenderly caressed Xiao Wu's cheek and then gently massaged her calf, saying, "At that time, you were not sufficiently rational. Hence I was a bit harsh. I hope you can forgive me and not harbor resentment." Li Changge exhibited a gentle demeanor as he tenderly massaged Xiao Wu's calves. During the day, in the presence of others, he had twisted her exquisite long legs into a pretzel shape, subsequently healing her with care. This was a necessary course of action. Mere words, no matter how eloquently spoken, would fail to penetrate if one's voice was rendered hoarse and throat-parched. It was only through a firm and decisive lesson that Xiao Wu would begin to heed his guidance. As Li Changge worked on her calves, Xiao Wu's complexion flushed a deeper shade. Yet, the haunting image of her legs being incapacitated filled her with trepidation. Instinctively, she nestled into his embrace, clinging tightly in search of reassurance. In a soft voice, she implored, "You mustn't treat Xiao Wu this way again. I will be obedient. If you are not fierce with me, I shall hold no grudges. If I bite you now, we shall be even." As she spoke, she playfully nipped at Li Changge's fair neck, leaving behind a mark of her teeth. The slight pain of the bite not only etched itself onto his skin, but also imprinted upon his heart. With a hearty laugh, Li Changge gently patted Xiao Wu's delicate shoulder. Akin to a father soothing his little girl, his face radiating kindness as he replied, "Very well, we are even now. Do not harbor resentment towards me. I shall treat you well." Xiao Wu nodded her head slightly, responding obediently. She sensed that while this man could be somewhat intimidating, his kindness was genuine, and he would reciprocate if treated well. With no other options before her, she gradually accepted Li Changge, choosing to be with him. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu found both sisters to be remarkably beautiful, pure, and pleasant in character. Their companionship alleviated her loneliness, and she welcomed the idea of having sisters by her side. Li Changge conversed with Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. As their discussion extended into the late hours of the night, the four eventually settled down to rest. As a formidable individual, Li Changge naturally enjoyed exceptional privileges, embraced by beauty on either side, akin to cradling plush, oversized toys, indulging in a serene slumber. In stark contrast, Tangan found himself confined within the branches of a tree, buffeted by the chill of the wind, a sharp blade clutched between his teeth. Ever vigilant and prepared to fend off lurking beasts. Throughout the night, Tangan remained in a state of trepidation. At dawn, Li Changge awoke refreshed, reveling in breakfast alongside his lovely companions. As for Tangan, apart from ensuring he retained his breath and remained alive, Li Changge chose to disregard him for a few days, intending to instill a sense of decorum in him. Time passed swiftly. 3 days elapsed. During this period, Li Changge basked in contentment, his days flourishing with delight. Each day, he relished the company of 3 enchanting women, basking in the sun and persuading them that sunbathing would enhance their strength. With Li Change's charming persuasion, Xiao Wu, Changge, and Ning Rongrong became steadfast believers in the notion that basking in the sun could indeed bolster their prowess. On one particular day, an unexpected surge of information infiltrated Li Changge's mind, stirring a flurry of thoughts. This knowledge pertained to a technique that promised enhancement through sunbathing. During his earlier enticements, he had spoken of a unique skill that allowed one to grow stronger through exposure to sunlight, one which he could also impart to others. Thus, the technique he now possessed revolved around this very principle. This method encompassed a series of special incantations and movements. Initially, it required a posture of utmost rectitude. And as one progressed, much like Li Changge's current mastery, mere sunbathing would gradually elevate one's soul power with each breath taken. This revelation filled Li Changge with immense joy, prompting an internal exclamation, "Splendid! I have acquired yet another skill." Furthermore, I recall stating that if one commenced training in this technique from the age of 1, they could achieve a natural soul power level of 10, awakening a unique dual martial soul. It appears that by passing down this technique, I may alter the destinies of many children. Simultaneously, Li Changge contemplated imparting this sunbathing technique to Ning Rongrong, Qing, and Xiao Wu, aiding them in their quest for strength. Naturally, he felt compelled to nurture the women by his side, ensuring they too would flourish in their abilities. At this moment, Li Changge's joy rivaled that of 3 days prior when he attained the esteemed rank of a level 97 Douluo. The two beauties in his embrace. Ning Rongrong and Qing sensed that something was amiss with his exuberance. He seemed inexplicably happy, and their curiosity piqued. "Senior, what brings you such delight?" Ning Rongrong inquired with genuine curiosity. As the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she was forthright and candid. Fortunately, she had left the Shrek Academy with Li Changge. Otherwise, she would be subjected to the relentless training under Flinder's harsh regime alongside the other students, exhausting herself merely to survive as a coward on the battlefield. It was worth noting that Ning Rongrong's martial soul was the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and with a powerful battle spirit master, it was her enemies who should be fleeing. As soul masters, they should never fear a confrontation. Yet, Flinder's incessant belittlement had begun to mold Ning Rongrong into a thoughtless puppet. Initially, her sharp personality had been dulled, resembling a lifeless entity. She had even resorted to forbidden techniques at great personal cost in a desperate attempt to resurrect Tang San. However, following the annihilation of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, her spirit was shattered, and she became a mere shadow of herself, unable to utter a word. Even as Tang San ascended to godhood, he never considered repaying the favor or resurrecting his fallen comrades. Chapter 34. Bestowing Techniques, Qing's Advancement. Ning Rongrong's departure with Li Changge was indeed a fortunate turn of events for her, though she remained unaware of it. In the future, Li Changge would find ways to evade the impending calamity of the Jialing Pass. The fall of the Haoyan school and the establishment of a peaceful world would be the most advantageous outcome imaginable. In response to Ning Rongrong's inquisitiveness, Li Changge gently caressed her cheek and remarked, "My dear, you are quite the curious little cat, always intrigued by everything around you. My happiness stems from having you by my side. For years, I have wandered alone, feeling profoundly isolated. With your presence, my life has improved immensely. I have grown strong enough. It is indeed time for me to relish life." As he spoke these heartfelt words, Li Changge's emotions were genuine. Whether in his past life or upon his arrival in this realm, he had always been preoccupied with the struggles of existence, never pausing to appreciate the beauty of the scenery or the enchanting souls around him. There was no choice. To stop meant losing everything, falling behind, and facing scorn. Such a life was exhausting. However, now Li Changge boasted a level 97 cultivation, possessing the extraordinary ability to manifest strength through sheer will. His current focus was to savor life and indulge in his newfound status. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding, replying, "Oh, that sounds wonderful." Li Changge smiled gently. His gaze then shifted to Qing, and he said, "Qing, since I am in high spirits today, if you sweetly call me daddy, I shall impart to you the secret technique of gaining strength through sunbathing, allowing you to commence your cultivation from this day forth. In a few years, I shall take you to the Star Luo Empire to embark on your path to enlightenment." Upon hearing this, Qing trembled with delight, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. The promise of immense fortune had suddenly fallen upon her. She had observed Li Changge basking in sunlight daily, noticing how his aura grew stronger with each session. Clearly, he had mastered a powerful technique capable of rapidly enhancing a soul master's cultivation, saving them decades of arduous effort. Qing was eager to learn. Suppressing her excitement, she blushed and tenderly called out, "Daddy." Upon hearing this endearment, Li Changge erupted with joy, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Haha, splendid. I am thoroughly satisfied. Let us begin your instruction in this technique now. As he spoke, Li Changge turned to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, you both must continue to demonstrate your worth. In due time, I shall share this cultivation technique with you as well. Do not fret. Everyone will have their due share. Let us allow Zhu Qing to learn first, and you may witness the effects. After reassuring the two lovely ladies, he prepared to guide Zhu Qing in her training. Li Changge instructed them to stand aside, allowing them to observe and learn from the entire process. All right then, we shall heed your guidance, senior. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu expressed no dissent regarding Li Changge's arrangement. It was a perfect opportunity for them to witness how Li Changge imparted the technique of sunlight absorption to Zhu Qing. Yu Qing, come here, Li Changge said. Understood. Zhu Qing stepped forward to stand beside Li Changge. The sunlight enveloped both of them, with Zhu Qing appearing like a celestial maiden, while Li Changge resembled a majestic deity. Zhu Qing, I shall first impart the incantation to you. Please memorize it. Very well. Sit in tranquility, allowing your mind to settle. Let your lips gently meet, and breathe in a smooth, measured rhythm. Your hands must grip firmly, your gaze should be steady, gathering your spirit's essence to reach the heart of the heavens. Let your breath flow along the meridians, and the mastery of sunbathing shall be complete. Li Changge swiftly imparted the secret mantra. Zhu Qing, possessing an exceptional memory, grasped it after a single recitation. A glimmer of brilliance shone in her beautiful eyes. She sensed the profundity of this mantra. Have you memorized it? Li Changge inquired. I have memorized it, Zhu Qing replied, nodding her head with commendable obedience. Excellent. I shall now elucidate the mantra for you. Follow my instructions carefully. The first line instructs you to sit cross-legged and calm your mind. You must regulate your breath, achieving a state of tranquility while casting aside all distractions. Sitting firmly on the ground to stabilize your spirit, Li Changge commenced the teachings. After dispelling her distractions, Zhu Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, facing the sunlight, allowing herself to relax completely. Subsequently, Li Changge began to elucidate the second, third, and fourth phrases of the mantra. Before long, Li Changge had imparted all the teachings. In that moment, Zhu Qing found herself in a state of complete immersion. Rays of sunlight cascaded over her, transforming into a unique energy that gradually permeated her being. Every inch of her skin began to emanate a golden radiance, and her breath steadily grew stronger. She absorbed the knowledge swiftly, for this technique was genuinely accessible to learn. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Steady your mind. I shall be your guide, aiding you in completing the most vital and final step of this practice. Li Changge spoke gently and patiently. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, Li Changge approached Zhu Qing from behind, embracing her gently. With his skilled hands, he began to guide and assist in harmonizing the intricate meridians throughout Zhu Qing's body. Li Changge's movements flowed like water, accompanied by an inherent grace. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu watched in a daze. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing was immersed in the invigorating sensation of the washing sunlight, seemingly indifferent to Li Changge's actions. Moreover, Zhu Qing discovered that when Li Changge's fingers gently pressed upon her meridians, it felt as though some shackles within her body were loosening, and subsequently, a powerful force seemed to unlock a certain seal. Zhu Qing felt the washing sunlight transform into energy, coursing through her body with newfound fluidity and ease. It was an exceedingly pleasant experience, prompting her to emit a few muffled sounds of contentment. Time passed. Li Changge halted the movements of his subordinates. With a resounding boom, Zhu Qing's delicate form trembled, and a wave of soul power surged forth from her body, elevating her to a higher level. However, even after this ascension, Zhu Qing continued her cultivation without pause. The astonishment reflected in Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's eyes had reached its zenith. How extraordinary it was to grow stronger simply by basking in the sun. Such an intriguing technique. I yearned to learn it. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes brimmed with fervor and longing, wishing for Li Changge to impart this art to her. If she were to master it, her cultivation speed would surely soar, and she would undoubtedly surpass her father in time. This method, which could enhance a soul master's strength and save decades of arduous effort, held an irresistible allure for every soul master. Oh, how I wish to learn. Xiao Wu shared the same fervent desire. Chapter 35, The Desire for Succession. The sunbathing technique instilled in Xiao Wu an intense yearning to acquire it. Once mastered, she believed she could swiftly ascend to the rank of Title Douluo. Xiao Wu's eagerness to grow stronger was overwhelming. Only by doing so could she free herself from the constant anxiety and fear of being captured and forced to face dire consequences. Observing the longing in Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's gazes was profoundly moving. Li Changge smiled and said, "If you wish to learn, then serve me well, and I shall not treat you poorly. I possess many secret techniques and unique abilities that I can impart to you in due time. Of course, if you bear my child, that offspring will undoubtedly be extraordinary, inheriting my mutated dual martial souls along with numerous secret techniques and special abilities, as well as rare treasures of heaven and earth. The choice is yours." At the conclusion of his words, Li Changge's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of intense fervor. He intended to allow the three enchanting beauties to take the initiative in the significant matter of continuing his lineage. Naturally, should they choose not to take the initiative, Li Changge could subdue them with his own fists. However, one must recognize that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, and an unripe abalone is not fresh. This principle holds true. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu felt a sudden flush of embarrassment on their beautiful cheeks, particularly Ning Rongrong, who had received a superior education since childhood. She understood that if two exceptional soul masters were to unite in marriage, their future offspring would likely inherit their parents' remarkable martial souls, ensuring the continuation of their legacy. Thus, many ordinary soul masters, upon awakening their powerful martial souls, could potentially transform their destinies. Prominent families and esteemed sects often aspire for their children's future partners to be of equal standing. Ning Fengji had once imparted wisdom to Ning Rongrong, stating that her martial soul, the seven-treasure glazed tile, necessitated a partner with an exceptionally high-quality martial soul. Otherwise, he would be the first to oppose the union. Now, Ning Rongrong still recalled her father's words. If she were to marry and bear children with the esteemed elder before her, their offspring would undoubtedly be prodigious talents. Yet, there was one concern at how advanced in age might this elder be. Li Changge did not disclose her name. However, Ning Rongrong believed that the stronger one's abilities, the greater one's age should be. This was Ning Rongrong's conjecture, yet, due to its negative connotation, it did not cause Li Changge to age. Only positive imaginings. Those that envision Li Changge's burgeoning strength have the power to manifest and become reality. Before Li Changge's journey through time, she was 18 years of age, in the prime of her youth. Upon her arrival in this new realm, she found herself at the tender age of 12. This was indeed quite youthful, quite contrary to Ning Rongrong's preconceived notion of an ancient being. Observing Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, both bashfully lowering their heads in uncertainty, their cheeks flushed and their bodies radiating warmth, was a sight to behold. Li Changge revealed a faint smile and said, "I have been in search of charming soul masters with exceptional martial souls, and you both meet the criteria I seek in a partner. Not only are your martial souls admirable, but your temperaments are equally commendable. Therefore, Rongrong, Xiaowu, I am not here to consult you. Rather, I am informing you of this matter. Do you understand?" As he spoke, Li Changge extended his arms, drawing Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu into an embrace, gently ruffling their hair. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong's faces flushed crimson, each harboring a thought. This senior is indeed quite domineering. However, upon reflection, it is only natural. If a man does not take the initiative, should he expect a woman to do so? If one hopes for a woman to actively express her love and desire for children, it is likely that by the time such a moment arrives, even the nuclear waste discharged by the cherry blossoms would have decomposed. Li Changge spoke with a serious demeanor. "When I address you, I expect a response. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded with a flushed face and replied, "Yes, I understand." Ning Rongrong chimed in, "Yes, indeed." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing had gradually emerged from her meditative state. Her aura was calm, and her clear, beautiful eyes sparkled with vitality. A delicate layer of black impurities had been expelled from her skin's surface, yet she still appeared stunning and alluring. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze immediately fell upon Li Changge as she exclaimed with excitement, "Senior, I have mastered it. This technique of gaining strength through sunbathing is indeed profound. As long as I cultivate under the sun, the results will be exponentially greater, allowing me to grow stronger rapidly. I just leveled up, and my cultivation has now reached level 28. Zhu Zhuqing was filled with exhilaration. Having grasped this technique, she was confident that, given 3 years, she could surpass Davis and Zhu Zhuyun by a considerable margin. At that point, she would be capable of defeating them both single-handedly. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's exuberance brought a smile to Li Changge's face, and he said warmly, "I am glad you have learned it. However, there is one thing I would like you to correct." "What is it?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, momentarily taken aback, her expression earnest. She was willing to amend anything Li Changge suggested. I wish to hear you call me daddy, Li Changge said, his expression unfazed. Zhu Zhiqing hesitated briefly, her face instantly flushing. And she replied, daddy. Simultaneously, she pondered, what peculiar preference does this senior have? Why does he wish for me to address him as daddy? Could it be that he truly wants to take me as his goddaughter? Yet, it feels more like he wishes to be my boyfriend. Zhu Zhiqing found herself perplexed. Nevertheless, Li Changge was quite satisfied with his request being fulfilled, smiling as he said, very well. Then, Li Changge continued, Zhiqing, let me take you to wash up. You have expelled some viscous black impurities from your body that need to be cleansed. When practicing my technique, it is normal for undesirable substances to be eliminated through your skin's pores. Once you cleanse these impurities, you will find your skin more radiant and rich in collagen. This technique is remarkable, enhancing both strength and beauty. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiqing felt a surge of joy. After all, every girl cherishes beauty. Cultivating this technique would not only make her stronger but also more beautiful, which thrilled her. At the same time, she felt a slight tension as Li Changge mentioned taking her to the river to wash away the black substances. Together? Zhu Zhiqing hesitated. Why not? Li Changge retorted. All right. Zhu Zhiqing nodded shyly, her face flushed, appearing obedient. In the days that followed, Zhu Zhiqing had grown accustomed to Li Changge's presence and was no longer resistant to him as she had been initially. With his formidable cultivation level, could she truly afford to defy him? It was far better to choose to comply and heed his words, as this would yield immense benefits for her. Indeed, by being obedient, she had been rewarded with a technique that allowed her to grow stronger through sunbathing, saving her several years of arduous effort. Therefore, what harm could there be in satisfying Li Changge and bringing him some joy? Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile and remarked, indeed, splendid. He then cast a glance at Zhu Zhiqing, who was clad in a black leather jacket and pants that tightly embraced her exquisite form, accentuating her sensational curves, a true embodiment of beauty. However, black impurities were seeping through the pores of her neck, hands, and face. The leather attire, notoriously non-breathable, necessitated that Zhu Zhiqing urgently cleanse her body and change into fresh garments, lest she become engulfed in an unpleasant odor. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhiqing collectively grasped a crucial piece of information. The cultivation of this sunbathing technique not only enhanced strength but also improved skin condition. They regarded Li Changge, subconsciously linking his flawless, fair complexion to this method. The elder appeared remarkably youthful, with skin in pristine condition, reminiscent of a young person. Could it be that he maintained his eternal youth through this cultivation? Ning Rongrong mused, indulging in such thoughts. The desire for beauty is inherent in all, particularly for women, making it a significant concern for them, who are often eager to explore such possibilities. Xiao Wu couldn't help but speculate. If I were to master this sunbathing technique, would I be able to preserve my youth indefinitely and never face the ravages of time? This technique is truly remarkable. Zhu Zhiqing felt elated. Envisioning, it seems I must diligently practice this technique daily so that I may retain my beautiful exterior throughout my life, never aging. For every girl, the prospect of aging is a terrifying notion. No one wishes to grow old. Meanwhile, Li Changge himself was unaware that these enchanting women had associated beauty with this technique. The practice subtly transformed, acquiring new attributes. At that moment, Li Changge turned to Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, instructing, you two should remain here for now. I possess a unique ability to inscribe a mark upon others. Over the past few days, I have left a mark on both of you, allowing me to monitor your every move at any time. Should you attempt to flee, I will be the first to notice. Furthermore, given your current cultivation levels, you will not escape swiftly, and I will catch up with you immediately. As for hiding, that is even less feasible. I can locate you at any moment through the mark. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it. However, should I find you, be prepared to face my punishment. Li Changge began to weave a tale. This time, he captivated Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, claiming that he possessed a remarkable ability to mark individuals, enabling him to monitor their every move. In reality, Li Changge had no concern about Ning Rongrong or Xiao Wu escaping. A little deception would grant him a newfound power, and what could be more advantageous than that? Even if they did attempt to flee, it mattered not, for Li Changge's mental prowess was exceedingly formidable. Once he unleashed his spiritual energy, he could swiftly scout his surroundings, making the search for the two soul masters an exceedingly simple task. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback. A mark? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. When did you place a mark on us? We were completely unaware. It was during our embrace, Li Changge replied with a slight smile. It's a skillful endeavor, one that you certainly would not perceive. However, Should you wish to learn, I can teach you in the future, provided that you both conduct yourselves well and meet my expectations. Li Changge possesses an extraordinary talent for persuasion, effortlessly transforming non-existent events into seemingly credible narratives. In an instant, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Xuqing were all convinced, lost in their own imaginative reveries. Witnessing their expressions, Li Changge felt immense joy. It seemed that soon this remarkable ability would be his. At that time, he could inscribe a mark upon Tang San, allowing him to monitor his every action. Furthermore, he could also leave his mark on Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Xuqing, enabling him not only to track their movements but also to observe their activities. Even during intimate moments such as bathing or using the restroom, the power to inscribe marks and observe others was something Li Changge ardently desired. He then continued, "The marks I plant can only be erased by me. No one else possesses that capability. If left untouched, they will endure indefinitely. I will be privy to your every move, even the most private of actions." Li Changge, in the end, revealed a teasing expression. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xuqing, and Xiao Wu all displayed a rosy hue on their faces, a clear sign of their shyness. Every gesture and movement did not escape Li Changge's keen observation. "Rest assured, I respect your privacy and have no intention of prying into your affairs. I am not that sort of petty individual," Li Changge remarked. "I merely fear that you might flee." "We want to run away," Ning Rongrong replied. "I still wish to learn the technique of harnessing the sun's energy to grow stronger." She had already gained much from Li Changge over the past few days, and if she were to escape now, it would be a considerable loss. At the very least, she wanted to learn about this sunbathing technique before contemplating any thoughts of fleeing. Xiao Wu chimed in. "Xiao Wu will not wander off. If I leave you, I would merely become prey for others seeking soul rings and soul bones. Thus, Xiao Wu wishes to stay with you to learn, to live, and to grow stronger together." With that declaration, her beautiful face turned even more crimson. At this moment, Xiao Wu had developed a sense of dependence on Li Changge, finding it increasingly difficult to imagine her life without him. "Very well, I am pleased to hear your thoughts," Li Changge responded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Now, I must take Xing to bathe. The impurities expelled during her meditation have yet to be cleansed, and prolonged neglect would lead to an unpleasant odor." Li Changge continued. "Are you interested in joining us? Hiki. P.S. Your support is greatly appreciated. The more support I receive, the more I will increase updates, as promised." Chapter 37. A private conversation between Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's faces grew even rosier. Li Changge intended to take Zhu Xuqing to the riverside to cleanse their bodies, washing away the impurities expelled during their cultivation. However, neither of them was truly dirty. What was the point of such commotion? "No, you both go ahead," Ning Rongrong protested, her cheeks flushed. "I am not unclean. I do not need to wash together." "Indeed, I shall not join," Xiao Wu added. "Very well," Li Changge replied with a gentle smile. "Then I shall take you both to the riverside once you are in need of cleansing." Meanwhile, Zhu Xuqing stood to the side, her face as red as a ripe apple, feeling quite bashful. Upon hearing Li Changge's words, both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu found themselves blushing uncontrollably as well. Li Changge's words were clear enough. Sooner or later, their bodies would be tainted, and they would have to follow him to the river to cleanse the filth. "Enough talk. Let us depart, Xing," Li Changge remarked. Zhu Xuqing gently nodded her head, presenting a demure appearance. Li Changge extended his hand, resting it upon Zhu Xuqing's delicate shoulder. As his soul power surged, their figures flickering, in an instant they had departed from the confines of the cave, making their way towards the nearby river. Within the cave, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, their faces flushed, and embarrassment lingering in the air. "Rongrong," Xiao Wu ventured tentatively. "What's the matter?" Ning Rongrong turned to her. "Are you contemplating an escape?" "For the time being, I have no thoughts of fleeing, nor can we escape, for we bear the mark of surveillance upon us," she replied. "Oh, so do I," Xiao Wu remarked. "Since we cannot flee, it is perhaps wiser to endure a little less suffering." "Indeed," Ning Rongrong inquired. "Xiao Wu, are you 100,000-year soul beast that has taken on human form?" Li Changge has already spoken about this matter, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing are both aware of it. This is the first time Ning Rongrong has encountered a 100,000-year soul beast taking on human form, and she is profoundly intrigued by it. Moreover, a 100,000-year soul beast is an exceedingly rare entity. Even her father, Ning Fengji, and her two grandfathers, who possess sword bones, have never encountered one, lamenting the absence of a 100,000-year soul ring in their lives. Now that Ning Rongrong has encountered one, she must personally explore the secrets of the 100,000-year soul beast. The 100,000-year soft bone rabbit, Xiao Wu nodded in response. It is said that once you reach 100,000 years in cultivation, you can choose to take on human form or not. Xiao Wu, why do you wish to transform? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. It is solely due to my curiosity about the life of soul masters. I want to experience it firsthand. Xiao Wu replied with utmost seriousness. I've grown weary of staying in the Douluo forest every day. Oh. Ning Rongrong nodded, continuing her inquiry. So, Xiao Wu, do you have friends in the Douluo forest? Are your friends also 100,000-year soul beasts? What are you doing? Xiao Wu's face turned wary. She was not inclined to betray her friends. I was merely asking out of curiosity, Ning Rongrong stated earnestly. I often hear the elders at home mention that 100,000-year soul beasts are very rare and difficult to find, which piques my interest. Seeing that Ning Rongrong seemed to harbor no ill intent, Xiao Wu lowered her guard slightly and said, Yes, I do have good friends in the Douluo forest. Their names are Daming and Erming. They are 200,000-year soul beasts and incredibly powerful. However, I cannot disclose any further details. Xiao Wu was no fool. She still maintained a sense of vigilance and would not foolishly divulge all the information about the Douluo forest. Oh. Ning Rongrong nodded. So, in comparison to these 200,000-year soul beasts, who is stronger, the esteemed Changge or them? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu began to frown. After some contemplation, she replied, I suppose the esteemed Changge is stronger, as he can use the 10 heart CPNE to restore himself to peak condition even when injured. He cannot be easily defeated. No matter how formidable Daming and Erming may be, they would still fall to him. Only by having encountered Li Changge does Xiao Wu comprehend the magnitude of his terror. Furthermore, Li Changge possesses many unknown abilities. Xiao Wu feels as though he is akin to a celestial star, profound and unfathomable, concealing numerous secrets that invite exploration. Oh, I see. Ning Rongrong nodded, having gained a deeper understanding of the 100,000-year soul beasts. By the way, Rongrong, there is something I wish to ask you. Xiao Wu's expression suddenly turned serious, yet her fair cheeks quickly flushed with 2 shades of red. The cave is quite cool. Yet Ning Rongrong feels that Xiao Wu's body temperature is rising, as if she were being heated, transforming into a little furnace. What is it? Ning Rongrong straightened her posture, stating, Ask away, I will tell you what I know. If the esteemed Changge wishes to engage in a special relationship with us, would you agree? Xiao Wu said somewhat shyly, her face aglow. Ning Rongrong, whose expression had returned to normal, suddenly turned crimson upon hearing Xiao Wu's topic. She bashfully replied, These past few days, we have become pillows, cushions, and dolls. The esteemed Changge has either rested his head on our delicate hands or on our graceful legs while sleeping. And sometimes he even holds us close. I find myself somewhat envious of him. Regarding what you mentioned, I would certainly disagree. However, we have no choice in the matter. The esteemed Changge is far too powerful, able to do as he pleases, and we cannot obstruct him. Ning Rongrong's response was pragmatic and rational. Should such a day come, Ning Rongrong felt that with her current cultivation of level 26, she would likely have to lie down in a big shape and accept her fate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she gained a fresh understanding of the situation. She nodded and said, Rongrong, you have a point. We truly cannot refuse. So, Rongrong, have you considered resisting, perhaps choosing to die rather than submit, even going so far as to bite your tongue? Haha. Ning Rongrong smiled, amused by the thought. You are foolish. The esteemed Changge is an unyielding individual, and he possesses the 10 heart CPNE, which means that even if one wishes to die, it is impossible. As long as there is a breath left, he can restore us to health. At that point, if we anger the esteemed Changge, he may not only disdain our bodies but also employ his 30,000 forms of punishment to torment us. Did you not witness the plight of the group from Shrek Academy? Their left hand and right leg were completely crippled, destined to live a life of begging. What is even more terrifying is that the esteemed Changge demanded they beg for 100,000 gold soul coins before he would agree to heal them. He first instills despair and then offers an elusive hope. He is a truly terrifying individual. I think I shall choose to comply with the esteemed Changge. Chapter 38. The problems encountered by Zhu Zhiqing during cultivation. Additionally, the esteemed Changge is quite handsome. Setting aside his age, there is little to criticize. He treats us well and assists us in improving our cultivation, which we consider a gain. With the likes of Zhiqing, who has learned the technique of gaining strength from basking in the sun, she will avoid many years of detours. That is already a victory. The esteemed Changge just mentioned he would help me evolve the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, which is the lifelong wish of my father and ancestors. Therefore, Xiao Wu, I would never be foolish enough to bite my tongue and oppose the esteemed Changge. Ning Rongrong replied earnestly to Xiao Wu. This is her reflection over the past few days. Ning Rongrong, being a child of a powerful lineage, possesses a grand vision and open-mindedness, capable of discerning her desires and the actions she ought to undertake. Of course, it is only after leaving Shrek Academy that Ning Rongrong appears so astute. If she had remained at Shrek Academy, no matter how capable she was, she would not have been able to contend with that cunning merchant, Flandra. It is worth noting that in the early chapters of the original story, Ning Rongrong repeatedly resisted the Academy's arrangements, showcasing thoughts distinct from her peers. Unfortunately, she faced the cunning merchant Flandra, coupled with the misunderstanding, disregard, and lack of support from her classmates. Her originally sharp nature was dulled. Now, however, having been taken away from the Academy by Li Changge, Ning Rongrong retains her true self and exhibits remarkable wisdom. After attentively listening to Ning Rongrong's words, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, her expression contemplative. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Wu began to grasp what she truly desired. Yes, she wishes to become stronger, to cultivate to the level of a Title Douluo, and no longer fear being hunted. And Li Changge can assist Xiao Wu in gaining strength. Everything she seeks is here, and following Li Changge will never be a mistake. If the esteemed Changge truly desires her body and wishes to engage with her, then Xiao Wu would have no choice but to half-heartedly acquiesce. At that moment, Ning Rongrong smiled and said, Xiao Wu, if you do not wish for the esteemed Changge to touch you, I have a splendid method. Would you like to hear it? What method? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with interest. Hee. These days, you should eat more roasted meat and drink plenty of water. Ning Rongrong spoke earnestly, suggesting that one should hold back for a day or two, refraining from relieving oneself. When the esteemed elder Changge intends to approach, one should immediately release their bowels and bladder, ensuring a frightful surprise that would instill a lasting shadow of fear in his heart. Thus, the elder Changge would forever hesitate to come near. After sharing this whimsical notion, Ning Rongrong erupted into laughter, her playful spirit radiating. Xiao Wu listened intently throughout the exchange. Once the jest was concluded, Xiao Wu extended her delicate hand and playfully tapped Ning Rongrong, exclaiming, Oh, Rongrong, how could you conceive such a repulsive idea? I'm going to hit you. As she spoke, she lightly tapped Ning Rongrong again, giggling mischievously. The two shared a delightful camaraderie, their playful natures flourishing after departing from the Shrek Academy and Tangan. Is my idea not splendid? Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, feeling quite proud of her concept. The idea itself was brilliant, and its potential effects promising, albeit rather revolting. I cannot bring myself to do it. I shall choose to comply instead, Xiao Wu remarked. The thought of holding it in for a day or two, only to relieve oneself in front of Li Changge, or even upon him, was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Xiao Wu, however, was far too sensible to entertain Ning Rongrong's suggestion. The two beauties continued to share laughter and joy within the cavern. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Changge spoke gently, Look, your neck appears a bit soiled. It hasn't been cleaned properly. Allow me to assist you. Zhu Zhiqing, confronting such a situation for the first time, felt her face flush throughout the encounter. To avoid unnecessary embellishments, I shall omit 4,000 words of detail. Zhu Zhiqing, having donned her attire, intertwined her left hand with her right, blushing and displaying a bashful demeanor. Shall we prepare to return? Li Changge suggested, in high spirits. Indeed. Zhu Zhiqing nodded in agreement. By the way, how well have you grasped the technique we just practiced? Are there any aspects you find perplexing? Li Changge inquired. Regarding the sunbathing technique, I have 2 minor points of confusion, Zhu Zhiqing candidly replied. 2 minor points? Li Changge responded earnestly. Please share the areas of the technique that confound you, and I shall offer guidance to help you refine your understanding. To be honest, I am not entirely certain where the 2 issues with the technique lie, Zhu Zhiqing answered. When she practiced the sunbathing technique, she sensed something amiss, an imperfection that disrupted its flow. However, she could not pinpoint which step was problematic. Then, before my eyes, utilize the technique I taught you under the sunlight, and I will assist you in identifying any shortcomings, Li Changge stated with resolve. All right, Zhu Zhiqing replied earnestly. Subsequently, Zhu Zhiqing settled onto a clean patch of ground. Basking in the sunlight, her mind focused on the incantation as she commenced her practice. Rays of sunlight caressed Zhu Zhiqing's fair skin, illuminating her figure and rendering her ethereal, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Meanwhile, her aura steadily ascended, growing ever more potent. Li Changge stood by, somewhat mesmerized. Zhu Zhiqing possessed an exquisite figure, a true embodiment of beauty. Throughout their days together, Li Changge found himself increasingly drawn to her, relishing their intimate interactions. The more he beheld Zhu Zhuqing, the more enchanting she appeared, and the more his affection for her deepened. Time passed slowly, moment by moment. Li Changge swiftly discerned two issues that arose during Zhu Zhuqing's practice of her cultivation technique. It turned out that these minor problems manifested in this particular area. Nodding in understanding, Li Changge then said, "Zhuqing, please halt your practice. I have observed your cultivation process and identified where the two minor issues lie." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing ceased her technique, her beautiful gaze fixed upon Li Changge, eager for him to reveal the answers. In the step of qi flowing through the meridians, two problems have emerged. Li Changge gently articulated. As he spoke, Li Changge stepped forward, taking hold of Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hands, assisting her in adjusting her posture for the qi flowing through the meridian's phase. In this position, your body must remain relaxed and not rigid. Furthermore, your face should be slightly elevated. Do not lower your head too much. This will enable you to gather sunlight, reach the heart of the heavens, nourish your body, and strengthen your kidneys, thus fostering continuous growth in your power. Li Changge exhibited great patience, assisting Zhu Zhuqing in refining the minor issues encountered during her cultivation, thereby enabling her to train effectively and aspire to surpass the prowess of both Davis and Zhu Zhiyun. In Chapter 39, titled Profound Gains, Ning Rongrong's Unruliness. With Li Changge's patient guidance, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly rectified her two minor issues. She benefited immensely, her face aglow with joy as she expressed, "Senior, I have gained so much. I now comprehend the root of my problems and have already made the necessary corrections. I have developed a certain understanding of the technique to strengthen oneself under the sun, and I am truly grateful." Zhu Zhuqing was exceedingly excited, the brilliance in her beautiful eyes indicating that her training speed would significantly accelerate. She estimated that within a month, she could elevate her level from 28 to 30. This rate of advancement was remarkably rapid. If she were to ascend 2 levels each month, she could potentially rise by 24 levels within a year. Achieving the rank of Title Douluo would only require 3 years. However, as levels increase, cultivation speed tends to accelerate, rendering this calculation somewhat flawed. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing remained elated, as this newfound understanding would allow her to avoid many detours in her journey. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her skin, which appeared exceptionally fair, brimming with collagen and glowing under the sunlight. Her skin condition was impeccable. Moreover, basking in the sun did not darken her complexion. Rather, this radiant warmth fortified her strength, enhanced her health, and elevated her overall vitality. Mastering this technique filled Zhu Zhuqing with delight, as she felt she had encountered a fortuitous opportunity, truly a winner in life. Li Changge smiled faintly and said, "No need for thanks, it is my duty. Also, you refer to me as senior? Shouldn't you address me differently?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face flushed, and she softly called out, "Father." She thought to herself that perhaps this esteemed senior truly intended to take her as his goddaughter, prompting her to address him in such a manner. "Haha, how adorable." Li Changge laughed heartily and reached out to gently pat Zhu Zhuqing's soft head. "Come, I shall escort you back," Li Changge declared. "All right," Zhu Zhuqing replied, nodding her head obediently. Subsequently, Li Changge wrapped his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist. "Ah!" Zhu Zhuqing gasped in surprise, feeling a wave of sensitivity. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a dizzying array of scenes. As Li Changge swiftly transported her back to the location of their secret cave, Li Changge felt the supple softness of Zhu Zhuqing's waist, which was quite delightful. As he hurried towards the location of the cave, he unfurled his immense spiritual energy to survey the surroundings. This spiritual force extended across a 1,000-mile radius. Soon, it enveloped the location of the secret cave, along with everything in its vicinity. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were behaving well, remaining inside the secret cave without attempting to flee, which was rather commendable. Li Changge felt a sense of affirmation within, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, he observed Tang San's current state. This Tang San was quite pragmatic, still hanging from the tree without any signs of mischief. However, this was rather expected, considering that both his hands and feet had been rendered useless. If he were still capable of any tricks, it would indeed be impressive. It had been 3 days. Tang San must have felt as though time stretched into an eternity, enduring considerable torment each day. It was time to heal him, allowing him to cultivate diligently and subsequently assist him in merging a blue-silver grass spirit ring with a 1-year cultivation limit. Li Changge contemplated silently, having already made up his mind. At present, his cultivation level had reached an impressive 97. with his strength derived entirely from the imaginations of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Moreover, he could enhance his power simply by basking in the sun. Thus, Li Changge need not expend excessive time and effort on cultivation. Now, he had ample time to deal with Tangan before embarking on a quest to excavate celestial treasures at the Eye of Ice and Fire, and subsequently seek out Qian Renxue and Dugu Yin in the city of Tendo. The scene before him shifted continuously, and soon, Li Changge found himself back at the secret cave. Sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, rendering the secretive sanctuary reminiscent of a blessed paradise, imbued with an enchanting charm. Inside, 3 exquisite maidens had meticulously arranged the bed, table, chairs, and insect-repellent powder, creating an atmosphere of warmth and comfort. A grand bed lay at the center, accompanied by the 3 enchanting beauties, all amidst a lush, verdant forest. Li Changge felt that even after 3 years in this place, he would never grow weary of it. The senior has returned. The senior, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong greeted Li Changge with beaming smiles. Just moments ago, the two had opened their hearts to one another, engaging in a candid discussion and analyzing their current circumstances, both having come to terms with their situation. Li Changge gently set Zhu Zhuqing down from his embrace and remarked, "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I have returned at last. Did you miss me during my brief absence?" Li Changge exhibited no sense of shame, speaking candidly. Simultaneously, his gaze swiftly swept over Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, clad in a pristine white gown with her short hair gracefully framing her face, exuded an air of noble purity, resembling a delicate white blossom, untainted and remarkably beautiful. In contrast, Xiao Wu's youthful visage appeared vibrant and lively, her long legs elegantly encased in pink thigh-high stockings, radiating an alluring charm. "I miss you," they both confessed, their cheeks flushed. "Let us embrace," Li Changge suggested with a subtle smile. The 2 beauties stepped forward, willingly offering their embrace. "Excellent," Li Changge remarked with evident satisfaction, a look of enjoyment gracing his features. "Zhuqing, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, may you 3 coexist harmoniously. I shall fetch that Tangan and ascertain whether he has mended his ways," Li Changge announced, bidding farewell. "Indeed," they chorused in unison, each displaying a delightful obedience. Li Changge turned and departed to seek out Tangan. Within the cave, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu gazed enviously at Zhu Zhuqing. With a slight blush, Ning Rongrong, ever straightforward, softly inquired, "Zhuqing, may I ask you something? When the senior took you away just now, he didn't do anything inappropriate, did he?" As she spoke, Ning Rongrong playfully pinched a soft spot on Zhu Zhuqing's waist. "Oh." Zhu Zhuqing felt a rush of shyness, her face instantly flushed. "Rongrong, be serious," she retorted, then naturally took a few steps within the cave. "Just look at the way I walk. It's clear that Senior Changge did nothing improper to me," Zhu Zhuqing continued. Upon closer inspection, Ning Rongrong noted that Zhu Zhuqing's gait was entirely natural, without the slightest hint of instability, indicating that indeed, Li Changge had not wronged her. "Oh," Ning Rongrong said, lightly tilting her head, "I must have overthought it." "Rongrong, you were quite scandalous," Xiao Wu chimed in. "Hee." Ning Rongrong chuckled, "It's not that bad. I was once a very innocent person." Chapter 40. Tangan and Dignity. Ning Rongrong claimed her innocence, but both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu shook their heads in disbelief. They felt that Ning Rongrong was the most mischievous and perceptive among them. Ning Rongrong was surprised that Li Changge was so upright, having not taken any liberties with Zhu Zhuqing. It seemed he was indeed a man of integrity. Then, Ning Rongrong continued, "So, Zhuqing, did the senior take you to cleanse yourself and then impart the technique of gaining strength through sunbathing? How have you been faring with it?" She was keenly interested in this sunbathing method and wished to learn more. Xiao Wu also cast a curious glance, asking, "Yes, Zhuqing, does this sunbathing technique really work?" Feeling the focus of their attention, Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate to respond honestly. "Yes, I have mastered the sunbathing technique, and it is indeed effective. I believe that within a month, I can enhance my cultivation by at least 2.5 levels. Moreover, just look at my skin. Isn't it in excellent condition? This is all thanks to this technique. Cultivating it brings immense benefits to soul masters." After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu carefully examined her skin, which indeed appeared radiant, fair, and plump with collagen, extraordinarily beautiful. "Indeed," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "I feel your skin is even better than mine." As the treasured jewel of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had always been pampered and believed her skin was exceptional. However, compared to Zhu Zhuqing, she felt her own skin was lacking. Xiao Wu also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's glowing complexion, resembling a celestial being, stunningly beautiful. "Zhuqing, you are so lovely." Xiao Wu couldn't help but say. Zhu Xing replied with a slight nod. Aside from being a bit eccentric, Senior Changge is actually quite nice. Learning from him has its advantages, as he said, by following his guidance. I can avoid decades of detours in my cultivation journey and acquire abilities that ordinary people might never comprehend. That is quite remarkable. This was Zhu Xing's heartfelt sentiment. Rather than marrying Dai Mubai and wasting her beauty on him, she found it far more beneficial to be with Li Changge. He had given her so much, helping her grow stronger in a short time. Zhu Xing was a woman of clarity, well aware of her desires and already feeling a sense of fulfillment. In these past days, Zhu Xing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, realizing escape was futile and recognizing Li Changge's genuine kindness, gradually began to accept him. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, Xing, you make a valid point. I think the same. We can learn valuable experiences from this dual martial soul senior. We must seize this opportunity." Xiao Wu added, "Indeed, we should cherish this chance." The three beauties shifted their perspectives, shedding their sorrow, and began to aspire to learn techniques and abilities from Li Changge to enhance themselves and avoid decades of hardship. "I shall cultivate now," Zhu Xing declared at an opportune moment. Having recently acquired the sunbathing technique, she needed to focus on her practice. In time, once she mastered it, she would no longer need to train diligently. Simply basking in the sunlight would suffice for her to grow stronger. As she spoke, Zhu Xing had already positioned herself on a clean patch of ground near the cave, sitting cross-legged, mentally reciting the incantation, and beginning her cultivation. Sunlight poured down, transforming into golden energy that gradually infused Zhu Xing's delicate form and converted into usable soul power. Unbeknownst to her, her aura steadily ascended. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu watched in astonishment, now thoroughly convinced of the efficacy of the sunbathing technique. Both felt a surge of envy. However, as Li Changge had yet to teach them any techniques, they could only watch eagerly. "I must find a way to please Senior Changge," Ning Rongrong thought to herself. Her cheeks flushed. "I must serve Senior Changge well and obey him," Xiao Wu pondered inwardly. Li Changge was unaware that the three enchanting beauties he had brought back were subtly beginning to accept him, intending to serve him devotedly. He currently stood before Tangan, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. In contrast, Tangan resembled a forlorn creature, prostrated on the ground, struggling to lift his head to gaze upon Li Changge's esteemed presence. "Tangan, do you wish to live forever in this wretched state?" Li Changge inquired nonchalantly. "What if I express my desire not to?" "You cannot heal me," Tangan replied, his countenance darkened by despair and resentment. In his previous life, he had surreptitiously studied the Tang sect's secrets, only to be discovered and subsequently leap into a ravine. He had hoped that in this rebirth, he could unfurl his potential and achieve greatness in the Douluo Continent. Yet, what was the outcome? On the day he arrived at Shrek Academy at the tender age of 12, he was rendered crippled, both legs and arms incapacitated. Tangan was consumed by fury, feeling as if fate were incessantly toying with him, his heart heavy with anguish. Having lost the use of his limbs, he lamented that it would have been better to have perished outright in his fall, rather than endure this torment. Li Changge spoke indifferently. "I possess the ability to heal you and assist you in reaching level 30. However, I wish to witness you devoid of dignity. Can you acquiesce to my request?" Tangan was momentarily taken aback. He found Li Changge's demand to be exceedingly perverse. "You wish to see me humiliated? What benefit does that confer upon you?" Tangan inquired, his expression rife with confusion. "None whatsoever," Li Changge replied coolly. "I simply take pleasure in trampling upon the dignity of others. And that is all there is to it. You may choose, either retain your dignity or relinquish your limbs and remain forever disabled." "How do you intend to strip me of my dignity?" Tangan asked, feeling a twinge of temptation. If survival was at stake, what did dignity matter? Like King Gojin of Yu, who endured hardship in silence, he could bide his time and later retaliate against Li Changge with a powerful strike, bringing his demise. "I require you to bark like a dog thrice in front of Zhu Xing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, and then declare yourself to be beneath even a pig or a dog. Ultimately, you must also hurl insults at Jang and your father, Tang Hao. The more venomous your words, the greater my healing will be. Under my guidance, your limbs can be restored to their former state. Moreover, I can assist you in eradicating the lingering ailments incurred during your years of studying the Xiantian skill. I shall ask you but once, do you consent?" Li Changge spoke indifferently, his expression devoid of emotion, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Chapter 41. The Spineless Tangan. At this moment, Li Changge intended to confront Tangan, fulfilling the wishes of his deceased brother from his past life on Earth. Additionally, he wished to see if, during his manipulation of Tangan's mindset, He could evoke the imaginations of the three enchanting ladies, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu, prompting them to envision themselves in a more formidable light. Tang San was currently engrossed in contemplating the substance of Li Changge's earlier words, which primarily revolved around two matters. The first was to passionately mimic the sound of three barks in the presence of Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, thereby humiliating himself as something lesser than a mere beast. The second was to vehemently berate his mentor, Yu Xiaojang, and his father, Tang Hao, in front of the three beauties, ensuring that his words were laced with utmost venom. Through these two acts, Li Changge aimed to trample upon Tang San's dignity repeatedly. Furrowing his brow, Tang San felt a surge of distress, especially in front of Xiao Wu. The prospect of engaging in such actions was utterly humiliating and would likely result in her everlasting disdain. I shall grant you but 3 breaths to make your choice. Once the time elapses without your decision, I shall take my leave, and you shall be left to your own devices. Li Changge finally declared, issuing his last ultimatum. 1. 2. Time was exceedingly pressing. Tang San, almost on the dot, immediately acquiesced as Li Changge reached 3, exclaiming, I am willing. Senior, I shall heed your words and relinquish my dignity. As long as you can heal me and ensure that once healed, I shall not be rendered useless again. I will fulfill the tasks you set forth. Tang San had come to realize that dignity paled in comparison to life. As long as he survived, he could diligently cultivate and grow stronger, gradually reclaiming his dignity piece by piece. The mindset of a middle-aged individual embodies maturity, marked by deep contemplation and the ability to weigh advantages and disadvantages. Tang San, I hold great admiration for you. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile. Subsequently, he spoke with an air of calmness. Rest assured, as long as you cast aside your dignity as I instruct, I shall ensure your healing. Furthermore, I will not render you incapacitated. In due time, you may focus on your cultivation and lead a fulfilling life. Li Changge was well aware that Tang San would undoubtedly not relinquish his life easily. Very well, senior. Tang San nodded in agreement. However, upon hearing Tang San refer to him as senior, Li Changge felt a reluctance to accept this title. This young man, who now addressed him as senior, might one day surpass him in strength and subsequently call him by his name, Changge. Much like in the original narrative, when Tang San sought assistance from Dai Mubai, he initially called him Boss Dai, but as his own power grew, he began to refer to him simply as Mubai. Come along, Tang San, Li Changge remarked nonchalantly. Extending his hand as if to lift refuse, and effortlessly hoisted Tang San upwards. With his limbs dangling helplessly, Tang San sensed an overwhelming force lifting him, rendering him incapable of any resistance. Soon after, he felt the scenery before him shift rapidly, clearly indicating that Li Changge was carrying him away from their lofty perch among the treetops. Li Changge, accompanied by Tang San, swiftly entered the cave. Plop. Li Changge, with a disdainful gesture akin to discarding refuse, cast Tang San onto the ground. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhu Qing emerged from her meditative state, her beautiful eyes widening as they beheld the disheveled figure of Tang San. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also caught sight of Tang San's sorry state. The 3 enchanting women were perplexed by Li Changge's intentions in bringing Tang San into the cave, their eyes reflecting a wave of curiosity. Ever since Xiao Wu learned that Tang San's soul belonged to a middle-aged man who was also an assassin, her disappointment in him had deepened, leaving her devoid of any emotional attachment. Li Changge remarked, this Tang San intends to become a mere hound at my side, so I shall grant him an opportunity. Should he comport himself well, I will heal him and enable him to cultivate diligently and live well. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing immediately grasped the situation. Realizing that their senior, Li Changge, wished to keep a pet dog, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows and responded, Senior, I do not like him. I do not wish to see him or coexist with him. Aha. Li Changge swiftly appeared beside Xiao Wu, tousling her hair as he said, Xiao Wu, this dog will be kept outside. Rest assured, I shall ensure that Tang San does not sully our sight. Xiao Wu nodded slightly, adopting a demeanor of compliance. Li Changge tenderly caressed her head a few more times. Tang San watched this scene unfold, his heart heavy with anguish. Simultaneously, his mind began to conjure unsavory thoughts. This Li Changge had ensnared Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing within this cave, which was adorned in a remarkably cozy manner, featuring only a large bed and a thick comforter. It was evident that they had shared slumber together. All of it is tainted. Indeed, women possess such fortunate fates. As long as they are beautiful, by merely parting their legs, they can acquire various opportunities. Tang San's heart brimmed with scornful derision. Tang dog, please commence your performance. The voice of Li Changge wafted through the air, causing Tang San's body to tremble violently. He then bowed his head, his countenance dark and brooding, akin to a silent beast poised to roar. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing, three exquisite beauties, furrowed their brows, displaying expressions of confusion. Meanwhile, Li Changge had drawn the three maidens to his side, embracing them on either side with a look of unrestrained satisfaction, awaiting Tangan's performance. In the next moment, a series of barks erupted. Woof, woof, woof. I am but a wretched being, inferior to swine and dogs. A loyal hound by the side of Senior Li. Tangan suddenly raised his head, passionately mimicking the sounds of a dog. In the name of survival, he was willing to relinquish his dignity, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for his survival. He firmly believed that with the advantages of his dual martial souls, coupled with hidden weapons such as the Buddha's Fury and the King of Hell's Edict, he could surely vanquish Li Changge. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing exchanged shocked glances, the scene before them profoundly unsettling. Xiao Wu's heart sank further, affirming her belief that this Tangan was a man devoid of principles, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. Her affection for him had dissipated entirely. This was hardly surprising when one places themselves in Xiao Wu's shoes. It is indeed revolting to realize that the companion they had shared 6 years with bore the soul of a middle-aged man, attempting daily to feign youthfulness. Moreover, this companion, in a desperate bid for survival, stooped to grovel before another admirable man who treated him well, discarding his self-respect, and even resorting to barking like a dog, vilifying himself as something less than a beast. Such a lack of backbone. Rather than supporting and cherishing Tangan, one might as well direct their affections toward Li Changge. Chapter 42. Tangan becomes Tang Dog. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing had never shared a bond with Tangan. This was precisely why Li Changge's entrance was so fortuitous. Thus, the two beauties had always harbored no fondness for him. Upon witnessing Tangan barking like a dog, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing wore expressions of disdain, unwilling to share the same space with this dog like Tangan. As Tangan barked, Li Changge could not help but praise, I must say, Tangan, you possess a remarkable talent for barking. Please continue to cultivate this gift. Woof, woof. Tangan eagerly barked twice in response to Li Changge. Haha, splendid. Li Changge laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the disdain in the eyes of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing intensified to an extreme degree. My teacher, Yu Xiaojang, is nothing but a fool. He claims there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, yet his martial soul, the three-headed cannon, is not only a trash soul but he himself is equally worthless, having stagnated at level 29. Such a lesson he imparts, yet it is he who deserves the scorn. Yu Xiaojang had led him to enroll in the Shrek Academy, ultimately leading to his downfall. Having traveled a great distance from Nodding City to Tendo City, only to find himself in such a dire predicament, Tangan's ire against Yu Xiaojang burned fiercely. Tangan began to hurl insults at Yu Xiaojang, his words laced with venom. Xiao Wu was taken aback, unable to fathom that Tangan, in his desperation for survival, would stoop to insult even Yu Xiaojang. While Yu Xiaojang may have been a failure in the realm of martial souls, he had treated Tangan with kindness, providing him with blankets and guiding him in hunting soul beasts. Yet, here was Tangan, speaking ill of Yu Xiaojang in such a harsh manner, which only deepened Xiao Wu's disdain for him. Your assertions are articulated quite well. Please, do continue, Li Changge encouraged with a thumbs up. Woof, woof. Tangan barked again, before launching into a tirade against his father, Tang Hao. My father, Tang Hao, is hardly worthy of the title. Throughout my life, he has shown me no care, preoccupied only with drinking and forging, neglecting my very existence. Were it not for my soul awakening in this body, I would have surely been rendered useless by Tang Hao, and would not have achieved my current level of cultivation. As a father, he has taken no interest in my life, leaving me to fend for myself. And even as a child, I found myself caring for him. How despicable. When I awakened my martial soul at 6, had it not been for village chief Jack, I would have remained oblivious to the very concept of a soul awakening, likely missing the optimal age for such a milestone. And when I revealed to him that my first martial soul was blue silvergrass, he greeted me with disappointment, showing no desire for me to become a soul master. Only when I displayed my second martial soul, a small hammer, did this wretched Tang Hao suddenly awaken from his stupor and begin to critique me. Had I not demonstrated my talent, he would have continued to ignore me, proving himself unworthy of fatherhood. If it weren't for Grandpa Jack, I might never have been able to attend Nodding Academy. He is a Title Douluo, yet he offers no resources to me, wasting precious time. Had he been willing to assist, I would surely have been able to study at the highest institutions, instead of finding myself in this predicament. The time spent laboring could have been dedicated to crafting hidden weapons and honing my skills. Perhaps I would have already surpassed level 30. Tang Hao, you are truly unworthy of the title of father, lower than even swine and dogs. Tang San unleashed his vitriol against Tang Hao, but it must be said, he perceived the situation with remarkable clarity. This was not merely an insult directed at Tang Hao, it was a reproach for his years of neglect and inaction. Indeed, as Tang San had articulated, had Tang Hao shown even a modicum of care, Tang San would not have found himself in such a dismal state. Upon hearing this, Li Changge displayed a satisfied smile and remarked, Tang Go, you speak truly. Tang Hao and you Xiao Jang are indeed worthless. Then, what am I in your eyes? Li Changge watched Tang San with keen interest, awaiting his words. Today, Li Changge aimed to fulfill his childhood friend's dying wish by humiliating Tang San. Unfortunately, his dear friend could not witness this moment, but surely he would have been overjoyed. May he, in the heavens, perceive and feel all that unfolds. In my eyes, you are my senior, my master, while I am but a loyal dog by your side. What woof? Tang San spoke with great emotion. Such is the nature of humanity. Before relinquishing their dignity, they exhibit unwavering resilience. However, once dignity is set aside for the first time, they find themselves ensnared, increasingly disregarding its significance. This mirrors the plight of many female soul masters who once held their purity in high regard, yet upon its loss, they abandon all restraint, trampling upon it without care. Tang San, feeling utterly devoid of dignity, resolved to descend even further, provided it meant preserving his life. Excellent, Li Changge praised once more. Now, I shall heal you, transforming you into a complete dog. At this moment, Li Changge intended to restore Tang San's condition, subsequently aiding him in leveling up from rank 29 to rank 30, and assisting him in acquiring a 1-year cultivation blue-silver grass third spirit ring. He chuckled ominously. Li Changge recalled that in the original text, Tang San's third soul ring was a fusion of a 1,000-year-old soul ring from a faceless demon spider. And he also acquired an external soul bone known as the 8 spider spears. However, in this life, Tang San was not so fortunate. Woof woof, master. Please come and heal me. Tang San exclaimed with eager anticipation. I shall fulfill your wish. Li Changge unleashed his second martial soul, the 10-heart begonia. A pure glow of rosy light flickered around him, illuminating the entire cave. A gentle aura emanated from Li Changge's being. In the palms of his hands blossomed an exquisitely beautiful 10-heart begonia. 8 black soul rings floated gracefully from the base upwards, rhythmically pulsing upon his majestic form. Tang San had awaited this moment for a long time, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Li Changge. He felt enveloped in a soothing atmosphere, his entire being at ease. Hurry, Tang San urged within himself. Suddenly, the 8 black soul rings on Li Changge surged with energy, expanding and shimmering. A gentle ray of light erupted from the 10-heart begonia, cascading over Tang San and beginning to heal his limbs. This tender light enveloped Tang San's arms and legs, shimmering with brilliance. He immediately felt a wave of comfort coursing through his body, especially in his limbs, which had seemed disconnected from him. He now sensed the ability to move his hands and feet slightly, a miraculous restoration beginning to take place. Tang San emitted a sound of contentment, and his once pale face now bore a hint of color. Ning Rong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shiqing observed this scene, their astonishment at Li Changge's healing prowess renewed. Indeed, as long as there was breath, any injury could be mended, restored to its peak condition without leaving any lasting effects. Such an ability was utterly extraordinary. The 3 beauties were further convinced that Li Changge was an extraordinary figure, hidden away from the world. Li Changge gazed at Tang San with a calm demeanor. As time passed, Tang San's hands and legs had completely healed. Moreover, the color had returned to his face. Tang San, I have finished your treatment. Li Changge spoke softly before retracting his martial soul. Tang San moved his limbs, feeling the shackles of confinement dissipate. The sensation of being able to move freely was utterly exhilarating. Overcome with excitement, tears welled in the corners of his eyes. For the past few days, he had been rendered incapacitated, akin to a cripple, where even the simplest act of turning over proved to be a formidable challenge. Those 3 days felt like an eternity, steeped in torment. Yet now, with his limbs restored, Tang San was profoundly joyful. It was only through the experience of loss that he truly comprehended the profound happiness of possessing a complete body. Woof. Thank you, master, for healing me. Tang San knelt on the ground, adopting a posture of submission. He understood that in the face of absolute power, his only recourse was to submit. To resist would lead to a dire existence. However, Tang San was acutely aware that this submission was but temporary. He would endure humiliation and bide his time, plotting to eliminate Li Changge and defy fate. As an assassin of the Tang sect, He recognized that the key to successfully eliminating a target lay in patience and the ability to identify the appropriate opportunity rather than rushing in recklessly. There exists a distinction between a Tang sect assassin and a mere death warrior. Observing Tang San as he knelt and called out to his master, one could sense the complexity of his emotions. Li Changge scoffed at this. Tang San's reverence was utterly worthless when he first encountered Yu Xiaojang. He immediately prostrated himself 3 times and proclaimed that a day as a teacher is akin to a lifetime as a father. This fellow had quite the knack for ingratiating himself. If you were of use to him, he would address you as his master. However, once you ceased to be of value, Tang San would trample you beneath his feet. Li Changge spoke softly. Tang San, I am exceedingly pleased with your performance. In the forthcoming period, I shall dedicate myself to nurturing your talents. I am aware that you possess dual martial souls, the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer. Such prodigious talent must be carefully cultivated to ensure you rise as a formidable figure in the future. As long as you adhere to my guidance, I shall invest abundant resources and efforts into your development, enabling you to attain level 90 and become a Title Douluo powerhouse within a decade. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back and began to weave a web of persuasion, subtly engaging Tang San in a psychological game. He spoke with an air of conviction, and to his astonishment, Tang San found himself somewhat swayed. Master, I do indeed possess twin martial souls. I have come to realize that without you, I am destined for ruin. Tang San expressed his willingness to remain by his master's side, diligently honing his skills to soon transcend to the esteemed rank of Title Douluo. I am prepared to dedicate my very life for you, to undertake any endeavor. Kneeling before Li Changge, Tang San's face bore an earnest expression as he pledged his most genuine loyalty. In Tang San's eyes, it seemed that Li Changge had recognized the potential of his twin martial souls and sought to cultivate him. In his past life, the elders of the Tang sect would nurture a select few elite subordinates. And Tang San recalled how even the sect master had taken under his wing the offspring of adversaries. As long as one possessed formidable abilities and could command the hearts of others, any individual deemed useful could be nurtured. Tang San felt a sense of relief at being deemed valuable, believing he would be cultivated by Li Changge. This meant his life would be spared. Although he knew that until he freed himself from Li Changge's grasp, he would be bound to a life akin to that of a tiger's companion. Fraught with danger, it was still preferable to death. Once I grow stronger, your demise will be inevitable. You think you can cultivate me? Do not underestimate the repercussions of my retaliation. My strategies surpass your imagination. A glint of determination flashed momentarily in Tang San's azure eyes as he began to devise a plan to eliminate Li Changge. Meanwhile, Li Changge maintained an impassive facade, concealing his thoughts as he observed Tang San's dogged loyalty. Li Changge could not help but chuckle inwardly. This fool genuinely believes that I intend to nurture him? Oh. Tang San, my words are merely a means to ignite your desire for cultivation, urging you to diligently hone your skills. Once you reach level 30, I shall compel you to fuse with a soul ring of blue silvergrass that embodies a year's worth of cultivation. At that moment, I shall cast you back by the side of Yu Xiaojang. Let us see then if you continue to play your little schemes. Li Changge mused inwardly. Everything is firmly within his grasp. There is a saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Li Changge, having perused the original work, possesses an intricate understanding of Tang San's cunning nature, allowing him to effortlessly discern the latter's intentions. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu were taken aback. At the entrance of the Shrek Academy, Li Changge had previously exposed Tang San's possession of twin martial souls. Now, he reiterates this revelation, specifying the 2 distinct martial souls. A soul master with twin martial souls is an exceedingly rare phenomenon, thus eliciting astonishment from the trio. Particularly, Ning Rongrong is left in a state of disbelief, her beautiful eyes reflecting an astonishment that lingers. The Haotian hammer. Is this not the martial soul inherited from the Haotian sect? Indeed, Tang San, bearing the surname Tang, hails from the Haotian sect. It is astonishing that such a prodigy has emerged from there, wielding twin martial souls. However, one of his martial souls, the Haotian hammer, is quite formidable, while the other, blue silvergrass, is woefully inadequate. In comparison to the twin martial souls of her senior, Li Changge, Tang San's abilities pale significantly. Ning Rongrong muses inwardly. Simultaneously, she draws a comparison between Li Changge and Tang San, concluding that Tang San is vastly inferior to Li Changge. There exists a considerable disparity even among soul masters with twin martial souls. Nearby, Zhu Qing also reflects on the comparison between Tang San and Li Changge, realizing that her senior is indeed an extraordinary being. Chapter 44, The Effect of Li Changge's Deception. This senior, Li Changge, has truly evolved from a young prodigy into an extraordinary individual, exhibiting strength at every stage of his life. Being in his presence, even absorbing a fraction of his prowess would benefit me for a lifetime. Zhu Zhuqing thinks to herself, feeling fortunate to have encountered Li Changge. Rather than allowing her body to be tarnished by Dai Mubai, she finds it far more advantageous to follow Li Changge, as she is guaranteed tangible benefits. Xiao Wu, unfamiliar with the Haotian hammer, is cognizant only of the fact that Tang San has deceived her for an extended period. He possesses twin martial souls yet has never disclosed this to her, clearly indicating his constant wariness of her, as he does not regard her as a trustworthy friend. Furthermore, with Tang San's father, Tang Hao, being a Title Douluo level existence, Xiao Wu believes this family must have recognized her as a 100,000-year soul beast. The reason they have not eliminated her, she surmises, is that they are waiting for Tang San to reach maturity. When Tang San does grow, she fears she will be disposed of, her soul ring extracted, and her bones taken. Merely contemplating this sends shivers down her spine, as she perceives the Tang family as exceedingly formidable. Tang San, remember this. You are but a dog at my side. Never dare to defy me, or I shall make your existence a living torment. Do you understand? Li Changge, fully immersed in his performance, once again issued a menacing threat, his pitch-black eyes radiating a fierce aura of lethal intent. As this palpable menace washed over him, Tang San's body trembled slightly. Nevertheless, he continued to kneel on the ground, his forehead striking the earth with a series of resounding thuds. Rest assured, my master, you have granted me a life, and I shall cherish it dearly. From this moment forth, I shall be the sharpest sword in your hand. I shall heed your commands. Whatever you bid me to do, I shall comply. I shall never defy you. I shall never betray you. With his forehead pressed to the ground, Tang San fervently demonstrated his loyalty until eventually a crimson wound marred his brow, blood flowing freely as he persisted in his gestures of devotion. Li Changge estimated that Tang San had actually bowed more than 50 times. What a formidable individual he is. Very well, Tang San, I believe you. No more kowtowing. Do not injure your head. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with an air of indifference. As you wish, master. Tang San ceased his kowtowing and refrained from wiping away the blood, allowing it to flow freely down his face, staining his body and garments a deep crimson. In that moment, Tang San's visage appeared exceedingly grotesque and fearsome. The three enchanting beauties harbored no affection for him any longer. Tang San, heed my command. Yes, master. Tang San did not anticipate that, having just become a mere dog in Li Changge's service, he would soon be entrusted with a task. What could it possibly entail? Regardless of the nature of the assignment, Tang San resolved to excel, believing that such diligence would appease Li Changge and alleviate his suspicions. Eliminating Li Changge began with dispelling his doubts. This initial step was of paramount importance. Tang San's mind swiftly devised a meticulous plan. Tang San, I require you to demonstrate your worth. I shall now assess your martial soul aptitude. You currently stand as a level 29 soul master, and I command you to reach level 30 within a fortnight. Show me the potential of your martial soul. Should you fail, I will render you powerless and cast you onto the streets of Tendo City to beg. At that point, even if your father, Tang Hao, were to rescue you, your limbs would never regain their former strength. Do you comprehend? Li Changge's face was devoid of emotion as he spoke. At present, he was executing the most crucial phase of his plan, to elevate Tang San's cultivation to level 30. Tang San was taken aback by this request. He had not anticipated that the first task assigned to him by Li Changge would be this. It seemed manageable. All he needed to do was to dedicate himself to rigorous daily training and continuously practice the Shantian skill. Moreover, having already amassed a foundation over a period of time, breaking through to level 30 was not a formidable challenge for Tang San. Li Changge granted a period of 14 days. However, Tang San estimated that he would require only 7 days to successfully advance to level 30. As you command, my master, I assure you I will fulfill this task. Tang San responded promptly, displaying an appearance of unwavering loyalty and obedience. Excellent, very good. I am quite satisfied. Li Changge remarked with a subtle smile. He then swiftly approached Tang San and gently patted his shoulder 3 times. Tang San felt the weight of Li Changge's touch, as if 3 immense mountains were pressing down upon him, creating a most uncomfortable sensation. What could this signify? Tang San's azure eyes shimmered with confusion. At that moment, Li Changge appropriately declared, Tang San, I have implanted a special monitoring mark within you. Every action you take is under my watchful gaze. Even if you were to relieve yourself, I would know the color of your excrement and urine. This mark cannot be erased, apart from me. No one in this world possesses the ability to remove it. It is in your best interest not to harbor any nefarious thoughts. Should I discover any such intentions, I will grant you no chance for explanation and will render you powerless. Do you understand? Li Changge issued another warning. Simultaneously, he mentioned the matter of planting marks, primarily to evoke the fantasies of the three enchanting ladies, Zhu Xing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. If he were to truly acquire such an ability, he could monitor many individuals in the future, which would be a remarkable power. Upon hearing Li Changge's words, Tangan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Li Changge possessed such a twisted capability. This meant that his every move would be under Li Changge's surveillance. Consequently, any attempt to bring down Li Changge would require significantly more effort and strategic planning. It posed a challenge. Yet Tangan resolved silently that as long as he seized the opportunity, he would not relent. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief that Li Changge had informed him about the planting marks. This knowledge would allow him to remain vigilant. Otherwise, if his clandestine activities were discovered, it would spell disaster for him. Henceforth, Tangan would exercise greater caution. Rest assured, my master, I, Tangan, shall never engage in any underhanded schemes. You are my master, and I shall remain loyal to you forever. I will diligently cultivate my skills, striving to reach level 30 within the next 14 days. Tangan declared earnestly, making repeated assurances. Very well, I believe you, Li Changge replied nonchalantly. Now, you may leave and find a clean place nearby to cultivate. Since Xiaowu wishes to avoid your presence, do not return until you have reached level 30. Once you achieve that, come back and report to me. This is your first assessment. I hope you take it seriously and perform well. If you excel, I shall subsequently invest resources in you to aid your growth. By the way, if you fail to reach level 30 within the stipulated time, you may as well flee. I shall grant you 3 days to escape. After that, I will seek you out, incapacitate you, and discard you in the most bustling street of Douluo City. Li Changge finally spoke, directly employing both grace and authority. Li Changge's words exuded an air of confidence, evoking an authentic sense of a Cinderella story. It was as if everything he spoke was undeniably true. Tangan clasped his fists and declared, Rest assured, master, I shall cultivate to level 30 within the stipulated time. And I shall not let you down. Even if I am unable to achieve this, I will not flee. As your loyal companion, it is only right that I face punishment for any shortcomings. Master, do you have any further instructions? Since no one wishes to see me, I shall withdraw and focus on my training. Tangan's demeanor was notably humble. Yet, he was acutely aware that his relationship with Xiao Wu had irreparably shattered. Leaving no hope for reconciliation, Xiao Wu was a soul beast of 100,000 years, a fact Tangan quietly noted. In the future, when my cultivation is sufficient, it matters not whether you are Xiao Wu or Douluo. I shall capture you to serve as a soul ring. A glimmer of determination flickered in Tangan's deep blue eyes. At present, I have no further matters to attend to. Depart and immerse yourself in your training. Your presence is merely an eyesore. Once I recognize your worth, I shall naturally treat you with favor. Now, hurry and train diligently. Do not dawdle. Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an air of indifference before stepping forward to deliver a swift kick to Tangan's face. Instantly, a prominent shoe print marred Tangan's visage, and blood streamed from his nose. However, Tangan bore no resentment. He maintained his respectful demeanor and remarked, I shall take my leave. Subsequently, he swiftly exited the cave, vanishing from the onlooker's sight. Having lived 2 lives, particularly during his time in the Tang sect, Tangan understood the art of survival for those of lesser stature. Before the powerful, one must adopt a posture as humble as dust to endure. After leaving the cave, Tangan did not venture far. Instead, he sought a clean spot near the cliff space, tidied the area, and made it his dwelling. He was acutely aware that Li Changge had embedded a mark upon him, rendering escape impossible. How could a great soul master hope to evade Li Changge? Thus, he concluded that the safest course of action was to remain by Li Changge's side and heed his words attentively. If Li Changge truly wished for his own demise, he would not have sought to heal himself. Even if you do not demand that I cultivate to level 30, I shall strive earnestly to attain it myself. Without enhancing my cultivation, how can I exact my revenge and bring you to your end? Await my ascent, for it shall herald your doom. In Tangan's profound blue eyes, a fierce killing intent flickered. The Tang sect's comprehensive record of the Xiantian treasure states, in times of necessity, one may endure humiliation to preserve life, biding one's time until the opportune moment to launch a devastating strike against the enemy and reclaim one's standing. Thus, Tangan believed that his current concession was by no means a matter of disgrace. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he began to devote himself to rigorous cultivation, hoping to swiftly break through to level 30 and earn Li Changge's trust. Unbeknownst to him, the sooner Tangan reached level 30, the sooner his misfortunes would befall him. In a cave perched precariously on the edge of a cliff, Li Changge's mental prowess unfurled, initiating an exploration of the external world. Instantly, this formidable mental energy fixated upon Tangan, observing him diligently immersed in his cultivation. Li Changge felt reassured. Quite impressive, this little third party, diligently honing her skills. Truly a loyal companion. May she swiftly attain level 30. Li Changge silently thought to herself that she was exceedingly pleased with Tangan's performance. After Tangan departed, the cave became significantly quieter. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu remained in silence. They sensed that Li Changge's public reprimand of Tangan might have been deliberately staged for their benefit, serving as a cautionary reminder for them to behave obediently, lest they face dire consequences. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong felt even less inclined to resist. "Senior, I shall retreat to meditate," Zhu Zhuqing proactively suggested, wishing to engage in her practice. "Very well, do as you wish." Li Changge nodded gently, ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's hair, and offered words of encouragement. "Keep it up." Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing moved aside, seating herself on the ground to absorb the energy bestowed by the sun, commencing her cultivation. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were nestled in Li Changge's embrace. "Oh dear, my back aches and my waist feels strained. Is there anyone willing to help me stretch my muscles?" Li Changge spoke up. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong immediately understood his intention, their lovely faces flushed with embarrassment. Subsequently, Li Changge lay on the large bed, assuming a shape. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, one on each side, began to knead his shoulders and massage him. Displaying their obedient demeanor, Li Changge relished the moments, living each day in joyful repetition. Li Changge felt no sense of monotony. Rather, he was filled with joy. 3 days had elapsed. At last, through the tireless imagination of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, Li Changge mastered the ability to plant marks in others. This skill was remarkably straightforward. By employing a unique technique, one could inject a trace of their own soul power essence into another's body, thereby successfully planting the mark. The implanted mark would endure indefinitely, and only Li Changge possessed the means to erase it. Others would be unable to detect or eliminate it. There existed, however, a peculiar method to eradicate the mark: death. Upon death, the soul power of a soul master dissipates into the cosmos, and thus, the mark planted by Li Changge would vanish without a trace. Yet, who would choose to die merely to eliminate a mark? As long as it resided within the body of another, Li Changge is able to utilize this mark to observe in real time the activities of an individual, even to the extent of witnessing their most private moments, such as using the restroom or bathing, with utmost clarity. Furthermore, through this mark, Li Changge can also perceive the surrounding environment, people, and objects associated with the individual. This ability can be described as exceedingly extraordinary. Moreover, Li Changge possesses the capacity to implant this mark indefinitely, capable of bestowing it upon 10,000 or even 100,000 individuals. However, the more marks he plants, the greater the mental energy required for him to monitor them. Thus, it is impractical for him to implant marks on every soul master and soul beast in the world. Li Changge only bestows the planting of marks upon certain significant soul masters and soul beasts, thereby constantly monitoring their locations and circumstances. This ability is rather extraordinary, akin to implanting a surveillance device within the bodies of others, allowing for real-time observation of their every action. In Chapter 46, accompanied by Tangan, he embarks on a quest to hunt for a year's soul ring. This mark-planting ability is undeniably remarkable, particularly for those soul masters with a penchant for voyeurism. Upon mastering this capability, Li Changge had inscribed marks upon Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. In addition, he had also bestowed a mark upon Tangan. Consequently, Li Changge no longer needed to constantly exert his formidable spiritual power to keep track of these individuals. Each day, he would check on Tangan's mark to observe his activities. It must be noted that Tangan was quite diligent, dedicating himself to earnest cultivation without engaging in any other pursuits. This aspect greatly pleased Li Changge. Furthermore, he had tested the surveillance capabilities of the mark. He instructed Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu to bathe in a nearby river, choosing not to accompany them. As a result, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu regarded Li Changge as a serious and respectable individual, unaware that he lay comfortably on a grand bed within the cave, observing their every move with clarity. Subsequently, time swiftly passed, and over 7 days had elapsed. This marked the 10th day since Tang San had commenced his cultivation. On this particular day, Li Changge found himself lounging in the sun, embraced by the warmth of daylight. While a commotion of climbing could be heard from the base of the cliff, Li Changge observed through the imprints of his cultivation and discovered that Tang San was scaling the cliff, eager to report to him. However, Tang San had already attained the remarkable level of 30. Today, it was time to procure a suitable blue silvergrass with a cultivation period of 1 year for Tang San. Li Changge's lips curled into a faint smile. However, she did not immediately summon Tang San, but allowed him to continue his ascent. When Tang San was nearing the summit, Li Changge raised his large hand and unleashed a surge of formidable power, which directly ensnared Tang San, pulling his body forward. The overwhelming nature of Li Changge's soul power proved to be quite domineering, causing Tang San to lose his footing and fall to the ground. Alas, he landed face first, in a rather undignified manner. "Useless fool," Li Changge muttered disdainfully. At this, Tang San shuddered and quickly rose to his feet, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. His face adorned with sincerity as he apologized. "I am truly sorry, master." In the midst of his apology, Tang San couldn't help but notice how comfortably Li Changge was surrounded by his companions. The scene was so indulgent that it filled Tang San with a pang of envy. Indeed, it became increasingly evident that Li Changge was no virtuous being. He wielded his considerable prowess to compel Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing into actions that contradicted their own desires. Such a person had already forged his path to ruin. It was only a matter of time before he would meet a grim fate. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San's unfortunate days had already begun to unfold on this very day. Li Changge spoke calmly. "Tango, have you reached level 30 in your cultivation?" In response to his master, Tang San clasped his fists respectfully and replied, "Indeed, I have attained level 30. He had come to report this development to Li Changge. By achieving level 30 within the time frame set by Li Changge, he aimed to demonstrate his loyalty and gradually dispel the master's prejudices against him. This marked the initial step in his grand scheme of revenge. "Excellent." Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile. "I allotted you 14 days, yet you accomplished this in merely 10. Tango, I am quite pleased with your performance." "Thank you for your praise, master." Tang San replied respectfully, his face betraying a hint of pride. "Very well, my spirits are high today, and I have decided to take you to fuse with a powerful soul ring." Li Changge's tone softened. "This soul ring will bestow upon you a formidable third soul skill. Tang San, I may have been somewhat stringent with you, but it was for your own benefit. I hope you can cast aside any lingering resentment towards me and henceforth remain loyal, serving me faithfully. From this soul ring onward, let us put our past grievances behind us, shall we?" Li Changge's voice took on a notably gentle tone. His amiable demeanor brought a sense of comfort to Tang San. Simultaneously, Tang San felt reassured in his thoughts. Indeed, this Li Changge was intent on nurturing him. It was likely that once he had developed his abilities, he would confront certain formidable forces. "Master, from the moment you healed my hands and feet, I have held no resentment toward you. You are my master, and I shall obey your every command." Tang San replied with utmost respect. "Excellent. Then today we shall set forth to the Douluo forest to procure a suitable third spirit ring for you." "Ha ha." Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile and burst into laughter. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu gazed at him with sparkling eyes, unable to fathom the enigma that was Li Changge. On one hand, he treated Tang San with utter disdain, regarding him as nothing more than a dog. Yet on the other, he showed remarkable care for Tang San, encouraging his cultivation and even planning to assist him in obtaining a suitable third soul ring. This was truly astonishing. "Rongrong, Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, you shall accompany me to the Douluo Great Forest as well," he declared. "With a stroke of fortune, I might even help you acquire soul bones for fusion." Li Changge smiled gently and spoke. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu did not dare to refuse his request, and all nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us set off immediately," Li Changge declared. Today, he aimed to fulfill the cherished wish of his dear friend by bestowing upon Tang San a blue silver grass soul ring with a cultivation limit of 1 year. Li Changge now found himself in a location from which, by journeying westward for 200 miles, he would reach the periphery of the Douluo forest. With a grand sweep of his hand, he unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, which ensnared the bodies of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, transporting them to the heart of the Star Do forest. At present, Li Changge had attained a cultivation level of 97 and possessed 2 powerful martial souls. Thus, entering the Star Do forest felt as familiar as home to him, his countenance radiating contentment, free from any trepidation of peril. In stark contrast, the surrounding soul masters traversing the forest appeared vigilant, their faces etched with caution, acutely aware that any lapse in vigilance could lead to their demise, their bodies potentially becoming one with the forest itself. Master, may I inquire what type of soul beast soul ring you wish for me to procure, and what should be the duration of its cultivation? Tang San asked earnestly. During his time alongside Yu Xiaojang, he had often heard discussions regarding the optimal soul ring configurations for soul masters. The first soul ring was to be of 423 years, the second of 764 years, and the third, a remarkable 1,760 years. Tang San now found himself eagerly anticipating the acquisition of his third soul ring. Reflecting on his previous endeavors to acquire soul rings, Tang San recalled the arduous nature of those quests. His mentor, Yu Xiaojang, had been rather weak, possessing only the strength of a 29th level Great Soul Master. He vividly remembered the perilous encounter with the Mandra Snake Soul Ring, where his teacher nearly lost his life, only to be saved at the last moment by Tang San's timely use of a hidden weapon. On another occasion, during the hunt for the Ghost Vine Soul Ring, Yu Xiaojang had summoned the Dean of Nodding Academy, yet even with this assistance, the endeavor proved to be quite taxing. Now, with Li Changge, a formidable Title Douluo of level 97, leading the way to procure soul rings, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of confidence that everything would proceed smoothly. Entering the Star Do forest felt akin to returning home, with soul beasts laid out before him like a sumptuous buffet, ready for his selection. He began to envision a promising future, convinced that his master would diligently assist him in obtaining his first soul ring, fostering a close bond in the process. Little did he know, all of this was merely a figment of Tang San's naive imagination. Li Changge remarked, Tang San, your martial soul possesses remarkable potential. The soul rings I have meticulously selected for you are of exceptionally strong quality and are perfectly suited to your cultivation period. As for the specific type of soul beast, I shall keep it under wraps for now to maintain an aura of mystery. You shall discover it shortly. Meanwhile, the 4 of you may venture a guess. Should you succeed, I shall impart to you a powerful technique. Should you fail, however, you will owe me a kiss. At this juncture, Li Changge's gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Upon hearing his words, the 3 beauties' lovely faces flushed with a rosy hue. Under the guise of playful speculation, Li Changge was clearly seeking to take advantage of them, with the stipulation that a wrong guess would result in a kiss. Nevertheless, it was true that he had already kissed them during this period. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu had all had their first kisses claimed by Li Changge. There is an ancient saying in Longhua, raw rice is cooked into mature rice. Li Changge spent each day in close companionship with Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Over time, a certain degree of affection inevitably blossomed among them. Tang San, upon hearing Li Changge's words, felt a tumult of emotions. The sight of Li Changge, flanked by companions, was enough to stir envy deep within Tang San's heart. Concurrently, his disdain for Li Changge intensified, leading him to silently vow to eliminate this rival who had seemingly found a path to his own demise. Merely killing Li Changge would not suffice. Tang San envisioned a fate far more agonizing. Once Li Changge was deceased, Tang San contemplated emulating Wu Zixu, who famously exhumed the remains of King Ping of Chu to exact vengeance, delivering 300 lashes to the corpse. Yet, even that would not satiate his fury. Tang San would unleash even greater wrath upon the lifeless form of Li Changge. The torment of Li Changge's remains stemmed from Tang San's fear that, as long as Li Changge drew breath, he might use his martial spirit, the 10-heart sea begonia, to heal himself. Confronted by such formidable power, Tang San understood the necessity of striking decisively to ensure Li Changge's demise, allowing him to gradually vent his pent-up rage upon the deceased. After all, a corpse does not resist, it poses no threat, allowing one to act without fear of retribution. However, such an opportunity must first present itself. Tang San's heart surged with tumultuous thoughts, yet he maintained an outward demeanor of calm, appearing perfectly composed, devoid of any discernible emotion. This was Tang San, embodying the poise expected of a Tang sect assassin, unflappable in the face of chaos, steadfast as Mount Tai crumbles before him. Li Changge spoke gently now. Each of you must guess a name of a spirit beast. Quickly. Zhu Zhuqing, her cheeks flushed, was the first to respond, the swift great horse monkey. Ning Rongrong followed, saying, the human-faced demon snake. Xiao Wu chimed in, the azure mosquito. The variety of spirit beast was vast, and their limited knowledge of Tang Sen left them unaware of which soul beast and spirit ring he was most suited to merge with. Beneath the guise of a guessing game, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were not oblivious. They knew Li Changge's true intent was to solicit a kiss. Haha, splendid. I shall remember this. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Tang Sen hesitated slightly and timidly inquired, must I also guess? Indeed, you must guess. However, should you be correct, I assure you, I shall not kiss you. The utmost I could offer is a slap. Li Changge replied coldly, hands clasped behind his back. What a farce. The very thought of Li Changge kissing Tang San was nauseating. Upon hearing this, Tang San's lips twitched in irritation. He recognized that Li Changge held him in disregard, persistently stirring trouble for him. Nevertheless, one must bow beneath eaves. Tang San, now merely a dog at Li Changge's side, had no choice but to comply. He stated, I surmise that the spirit beast my master intends for me to hunt is an exceptionally formidable serpent spirit beast. My blue silvergrass is most suited for merging with powerful beast-type spirit beasts. What a fanciful thought. Li Changge mused inwardly, chuckling. However beautiful your thoughts may be now, soon your mood shall plummet. He anticipated the sight of Tang San, on the verge of tears, and laughed heartily. Damn, my good brother truly knows how to play. Devising such a method to torment Tang San, and it brings him such joy. Dear brother, may you be aware of my delight from beyond, as I fulfill this wish of yours. A flurry of thoughts passed through his mind. Li Changge, with an expressionless visage, remarked, very well, I shall remember this. Soon, everyone shall know the answer. After speaking, he, accompanied by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San, continued their journey through the Stardo forest. However, he remained at the periphery, avoiding deeper incursions into the woods. This was solely because only at the forest's edge could one find blue silvergrass with a cultivation age of 1 year. Venturing too far inward would lead them to high-level soul beasts, rendering the search for the 1-year-old blue silvergrass futile. Such soul beasts were exceedingly common across the continent. Many awakened martial souls of soul masters were merely blue silvergrass, ubiquitous and utterly unremarkable. Not far away, beneath a grand tree, a cluster of blue silvergrass thrived, swaying gently in the breeze as if beckoning to Li Changge and the enchanting companions by his side. Thus, Li Changge approached the patch of blue silvergrass. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, puzzled yet intrigued, closely followed his lead. Upon reaching the base of the towering tree, Li Changge bent down, gently caressing the blue silvergrass, attuning himself to their cultivation age. After thoroughly assessing each one, in Li Changge's gaze, a flicker of disappointment passed through. Chapter 48, The Cruelty of Reality. What is this? Are these blue silvergrass spirit beasts truly so formidable? Each of them possesses a cultivation level of at least 3 years. With such an elevated period of cultivation, Tang San lacks the fate to merge with them. Li Changge pondered inwardly, shaking his head with a sigh. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu looked utterly bewildered, unable to fathom what was troubling Li Changge this time. Despite spending several days in close companionship with him, they remained oblivious to the true thoughts that lay within his heart. This man was undeniably enigmatic. His thoughts often transcended the ordinary, eluding their comprehension. Why did the senior touch these blue silvergrasses? Did it hold some special significance? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes. Could it be that the senior had an affection for Flora? How rather refined of him. Zhu Zhuqing harbored a strong desire to unravel the mysteries of Li Changge's heart. Strangely, as their time together lengthened, her fascination with him deepened, compelling her to know him wholly. Beside her, Ning Rongrong was equally curious, the light in her eyes flickering as she began to contemplate. What could be the purpose behind the senior's caress of the blue silvergrass? Was it to understand its essence, thereby assisting Tang San in his quest for a suitable soul beast and soul ring? Ning Rongrong could not help but entertain such thoughts. She had been captivated by Li Changge, believing he was genuinely intent on helping Tang San find the ideal third soul ring. Xiao Wu, standing quietly by, watched silently, her mind less burdened with conjecture. Tang San's deep blue eyes shifted, his thoughts turning towards Li Changge's actions. What was his intent? Tangan found himself perplexed, unable to decipher the reasoning behind it all, primarily due to his limited understanding of Li Changge. Li Changge, wearing an expression of disappointment, rose to his feet and said calmly, "Let us go." Subsequently, he took the lead, beginning to search for the surrounding blue-silver grass, gently caressing each one to sense the fluctuations of their cultivation. Time passed. Li Changge had been diligently searching for a full hour and a half. Yet he still had not located the blue-silver grass that required a cultivation period of 1 year. Li Changge discovered that the lowest cultivation age of the blue-silver grass was merely 2 years. What a predicament! The cultivation ages of these blue-silver grasses are astonishingly high. To find a specimen with merely 1 year of cultivation is as challenging as seeking a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. Li Changge silently cursed, feeling somewhat convinced. If all else fails, he might as well let Tangan merge with that 2-year cultivation limit blue-silver grass from earlier. Li Changge pondered to himself that he could only resort to a secondary option. At that moment, Tangan cautiously inquired, "Master, why have we remained on the outskirts of the Stardow forest instead of venturing deeper? The soul beasts we encounter here are merely a few decades old, and one rarely sees a century-old soul beast. Moreover, why do you persist in caressing the blue-silver grass? Is it to gain a better understanding of this martial spirit?" Tangan had sensed something peculiar about Li Changge and immediately voiced his confusion, eager to comprehend the situation. However, he did not dare to ask directly and thus chose to pose his questions in a more subtle manner. Li Changge searched for the blue-silver grass, a task that had consumed his time for an entire year, and his patience began to wane. He cast a sharp glare at Tangan and remarked, "You are truly bothersome. Do I require your guidance in my endeavors? If you wish to retain the ability to speak without reservation, I suggest you silence yourself and observe attentively, learning diligently." The piercing aura exuded by Li Changge erupted forth, causing Tangan's body to tremble momentarily, his face awash with fear. Subsequently, Tangan obediently sealed his lips. "Let us continue the search." Li Changge pondered silently, resolved to make another attempt. If he truly could not find it, he would allow Tangan to merge the 2 years of cultivation with the blue-silver grass. Li Changge had just memorized the location of the 2-year-old blue-silver grass. Subsequently, he, along with Zhu Zhuqing and the other 3, commenced their search anew. This time, they ventured into the more distant realms, diligently scouring the surroundings. Meanwhile, Tangan's heart grew increasingly uneasy, sensing an underlying conspiracy. After an hour of searching, Li Changge finally discovered a blue-silver grass with a cultivation period of 1 year, and a glimmer of joy shone in his dark eyes. "The heavens do not forsake those who are earnest. At last, I have found you. A blue-silver grass with a cultivation period of 1 year. Tangan, fortune smiles upon you." Haha. In Li Changge's heart, a sense of urgency began to swell. After investing 2.5 hours, he finally discovered a suitable soul beast soul ring for Tangan to assimilate. Thus, Li Changge wore a joyful smile as he gazed at Tangan. Upon witnessing that smile, Tangan involuntarily shuddered, retreating instinctively by 2 steps, as if confronted by a monster. "Tangan, come here, for I have discovered an exceptionally powerful soul beast that is perfectly suited for your fusion. This soul beast is indeed a remarkable find, one that I devoted 2.5 hours to locate for you." Li Changge raised a faint smile and spoke with an undeniable tone. Tangan, with his azure eyes scanning the surroundings, blinked and timidly replied, "Master, where is it? I do not see that formidable soul beast." Tangan was utterly perplexed. There was no powerful soul beast in sight, merely the blue-silver grass. Blue-silver grass. Grass. Could it be that the soul ring he asked me to fuse with is actually the blue-silver grass? A sudden shock coursed through Tangan, draining the color from his face. He finally began to grasp the peculiarity of the situation. However, this notion was swiftly cast aside from his mind. No, if it were a blue-silver grass soul ring, Li Changge would not have expended so much time searching. The ground was littered with blue-silver grass, which was exceedingly easy to find. Li Changge must have employed some special means to locate a powerful soul beast. It is simply that my cultivation is too shallow to discern it. Tangan comforted himself, feeling that this thought was more aligned with reality. Meanwhile, the 3 stunning beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, exchanged bewildered glances, surveying the area in search of the powerful soul beast that Li Changge had mentioned. Where could it be? Where is this formidable soul beast? Xiao Wu looked left and right but could not find it. What kind of powerful soul beast could it be? This is the outer region of the Douluo forest. Is it even possible for a powerful soul beast to roam here? It seems unlikely. Tangan's third soul ring requires a soul beast of at least 1,000 years of age. Can such a creature truly be found here? How strange. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her delicate brows, utterly perplexed. What tricks is this senior Changge up to? I find him increasingly inscrutable. Ning Rongrong mused inwardly, feeling quite bewildered. Chapter 49. Is this the powerful soul beast you spoke of? The four of them, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tangan, were all somewhat bewildered. After a thorough search, they had found nothing resembling the powerful soul beast that Li Changge had described. Moreover, this was the outer region of the Douluo forest. How could a formidable soul beast possibly be present? This senior Li Changge is truly baffling, leaving one with an impression of profound mystery. Observing the dazed expressions of everyone, Li Changge smiled faintly and spoke. Do you not see it? This soul beast is right before you. Master, where is it? Tangan inquired tentatively, his azure eyes shimmering with curiosity. How can you be so blind despite having cultivated the purple extreme demon eyes? Li Changge remarked, his brow furrowing. It is far away yet right before your very eyes, and you cannot perceive it. Upon hearing this, Tangan's heart quivered. He had not anticipated that Li Changge was aware of the purple extreme demon eyes, truly a formidable Title Douluo. Before such a powerful being, all of his secrets felt utterly exposed. Amidst his astonishment and fear, Tangan feigned respect. Scanning the surroundings earnestly in search of the mighty soul beast Li Changge had mentioned, yet he found nothing. The three enchanting beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, were also searching, but they too could not locate it. Observing the collective inability to find the creature, Li Changge no longer beat around the bush. He directly stated, Tangan, do you see beneath this grand tree a formidable blue-silver grass soul beast beckoning you? A faint smile graced Li Changge's lips, and his voice carried an undeniable authority. What? The formidable blue-silver grass soul beast. Upon hearing Li Changge's words, Tangan felt as though 5 bolts of lightning had simultaneously struck his heart, leaving him in utter disbelief. Tangan could scarcely believe his ears. Li Changge spoke of a formidable spirit beast, which turned out to be the blue-silver grass. Tangan was taken aback. Gazing at an ancient tree in front of him, beneath which a stalk of blue-silver grass swayed gracefully in the wind, its delicate form resembling a young maiden's gentle hand, as if it were beckoning him. As it waved, it seemed to convey to Tangan, come, hunt me down. I am the powerful spirit beast, merge with me, and you shall acquire a potent third spirit skill. This left Tangan utterly stunned. Nearby, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes blinking in surprise as they directed their attention to the blue-silver grass beneath the ancient tree. Coupled with Li Changge's earlier words about the mighty spirit beast, the three enchanting ladies shivered, their expressions transforming into one of exquisite intrigue. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle. Envisioning the scene of Tangan merging with the year-old blue-silver grass, it struck her as exceedingly amusing. This senior, Li Changge, was quite the jester. After spending 2.5 hours searching for a spirit beast, he had meticulously chosen the weakest blue-silver grass for Tangan to merge with. Moreover, he insisted that this was a powerful spirit beast, compelling Tangan to integrate with it. The absurdity was almost laughable. Prior to this, Ning Rongrong had genuinely believed that Li Changge intended to take Tangan under his wing, helping him cultivate and hunt formidable spirit beasts to enhance their relationship. Yet, it turned out that Li Changge had been toying with Tangan all along, and everyone had been unwittingly caught in his playful scheme. Reflecting on the entire process, along with her earnest deductions, the stark contrast struck Ning Rongrong as humorous, prompting her laughter. Hearing her laughter, Tangan glanced at Ning Rongrong. Feeling her reaction was rather impolite, Li Changge also looked toward Ning Rongrong, silently acknowledging, what a mischievous little sprite. Shouldn't she be sympathizing with Tangan at this moment? Yet she finds it amusing? Master, you cannot be serious, can you? Tangan addressed Li Changge, his heart filled with a glimmer of hope that this was all a jest. Do you think I'm joking? Li Changge replied with a grave expression. Tangan, I assure you, this year-old blue-silver grass is the fruit of my painstaking 2.5-hour selection. It is remarkably powerful. Merging with it will grant you a formidable third spirit skill. Furthermore, it will not cause you any physical discomfort, as it harmonizes perfectly with your martial spirit. Blue-silver grass. Under no circumstances can you evade this. Do you understand? Otherwise, you shall be opposing me and showing me disrespect. Just wait and see how I shall make you suffer. If you wish to avoid pain, I advise you to heed my words and show me your gratitude. Do not refuse a toast and instead force me to administer punishment. My patience is limited. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back, solemnly articulating the matter at hand while emphasizing the necessity for Tangan to assimilate the one-year cultivation blue-silver grass. This paltry specimen was exceedingly feeble, inferior even to a 10-year spirit beast. To fuse with it would be a squander of my martial soul's potential. Master, this is my third spirit ring. It is imperative that I merge with a spirit ring of at least 1,000 years. If the cultivation is too weak, I shall be unable to serve you adequately. I implore you to reconsider. Tangan protested, genuinely reluctant to integrate this one-year cultivation blue-silver grass. Such a worthless spirit beast, lacking even 10 years of cultivation, would effectively shatter his promising future. Moreover, it is likely that no spirit master would deign to regard a one-year cultivation blue-silver grass, let alone fuse with it. Even those with modest martial soul talents can typically merge with spirit rings of several decades. He, Tangan, possessed dual martial souls and wielded various concealed weapons. Having mastered the Xiantian skill and the purple extreme demon eye, how could he possibly merge with such a worthless spirit beast ring? Tangan found this unacceptable. His deep blue eyes quivered, his small hands clenched into fists, contorting in anguish. This is the conclusion I have pondered, and you dare to question me? Do you presume to defy my judgment? Li Changge raised an eyebrow, his anger palpable, as a terrifying aura emanated from him. The oppressive force of his 97th level Title Douluo cultivation distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. Tangan instantly felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon his back, an overwhelming weight that rendered him immobile. It was as if his body had been infused with molten lead, and he found himself rooted to the spot, utterly unable to move. He was deeply unsettled, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at Li Changge. In that moment, Tangan perceived a tyrant, seething with rage, poised to unleash his wrath upon him. Chapter 50. Tangan's Despair. Tangan trembled, unable to meet Li Changge's gaze directly. Li Changge, upon observing Tangan's defiant gaze, discerned that without imparting a lesson today, he would be unlikely to heed his words. Thus, Li Changge resolved to forego any further delays. Tangan, this is an order, not a negotiation, he declared. You have repeatedly defied me. Consequently, it is necessary for me to administer a suitable punishment. I trust that after you have endured this consequence, you will reflect deeply on the words I have just spoken. Li Changge uttered a final word, and then, in an instant, Li Changge's figure flickered and appeared before Tangan. Li Changge's stature is remarkably imposing, evoking in Tangan the sensation of standing before a formidable demon king. In his presence, resistance feels utterly futile, especially under the watchful gaze of the three enchanting beauties, Qing, Renxue, and Xiao Wu. Li Changge, no longer hesitant, extended his large hand and grasped Tangan's left hand. Crack, crack, crack. Li Changge commenced his torment of Tangan, methodically breaking his left hand's fingers, one by one, before proceeding to shatter his arm, inch by inch. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the starry forest. Ah, it hurts. My arm, it's agonizing. My left hand is ruined. Tangan's face contorted in agony as he shouted, gritting his teeth so hard it seemed they might shatter. Simultaneously, his body trembled violently. Yet he was firmly restrained by Li Changge, akin to a fish on a chopping board, utterly unable to move, left to be slaughtered mercilessly. Nearby, Qing, Renxue, and Xiaowu were horrified by the scene, covering their eyes, reluctant to witness the brutality. After incapacitating Tangan's left hand, Li Changge employed the same ruthless method, incapacitating Tangan's right hand. At that moment, his hands resembled grotesque waves, twisted in a terrifying manner. Tangan's complexion turned ashen, agony overwhelming him to the brink of death. With a powerful kick, Li Changge sent Tangan sprawling, then began to contort his legs, instantly twisting them like a pretzel. Ah! Tangan cried out in torment, suffering immensely. Tangan, reflect carefully on my previous words. This blue silver grass is a soul ring I have meticulously chosen for you. Should you dare to reject my goodwill, I shall render you utterly useless today. Li Changge spoke with an air of indifference, his voice resonating as though it emanated from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Subsequently, he unleashed his second martial soul, the 10-heartsy pearl flower. A shimmering aura of ethereal light enveloped the surroundings, emanating a gentle and harmonious essence from Li Changge. 8 black soul rings encircled his figure, embodying the pinnacle of healing prowess. Li Changge unleashed a potent healing soul technique. A divine radiance erupted from the 10-heart begonia flowers, enveloping Tangan's injured form and swiftly mending his wounds. Bathed in this celestial light, Tangan felt a wave of comfort wash over him, alleviating his pain. He emitted a soft, contented hum, relishing the soothing sensation. Moments ago, he had felt as if he were in the depths of hell, enduring excruciating torment. Now, however, he found himself in paradise, enveloped in unparalleled comfort. In no time, all of Tangsan's injuries were fully healed. His once twisted and bruised hands and feet returned to their normal state, devoid of any trace of harm. He shook his arms, discovering that his hands remained nimble and functional, filling his heart with joy. Once the healing was complete, Li Changge refrained from uttering any unnecessary words and quietly retracted his martial soul, the 10 heart sea blossom. Subsequently, he approached Tangsan and grasped his left hand once more. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones resonated through the air. Li Changge, without any hesitation, rendered Tangsan's hands and feet useless once again, subjecting him to yet another excruciating ordeal. Like a broken puppet, Tangsan collapsed onto the ground, howling in agony. Such cruelty, such ruthless tactics. Truly terrifying, disturbing. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing, and Xiao Wu were all petrified by Li Changge's methods. At that moment, they recalled a chilling proclamation made by Li Changge. He possessed a myriad of tortures capable of driving anyone to the brink of despair. Moreover, he could pry open the most resolute lips, extracting every hidden secret. The three beauties were now utterly convinced of Li Changge's formidable capabilities. Meanwhile, Li Changge gazed down at the writhing Tangsan, devoid of any compassion. He then unleashed his second martial soul, the 10-heart begonia, to heal Tangsan's injuries. Once restored, Li Changge wasted no time or words and began to inflict harm upon Tangsan once more, rendering him crippled. After breaking him, he healed him again. This cycle of incapacitation and restoration continued relentlessly, with Li Changge tormenting Tangsan repeatedly. The latter's cries of despair echoed through the air, and his willpower shattered. On the 9th iteration, Tangsan ceased his screams of pain and, in a desperate plea, exclaimed, "Master, I am willing to fuse. Master, I am willing to merge with the blue-silver grass of 1-year cultivation." The relentless agony of this torment was truly unbearable. Tangsan could no longer withstand it. This was the first time he had encountered such a dreadful form of punishment, and he ultimately capitulated. He recognized that no one would come to his rescue. Not even Yu Xiaojang would be of any use. Tangsan, unwilling to endure further suffering, relinquished his struggle and chose to comply with Li Changge to obediently integrate the blue-silver grass of 1-year cultivation. Just as he was about to cripple Tangsan's legs, Li Changge paused and said indifferently, "Tangsan, I did not catch that. Please repeat yourself." "Master, I am willing to fuse with the powerful soul beast you bestowed upon me." Tangsan hurriedly proclaimed, "I accept your kindness. Thank you, Master. I will fuse." "Excellent." Li Changge replied with a satisfied smile, "You have finally come to your senses. Indeed, I speak to you kindly, yet you refuse to heed my advice. You truly have my best interests at heart. Next time, I hope you will not be so stubborn. Whatever I command, you shall obey." "Yes, yes. What you say is absolutely right, Master. I will listen to you." Tangsan responded repeatedly, not daring to resist. Yet, despite his words, a glimmer of determination flickered in his deep blue eyes. "Even if the blue-silver grass martial soul were to be rendered useless, I still possess the Haotian hammer. As long as I have the opportunity, I shall never give up. Li Changge, I will surely slay you, and I will make you endure the torment I have suffered." Tangsan's body trembled slightly, tears streaming from his eyes, as a surge of intense hatred filled his heart. He was unwilling to let Li Changge go, consumed by the desire to inflict pain upon him. An endless tide of vengeance surged within him. At this moment, Tangsan's heart was ablaze with fury. If this anger could be transformed into unparalleled cultivation, he would ascend to godhood in an instant and rend Li Changge to pieces. Although his rage was palpable, Tangsan retained a flicker of rationality. He mused inwardly, "I will feign obedience to Li Changge for now. The blue-silver grass may be useless, but I shall focus on the Haotian hammer." Tangsan had silently resolved this in his mind. The blue-silver grass was inherently a weak martial soul. Even if it were to be discarded, it mattered not. As long as my Haotian hammer remains intact and capable of fusing with powerful soul rings, I shall have my chance to rise again. Moreover, it seemed Li Changge had no intention of targeting my Haotian hammer. Thus, Tangsan began to plot anew. Throughout his life, he had been a master of strategy. Even in adversity, he would devise plans to turn the tide in his favor. In his past life, he had employed such cunning against Qian Renxue. When he had schemed against Hulaina, he had disguised himself as Tangan to woo her, manipulating her at will. Perhaps even Xiao Wu's transformation into a soul ring, later becoming the sheath of the Shura goddess sword, was part of Tangsan's calculations. Eventually, he had even outmaneuvered Hu Yuhao. He was nothing if not a strategist. Meanwhile, Li Changge narrowed his eyes. A surge of electricity coursed through his mind, stirring thoughts of a vital realization. Indeed, Tang San possessed the Haotian hammer martial soul. I shall allow Tang San to fuse the third soul ring of 1-year cultivation with his first martial soul. Then, I will seek 3 soul rings of 1-year cultivation from the blue silver grass, enabling Tang San to enhance his Haotian hammer as well. Typically, those with dual martial souls cultivate the first before the second, lest they risk self-destruction. However, the blue silver grass soul ring he would fuse with is exceedingly weak and gentle, so Tang San would not face such peril. Even if signs of explosion were to arise, I could utilize the tin heart begonia to heal him and assist in the fusion of the soul ring. Ah, what a splendid idea! Li Changge contemplated inwardly, a glimmer of brilliance flickering through his profound dark eyes. He found immense satisfaction in tormenting Tang San. Dear brother, your dying wish is soon to be fulfilled. Moreover, to ensure your joy in the afterlife, I shall embellish the tale. Intertwining Tang San's Haotian hammer with a soul ring of blue silver grass, infused with a year of cultivation. Brother, if you are aware from beyond the grave, I hope you can send a dream to enlighten me, to confirm whether my actions are just. Li Changge mused inwardly, engaging in a silent dialogue with his dear brother. Upon concluding this internal conversation, he felt a sense of resolution. Li Changge gazed at Tang San and spoke, Tang San, now that you have experienced a profound awakening and are willing to embrace my goodwill towards you, I shall proceed to heal you and restore your body to its former vitality. You must seize this opportunity with utmost determination. Should you find yourself regretting your choices in the future, I cannot promise to heed your call to halt. I shall not cease, but will continue to impart lessons upon you. Li Changge uttered a resolute declaration. Master, I shall seize this extraordinary opportunity with utmost diligence. I am determined to seamlessly integrate this formidable blue-silver grass spirit ring and acquire a powerful new third spirit skill. I am deeply grateful for your generous endowment. Tang San, suppressing the agony coursing through his body and the turmoil within, managed to force a smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum, fervently seeking to please. Very well. It is evident that you possess sincere intentions. Li Changge nodded and proclaimed, I shall commence your treatment immediately. Indeed, master, Tang San replied, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Every inch of his arms felt as though each bone had been twisted to oblivion, akin to a plaited braid, inflicting excruciating pain. Tang San fervently hoped that Li Changge's healing would be expedited, alleviating some of his suffering. Subsequently, Li Changge exhibited no hesitation. Under the watchful gaze of the 3 enchanting beauties, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, Li Changge unleashed his second martial soul, the tin heart begonia. As the martial soul was released, a gentle glow enveloped the surroundings. How delightful! Feeling the soft radiance cascade over him, Tang San could not help but exclaim. He sensed that his arms, once in agony, now felt utterly at ease. An exquisite healing. Li Changge began to unleash his formidable soul abilities. A divine radiance emanated from the tin heart sea flower, cascading down onto Tang San's arm, initiating the healing process. A soft, contented groan escaped Tang San's lips as he felt his arms gradually rejuvenate, re-establishing the connection with them. This revelation filled his heart with elation. Splendidly, his arms were on the verge of returning to their former glory. At that moment, Tang San yearned fervently for a fully functional body, desiring to shed the shackles of his previous limitations. Time swiftly passed, and soon, Tang San's arms were restored to their pristine state, devoid of any injuries, and he had returned to his peak condition. Now, Tang San, proceed to merge with the powerful blue-silver grass soul ring. Li Changge retracted his tin heart begonia martial spirit, causing the surrounding gentle radiance to vanish completely, and urged Tang San to fuse with the spirit ring. Very well, master. Tang San complied, albeit with a heart full of grievances that he dared not express. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Li Changge, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, Tang San approached the ancient tree, bending down before it. Gazing at the blue-silver grass before him, he sighed internally, lamenting his fate of encountering Li Changge. Oh, little grass, you are about to become my third spirit ring. How unfortunate you are for lacking strength, confined to merely a year of cultivation. A profound melancholy enveloped Tang San's heart. Be swift. Li Changge's urging voice resonated in Tang San's mind like a thunderclap. Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu observed intently, bearing witness to a genius with dual martial spirits hunting and merging with a formidable blue-silver grass spirit beast. Tang San unleashed his first martial spirit, the blue-silver grass, A flicker of azure spirit light shimmered as a cluster of blue-silver grass appeared in his right hand, appearing exceedingly gentle and swaying in the breeze. Simultaneously, 2 yellow spirit rings circled above him, gently pulsing and emanating a warm glow. With a sigh, Tangan steeled his resolve to vanquish the powerful blue-silver grass spirit beast before him. Remarkably, he needed no spirit techniques or weapons. His golden right hand alone sufficed. Chapter 52. Maternal Network. In the presence of the onlookers, Tangan extended his golden right hand and approached the formidable blue-silver grass spirit beast. With a firm grip, he crushed it mercilessly. The grass was uprooted, and a viscous blue sap oozed from his hand. Thus, the powerful blue-silver grass spirit beast met its demise at the hands of Tangan. A faint white spirit ring materialized above his right hand. This pale ring appeared exceedingly weak, as if it could dissipate into the void at any moment. Do I truly wish to fuse with this? Tangan pondered, his expression reflecting utmost conflict. This was the most inferior spirit ring he had ever encountered. Even a random 10-year-old monkey would far surpass the blue-silver grass in prowess. Hurry, Tangan. Channel your spirit power into the ring to establish a connection, drawing it to merge with your body. The powerful blue-silver grass spirit ring was on the verge of fading. Be quick. If you miss this golden opportunity, I shall break your legs. Li Changge urged anxiously. The circle of white soul rings appeared exceedingly feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Upon hearing Li Changge's devilish voice, Tangan sighed deeply, and without further hesitation, gazed helplessly at the fragile white soul ring. He then infused a stream of soul power essence into it. Instantly, this essence established a unique connection with the 1-year cultivation period of the blue-silver grass soul ring. Under Tangan's guidance, the 1-year cultivation blue-silver grass soul ring began to merge into his body. The two entities commenced their intertwining. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, a circle of white soul rings began to coalesce and take shape around Tangan's body. This process unfolded remarkably smoothly. Typically, when soul masters amalgamate soul rings, they experience rejection from the rings, often accompanied by painful sensations. However, Tangan felt no discomfort whatsoever. The fusion progressed astonishingly well. Tangan, you truly are a genius. To integrate this formidable blue-silver grass soul beast soul ring with such ease is nothing short of remarkable. You are on the cusp of success. Truly impressive. I am humbled. I firmly believe that with just a bit of time to develop, you will undoubtedly rise to become a formidable figure in the Douluo Continent. At that point, I shall find myself overshadowed by your brilliance. I eagerly anticipate the day of your ascendance. Li Changge spoke earnestly, his expression solemn. Upon hearing this, Tangan felt as though he might vomit blood. The blue-silver grass, which had only been cultivated for a year, was referred to by Li Changge as a formidable spirit beast. Merging such a seemingly worthless spirit ring was hardly a trivial endeavor. Even a 6-year-old child could effortlessly achieve success in this regard. Yet, Li Changge exaggerated this matter, portraying it as something exceedingly rare and precious. Tangan understood that this was Li Changge's way of ridiculing him, and he felt utterly miserable. Beside them, Ning Rongrong chuckled, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her lips. How mischievous! This senior, Changge, was indeed incorrigibly humorous. How delightful! Ning Rongrong mused, gazing at Li Changge as if she had finally found a kindred spirit. Within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she was known as a little witch. Should anyone provoke her, Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly retaliate, much to her father's chagrin. Yet now, witnessing Li Changge's formidable strength, his freedom to act as he pleased, filled her with envy. She longed to be such an untethered individual, free to pursue her desires. As for Zhu Zhuqin, observing Li Changge's immense power, she felt assured that aligning with him was a wise choice, providing her with a sense of security. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu harbored a growing disdain for Tangan, believing his suffering to be entirely self-inflicted. At the same time, she recognized the necessity of winning Li Changge's favor, lest she face dire consequences. I must exert myself even more diligently to provide massages for Senior Changge. Xiao Wu resolved silently, firmly committing to her decision. Li Changge quietly observed Tangan, who had successfully fused with the 3rd spirit ring. Surrounding Tangan's form were 3 spirit rings, yellow, and white, gently pulsating and shimmering with ethereal light. Gazing at the pale white spirit ring adorning him, Tangan felt an overwhelming urge to crash into a tree. Despite the gloom that enveloped him, He held on to a glimmer of hope. I still possess another martial spirit. May my hammer martial spirit remain unscathed. From now on, I shall focus my cultivation on this hammer spirit. He silently prayed, hoping that this demon would not target his hammer spirit, as it was his final card. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu exchanged peculiar glances upon witnessing Tang San's successful fusion with the year-long blue-silver grass spirit ring. They had never imagined such an extraordinary occurrence could manifest in the Douluo Continent. Observing the scene, Ning Rongrong etched it into her memory. If anyone dares to bully me in the future, I shall emulate Senior Changge and reward them with a white spirit ring. She mused, acknowledging her newfound resolve. Li Changge turned his gaze toward Tang San, hands clasped behind his back, and proclaimed with pride, Tang San, I have aided you in hunting this formidable spirit beast. Do you not owe me your gratitude? To have integrated a spirit ring that embodied a year of cultivation, yet be expected to thank him, was infuriating. Tang San felt an overwhelming urge to strike Li Changge. If looks could kill, he would have subjected Li Changge to 1,000 torturous fates. Alas, gazes wield no lethal power. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. I truly appreciate this spirit ring. Tang San managed to force a smile more grotesque than tears. Haha. Li Changge laughed heartily. No need for thanks, Tang San. I shall continue to treat you well in the future. The notion of Li Changge's continued favor sent a shiver down Tang San's spine. Please, no more kindness towards me. It is unnecessary. Tang San felt the urge to weep. What is your formidable third spirit ability? Li Changge inquired. My formidable third soul skill is named Blue-Silver Grass Net. Upon activation, it allows me to weave an extensive net from the blue-silver grass to ensnare my foes. Tang San weakly retorted, this soul skill is utterly worthless, reaching the pinnacle of insignificance. While it may conjure a net akin to that of a fisherman, it lacks resilience. A mere tug could easily tear apart this blue-silver grass net. In fact, even a delicate pair of summer sheer black stockings would prove more durable than my blue-silver grass net. Is that so? It sounds quite powerful. Release it for me to see. Li Changge is now quite intrigued by Tang San's soul skill. Blue-silver grass net. Isn't this akin to a maternal web? Tang San already possesses a soul skill entwined with his mother, as well as a parasitic soul skill linked to her. And now he has acquired yet another maternal grand net skill. How fascinating indeed. Li Changge mused inwardly, eager to ascertain the efficacy of Tang San's third soul skill. The blue-silver grass net. Simultaneously, he recalled from the original work that Tang San's fused third soul ring was that of the human-faced demon spider, which surpassed the maximum absorption limit of soul rings, granting him a skill of web binding alongside an external soul bone known as the 8 spider lances. Without comparison, there is no pain. Now, the web binding skill had transformed into the blue-silver grass net skill, and it was likely that Tang San was experiencing considerable inner turmoil. My departed brother had such a vivid imagination, devising such a method to torment Tang San. Truly, you were a remarkable talent. Had you traversed to the Douluo Continent, it would have been quite the spectacle. Alas, you now rest in eternal slumber, accompanied by the verdant hills. However, rest assured, I shall fulfill your unaccomplished wishes. The ones you cherished, Qian Renxue and Poseidon, I shall accept on your behalf. In his heart, Li Changge silently vowed to cherish his childhood friend, willing to fulfill the unaccomplished wishes he left behind. While Li Changge was momentarily lost in thought, Tang San spoke up. Very well, Master. I shall now unleash this soul skill. To be candid, Tang San felt utterly devastated inside, as the soul skill he was about to release, derived from a year of cultivation, was embarrassingly inferior, even more so than his first soul skill. At least his first soul skill was sourced from a mandala snake with over 4 centuries of cultivation. That mandala snake could effortlessly crush a group of blue-silver grasses with merely a year of experience. With a feeble martial spirit paired with a worthless soul ring, Tang San was on the verge of tears. However, fearing the torment from Li Changge, he suppressed his sorrow and fury, forcing a smile and feigning a respectful demeanor. If looks could kill, Tang San would have long since orchestrated 1,000 tortures upon Li Changge. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the 3 enchanting beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, Tang San commenced the release of his third soul skill. Third soul skill, Blue-Silver Grass Network. He exclaimed as the third pale white soul ring vibrated violently, expanding and shimmering. The third soul ring emitted a faint, almost imperceptible white glow, exuding an aura of fragility. Subsequently, the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hands began to sway and rapidly swell, interweaving and transforming into a blue-silver grass net, which shot forth into the distance. This net appeared remarkably delicate, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Moreover, its size was comically diminutive, resembling the dimensions of a typical adult woman's garment. Gazing at this fragile blue-silver grass net, Li Changge let out a hearty laugh, then began to applaud as he spoke. "Ha ha, Tang-san. You truly are a genius. This blue-silver grass net is exceedingly formidable. It appears remarkably resilient. If my cultivation matched yours, I would undoubtedly be ensnared by your net. I am indeed inferior to you. It is evident that talents arise from generation to generation. The Yangtze River's waves push the previous ones aside, and I, as a forerunner, truly cannot compare to you, Tang-san." Listening to the sardonic remarks of Li Changge, Tang-san felt a surge of frustration. His third soul skill was pathetically weak, and such a fragile net could hardly restrain even the slightest enemy. Despite the undeniable inadequacy of his skill, Li Changge continued to applaud and praise him. Tang-san recognized that Li Changge was toying with his emotions, causing a profound discomfort within him. Damn it, Tang-san wanted to curse, overwhelmed by the desire to retaliate. Regrettably, he was no match for Li Changge. "Senior, you flatter me. I, Tang-san, cannot hold a candle to you," Tang-san replied timidly. Beside them, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled as she observed Li Changge, sensing that this senior possessed an intriguing spirit. For a fleeting moment, she felt she had found a male soul master who resonated with her, a rare discovery indeed. Tang-san had genuinely fused a one-year cultivation period blue-silver grass soul ring. This white third soul skill was undeniably feeble. It seemed imperative not to offend Senior Changge, lest the consequences be dire. However, if she were to align herself with Senior Changge, it appeared that she could reap significant benefits. Zhu Zhuqing mused internally, her eyes glimmering. Concurrently, she realized that she must be friendlier towards Li Changge in the future. At the very least, she could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor before him. She could not afford to keep her face taut. Yet, being overly eager seemed undesirable as well, as it might come across as cheap. "Perhaps I shall simply treat him normally," she concluded. Nevertheless, she resolved not to obstruct whatever plans Senior Changge might have in mind, for it seemed that resistance would be futile. Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts swirled with numerous considerations, causing her lovely face to flush with a hint of shyness. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, observing Tang-san's dismal predicament, felt nothing but indifference. The trickster had brought this upon himself. A middle-aged man attempting to feign youth, while surreptitiously using hidden weapons against Senior Changge, was now suffering the consequences. It was truly a case of reaping what one sows. Xiao Wu thought to herself, feeling no affection for Tang-san any longer. Simultaneously, she noted that Senior Li Changge was exceptionally powerful and quite ruthless, skilled in the art of torment. Recalling how her legs had been broken by him previously sent a shiver of fear through her. "Oh dear. I must never entertain thoughts of escape again. I will stay by Senior Changge's side, obediently like a little rabbit." Xiao Wu, akin to Zhu Zhuqing, resolved to acquiesce to Li Changge to avoid punishment while potentially acquiring substantial advantages, such as learning the art of harnessing sunlight to grow stronger. Now that Tang-san had fused with the third one-year cultivation blue-silver grass soul ring, he tentatively inquired, "Master, thank you for your assistance. With your help, I have acquired a powerful third soul ring and gained a formidable third soul skill. Master, what shall we do next? Shall we return? Please, give me your instructions, and I shall fulfill your commands diligently." Tang-san had learned to be tactful. He expressed his gratitude to Li Changge before broaching the subject of returning. At this moment, all he wished was to go back, for he still possessed a second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, which had not yet been ruined. It was imperative to preserve it. Otherwise, he would be utterly incapacitated. Chapter 54. The Haotian hammer is not to be overlooked. The gazes of the three enchanting beauties Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were fixed upon Li Changge. Tang-san's question echoed their innermost thoughts. Now that the urgent matters were concluded, was it time to return? The three beauties were curious whether this was the end of the affair or if Li Changge had further plans in store. Patience. Li Changge shot a glare at Tang-san. "I still have matters to attend to. Do not rush to return." "My apologies, master," Tang-san exclaimed, appearing alarmed as he hastily apologized. "I shall heed your commands." After uttering these words, Tang-san stood to the side like a servant, slightly bowing, unwilling to utter another word. To be honest, Tang-san was presently exceedingly compliant, devoid of any temper or sharp edges. It seemed that whatever Li Changge instructed, Tang-san would dutifully execute. Yet, this was merely a fade. Tang-san was not one to easily yield, and he harbored a deep-seated grudge. Li Changge's provocations had led Tang San to regard him as a man on the verge of death, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to reveal his true nature and deliver a fatal blow. Naturally, Li Changge was acutely aware of this. He intended to compel Tang San's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, to fuse with 3 discarded soul rings. Thus, he was in no haste to retreat. With a light chuckle, Li Changge calmly remarked, "Tang San, turn your body and head away. Do not steal a glance. Otherwise, I shall pierce your eyes." Tang San, upon hearing this, abruptly shuddered and swiftly turned his back, deliberately avoiding any sight of Li Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. He adopted a posture of utmost obedience and reverence, akin to that of a servant, observing with his eyes focused straight ahead, his heart attuned to the earth. "Master, I assure you I shall not peek." Tang San responded with deference. He firmly believed that Li Changge would follow through on his threat. Should he dare to steal a glance, Li Changge would undoubtedly blind him. Tang San had no intention of challenging Li Changge's authority. Meanwhile, the astute Tang San harbored suspicions about Li Changge's intentions towards the 3 beautiful women, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Such behavior was utterly beastly. In broad daylight, he dared to contemplate such loathsome actions. "Li Changge, even if you were to die 1,000 times, it would be no great loss." Tang San silently cursed, his azure eyes brimming with murderous intent. As Li Changge approached Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, the 3 beauties felt a wave of shyness wash over them. Instinctively lowering their heads, a sense of foreboding began to creep in. Li Changge exclaimed, "Oh dear, why are you all blushing? Earlier, we made a wager, and you lost. I asked you to speculate on what soul beast Tang San's 3rd soul ring would merge with, and all your guesses were incorrect. Therefore, you must admit defeat and stand still, without moving. Hee. As the victor, I shall bestow a kiss upon each of you, understood?" Upon hearing this, the lovely trio of Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong felt their cheeks flush even deeper. Meanwhile, Tang San's body trembled, his expression morphing into one of profound fury. How he longed to strike Li Changge down and rescue the 3 beauties from their predicament. "Well then, very well," Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu acquiesced, nodding gently in agreement. "Haha." Li Changge approached with a radiant smile. Amidst the hearty laughter, Li Changge had succeeded. The specifics shall not be elaborated upon further to avoid being misconstrued as trivial prose. Indeed, I hold a deep appreciation for your spirit of accepting the outcome of a wager. Therefore, I have resolved to bestow upon you a reward," Li Changge said with satisfaction. Subsequently, the 3 beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, exchanged glances, each noticing the charming blush that adorned the other's face. This senior, Li Changge, is truly incorrigible. Lacking any sense of propriety, Li Changge wore a satisfied smile upon his face. He then turned to Tang San and spoke, "Little San, I am aware that your heart is undoubtedly tormented, yearning to return, am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Tang San trembled slightly, sensing that Li Changge harbored ill intentions. "No, I dare not," Tang San respectfully replied. "Whenever my master wishes to return, I shall return then. I am very obedient to my master." Although Tang San's words were pleasing, Li Changge knew that Tang San had undoubtedly berated him countless times in his heart. If unspoken thoughts could kill, Li Changge would have perished on the spot. "Tang San, your words are truly melodious. You are a remarkable talent. For this, I am exceedingly pleased. Therefore, I have decided to bestow upon you a worthy reward." Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back and spoke expansively. Upon hearing this, Tang San's body trembled violently, sensing Li Changge's ill intentions. He was certain that the torment was about to commence anew. A wave of discomfort washed over him as he felt profoundly troubled. Not far away, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu's faces flushed crimson. At that moment, a terrifying thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Could it be that this esteemed elder Changge intended to bestow upon Tang San a kiss, and a deeply passionate one at that? This was the genuine sentiment harbored within the hearts of the 3 exquisite ladies, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. "Thank you for your generous offer, my esteemed master." "I humbly accept," Tang San respectfully replied. He truly dared not accept Li Changge's reward. Moreover, this was hardly a reward for him. It was, quite evidently, a threat to his very existence. Tang San was not foolish. He would not be deceived by Li Changge's ploys. Thus, he gracefully declined the elder's goodwill. However, Would one intent on causing you harm be easily deterred by your mere words? Li Changge smiled faintly and said, Tangan, your attitude truly pleases me greatly. Therefore, I must bestow upon you a generous reward. Should you dare to refuse my offer, I shall render your legs useless, forcing you to beg for 1,000 gold soul coins on the streets. Do you comprehend? Do not let a few words of praise lead you to become complacent. Tangan, your journey ahead is still long. Although Li Changge's tone was calm, to Tangan's ears, it resonated like a series of thunderous explosions, instilling fear within him. An inescapable reward signified that Li Changge was indeed determined to impose upon him. The notion that he had a long path to traverse implied that he would endure considerable torment for an extended period. Tangan felt overwhelmed. As long as my second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, is not tainted by inferior soul rings, everything else is negotiable. Tangan silently prayed for Li Changge to spare his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, for it was the cornerstone of his destiny. He forced a smile and timidly replied, Master, I shall humbly accept the reward you bestow upon me. I am truly grateful. At this moment, Tangan was compelled to acquiesce to the benefits granted by Li Changge. He bent slightly, fervently praying for his own fortune. May my Haotian hammer be spared. My second martial soul must not suffer any misfortune. Even if you were to break my legs, do not harm my second martial soul. It is my only powerful weapon spirit. I beg of you. This second martial soul shall be my primary focus in the future. The blue-silver grass is utterly inadequate. I can only place my hopes upon the Haotian hammer. Within his heart, Tangan fervently wished for good fortune, secretly beseeching the heavens to spare him from mischief at the hands of Li Changge regarding his second martial soul. Li Changge spoke again. Haha, splendid. Tangan, I am immensely satisfied with your performance. He then clasped his hands behind his back, getting straight to the point. Tangan, I have decided to reward you with 3 powerful soul rings. Upon hearing this, Tangan's body quivered violently, his blue eyes trembling with disbelief as thunder roared within his heart. The very thing he had dreaded most had come to pass. 3 powerful soul rings as a reward? Tangan instinctively shook his head and protested. No need. I appreciate your kindness, master. But I have already fused 3 soul rings and can no longer assimilate any more. Tangan feigned ignorance, acting as if he possessed no second martial soul. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily taken aback, believing that Tangan's blue-silver martial soul had indeed already fused 3 soul rings and could assimilate no further. Why does Li Changge wish to reward Tangan with 3 formidable soul rings? The 2 beauties are perplexed. However, a spark of brilliance flashes in Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes. A subtle smile graces her lips as she muses. This elder Changge is truly wicked. He is undoubtedly the most nefarious person in the world. A genius with twin martial souls has been utterly ruined by him. Tangan's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, is about to face dire consequences. How lamentable it is that the Haotian hammer must assimilate 3 soul rings, each with a 1-year cultivation limit. Tangan has rendered himself a failure. Who could have anticipated that this supposedly supreme martial soul across the continent would meet with such a tragic fate? How pitiable. Ning Rongrong finds the situation both amusing and deeply unfortunate for Tangan. Yet, the most pitiable of all is Tangan's original soul, which has perished, overtaken by this middle-aged man. Thus, Tangan's current plight is entirely self-inflicted. After all, he chose to usurp another's body. To Ning Rongrong, Tangan is effectively finished. Originally, Tangan had boundless prospects. With his dual martial souls, he only needed to cultivate his blue-silver grass to level 90 or above to begin training with the Haotian hammer. At that point, the Haotian hammer would be augmented by 9 soul rings of 10,000-year quality. Consequently, Tangan would become an invincible force, capable of inflicting damage sufficient to harm any Title Douluo. But now, he has rendered himself worthless. In fact, the Tangan of the original text is even more formidable than Ning Rongrong could have imagined. In the original story, once his first martial soul was fully cultivated, he attached soul rings to his second martial soul, all of which were of 100,000-year caliber. Ultimately, both of his martial souls boasted soul rings exceeding 100,000-year quality. An extremely terrifying prospect, culminating in his ascension to godhood. And as for this lifetime, with the arrival of Li Changge, Tangan finds himself relentlessly targeted, making a resurgence exceedingly difficult. This also elucidates Li Changge's motives for opposing Tangan, not solely to fulfill the dying wishes of a dear brother, but also to prevent Tangan from maturing and potentially endangering his own life. To show mercy to an adversary is to be cruel to oneself. If Li Changge does not confront Tang San, it is certain that Tang San will eventually become a threat to him. Therefore, it is imperative for Li Changge to suppress Tang San fiercely from the outset to avoid disastrous repercussions. After all, one only lives once, should one die. There is no turning back. The axiom, if a friend dies, the Taoist remains unscathed, resonates here. As Li Changge sacrifices Tang San to further his own ambitions, is that not a prudent course of action? At this moment, Li Changge gazes calmly at Tang San. Listening to his timid words and observing the pretense in his demeanor, Li Changge smiled faintly and spoke, Tang San, are you foolish? How could you forget this? Do you not possess your second spirit, the Haotian hammer? I intend to procure 3 formidable spirit rings for your second spirit. Thus, Tang San, you could ascend to become a powerful spirit master. Upon hearing this, Tang San's body trembled as he thought to himself, indeed, this rascal has set his sights on my second spirit and intends to meddle with it. However, he still dared not resist. His expression was grim, yet he pleaded, please, Master, if spirit rings are attached to my second spirit, I will surely perish. My former teacher, Yu Xiaojang, is unrivaled in spirit theory. He once stated that I must first cultivate my blue silver grass. If I attempt to cultivate simultaneously, I will meet my end. Master, I do not wish to die. If I perish, I cannot serve you any longer. Tang San sought to negotiate, genuinely hoping that his second spirit, the Haotian hammer, would not be fused with inferior spirit rings, as it would be akin to sentencing him to death. Ha! Li Changge scoffed coldly, I too possess twin spirits. Do you think I lack understanding? A theoretical master, you say? Do you dare believe I would not silence Yu Xiaojang and see if he can utter any more deceitful words? Rest assured, I possess the means to ensure that after you fuse the spirit rings, you will not meet your demise. Tang San's body quivered. He realized that Li Changge intended to squander his talent. The so-called powerful spirit rings were merely the blue silver grass of 1 year's cultivation. Fusing such lowly and worthless spirit rings would barely bring him to the brink of death. Tang San's face turned ashen, as if he had consumed something vile. Master, please, allow me to fully cultivate the blue silver grass first, and then I shall focus on my second spirit, the Haotian hammer. This way, I can directly attach spirit rings of 10,000 years or more to it. Tang San earnestly negotiated with Li Changge, striving for an opportunity. As he spoke, Tang San knelt and fervently bowed his head to Li Changge. Master, I implore you to retract your reward. Tang San understands. As for the Haotian hammer spirit, I beseech you not to lay a hand on it. I, Xiao San, vow on my spirit to remain forever loyal to you and to follow you always. Only asking that you withdraw your decree. While repeatedly bowing, Tang San expressed his desperate request, genuinely unwilling to immediately affix spirit rings to his second spirit, the Haotian hammer. Chapter 56. Only after a lesson will one learn to behave. Tang San continued to bow. Even as blood flowed from his forehead, he did not relent. Li Changge gazed at him indifferently as he prostrated himself. Even if Tang San were to injure his head in the process, Li Changge's resolve would remain unshaken. Moreover, should Tang San suffer any harm, Li Changge would swiftly unleash his soul skill from his 10-heart begonia martial soul, restoring him to health, ensuring that Tang San would endure the trials of life in this world. Nearby, Ning Rongrong mused silently. Indeed, just as I suspected. This esteemed senior Changge intends to take action against Tang San's second martial soul. The Haotian sect is truly unfortunate. As the foremost among the 7 sects, the Haotian sect has been compelled to shut its doors due to its conflict with the Spirit Hall. Within this sect, a prodigious talent with extraordinary martial soul aptitude has finally emerged, yet this genius finds himself cast adrift, on the verge of having his martial soul potential squandered. How pitiable. However, such occurrences are not uncommon. Throughout history, the Douluo Continent has witnessed countless prodigies with remarkable martial soul talents. Yet, these talents often remain confined to their potential, frequently perishing before they can fully mature. Only those who evolve into powerful soul masters deserve respect and recognition. As for Tang San, he is doomed. Ning Rongrong's heart brimmed with a sense of righteousness. This experience subtly transformed her perspective. The remnants of her earlier princess-like demeanor began to fade away. A newfound steadiness and maturity took root within her. The events surrounding Tang San prompted Ning Rongrong to reflect deeply. She realized that one must not be overly proud or ostentatious in life. Otherwise, one might inadvertently offend seemingly ordinary individuals who possess immense strength. Such was the fate of individuals like Dai Mubai, Flander, Zhao Wujin, and Li Yusong. They had disparaged Li Changge, dismissing this seemingly youthful soul master as a negligible threat. Consequently, Dai Mubai and Li Yusong exhibited their arrogance, even going so far as to unleash their martial souls to assert their superiority. Attempting to intimidate Li Changge and the parents of his students, unbeknownst to them, they had already sown the seeds of their own misfortune. Their eventual fate was tragic. Both their legs and arms were shattered, relegating them to a life of begging on the streets, a pitiful existence. Teaching by example is ineffective. True learning comes from experience. Through these tribulations, Ning Rongrong learned the art of navigating interpersonal relationships. Regardless of the entity one faces, one must never be careless or arrogant, lest they suffer the consequences of their own hubris. Bang, bang, bang. Tangan continued to bow fervently, pleading with Li Changge to spare his second martial soul. The Haotian hammer. Yet, the more he prostrated himself, the more it indicated his underlying guilt. Tangan, what are you doing? I intend to help you fuse with 3 formidable soul rings. Why are you bowing? No need for gratitude. This is merely my duty. Please, rise. Li Changge spoke calmly. No, I shall not, unless my master assists me in merging with the formidable soul rings. Tangan continuously bowed his head, desperately imploring Li Changge to reconsider. Foolish creature. Li Changge furrowed his brow, disliking Tangan's demeanor. Present yourself normally, or I shall resort to the same means as before, breaking your limbs, healing you, and then breaking them again, in a relentless cycle. I am curious to see how much you can endure. Li Changge uttered a voice filled with menace. However, Tangan remained uncertain of how to respond, continuing to bow repeatedly. In the end, Li Changge, losing all patience, stepped forward and began to take action. He seized Tangan and, mirroring his previous treatment of him, relentlessly incapacitated his hands and feet, only to subsequently unleash the 10th heart begonia martial spirit to heal him. This cycle continued repetitively. As a result, the wound on Tangan's forehead also healed. Ah, it hurts. My legs, my feet, it's so painful. Tangan's anguished cries echoed through the Star-Do forest. Li Changge exhibited not a shred of sympathy. Regardless of the severity of Tangan's injuries, she possessed the capability to heal him. She relentlessly inflicted torment upon him. At last, after the 31st round of torture, Tangan's psychological defenses had utterly crumbled. He cried out, Master, please cease this torment. I am willing to accept your rewards, to cooperate fully, and to harmonize with the formidable spirit beasts and spirit rings. Tangan capitulated, for the agony he endured was excruciating. The sensation of his body being gradually destroyed, only to be swiftly restored, then destroyed again in rapid succession, was truly horrific. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. Despite his commendable willpower, which enabled him to withstand 31 rounds of Li Changge's torment, it was fortunate that she had rendered his martial soul talent obsolete. Otherwise, he would have inevitably followed the narrative of the original tale, ruthlessly eliminating all who opposed him. Li Changge pondered silently. In the original narrative, Tangan eliminated all those who did not support him. Ultimately, he and the 7 monsters of Shrek Academy ascended to the divine realm. As for the others, even those who had once followed him, they remained on the Douluo Continent, leading their most ordinary lives. Notably, Xiao Jang, who was Tangan's mentor, was left behind. After Tangan achieved godhood, he did not take Xiao Jang with him to ascend to the divine realm, nor did he bestow divine power upon him to aid in his cultivation to the rank of Title Douluo. Tangan is a hypocritical, cunning, and ruthless individual, and Li Changge's disdain for him is well-founded. Conversely, had Li Changge traversed not to the Douluo Continent but to the Douluo Continent, facing not Tangan but Xiaoyin, he would not have sought to undermine Xiaoyin. Instead, he would nurture him, assisting in his growth, and they would become good friends. After all, Xiaoyin is a person who understands gratitude. Even the spirit beasts that follow him can become powerful figures in their own right. Witnessing Tangan's concession, Li Changge ceased to torment Tangan, halting his actions and tending to his wounds. Very well, Tangan, I shall grant you this one opportunity. You must seize it with unwavering determination. Otherwise, next time, fortune may not favor you so. Li Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking coldly, rest assured, my master. I shall diligently fulfill the tasks you have entrusted to me. Tangan replied with utmost respect, his demeanor more deferential than ever before. Indeed, Tangan was like a disobedient dog. Without proper discipline, he would not heed commands. Very well. A satisfied smile graced Li Changge's lips as he spoke. However, beneath Tangan's outward respect lay a deeply sinister thought and plan. At this moment, Tangan's heart roared with fervent determination. Even if you have crippled my first martial soul, blue silvergrass, and rendered my second martial soul, Haotian hammer, useless, what of it? I still possess my ultimate trump card. Wanting Tears, King of Hell's Edict, In the furious lotus of Buddha, I shall craft a variety of hidden weapons. As long as I draw breath, I shall not rest until I achieve my vengeance. Li Changge, I will utilize the formidable hidden weapons of the Tang sect to bring about your demise. You must die. I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Tang San's heart echoed with a fierce roar of rage, his fury at its peak. This was his final scheme. If he could successfully create the powerful hidden weapons of the Tang sect, he would have the opportunity to strike back at Li Changge. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, he thought, yearning to preserve his life until his formidable weapons were complete. At which point he would exact his revenge on Li Changge. Now, the desire for vengeance had become the very essence that sustained Tang San's will to live. Li Changge spoke. Let us proceed, Tang San. I shall select the most suitable and powerful spirit beast for you, ensuring that you acquire formidable soul skills. Thank you, master. Tang San replied, maintaining an expression of composure, his demeanor respectful. No need for thanks. It is the duty of a master to attend to the needs of his disciple. Li Changge responded nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to you, master. Tang San bowed in appreciation. I find myself at a loss with you, Li Changge remarked, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. Their brief exchange concluded. Li Changge advanced to the forefront, approaching an ancient tree, and began to bend down, gently caressing the blue-silver grass swaying in the wind. Witnessing this action, Tang San nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Alas, I knew it. This wretched Li Changge intends for me to merge with the formidable soul beast, the blue-silver grass, which possesses a cultivation period of merely 1 year. The blue-silver grass, once again, my disdain for this useless soul beast knows no bounds. Tang San's expression became exceedingly grim as he grappled with the harsh reality. A growing animosity towards the blue-silver grass began to fester within him. However, he dared not reveal his feelings, for Li Changge's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. The slightest display of discontent would provoke Li Changge to retaliate, potentially leading to the breaking of his own legs and feet, followed by relentless torment. Thus, Tang San could only endure in silence, observing quietly from the sidelines. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, upon witnessing Li Changge's actions, exchanged glances that reflected an unusual complexity of emotions. Li Changge consistently promised to assist Tang San in locating formidable soul beasts, yet each time, he merely provided him with blue-silver grass of 1 year's cultivation. This scene bore a certain absurdity. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such ludicrous events could transpire in this world. Ning Rongrong mused silently. Just as I anticipated, Senior Changge continues to procure for Tang San soul rings that are merely of 1 year's cultivation. How mischievous. Nevertheless, the adage men are only appealing when they are a bit wicked seems to hold true. The more I observe Senior Changge, the more charming he appears. Ning Rongrong quietly watched Li Changge from the side. This extraordinary man, illuminated by dappled sunlight, displayed a serious demeanor as he searched for the powerful soul beasts he spoke of, devoid of any pretentiousness. His stature was imposing, and his profile remarkably handsome, with the sunlight casting a glow around him, rendering him almost luminescent. Coupled with their recent intimate encounters, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Ning Rongrong felt a slight flush on her beautiful face after gazing at him for an extended period. My first kiss has been stolen by him. I must certainly make him accountable for it. Ning Rongrong resolved inwardly, gently biting her lip, determined to hold Li Changge responsible. Moreover, apart from their first kiss, during this time, Ning Rongrong had also massaged Li Changge's shoulders. Even at night, she found herself nestled in his embrace like a soft plush toy. The mere thought of it was quite embarrassing. Unbeknownst to her, through their continuous interactions, Li Changge had begun to occupy a significant place in Ning Rongrong's heart. The same was true for the two beauties, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who also found themselves increasingly accustomed to the presence of Li Changge in their lives. Meanwhile, Li Changge diligently sought out a powerful soul beast for Tang San, entirely unaware of the subtle transformations that had occurred within the hearts of the three beauties. In the small forest, he searched and searched for the diminutive blue-silver grass, and in the vast forest, he dug and dug for the grand blue-silver grass. Li Changge was in good spirits, softly humming a little tune. The three beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, found the melody quite amusing. However, Tang San perceived the sound as if it originated from the depths of hell, sending chills down his spine and rendering him extremely uncomfortable. In fact, He felt an overwhelming urge to find a large tree and dash headlong into it, wishing for an end to his disquiet. Li Changge searched earnestly. Soon, he discovered a blue silvergrass with a cultivation age of 1 year. It appeared that he needed to venture further into the outskirts to find blue silvergrass of this age. This rather unremarkable soul beast possesses a remarkably tenacious growth ability. Yet its weakness is evident. Hence, it can only be found in the more remote areas. Li Changge mused to himself. At present, he was adept at locating blue silvergrass with a cultivation age of 1 year. Before long, he had successfully identified 3 specimens of blue silvergrass, each with a cultivation age of 1 year, based on the rules he had mastered. Initially, Li Changge had contemplated allowing Tangan to fuse his first spirit ring with the 1-year cultivation blue silvergrass, the second spirit ring with the 2-year variety, and the third with the 3-year variant. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized that this would unduly benefit Tangan. Thus, he resolved to have Tangan fuse all 9 of his spirit rings with the 1-year cultivation blue silvergrass. Wait, this was not right. If Tangan fused with the 1-year cultivation blue silvergrass, his martial soul's potential would be squandered. Should he still manage to reach level 90, I would be utterly humiliated. Tangan's prowess throughout his life would likely pale in comparison to even that of Xiao Jang, the next theoretical master of martial souls. Tangan was on the verge of being born. Li Changge secretly mused. He suddenly realized that Tangan could never attain the 90th level, nor could he possibly acquire the 9 soul rings. Furthermore, the divine artifact of the Eye of Ice and Fire was Li Changge's aspiration for the next stage. He would not allow it to fall into Tangan's hands. Stripped of his martial soul talent and deprived of the divine artifact of the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tangan was effectively rendered useless. Henceforth, he could only inherit the martial soul theories of Xiao Jang, destined to become the next master of martial soul theory. The very thought made Li Changge find it quite amusing. Chapter 58. The Haotian Hammer fused with a year's worth of blue silver grass soul rings. Despite Tangan's dire predicament, Li Changge felt no sympathy for him. Rather, he wished for Tangan's suffering to deepen. After all, to show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Li Changge was not in such despair as to harm himself. After locating 3 strands of 1-year-old blue silver grass, Li Changge rose to his feet, a hint of a smile gracing his handsome visage. Upon witnessing this smile, Tangan's body trembled, as if he had caught the gaze of the king of hell, fear gripping his heart. Zhu Shiqing, Ningrongrong, and Xiao Wu understood that their elder Changong had successfully procured the formidable soul beasts and was about to compel Tangan to integrate the soul rings. The most astonishing event was about to unfold. Tangan, come here, Li Changge called out. Tangan shivered, then forced himself to suppress the anger and resentment bubbling within, adopting an expression of respect as he approached. Master, I have arrived, he responded, akin to a dog hastily rushing to his master's side. After enduring countless hardships, I have finally located 3 powerful soul beasts for you, Li Changge declared. You must seize this opportunity and successfully merge these 3 soul rings. Once you do, you shall become an unparalleled genius. Tangan trembled, fully aware of his dire situation. The notion of becoming an unparalleled genius was a farce. He was, in truth, a remarkable failure. Even a random impoverished soul master from the continent would possess superior cultivation years compared to him. However, Tangan knew he had to accept this fate. He chose not to resist, understanding that doing so would only prolong his suffering. I still have my hidden weapons. There remains a chance for me to turn the tide. I must persevere. Tangan silently encouraged himself. The hidden weapons of the Tang sect were indeed his trump card. In the original narrative, his tears of guanine had even injured the divine Qian Renxue, and the Buddha's wrath lotus had obliterated a Title Douluo level elder from the spirit hall. Tangan held great confidence in the lethality of his hidden weapons. At your command, master, Tangan replied respectfully. I will diligently merge the soul rings and live up to your expectations. After receiving a couple of scoldings from Li Changge, Tangan had evidently become much more docile, harboring no trace of defiance. Li Changge was quite pleased with this transformation. Good, very good. Now, immediately slay this powerful soul beast before you and proceed with the fusion. Li Changge spoke, gesturing towards a blue silver grass ahead, which had attained 1 year of cultivation. Tangan's body shuddered, and he had no choice but to comply. His face adorned with a respectful expression as he responded, As you command, my master. After uttering these words, Tangan reluctantly approached the blue silver grass that had reached the 1 year cultivation mark. Before Zhu Shiqing, Ningrongrong, Xiao Wu, and Li Changge, he began to unleash his second martial soul, A surge of black light swirled around Tang San, and a powerful soul force erupted, manifesting a pitch-black hammerhead in his left hand. This hammerhead appeared incredibly solid, radiating a formidable metallic sheen that exuded an air of dominance. The Haotian hammer. This was indeed the Haotian hammer. A glimmer flickered in Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes. The Haotian sect had been secluded for many years, and she never expected to witness the Haotian hammer martial soul once more, especially in the form of a second martial soul. However, it was unfortunate that this Haotian hammer was destined to become obsolete, rendering it one of the most worthless martial souls in the entirety of Douluo Continent. Ning Rongrong silently sympathized with Tang San, casting him a fleeting glance. Yet, Tang San's misfortune was his own affair. Ning Rongrong paid it no mind and certainly had no intention of aiding him. After all, Tang San was inherently flawed. His downfall was merely a consequence of his own actions. Grasping the Haotian hammer in his left hand, Tang San extended his right hand to firmly hold the one-year cultivation blue silver grass. He resolved to slay this powerful soul beast. Then, he would channel his soul force to merge with it. The action needed to be swift, otherwise his soul ring would dissipate and his grand opportunity would be lost. Furthermore, the consequences of his failure would incite the wrath of the elder, leading to dire repercussions and severe punishment. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back, urging Tang San to hasten his actions. As you command, my master. Tang San dared not rebel and nodded in acquiescence. Immediately, a fierce roar erupted within him. The vengeance of this day shall be avenged in due course. After this internal outburst, Tang San forcefully grasped the blue-silver grass with his right hand, crushing it with fervor. The azure sap seeped from his palm, a mere ordinary grip. This year's cultivated blue-silver grass perished in an instant. After the powerful soul beast spoken of by Li Changge perished, a pale white halo immediately emerged, hovering in the air, appearing exceedingly frail. This pale halo resembled a flickering candle in the wind, subtly at risk of extinguishing. Hurry up, Li Changge urged once more. His voice resonated like thunder in Tang San's ears. Initially hesitant, Tang San, after a slight tremor of his body, revealed a look of determination. Without hesitation, he directed a surge of soul power into the white soul ring. The white halo established a unique connection with Tang San's soul power and began to merge under his guidance. A faint white glow flickered. A pale white soul ring began to coalesce and take shape around Tang San. The merging proceeded remarkably smoothly. He felt no pain, remaining utterly composed. Time flowed swiftly. Soon, the first white soul ring around Tang San successfully materialized, beginning to pulse gently and emit a very faint white light. This pale soul ring appeared exceedingly weak, lacking any semblance of strength. It felt insubstantial, evoking an impression of feebleness. Everything had come to a conclusion. My first soul ring has merged with a year's worth of cultivation of blue-silver grass. Ha ha ha, I can no longer change this. Fate is a capricious force. Heaven has granted me a second chance at life, yet I must endure it in suffering. Why? Tang San's heart echoed with a desperate roar. If given another chance, he would certainly refrain from attending Shrek Academy. No, he would not apprentice under Xiao Jang at all. Thus, he would have avoided the ensuing tragedies. Upon witnessing Tang San successfully merge the soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu realized that Tang San was now rendered useless. His first martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, now bore a soul ring of 1 year's cultivation. Presently, the first soul ring of his second martial soul, the Clear Sky Hammer, was also a Blue Silvergrass soul ring of 1 year's cultivation. Please, I implore your support. Chapter 59, The Mighty Blue Silver Hammer. Both the Blue Silvergrass and Clear Sky Hammer martial souls had been rendered ineffective. Tang San was now consumed by despair. Indeed, the merger had succeeded. What Li Changge determined would never change. He stated that he would enable Tang San to merge with a powerful soul beast's soul ring, and thus, he immediately facilitated the fusion. This Tang San was utterly incapacitated. Ning Rongrong mused inwardly, feeling she was witnessing history. Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she thought, from now on, I must be more obedient to Senior Changge. Otherwise, if he were to compel me to merge with a Blue Silvergrass soul ring of 1 year's cultivation, I would be finished. Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of fear towards Li Changge. For the first time, she found herself afraid of a man striving to win his favor, and dared not voice any dissent. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing indeed benefited from Li Changge, learning the technique of gaining strength through sunbathing, rather than running laps at Shrek Academy. Following Li Changge was the wisest choice Zhu Zhuqing could make. Just as Li Changge had stated, as long as Zhu Zhuqing obediently stayed by his side, She would avoid decades of detours. Xiao Wu, too, felt a sense of trepidation. She had long abandoned any thoughts of escape. Now, Xiao Wu simply wished to remain by Li Changge's side, embodying a docile little rabbit. Li Changge gazed at Tangan with satisfaction and remarked, Tangan, congratulations on assimilating a formidable soul ring. Do you not intend to express your gratitude to your master? I have expended considerable effort to assist you in procuring this powerful soul ring. Upon hearing Li Changge's words, Tangan trembled slightly. Then, he abruptly knelt upon the ground. His face filled with reverence and spoke, Thank you, esteemed Elder Changge, for your benevolence. I am deeply grateful. Observing this, Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile and continued, Excellent. Tangan, you have indeed become much wiser. I am greatly pleased. Now, tell me, what is the nature of your first soul skill? I am truly eager to comprehend the might of your primary soul skill. With the Haotian hammer, coupled with the powerful first soul ring I have procured for you, you must possess an extraordinary first soul skill capable of overcoming your peers and even defeating many soul masters who surpass you in strength. As soul masters, we fear not the battle. To strike down those stronger than ourselves, I hold great expectations for you. Li Changge expressed a series of flattering remarks, ostensibly praising Tangan. Yet beneath the surface, these words were laced with sarcasm and veiled mockery. They pierced Tangan's heart like a multitude of sharp thorns, rendering his small visage exceedingly grim. A sense of despair washed over him. Thoughts of death flickered in his mind. However, driven by the thirst for vengeance, he understood that he could not succumb. He must endure. He needed to forge formidable hidden weapons to carry out his assassination of Li Changge. Concealing his inner turmoil, Tangan maintained a facade of composure. Devoid of any emotional upheaval. With utmost respect, he continued to extol. It is precisely due to my master's assistance in hunting powerful soul beasts for their soul rings that I, Tangan, have attained such strength today. I am profoundly grateful. Master. He then revealed that his newly acquired first soul skill was named Blue Silver Hammer. When I attack, my Haotian hammer will be enveloped in a layer of blue silver grass, amplifying its might, thereby inflicting devastating damage upon my foes. In a moment of self-deprecation, spurred by Li Changge's provocations, Tangan playfully mocked the fearsome potency of his first soul skill. This elicited amusement from Ning Rongrong, who mused inwardly. This Tangan has truly lost his edge. He speaks nonsense with his eyes wide open. How amusing. Furthermore, she pondered the absurdity of the blue silver hammer, which sounded utterly ineffectual. The blue silver grass, a meager soul beast, seemed to render the Haotian hammer nearly powerless. She imagined that unleashing this soul skill might merely frighten an adversary into losing their teeth from laughter, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Ning Rongrong found herself laughing at the very thought of the blue silver hammer. The Haotian hammer was undeniably a powerful martial soul. Yet it had been diluted by the integration of the blue silver grass soul ring. What purpose did such a soul ring serve? One could not help but commend Li Changge's prowess in jesting. Ning Rongrong had gleaned much wisdom from her experiences here. After listening to Tangan's introduction, Li Changge couldn't help but feel amused. The blue silver hammer? Is this not simply the hammer of a maternal figure? Li Changge inwardly mused, finding the situation utterly amusing. Tangan was now entangled with his mother, ensnared by the maternal net, and now he wielded the maternal hammer. TSK. Should he gather all the maternal soul skills, Tangan would possess an extraordinarily formidable ability to hunt down mothers. Quite impressive, indeed. Tangan. Li Changge was exceedingly pleased with Tangan's soul skill, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then remarked with satisfaction, Well done, Tangan. Your soul skill is remarkably powerful. I have already sensed its potency. Now, unleash your mother. No, your blue silver hammer soul skill. Allow me to witness the true might of this blue silver hammer. Li Changge yearned to witness it with his own eyes. Tangan felt a profound distress within. Yet outwardly, he was compelled to respond with respect. Very well, master. I shall now demonstrate my formidable blue silver hammer soul skill. There was no alternative. Despite his internal resistance, Tangan had to choose compliance, for he could alter no outcome. Should he dare to rebel, the result would remain unchanged. Only the journey would be fraught with greater anguish. Hurry up, Li Changge urged. Of course, Tangan replied respectfully. Without further hesitation, he grasped the obsidian Haotian hammer in his left hand, as a faint white soul ring pulsated gently around him, emanating a subtle glow. First soul skill, blue silver hammer. Tangan proclaimed with fervor, a sharp light flickering in his azure eyes. The first pale white soul ring on him surged vigorously, expanding and shimmering. Though its radiance remained faint, Subsequently, a layer of blue-silver grass vines began to unfurl from the Haotian hammer, enveloping it as Tang San held it firmly. Aside from the additional vines, there was no other transformation to the Haotian hammer. Truly, as expected from a soul ring with merely 1 year of cultivation. Its power was remarkably feeble, even the soul skill itself was lacking. Tang San was perhaps the sole soul master across the expanse of Douluo Continent to have integrated a blue-silver grass soul ring with a mere year of cultivation. Should the elders of the Haotian clan become aware, Tang San might find himself immortalized in history, serving as a cautionary tale. In the depths of his heart, Li Changge mused. Observing the weakness of Tang San's first soul skill, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction and relief. Chapter 60. The Worthless Tang San. The situation is set. Although such thoughts lingered in his mind, Li Changge outwardly aimed to provoke Tang San. He displayed a pleased smile and said, Tang San, you truly are exceptional. You are indeed a dragon among men. This blue-silver hammer is remarkably powerful. As I behold it, my very soul trembles in fear. Tang San, you are a talent to be molded. With diligent training, you shall undoubtedly become one of the foremost champions of the Douluo Continent. When that time comes, I shall rely on you for protection. Li Changge's words struck deep into Tang San's heart, causing him immense distress. Every inch of his skin was filled with anguish. If one's thoughts could slay, Tang San would have already ended Li Changge's life, subjecting him to endless torment. Alas, thoughts alone cannot bring about death. And Tang San was left to silently bear it all. My master, I shall protect you with unwavering devotion, he declared with utmost reverence. Rest assured, should anyone dare to show you disrespect, I shall wield this blue-silver hammer to vanquish them. Tang San had come to understand Li Changge's nature and temperament. Given the man's penchant for playful banter and self-aggrandizing words, Tang San resolved to indulge him in his games and performances. He silently hoped that by bringing joy to Li Changge, the man would be in a better mood and cease his torment of Tang San. At present, Tang San felt utterly insignificant, akin to mere dust. He perceived Li Changge as an eternal child, and he knew that to oppose this whimsical spirit would spell his own demise. Tang San was determined not to offend him any further. Li Changge observed that Tang San was becoming increasingly adept, and he found him more and more agreeable, feeling quite pleased. Li Changge said, Come forth, Tang San, and strike that ancient tree. Let me witness the formidable power of your blue-silver hammer. As Li Changge spoke, he pointed towards a towering ancient tree not far away. Tang San glanced over and sighed inwardly. This Li Changge is about to revel in my humiliation again. If he wishes to see me falter, then so be it. I can only hope that he shows mercy when he is in good spirits. While Tang San pondered these thoughts, he respectfully replied, Master, I am at your command. As he spoke, under the watchful eyes of Zhu Xing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Li Changge, Tang San took a step forward, wielding the blue-silver hammer, and charged ahead. With a resounding crash, the Haotian hammer struck down, shattering the ancient tree into splinters. However, the blue-silver grass that had clung to the Haotian hammer was also obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, Tang San's face darkened, and he thought to himself, the effect of the blue-silver grass is no different from its absence. Alas, this soul skill acquired over a year of cultivation is akin to wrapping a piece of tissue around the Haotian hammer, utterly useless. Tang San was engulfed in despair. He realized that he had squandered his potential, and cultivating his martial soul would bear no fruit. Hidden weapons. I am a Tang sect assassin. I specialize in hidden weapons, and I shall elevate the reputation of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. I will make Li Changge pay with his life. Tang San roared within. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Tang San's strike, Li Changge displayed a satisfied smile and remarked, Tang San, you truly are the soul master I hold in the highest regard. This soul skill of yours is formidable. It has exceeded my expectations. Keep up the good work, and strive to become even stronger in the future. In response to Li Changge's praise, Tang San could only feign compliance, replying respectfully, Indeed, my first soul skill is quite powerful, all thanks to you, my esteemed master. Thank you. While he expressed gratitude, Tang San's heart was filled with curses directed at Li Changge's entire lineage. Ning Rongrong, observing the scene, blinked her beautiful eyes, finding the spectacle amusing and comical. How entertaining it was to see Tang San, having learned to play along with Senior Changge, no longer resisting. Indeed, any defiance in front of Changge was futile and only brought further suffering upon oneself. Ning Rongrong reflected on this with great sentiment. Zhu Xuqing and Xiao Wu quietly watched, their respect for Li Changge growing deeper. The three beauties remained silent, yet within their hearts, a whirlwind of emotions brewed, filled with numerous thoughts. Very well, Tang-san. You exhibit great filial piety. I am most pleased. I shall now exert all my efforts to assist you in merging your second and third soul rings, Li Changge declared, gesturing towards a patch of blue silver grass in the corner. He continued, Tang-san, do you see that powerful soul beast beckoning you? Go and hunt it down. Tang-san's body trembled as he turned his gaze to see a sprig of blue silver grass swaying in the wind, seemingly waving at him. His heart sank with genuine fear, yet he dared not show any disdain. Forcing a smile, he replied, Understood. I shall take my leave at once, master. Rest assured. I will swiftly hunt down this powerful soul beast and ensure a successful merging of the soul rings. Excellent, Li Changge praised with satisfaction. Without hesitation, Tang-san moved forward. Arriving beneath the ancient tree, before everyone, he raised the Haotian hammer in anger and brought it crashing down upon the swaying blue-silver grass. With a thunderous impact, the blue-silver grass was reduced to ruins. A circle of faint white light emanated from the remnants, casting a weak glow. Without needing any reminders from Li Changge, Tang-san directed a surge of soul power into the white soul ring that emerged. Instantly, the white soul ring activated, beginning to merge with his body. Under the watchful gazes of Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Li Changge, Tang-san's second white soul ring swiftly coalesced and took shape. He executed the process with remarkable swiftness, fully aware that his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, had been rendered useless. He understood that resisting Li Changge would lead to even greater suffering. Thus, it was more prudent to comply from the outset to mitigate his torment. It was now a foregone conclusion. A sharp glint flickered in Li Changge's deep black eyes. He knew that Tang-san's second soul ring was on the verge of successful fusion. It was a matter of time before Tang-san became a waste of potential. In the witness of the crowd, Tang-san's second pale white soul ring rapidly formed. Soon, this second white soul ring encircled his body, gently pulsating with a faint white radiance. At first glance, the ring evoked a sense of weakness. Beside him, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment at Tang-san's two white soul rings. Tang-san had succeeded in merging. His Haotian hammer had integrated two one-year cultivation blue-silver grass soul rings. He had irrevocably become a waste, Ning Rongrong thought to herself, realizing that Tang-san was now rendered ineffective. With such a mediocre martial soul hindering him, even with the Haotian hammer, his combat prowess would pale in comparison to others. Soul masters wielding the Haotian hammer typically could surpass opponents of greater strength, yet Tang-san, despite possessing the Haotian hammer, would likely struggle even against his peers. Even with his twin martial souls, it mattered not. Both the blue-silver grass and the Haotian hammer were rendered useless, making him incapable of defeating anyone. Zhu Shiqing mused. Although Tang-san possessed twin martial souls, he was now a failure. She surmised that she could easily best him now and resolved to stay close to Senior Changge to enhance her own training, never to be complacent. Moreover, she vowed to maintain a good relationship with Senior Changge, ensuring she would never offend him. Xiao Wu contemplated. This deceitful individual has received his just deserts. No one felt sympathy for Tang-san, nor did anyone come to his defense. Li Changge remarked, Tang-san, you have excelled. After enduring countless hardships, you have finally integrated this formidable second spirit ring. Your performance is evident to all. I am exceedingly pleased. Tang-san inwardly cursed, yet outwardly maintained an air of utmost respect. He replied, All that I possess is a gift from you, my master. Thank you for your benevolence. No need for thanks. Li Changge responded, This is also the fruit of your labor. Tang-san, feeling a pang of discomfort, nodded and said, Indeed, master. Now, Tang-san, pray tell, what is the nature of your second spirit ability? Li Changge inquired. I have faith that your second spirit ability must be exceptionally powerful. After a moment of hesitation, Tang-san replied, Master, my second spirit ability is named Blue-Silver Enhancement. This ability can amplify my Haotian hammer, rendering its power even more extraordinary. Is that so? Quite impressive. Li Changge blinked and said, Very well, Tang-san. Unleash it so that I may witness the might of your second spirit ability. Li Changge found himself overwhelmed with a desire to laugh. This was solely due to Tang-san acquiring a brand new skill, aptly named Blue-Silver Enhancement, which was akin to a mother's fortification. This maternal enhancement soul skill, derived from a blue-silver grass soul beast with merely 1 year of cultivation, was likely to possess rather lackluster effects. Nevertheless, Li Changge was determined to witness this maternal enhancement soul skill firsthand, not to mention take the opportunity to humiliate Tang-san, which would be immensely gratifying. Alas, Tang-san seethed internally, cursing vehemently and unleashing a torrent of anger. However, outwardly, he displayed no signs of distress. Maintaining an air of respect as he spoke, "Of course, master, if you wish to see, I shall demonstrate my soul skill for you. Hurry up. Everyone is eagerly waiting," Li Changge urged. Li Changge believes that the three enchanting beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu, are also eager to witness Tang San's second soul skill. An enhancement bestowed by a maternal figure. Li Changge has spoken. Naturally, Tang San dared not to delay. Immediately, Tang San began to unleash his second soul skill, blue-silver enhancement. With a mighty shout, the second white soul ring around him began to pulsate, expand, and shimmer, emitting a faint white glow. Subsequently, intricate patterns of blue-silver grass appeared on the Haotian hammer, transforming its appearance to a deep blue-black hue. Although it was an enhancement, the aura emanating from Tang San did not significantly rise. It felt remarkably similar to his usual presence. With the enhanced Haotian hammer firmly in his grasp, Tang San struck fiercely at a massive boulder before him. Bang! The hammer collided with the stone, producing a resounding crash. The boulder shattered into countless pieces. Yet the blue-silver patterns on the Haotian hammer vanished entirely. "All right, master, this is my second soul skill, blue-silver enhancement. After activation, I can deliver a devastating blow. But then this enhancement dissipates," Tang San explained. Despite the enhancement, he sensed no substantial increase in his own power. In fact, the effect seemed so minuscule that he could hardly perceive it. Originally, Tang San's combat prowess wielding the Haotian hammer was rated at 1,000 points. After the enhancement, it barely increased to 1,001 points. This was simply pitiful. Claps of disbelief followed. Li Changge began to applaud vigorously and spoke. "Excellent, Tang San. Your soul skill is truly remarkable. Your performance has greatly impressed me. TSK, blue-silver enhancement. I shall remember this soul skill. It is destined to shine brilliantly on the Douluo Continent in the future. You Xiaojang and Tang Hao, upon witnessing it, will undoubtedly be left in awe." Li Changge generously lavished praise. However, upon hearing this, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. "If you Xiaojang were to witness my soul ring and my soul skill, he would probably expel me from his teachings without hesitation. Moreover, my father, Tang Hao, would be utterly disappointed in me. In fact, Tang Hao has already harbored great disappointment, simply because I am not his biological child. Alas, I have concealed my true self quite effectively. For 12 years, I have never revealed my identity. Even when employing hidden weapons, I have been exceedingly cautious, never exposing my abilities lightly. Yet, I never anticipated that I would ultimately be discovered, leading to such a dismal fate. Truly, fate can be cruel." Tang San was filled with profound reflections, feeling as though the heavens were conspiring against him. His heart heavy with sorrow, to the point of contemplating death. Nevertheless, in the presence of Li Changge, the thought of ending his life seemed a formidable challenge. Li Changge would never allow Tang San to perish, even if Tang San resorted to self-harm, as long as he drew breath. Li Changge would restore him to his former self. The inability to control even death is an exceedingly terrifying notion. Tang San, remaining by Li Changge's side, felt as though he was enduring an eternity, overwhelmed by discomfort. With utmost respect, Tang San replied, "Thank you for your kind words, my master. I shall strive diligently to live up to your expectations. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to elevate this soul skill to new heights." Chapter 62. 3 white rings. Since gaining insight into Li Changge's temperament, Tang San had become considerably more compliant, responding with deference and caution, no longer daring to defy him. Li Changge furrowed his brows slightly, finding Tang San's compliance rather dull. There was no sense of conquest to be had, which was rather unamusing. However, Tang San still had one final soul ring yet to assimilate. Once he had fused all his soul rings, she would cast him aside next to Yu Xiaojang. Li Changge was preparing to depart for Tendo City in the Sunset Forest to attend to pressing matters. Although he found the situation somewhat tedious, he patiently decided to toy with Tang San, as it was the dying wish of his brother. Furthermore, by incapacitating Tang San's martial spirit, he would ensure his own safety while navigating the perilous landscape of Douluo Continent. Should he fail to neutralize Tang San, this wretched boy could pose a significant threat in the future. Despite Tang San's clear sky hammer possessing soul rings with a mere 1-year lifespan derived from blue-silver grass, the sea god of Sea God Island still held the potential to bestow divine soul power, aiding Tang San in extending the duration of his soul rings. However, given Tang San's current weak cultivation, all his soul rings were limited to 1 year, rendering them practically useless. Moreover, the heart of the sea god within the Tendo royal family was soon to be claimed by Li Changge, making it exceedingly challenging for Tang San to reach Sea God Island. Even if he were to arrive at Sea God Island, the prospect of undertaking the 9 trials of the Sea God would likely prove insurmountable. Merely reaching the 3rd trial might be the pinnacle of his capabilities. After all, the Sea God would hardly expend his efforts to assist such an inept individual in advancing his cultivation. Additionally, Tang San's aspirations to conquer the City of Slaughter appeared overwhelmingly daunting, leaving him without the chance to inherit the Azura legacy. As long as Li Changge remained, he would not permit Tang San to grow stronger. Nevertheless, the absence of one Tang San might simply give rise to another. When Li Changge was on Earth, he had come across various conspiracy theories regarding the divine realm, including the notion of God-making. Therefore, he remained vigilant. In addition to this, Li Changge harbored a bold thought. Might he be schemed against by the Sea God or the God of Azura? If he were to enhance his cultivation and ascend to the divine realm, he could then rectify the order among the deities. However, Li Changge firmly rejected this notion. He considered himself a free spirit, unbound by the constraints of others. Moreover, with his first martial soul, the god-slaying spear, capable of vanquishing even gods, how could he possibly fear them? In the future, Li Changge aspired to become an existence even more terrifying than the gods themselves. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was to deal with Tang San. Very well, Tang San, now go and eliminate the 3rd formidable soul beast. Infused with the 3rd powerful soul ring, Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind him, spoke with an air of indifference. As he spoke, he gestured towards a large rock nearby, beneath which lay a solitary blue-silver grass. This particular blue-silver grass had cultivated for a year. Precisely the formidable soul beast that Li Changge had mentioned. Tang San followed Li Changge's direction and indeed beheld this so-called formidable soul beast. Alas, my Haotian hammer is soon to possess 3 soul rings of blue-silver grass, each with a cultivation duration of 1 year. This is truly excessive. I once believed that my Haotian hammer would undoubtedly be able to merge 9 soul rings of over 10,000 years. But it seems that all of this was mere fantasy. Plans are often thwarted by unforeseen changes. Resigned, Tang San felt a surge of emotions. His face a portrait of helplessness. He then respectfully declared, "As you command, my master." Subsequently, he approached the large rock. "Hurry, Tang San. Do not allow this powerful soul beast to escape. I have toiled to locate it, and if I discover that this blue-silver grass has fled, I shall hold you accountable." Li Changge spoke in a deep voice, urging Tang San to hasten his actions. "As you command, my master." "Rest assured," Tang San replied respectfully. "I shall not allow this formidable soul beast to escape. I will strike it down at once." With that, Tang San wasted no time. He brandished the Haotian hammer and struck fiercely upon the formidable soul beast. A resounding crash echoed as the creature erupted in a burst of blue herbal essence, instantly meeting its demise. A faint, pale halo of a weakened soul ring began to drift upwards, representing the 1-year cultivation period of the blue-silver grass soul ring. Channeling his soul power, he drew the soul ring towards him, ready to merge it. Li Changge offered a gentle reminder, simultaneously urging Tang San to proceed without delay. Such a soul ring, with merely a 1-year cultivation period, was exceedingly frail. If not fused in a timely manner, it would soon vanish from this realm. Li Changge felt that if he did not urge, this soul ring, which represented a year of cultivation, would vanish into thin air. At that moment, he would have to exert considerable effort to search for another soul ring representing a year of cultivation. "As you command, my master," Tang San replied respectfully. Instantly, the determination in his azure eyes intensified. He had always considered himself a failure. Even without merging the soul ring, he would remain a failure. Thus, he chose to integrate it. With a sudden surge of soul power, Tang San infused it into the year-long blue-silver grass soul ring, establishing a connection and rapidly drawing it in. Consequently, the feeble white soul ring swiftly fused with Tang San, beginning to shape and condense. Under the watchful gaze of Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Li Changge, Tang San's 3rd white soul ring took form at an astonishing speed. Finally, this white soul ring began to pulse gently, shimmering with a faint light. It appeared quite fragile, much like the 2 preceding soul rings. "Master, my soul ring has successfully merged," Tang San announced. However, internally, he felt an overwhelming bitterness. "Alas, my soul ring's compatibility is undoubtedly the weakest in the world." He lamented silently, feeling deeply distressed. At that moment, Li Changge spoke up. "Tang San, you have successfully merged your soul ring. Its compatibility is unparalleled. Truly one of a kind. You are indeed a child of destiny. I am fortunate not to have been born in the same era as you. Otherwise, I would surely be outmatched. In comparison to you, I am but a mere star, while you shine as the bright moon. Li Changge habitually mocked Tang San once more. Tang San's expression was one of bitterness as he replied, "Thank you for your praise, but I do not deserve it. At least you know your place." Li Changge said with a satisfied smile. He then inquired, "Tang San, could you now reveal to me what your third soul skill is? I imagine it must be quite formidable. Let me witness your third soul skill." He implored for support as he prepared to challenge Tang San before seeking out Qian Renxue. Yilingling and Duguyan. Chapter 63, Blue-Silver Binding Hammer, an inferior third soul skill. Li Changge was now quite curious about what Tang San's third soul skill could be. The first two soul skills of Tang San's Haotian hammer were respectively named Mother's Hammer and Mother's Enhancement. The anticipation for this third soul skill was palpable. Zhu Zhiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, the three enchanting beauties, turned their gazes toward him, equally intrigued by the nature of Tang San's third soul skills, which they suspected might be rather unimpressive. What kind of soul skill could a soul master obtain when the third soul ring fused with a soul ring of merely 1 year of cultivation? This had never been attempted in the history of Douluo Continent, leaving a void in historical records. Thus, the excitement was unmistakable. Tang San's expression darkened, resembling one who had tasted something foul. Gazing at the 3 pale soul rings that spiraled and pulsed around him, he felt an overwhelming urge to despair. Yet, he was acutely aware that death was not his fate. Moreover, his desire to craft powerful hidden weapons for vengeance made it intolerable for him to simply perish. Thus, he forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions within, presenting a facade of respectful composure. With reverence, Tang San declared, "Thanks to my master, I have acquired a formidable third soul skill." He continued, "This third soul skill is known as the Blue-Silver Binding Hammer." Upon hearing the name Blue-Silver Binding Hammer, Li Changge was momentarily taken aback. At first glance, it seemed rather impressive. However, recalling that this skill was derived from the 1-year cultivation blue-silver grass, he quickly tempered his expectations, no longer viewing it as powerful. Simultaneously, he anticipated the performance of Tang San's third soul skill would undoubtedly be amusing, enough to leave the enemy in fits of laughter. Tang San elaborated, "Upon release, intricate patterns of blue-silver grass will emerge upon my Haotian hammer. When the hammer strikes an enemy, these patterns will activate, manifesting into delicate blue-silver vines that ensnare my opponent." He added, "Master, this soul skill is remarkably potent, and I am quite fond of it." Hearing Tang San extol the strength of his soul skill made Li Changge want to chuckle. "Really?" he replied. "This soul skill does sound impressive. Now, Tang San, please release it so we may behold its true form." "As you command, my master." Tang San promptly complied. Without further ado, he approached a large boulder and announced, "Master, I am about to unleash this powerful third soul skill. Please watch closely. Make haste, don't dawdle." Li Changge urged, arms crossed in impatience. "If you linger any longer, I shall render your chosen spot utterly unfit for use." At Li Changge's words, Tang San's body trembled slightly in fear, and he resolved not to hesitate any longer. "Third soul skill, Blue-Silver Binding Hammer," he bellowed, initiating the release of his third soul skill. As he did so, the third white soul ring pulsed violently, expanding and shimmering. It was evident that the soul ring was operating at its utmost capacity, yet the white soul light it emitted was exceedingly feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Accompanied by the flickering of this weak white light, intricate blue-silver patterns appeared on the dark Haotian hammer in his grasp. With determination, Tang San swung the Haotian hammer forcefully toward the boulder. Boom! The stone shattered into countless pieces. Simultaneously, the blue-silver patterns on the hammer activated, transforming into frail blue-silver vines that entwined the shattered remnants of the rock. These vines appeared not only exceedingly fragile, but also quite short in stature. Li Changge blinked, inwardly reflecting, what a binding hammer of maternal affection. Truly, the soul skill bestowed by the 1-year cultivation period blue-silver grass soul ring is utterly feeble. This maternal binding is akin to a delicate sheet of paper, easily torn apart with the slightest struggle. Tang San is now rendered completely ineffectual. Presently, the third soul ring of Tang San's primary martial soul, blue-silver grass, is derived from a 1-year cultivation period. Furthermore, all 3 soul rings on his secondary martial soul, the Haotian hammer, are also sourced from the 1-year cultivation period blue-silver grass. A soul master fused with 4 soul rings of 1-year cultivation is nothing short of pitiable. Simultaneously, Li Changge feels fortunate to possess a formidable title of Douluo at level 97 from the outset, granting him the means to contend with Tang Hao and torment Tang San. Otherwise, should this Tang San be allowed to develop, he would surely face dire consequences. to crush the genius in its infancy. Li Changge can only sleep soundly at night. Tap, tap, tap. Li Changge began to applaud, and the sound of his clapping resonated like thunder, remarkably loud. Ha ha! Li Changge gazed skyward and burst into laughter, exclaiming, Tang-san, you truly live up to your reputation. Your soul skill is remarkably powerful, and I am in awe. With such a formidable third soul skill, you have become invincible among your peers. You are indeed impressive, fittingly a loyal dog by my side. Now, let me hear you bark a few times for your master. After incapacitating Tang-san, Li Changge was in high spirits. Upon hearing these words, Tang-san trembled, filled with immense displeasure, resentment, and fury. He even contemplated ending Li Changge's life right then and there. However, lacking the strength to do so, Tang-san had no choice but to submit to his fate to preserve his own life. He first expressed his gratitude with utmost respect, saying, I owe my powerful soul skill entirely to my master's generous gifts. Had it not been for your investment of time and effort in assisting me to hunt for soul rings, I would not have achieved what I have today. Thank you, my master. After uttering his words of gratitude, Tang-san began to mimic a dog's bark. Woof, 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 woof. Li Changge nodded and said, You truly ought to express gratitude to me. However, this is merely the responsibility of a master. He continued, Furthermore, Tang-san, have you ever witnessed a dog barking while standing upright on two legs? At this final remark, Li Changge's brows furrowed, his expression reflecting indignation. Tang-san trembled, every cell in his body sensing an ominous danger. He promptly prostrated himself on the ground, truly resembling a dog, and began to bark, woof, 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 woof. Upon witnessing this, Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile and remarked, Excellent, young Tang-san. Your performance has greatly pleased me. With the soul ring hunt now complete, we shall return home. As he spoke, Li Changge approached the three enchanting ladies, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Today had consumed a considerable amount of his time due to dealing with Tang-san's affairs, and he felt the need to unwind upon returning. Chapter 64, Li Changge fulfills his brother's last wish. Particularly, the time expended in assisting Tang-san in locating the one-year cultivation blue silver grass was substantial. Searching for a single specimen of one-year cultivation blue silver grass was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, an exceedingly arduous task. After all, those blue silver grasses typically thrived rapidly, easily accumulating at least 2 to 3 years of cultivation age. Approaching the ladies, Li Changge immediately embraced the three beauties. With his left arm encircling Zhu Zhuqing and his right arm enveloping Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, the three lovely ladies were taken aback, resembling 3 little white rabbits. Their faces flushed as they obediently nestled in his embrace. Meanwhile, Tang-san knelt on the ground like a loyal hound, refraining from raising his gaze to intrude upon his master's refined enjoyment. Zhuqing, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, I find myself somewhat fatigued at present. Upon our return, you shall diligently massage my shoulders and attend to my needs. Do you understand? Li Changge smiled warmly as he spoke, his large hand gently caressing the soft heads of the 3 beautiful maidens, exuding an air of contentment. Indeed, Senior Changge, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks flushed with modesty. Among the trio, she was the only one who had acquired formidable skills under Li Changge's tutelage, which rendered her obedient and respectful towards him. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also enjoyed a cordial relationship with Li Changge, having grown accustomed to this lifestyle. Rest assured, Senior Changge, Ning Rongrong assured him. We will perform admirably, Xiao Wu chimed in. Ah, such good girls. Li Changge responded with a satisfied smile. He then turned his gaze towards Tang-san, who was on the ground. Come here, Tang dog, he commanded. Woof, woof, Tang-san replied, crawling over to Li Changge's side and letting out a few soft barks. Excellent, Li Changge said with a slight smile. Suddenly, he released a surge of powerful soul energy, lifting Tang-san, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong into the air. As the soul energy flowed, Li Changge led the 4 maidens back to their original cave. The 5 of them swiftly traversed through the forest, heading eastward. As time passed, they soon arrived at the location of the original cave. Li Changge placed the 3 enchanting ladies, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, within a cave, instructing them, You shall remain here obediently until my return, understood? To which they replied affirmatively. The trio, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, displayed their docility by staying put in the cave. Meanwhile, Li Changge seized Tang-san with a swift motion, as one might discard refuse, and in an instant, he appeared at the base of a precipice. He procured a thick, dark vine from the vicinity and bound it around Tang San's neck, securing the other end to a nearby ancient tree. Tang San, he declared, since you are but a mere hound at my side, you must learn to guard. Should any soul beast wander nearby, remember to attack and drive it away. Do you comprehend? Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an air of indifference. The thick, dark vines resembled a dog leash, binding Tang San. He crawled on the ground, responding to Li Changge with a series of barks. In response, Li Changge expressed his satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed Tang San's humble demeanor, akin to that of dust. Li Changge sighed deeply, reflecting on the profound loss of his dear brother, lamenting, "Oh, my cherished friend, your untimely demise prevents you from traversing to the Douluo Continent yourself, a most unfortunate circumstance indeed. However, rest assured, my brother, I have fulfilled your greatest wish." This Tang San, having integrated 3 spirit rings of 1-year cultivation of blue-silver grass, has been utterly rendered powerless. Moreover, he now lies prostrate at my feet, a wretched dog of Tang. My dear brother, if you possess any spirit in the heavens, take joy in this. Furthermore, I shall soon return this Tang San to the side of his inept mentor, Yu Xiaojang. My brother, watch over us from above. Li Changge reminisced about his beloved brother. The lesson imparted to Tang San was not solely to eliminate the threat he posed, but also to fulfill the last wishes of Li Changge's departed comrade. Li Changge is a man deeply attuned to emotions. His beloved brother has passed away, leaving him with a mere shred of grievance. Li Changge naturally wished to fulfill the desires of his dear brother. He cast one last glance at Tang San, who barked twice like a dog. Li Changge turned his gaze towards the direction of the cave. Simultaneously, a thought flickered through his mind, and through the mark he had previously implanted. He began to observe what Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, the 3 enchanting beauties, were engaged in. Through this mark, he witnessed the 3 ladies engaged in conversation, lamenting the fate of Tang San, declaring him to be utterly ruined. They were also discussing Li Changge himself, expressing their intent to serve him diligently and avoid incurring his displeasure, assuring one another that if they catered to his comfort, he would not trouble them and would bestow upon them various rewards. Listening to the delightful banter of these 3 beauties, Li Changge found it quite entertaining. Additionally, through these perspectives, he could admire their captivating figures, a sight that brought him great satisfaction. He chuckled to himself, "Ah, my 3 lovely beauties. I shall be with you shortly." Li Changge felt a surge of excitement. Having already attained the formidable level of 97, he stood at the pinnacle of the continent, a paragon among soul masters. Except for being unable to contend with Poseidon, Qian Douluo, Bibi Dong, and Tangshan, Li Changge was indeed invincible. His greatest advantage against such formidable adversaries lay in his youth and the existence of a system that allowed him to grow stronger through imagination. Surpassing the likes of Poseidon was merely a matter of time. Ah, my dear brother, during his lifetime, he held a fondness for Poseidon and Qian Renxue. Rest assured, my good brother, I shall ensure that I capture both Poseidon and Qian Renxue for you. When the time comes to accomplish this, I will have them call out your name, granting you a semblance of participation. On second thought, perhaps that would be too peculiar. I shall merely secure these 2 beauties for you, fulfilling your unfulfilled wish. Li Changge silently vowed to honor his brother's wishes, vowing to protect him diligently. If he were to neglect his duties, rest assured, I shall not show him mercy. Li Changge ultimately uttered a phrase to Tang San. Subsequently, he vanished into the depths of the cave, seeking the company of 3 enchanting beauties. Meanwhile, Tang San remained prostrate on the ground, tethered to an ancient tree, his visage contorted with fury. Li Changge, one day, I, Tang San, shall exact my vengeance upon you. When that day arrives, all the grievances you have imposed upon me will be repaid in kind, 100-fold. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, so prepare yourself. Tang San's azure eyes flickered with an intense murderous intent. Chapter 65, Tang San's intent to eliminate Li Changge's offspring consumed by rage. Tang San's profound blue gaze brimmed with lethal fury. I must devise a plan to swiftly gather materials for concealed weapons, and then craft these formidable instruments of vengeance. He chuckled darkly. Li Changge, having crossed me, your life henceforth shall be fraught with unrest. Moreover, Li Changge, having laid hands on Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, you had best keep a vigilant watch over any children you may bear in the future. Otherwise, I shall employ my hidden weapons to poison them all. You have rendered me incapacitated today. In return, I shall ensure your precious children suffer the same fate. A sinister glint flashed in Tang San's blue eyes as he contemplated the future offspring of Li Changge. In Tang San's perspective, The lecherous Li Changge was frequently surrounded by the three captivating maidens, and it was inevitable that intimate encounters had transpired among them. In just a year, or perhaps even half a year, it was conceivable that Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing would all be with child. When that time comes, regardless of whether the offspring are male or female, Tang San would devise methods to seize these children, using them as hostages and leverage to coerce Li Changge into submission. If capturing Li Changge's children proved impossible, Tang San would resort to poison, ensuring their demise. Li Changge has completely destroyed his own martial soul talent. Such a grievance of a ruined martial soul is even more egregious than the murder of one's parents. Tang San is consumed with a desire for revenge. At this stage, he believes that by ingratiating himself with Li Changge and submissively acting as a faithful companion, he can lull Li Changge into a false sense of security. He is convinced that, in due time, he will achieve his ambitions. The fervent belief in vengeance sustains Tang San's will to live. It is his driving force for survival. Meanwhile, on this side, Li Changge returned to the cave. Come into the sunlight. Let us bask in the warmth while we engage in conversation and share a moment of joy. Li Changge revealed a gentle smile and spoke. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shuqing, and Xiao Wu, the three enchanting beauties, approach with grace. The cave is now impeccably clean. In this sunlit spot, there lies a comfortable mat. Li Changge reclined languidly upon the mat. Zhu Shuqing's delicate legs extended, resembling a plush pillow, upon which Li Changge audaciously rested his head. Xiao Wu gently kneaded Li Changge's legs, promoting relaxation, while Ning Rongrong attended to his shoulders with a soothing massage. As for Zhu Shuqing, she tenderly caressed Li Changge's forehead and head, aiding in the relaxation of his entire being. Li Changge felt an immense sense of comfort, her expression radiating a delightful contentment. In the realm of Douluo Continent, possessing formidable cultivation allows one to attain all desired aspirations. Presently, Li Changge boasts a cultivation level of 97, while the trio of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing languish below the 30th level. Thus, they are compelled to comply, regardless of their inner sentiments. These three enchanting beauties must heed Li Changge's directives. Should they wish for their demise, disobedience would suffice. Moreover, Li Changge's striking appearance and profound background often lead her to share various cultivation techniques, of which Zhu Shuqing has already reaped significant benefits. Gradually, the three beauties adapted to this new existence, accepting Li Changge and dedicating themselves to serving her. At the very least, such a life is far superior to the relentless daily exertions at Shrek Academy. In the original narrative, upon joining Shrek Academy, these three beauties were subjected to a grueling regimen of running over 20 laps each day, leaving them utterly exhausted. Additionally, Ning Rongrong harbored considerable discord with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, leading to significant conflicts. She faced rebuke from Fland, who chastised her for being the weakest soul master in terms of martial soul talent within the group, noting her sharp disposition that hindered her integration into the collective, warning that her failure would bring shame to the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Meanwhile, Zhu Shuqing endured persistent harassment from Dai Mubai, who seemed more preoccupied with romantic pursuits than enhancing his cultivation, thus squandering his potential. In the original story, had it not been for Tang San's serendipitous extraction of a celestial treasure from the ice and fire yin-yang well, the students of Shrek Academy would have made little progress and would have been unable to contend with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu's plight was even more tragic. Due to Tang San's actions, both De Ming and Air Ming were sacrificed, leading to her own demise. The 300,000-year-old spirit beast perished. Tang San vowed to Xiao Wu that he would henceforth target only those spirit beasts that were destined for death. Yet, in a turn of events, he slaughtered spirit beasts of over 50,000 years in the Sunset Forest in his quest for soul rings. And in this lifetime, the emergence of Li Changge has significantly impacted Tang San's development, altering the trajectory of the Shrek Academy. The three enchanting beauties, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing follow closely behind Li Changge, affording them the opportunity to learn unique martial arts. As long as they perform admirably and engage their imaginations, they shall reap the benefits. Li Changge will subsequently possess an abundance of celestial treasures, aiding her companions in enhancing their physical constitution, elevating their innate talents, and advancing their cultivation. According to Li Changge's meticulous plan, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is poised to evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Moreover, her father, Ning Fengji, shall also bask in this fortune. transforming his own 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she will descend upon the Star Luo Empire with formidable cultivation, triumphing over Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, thereby asserting her prowess and liberating herself from the clutches of her family and the royal authority. Meanwhile, through her diligence and with Li Changge's assistance, Xiaowu will undoubtedly reach the status of a Title Douluo in the future. At that juncture, Xiaowu will possess the ability to safeguard herself, no longer needing to flee in fear from Title Douluos. Those who treat Li Changge with kindness shall not suffer under her watch. Li Changge began to relish his newfound joy. Meanwhile, in a cave near Shinhan village, Tang Hao stood before an extraordinary blue-silver grass. Gazing at the plant that seemed to beckon him, Tang Hao's expression was steeped in profound sorrow. He settled down in front of the blue-silver grass and sorrowfully called out, "Ain, oh Ain," as if sensing his grief. The delicate blue-silver grass gently brushed against Tang Hao's sturdy arm. "Our child is gone. Alas," Tang Hao sighed repeatedly, pouring out his heart's lament to the blue-silver grass. It turned out that Xiao San had long since perished. The current Xiao San was merely a shell, a lifeless body. The true essence of our child, Xiao San's soul, had already departed. For the past 12 years, the presence beside me was not the genuine Xiao San. This Xiao San was a middle-aged man, hailing from a clandestine assassination faction within the Tang sect. I had always found it odd that such a young child could possess such maturity, far surpassing his peers. I once thought our child was unique. Little did I know, he was merely a middle-aged assassin, his age akin to mine. Alas, I should have suspected something upon witnessing Xiao San's extraordinary abilities. Yet, I failed to inquire about his secrets. In retrospect, I realized my error. The child is dead, and his body has been exploited by another. Sighing heavily, Tang Hao felt an immense weight of sorrow. He had once envisioned nurturing a descendant with dual martial souls, hoping to cultivate Tang San and ensure the continuation of his lineage. But now, all those beautiful dreams had dissipated into mere illusions. Tang San's body remained intact, yet his soul was no longer that of his child. Tang Hao found it hard to accept. It was akin to losing a child in a tragic accident, only for another's spirit to inhabit their body and return to life. Would one still feel affection for such a child? To put it differently, if one's father drowned and another's soul occupied his body, standing before them once more, would they still call him father? The departed should find peace and rest. How agonizing it must be to witness such desecration of the body. Tang Hao pondered the possibility that his son's soul's dispersal was connected to the one who had taken possession of it. Thus, he was filled with fury and a desire to uncover the truth. However, Li Changge had taken Tang San away. With a formidable cultivation level of 97 and possessing 2 extraordinarily powerful martial souls, Li Changge was beyond Tang Hao's capability to confront. He could only watch helplessly as Li Changge carried Tang San away. The blue-silver grass seemed to comprehend the sorrow in Tang Hao's words, becoming despondent itself. It ceased its vibrant display and curled up, presenting a pitiful sight. "Alas, Ain," Tang Hao lamented. "Once I retrieve Xiao San from that person's grasp, I shall bring him here and demand to know the truth of this matter. What manner of place is the Tang sect? An assassination department? Hidden weapons? Poison?" A glimmer of determination flashed in Tang Hao's deep-set eyes. Li Changge once mentioned that he would take Tang San away for a while, but he would return him afterward. At that time, Tang Hao would be able to present Tang San to Ain and inquire deeply about the situation. Due to Li Changge's overwhelming strength, Tang Hao dared not contest with him for Tang San. If Tang Hao were to attempt to seize him, the ensuing battle could lead to Tang San being fatally injured. Moreover, Tang Hao lacked complete confidence in defeating Li Changge. Thus, after careful consideration, Tang Hao acquiesced to the arrangement. Meanwhile, in another location, in Notting City, within Notting Academy, a man with a closely cropped head stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. It seemed that Xiao San had already arrived at Shrek Academy and successfully enrolled. At this moment, Flanders should have received my letter and would take good care of Xiao San. Xiao San is my testament. Flanders, you will surely be astonished when you see Xiao San's martial soul. Indeed, the combination of blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer is an extraordinary talent. More importantly, Xiao San is the child of that man. In the future, Xiao San will validate my theories, proving that I, as a teacher, am not inept. Yu Xiaojang peered into the distance, murmuring to himself. His gaze sparkled with fervent brilliance. Tang San is Yu Xiaojang's prized disciple, possessing dual martial souls and an exceptionally formidable talent. At the tender age of 12, he has already attained the rank of a level 29 Soul Master. It is worth noting that Xiao Jang, now over 40, has only reached the same level. Yet this child has already surpassed him. Xiao Jang firmly believes that Tangan will continue to advance, eventually reaching the rank of a Title Douluo and standing at the pinnacle of Douluo Continent. Once Tangan matures, Xiao Jang too will prove himself and gain the admiration of the world. At that time, no one shall belittle him. Should anyone dare to insult Xiao Jang, they must reckon with Tangan's wrath. Having joined Shrek Academy, it is almost time for me to set off for Shrek Academy as well. My dear friend, Flanders, it has been many years since we last met. It is high time we reunite, thought Xiao Jang. He then began to prepare his belongings for the journey to Tendo City and Shrek Academy in search of Flanders and Tangan. On the other side, in Tendo City, within the office of the Academy's principal, Flanders sat in a large chair, struggling to open a letter with his intact right hand. This letter had been sent from Notting City by his long-lost friend, Xiao Jang. Xiao Gang, it has been so many years since we last met. I never expected to receive your letter today. Alas, my left hand and right foot are now incapacitated. Shrek Academy has offended a powerful individual, and we are currently in a precarious situation. Flanders sighed repeatedly, his face laden with melancholy. Li Changge incapacitated all the teachers and students of the Shrek Academy and forced them to beg on the streets, with the goal of collecting 100,000 golden soul coins. Li Changge is the only one who could intervene and heal them. As Flanders sighed, he began to peruse the letter sent by Xiao Jang. Before long, Flanders had read through the correspondence, his brows furrowing deeply. Tangan. Ah, you Tangan. Flanders' right hand slammed forcefully onto the table. A visage of anger etched upon his face. Xiao Jang, after so many years apart, I never imagined that upon receiving your news, I would be plunged into such misfortune. This Tangan is your student. He came to my Shrek Academy to enroll, provoking a formidable Title Douluo to descend upon us, resulting in the incapacitation of all our faculty and students. No matter how exceptional Tangan's martial soul talent may be, possessing a twin martial soul, such a prodigy is beyond our reach. We are unworthy to teach him. Xiao Jang, do you not understand that such dazzling prodigies attract calamity and draw the ire of powerful foes? This has truly brought ruin upon me. My Shrek Academy has been wronged. Flanders was on the verge of tears. He never anticipated that the arrival of this twin martial soul prodigy at Shrek Academy was orchestrated by his old friend, Xiao Jang. Yet, this arrangement has brought disaster upon the entire academy. Chapter 67. Capturing the heart of a beauty. Alas, Xiao Jang, is this what you call proof? This proof has already been taken away. My Shrek Academy has now plummeted to the depths, embarking on a downward spiral. I did not expect that after such a long silence from you, the moment I hear from you, I would be faced with such calamity. You are coming to find me soon, old friend. I do not even know how to face you. Holding this letter, Flanders' emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. He truly did not foresee that the tribulations facing Shrek Academy today were intricately linked to his old friend, Xiao Jang. Initially, receiving a letter from an old friend brought him joy, but now he could not muster a smile. In fact, Flanders found himself reluctant to meet Xiao Jang. Alas, a look of melancholy adorned Flanders' face as he sighed repeatedly. Compared to Flanders' sorrow, Li Changge, on the other hand, wore a contented expression, relishing the exquisite massage and shoulder kneading bestowed upon him by the beautiful maidens, indulging in sheer comfort. Such a lifestyle, without a doubt, never grows tiresome. In this moment of bliss, Li Changge spoke. Xiao Wu, wrong, would you be interested in learning the art of strengthening oneself through sunbathing? Upon hearing this, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong trembled with excitement, their faces alight with joy. They had long awaited this moment. For the past few days, they had watched Zhu Shiqing practice the sunbathing technique, cultivating her strength, and felt an overwhelming envy, yearning for the knowledge of this method themselves. To their astonishment today, their esteemed senior was in a generous mood and was finally willing to teach them. I am willing, Ning Rongrong eagerly chimed in, her head nodding gently as she focused even more diligently on massaging Li Changge's shoulders with her delicate hands. I too am eager to learn, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, intensifying her efforts in giving Li Changge a foot massage. Very well. If you are both willing, I shall impart this knowledge to you. However, once you have mastered it, you must continue to serve me well and treat me kindly. Do you understand? Li Changge spoke with a serious demeanor. As he spoke, he extended his large hand to gently stroke the heads of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, his face radiating affection. The two girls, blushing and obedient, offered no resistance. Rest assured, Senior Changge, we shall always treat you well, Ning Rongrong declared. I will not be ungrateful once I have completed my training. However, despite her words. Ning Rongrong was the cherished jewel of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. To be by Li Changge's side indefinitely was, frankly, an impossibility. For the moment, she felt powerless to escape, so she resolved to remain beside Senior Changge and reap some benefits. If the sunbathing cultivation technique proved to be truly formidable, then surely, in due course, Senior Changge would assist her in evolving the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Once she had secured these advantages, she would consider how to depart from Senior Changge and return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to aid her father in its development. Ning Rongrong mused inwardly. Although she currently appeared obedient and compliant with Li Changge, her heart still harbored concerns for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, wishing to share the burden with her father. When the opportune moment arose, she would step forward to elucidate this matter to Li Changge, hoping for his understanding. As for discussing such topics now, it seemed rather untimely. Very good. Rongrong, you are quite astute. By staying with me, you will undoubtedly gain immeasurable benefits, avoiding decades of missteps and ultimately surpassing your father, Ning Fengxi. In achievements, you shall not regret this. In fact, you may even find yourself willingly desiring to remain by my side in the future. Li Changge smiled faintly, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Very well. I have faith in your prowess, Senior Changge. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I must do, Ning Rongrong said. Her cheeks flushed. At the same time, she gently massaged Li Changge's shoulders, her earnest demeanor revealing her true intentions. Rongrong, I trust you, Li Changge replied with a subtle smile. Then, his gaze shifted to the delicate figure of Xiao Wu. And what of you, Xiao Wu? He inquired. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Xiao Wu responded, I am but 100,000-year-old soul beast transformed into a human. Currently, my cultivation level stands at a mere 29. Only by remaining beside Senior Changge can I escape the pursuit of others. Under your protection, I have also acquired the methods of cultivation from you. Therefore, I assure you, I shall never betray Senior Changge. Moreover, my first kiss belongs to you, Senior Changge. As she spoke these final words, her face was suffused with a deep crimson, radiating an exquisite shyness. Li Changge was taken aback, not expecting that Xiao Wu harbored feelings for him. However, upon reflection, it was quite understandable. This old bunny, living daily in the Stardow forest surrounded solely by soul beasts, was rather innocent. She knew little of the world, and in this moment, her first kiss had been taken from her, while she found solace in Li Changge's protection. It was only natural that feelings for him began to blossom within her heart. Moreover, even if Xiao Wu were to part ways with Li Changge, she was uncertain of her path forward, likely destined to return to the Stardow forest. Yet, she was reluctant to return. She cherished the warmth and vibrancy of the human realm. Li Changge revealed a faint smile and spoke. Indeed, Xiao Wu, following me is the wisest choice. Yes, Xiao Wu replied gently. After conversing with Xiao Wu, Li Changge placed his large hand atop Zhu Zhuqing's head, gently ruffling her hair as he said. Zhuqing is also very obedient, which is why I was the first to impart my techniques to her. Now, as I teach Xiao Wu and Rongrong, the 3 of you sisters can practice and discuss your cultivation together. Devote yourselves to your training, striving to soon ascend to the realm of Title Douluo. Li Changge wore a serious expression as he spoke. Indeed. Very well. No problem, responded Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu in unison. At this point, Li Changge had begun to gradually win over the 3 beauties. Having relaxed sufficiently, he declared, All right, I shall now impart to you the techniques. As he spoke, Li Changge rose from Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. He gently stretched his limbs, and a thunderous crack echoed from his bones, bringing him immense comfort. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were both filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating this sun-soaked method of cultivation that promised to enhance their strength. Rongrong, Xiao Wu, please take a seat in this spacious area before us. Chapter 68, Xiao Wu's Rapid Advancement. Remember, your bodies must be enveloped by sunlight. Li Changge began to teach. Ning Rongrong obediently walked to a clean area in front and sat down cross-legged. Sunlight streamed down in beams, illuminating her delicate, fair skin, making her appear almost ethereal. At this moment, Ning Rongrong looked exceptionally beautiful. Beside her, in a spacious corner of the small room, Xiao Wu settled down, and like Ning Rongrong, she too radiated a captivating charm. Li Changge spoke. You should first learn this mantra, sit in a meditative posture, calm your mind, and relax your body. Let your lips gently touch, and breathe slowly and smoothly. Li Changge wore a serious expression as he began to impart the technique concerning the enhancement of strength through sunbathing. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, both astute and perceptive, swiftly memorized the incantation. Once they had grasped the verses, Li Changge proceeded to elucidate the meaning behind each line of the mantra. After concluding the explanations of the verses, Li Changge instructed the two beautiful maidens to sit cross-legged upon the ground, initiating their formal journey into the realm of cultivation. Following the teachings of the incantation, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu settled themselves, closing their enchanting eyes to delve into a state of tranquil introspection. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Li Changge stepped forward to assist the two beauties in adjusting their postures. During this process, he infused them with essence of soul power to aid their further cultivation of this particular technique. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing observed intently. Although she had already mastered the technique, she nonetheless gained immense benefit from watching, acquiring new insights and a fresh understanding of this method of cultivation. This resonates with the age-old adage, reviewing the old and learning the new. As time gradually passed, the auras of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu began to ascend slowly. After approximately 2.5 hours, a substantial amount of dark, viscous substance was expelled from their pores, signifying that they had essentially mastered the technique and completed their initial round of cultivation. They had absorbed sunlight and transformed it into energy, thus augmenting their strength. As time continued to flow, another fifth of an hour slipped by. Li Changge has confirmed that both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong have thoroughly mastered this technique. At this moment, without Li Changge's assistance, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong are now capable of independently circulating the technique to absorb solar energy and transform it into their own cultivation, thereby enhancing themselves. Boom! Xiao Wu's delicate body trembled, and a wave of her cultivation aura radiated outward. Her cultivation level simultaneously surged. Indeed, Xiao Wu has leveled up. Her current cultivation rank has reached level 30, a progression from her previous level of 29. Beside her, Ning Rongrong experienced a similar transformation. Boom, boom. Ning Rongrong's graceful form shuddered twice, and a ripple of soul power emanated from her. Her aura ascended as well. This time, Ning Rongrong elevated her cultivation by 2 levels, advancing from level 26 to level 28. Sensing the rising cultivation auras of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, Li Changge's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured, "They have learned." Indeed, both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu have grasped the technique that allows them to grow stronger under the sun. Presently, Ning Rongrong stands at level 28, Xiao Wu at level 30, and Zhu Zhuqing at level 29. All three of them are making progress, each with a bright future ahead. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu opened their eyes in succession, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles. "Senior Changge, I have mastered this technique," Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, her smile blooming like a flower as she shared her delight with Li Changge. Xiao Wu chimed in with equal enthusiasm, "Yes, Senior Changge, I too have learned it. My cultivation level has now reached 30. The two of them were elated, sharing their happiness. Ning Rongrong turned to Xiao Wu and remarked, "Xiao Wu, you've reached level 30. If you obtain a suitable soul ring, you could ascend to the realm of Soul Sage." Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu with admiration. As she spoke, she glanced at Li Changge and added, "Senior Changge will surely help you acquire a powerful soul ring." Upon hearing the phrase powerful soul ring, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing momentarily froze. Even Ning Rongrong, the one speaking, was taken aback. This was because their minds instinctively conjured the image of a blue silver grass with a 1-year cultivation period. Previously, Li Changge had consistently indicated that a powerful soul ring referred to a blue silver grass soul ring with a 1-year cultivation limit. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Ning Rongrong quickly fell silent. However, she couldn't help but think that Li Changge would not procure a 1-year cultivation blue silver grass soul ring for Xiao Wu. Li Changge spoke, "There is no need. Xiao Wu is quite unique. She is a soul beast that is transformed into a human after 100,000 years. Thus, Xiao Wu does not require the hunting of soul rings. She can naturally condense a suitable soul ring for her own use." Li Changge vaguely recalled that in the original text, Xiao Wu had indeed manifested her 3rd soul ring by her own volition, rather than hunting for a soul beast to fuse with. "Is that so?" Ning Rongrong murmured, feeling her knowledge expanding. Although the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is a prestigious sect, it has had limited exposure to soul beasts of 100,000 years. It is worth noting that Ning Fingji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo did not possess soul rings of that caliber in their configurations. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has scant records regarding 100,000-year soul beasts, thus they remained unaware that such beings could, through their own essence, condense soul rings. This revelation was indeed remarkable. Xiao Wu nodded lightly and spoke, "Truly impressive, Senior Changge. Indeed, I can manifest my 3rd soul ring through my own power, without the need to hunt for an appropriate soul beast. She planned to select a suitable moment in the coming days to condense her soul ring independently. Xiao Wu did not hesitate to share this knowledge, believing that Senior Li Changge, with his vast wisdom, would appreciate her openness. Furthermore, with his protection, she felt secure in her endeavor to manifest her third soul ring without fear of harm. Oh, I see. Ning Rongrong nodded, exclaiming that there were so many profound aspects to this that she was learning for the first time. Hee, I've gained new insights. Ning Rongrong beamed with a lovely smile, reminiscent of spring blossoms, truly enchanting. Her kind heart harbored no malice. She was simply curious about the novelty of the information. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing listened to their conversation and came to understand that once a 100,000-year soul beast transforms into human form, it can condense its own soul ring if its cultivation level is sufficient. Thus, Xiao Wu was indeed remarkable for being able to manifest a soul ring that was perfectly suited to her. Yes, Xiao Wu nodded lightly, presenting a demeanor of obedience. Li Changge gazed at the two beautiful maidens, observing the grimy appearance they bore, a result of the viscous black impurities secreted during their cultivation. These dark substances could be easily washed away upon contact with water. Rongrong, Xiaowu, do you notice the black impurities seeping from your bodies? Li Changge inquired. A smile gracing his lips, Ning Rongrong turned to Xiaowu, and Xiaowu reciprocated the glance. Indeed, during our recent practice, we expelled black impurities from our bodies. Just like what happened to Yu Qing during her first cultivation session, Ning Rongrong remarked. After being reminded by Li Changge, Ning Rongrong became acutely aware of the sticky sensation enveloping her entire body. A layer of viscous black impurities coated her neck, arms, and the skin beneath her clothing, rendering her quite uncomfortable. She longed for a bath and a change of clean attire. Xiaowu also sensed something amiss, feeling the unpleasant layer of black impurities clinging to her skin post-cultivation. However, upon expelling these impurities, she felt invigorated and full of energy. How filthy! I never realized there were so many impurities within my body. Now that they've been expelled, I feel remarkably refreshed, Xiaowu exclaimed. She had quickly developed an affinity for the cultivation technique that allowed her to grow stronger under the sun. If given the chance, she would eagerly continue her practice. Nonetheless, her immediate priority was to cleanse herself of the black impurities. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong suddenly recalled something, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. Senior Changge has brought this up. Could it be that he intends to take us to the river? Ning Rongrong contemplated, her embarrassment intensifying. She remembered that not long ago, after Xu Qing had finished her cultivation, she too was covered in black impurities, and it was Senior Changge who had led her to the river for cleansing. Upon returning that day, Xu Qing had been blushing throughout, clearly indicating that some indescribable events had transpired. Ning Rongrong, sharp-witted as she was, quickly grasped this implication, while Xiaowu, in her innocence, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As expected, Li Changge then said, Rongrong, Xiaowu, let me take you to the river for a wash. Upon hearing this, both Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu shuddered slightly, their faces flushed. Yet, it seemed they understood there was no room for rebellion. Although they initially wished to protest with, we can go to the river ourselves, the thought of defying Senior Changge and the potential consequences deterred them from voicing their objections. After all, the intentions behind his offer were not solely for their cleanliness. Since the esteemed Li Changge has taken the initiative to bring up this matter, he must certainly have his own considerations. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu are not in a position to oppose him. Both have chosen to comply. What are your thoughts? The journey from here to the riverside is long and fraught with peril. It is most fitting for me to accompany you, to safeguard you from potential attacks by formidable soul beasts along the way. Therefore, do not overthink it. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with an air of indifference. Xiaowu, with a demure demeanor, nodded lightly. All right. Ning Rongrong also chimed in, expressing her agreement. Thus, within the cave, only Zhu Zhuqing remained. One wondered if leaving Zhu Zhuqing alone in the cavern might render her too bored or lonely. Being considerate of Zhu Zhuqing's feelings, Li Changge suggested, Qing, why don't you join us? Me? Zhu Zhuqing's alluring face flushed slightly as she hesitated. Is that really appropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Li Changge replied with a gentle smile, moving closer to Zhu Zhuqing and affectionately ruffling her hair. Well then, I shall go as well, Zhu Zhuqing said, her demeanor now one of compliance. Then let us go together. Come to my side. Li Changge spoke. All right. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu approached his side. Immediately, Li Changge summoned a surge of formidable soul power, gently lifting the three enchanting figures. Accompanied by them, he made his way toward the nearby river. Before long, the quartet arrived at the crystal-clear riverbank. Li Changge's formidable spiritual energy unfurled as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no prying soul masters or spirit beasts lurked nearby before he finally relaxed. Subsequently, Li Changge's demeanor softened. The bathing process, approximately 4,000 words in length, is left to the imagination, as I shall refrain from excessive description to avoid accusations of padding the word count. Time passed, and the dawn of the following day arrived. As Li Changge opened his eyes, he discovered that Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were all resting their heads on his arms, sleeping soundly. Did I not fall asleep resting on Zhu Qing's arm yesterday? How is it that upon waking, my arm has transformed into a pillow? Li Changge was quite taken aback. It was already late outside, and he noticed that Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong were still indulging in their slumber. Li Changge patiently continued to rest for a while longer. After a fifth of an hour had passed, all four awakened. They performed a brief ablution before commencing their breakfast. After their meal, Li Changge stepped into the sunlight and practiced a set of Tai Chi. Moving gracefully from the initial posture of the wild horse parts its mane to the concluding stance of the crossed hands. Li Changge's performance of the complete set of Tai Chi was like a flowing stream, exuding a unique aesthetic beauty. Furthermore, during the execution, he unleashed a wisp of soul power, creating a profoundly moving spectacle. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, three enchanting beauties, watched intently, their faces reflecting a mixture of awe and astonishment. This was their first encounter with Tai Chi, and they found the movements to be profoundly intricate, as if they could grasp the essence of the Tao with prolonged observation. Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke. Qing, Xiao Wu, Rongrong, I can tell you are quite intrigued by my recent display of martial arts, am I correct? Zhu Qing nodded slightly, her gaze intense as she replied, Indeed, Senior Changge. This martial art of yours feels remarkably profound. It seems that mastering this technique could lead to greater strength. Wouldn't you agree? You address me as Senior Changge? Li Changge's expression turned serious. If Qing, you wish to understand and learn this martial art, should you not consider a different form of address? Chapter 70. I am actually 13 years old. Li Changge gazed at Zhu Qing with great interest, eagerly anticipating her utterance of the two words he cherished most. A flush of embarrassment crept across Zhu Qing's alluring visage, for she was well aware of Li Changge's intentions. It seemed as though he wished to adopt her as his daughter, relishing the sound of her calling him father. Yet, curiously, there were moments when Zhu Qing sensed that Li Changge perceived her distinctly as a wife. Li Changge yearned to listen, and Zhu Qing gently called, Daddy. Upon hearing this voice, Li Changge felt a delightful shiver coursing through his bones, enveloping him in a sense of utter comfort. Thus, he began to speak. Very well, Qing. You are quite obedient. After affectionately ruffling Zhu Qing's hair, he continued, The martial art I was just practicing is known as Tai Chi Quan. This set of movements offers tremendous benefits to the body. Moreover, Tai Chi Quan harmonizes perfectly with Tai Chi breathing technique. Mastering the Tai Chi breathing technique is akin to cultivating one's essence. It is even more potent than the method of enhancing one's strength under the sun. The level of soul power will, imperceptibly, be elevated. This is the remarkable power of the Tai Chi breathing technique. When paired with Tai Chi Quan, it can fortify one's physique and significantly enhance physical prowess. Even without the release of one's martial soul, one can vanquish foes solely through the strength of the body. As he spoke, Li Changge clenched his right fist and advanced with a powerful strike. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the air, distorting the very fabric of space itself. Li Changge possesses the remarkable ability to transform mere persuasion into undeniable reality. As long as one of the three enchanting beauties, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, or Ning Rongrong embraces his words and allows their imagination to flourish, the teachings of Tai Chi and its breathing techniques will undoubtedly gain formidable strength. Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu listened intently, their expressions reflecting profound incredulity. Tai Chi, breathing techniques? The notion that one could enhance their strength merely through breath, elevate their cultivation, and fortify their physical prowess through martial arts is astonishing. Zhu Qing could not help but exclaim, her beautiful eyes shimmering with fervent desire to learn. She yearned desperately for strength. Simultaneously, an instinctive belief blossomed within her heart that Li Changge's words were not mere fabrications, but rather, truths grounded in reality. After all, everything Li Changge had previously articulated was indeed authentic and devoid of deception. Li Changge had already amassed a considerable degree of credibility in Zhu Qing's heart. Thus, Zhu Qing placed her trust in him. However, this trust was merely preliminary. It had yet to reach the level where Li Changge's persuasive words could be transformed into reality. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were equally intrigued, having developed a modicum of belief as well. Senior Changge, this Tai Chi martial art and Tai Chi breathing technique are truly remarkable. Would you be willing to teach us? We are eager to learn. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with a mischievous smile, getting straight to the point. Having mastered the art of absorbing sunlight for strength, she recognized this as an extraordinary method that could expedite her cultivation. Now, she had come to learn of a technique involving breath that could enhance her power. Ning Rongrong was thoroughly fascinated. Xiao Wu echoed her enthusiasm, saying, Senior Changge, I, too, am very eager to learn. Could you teach us? The three enchanting ladies directed their yearning gazes towards Li Changge, desiring to acquire some techniques for cultivation and empowerment from him. That depends on your performance, he replied. If you excel in what comes next, I shall gradually impart to you all that I have mastered. Rest assured, I am sincerely devoted to my own, especially to my beloved. Li Changge smiled gently, revealing a hint of amusement, and then affectionately tousled the hair of the three enchanting beauties. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing felt a rush of warmth to their cheeks, for the audacity of Li Changge's statement was simply overwhelming. He had declared them to be his wives. To have three exquisite beauties as wives was undoubtedly a marvel beyond compare. Even the esteemed emperor of the Snowy Night from the Heaven Do Empire could scarcely rival the delight Li Changge experienced. However, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu did not perceive themselves as Li Changge's wives, despite his apparent intentions. The very thought of this notion was enough to make one blush profusely. Pray tell, do you know how old I am? Li Changge inquired, his previous charm having bestowed upon him the gift of eternal youth. Thus, he resolved to speak truthfully about his true abilities. After all, having attained the power of everlasting youth meant that even if Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were to realize the truth behind his youthful appearance, this ability would remain intact. Regarding the imagination system, Li Changge would only acquire positive capabilities. Should they deem him unimpressive, he would not be diminished. Rather, only when they recognized his merits would he truly manifest those imagined gifts. How old? Zhu Zhuqing could not help but ask, as she regarded Li Changge, marveling at his youthful visage, which appeared scarcely older than a mere teenager. Yet, his might was overwhelmingly formidable, boasting a cultivation level of 97 and possessing 2 martial spirits. Such an entity should, by all rights, be at least a century old. Previously, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong had all assumed Li Changge to be over 100 years of age, attributing his youthful appearance to his immense power, the gift of eternal youth, and the peculiar cultivation method that strengthened him under the sun. They gazed at him with curiosity, eager to uncover the truth of his actual age. Li Changge smiled slightly and spoke, In truth, I am merely 13 years old. The reason for my formidable strength lies in my enlightenment and the numerous fortuitous encounters that have bestowed upon me various skills. Thus, my cultivation has ascended at an astonishing rate, reaching level 97. Give me another 2.5 years, and I shall break through to level 99. Do you believe me? A gasp escaped from Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu as they struggled to comprehend his words. They could hardly believe their ears. How could this elder, Li Changge, possibly claim to be only 13? It was inconceivable for a child of such tender age to possess such immense cultivation. Ning Rongrong shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, How can this be? From the moment you awakened your martial soul at the age of 6 until now, only 7 years have passed. In that time, you have achieved level 97. This implies that you must have advanced by nearly 20 levels each year. Such a rate of cultivation is exceedingly abnormal. No one on the continent could accomplish this. Ning Rongrong, possessing keen intellect, analyzed the situation based on her understanding. She concluded that it was utterly impossible for Li Changge to have cultivated to level 97 in just 7 years. In truth, her analysis was correct. The formidable strength of Li Changge is entirely attributed to the imaginations of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. However, Li Changge would never disclose his secrets, otherwise he would be unable to elevate his cultivation and progress further. The 2 exquisite beauties, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, found Ning Rongrong's analysis rather compelling, and they nodded in silent agreement. Their gazes turned to Li Changge, eager to hear what he might reveal. Rongrong, allow me to assure you, I do not deceive. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. If you deem these techniques unworthy or false, I am under no obligation to teach you. I can pursue my cultivation alone, heh. Li Changge revealed a nonchalant smile and spoke, It is a foolish endeavor to seek validation for one's words. Li Changge's intention was to maintain an aura of confidence, occasionally fabricating a few tales. He aimed to gradually instill belief in these falsehoods within the three enchanting ladies Zhu Xing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, allowing their imaginations to run wild. In doing so, Li Changge could reap numerous benefits. Of course, even if he were unable to gain any tangible rewards from his endeavors, it would not pose a problem. After all, possessing a cultivation level of 97 and wielding 2 supreme martial spirits was already a significant source of satisfaction for him. Upon hearing Li Changge's words, Ning Rongrong felt a stir of emotion. I believe in your words, Senior Changge. I merely find myself astonished. After all, these matters are, by conventional reasoning, difficult to explain. With a sardonic smile, Li Changge replied, that is merely a limitation of your perspectives. This world is replete with countless phenomena that elude your understanding and imagination. However, by remaining in my company, you shall gradually expand your knowledge and broaden your horizons. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully and said, Indeed, Senior Changge, you are right. Just because one has not witnessed something does not mean it does not exist. Therefore, when might you impart the knowledge of Tai Chi and its breathing techniques to us? I am eager to learn. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm for the prospect of mastering these genuine martial arts, believing that such practices could indeed exist. Skills never weigh one down. It is always wise to acquire more knowledge, she added. Blushing, Zhu Xuqing softly interjected, Father, I wish to learn this cultivation practice. It was evident that Zhu Xuqing was quite perceptive, understanding how to endear herself to Li Changge through her actions. Hearing Zhu Xuqing's voice filled Li Changge with a delightful warmth. Senior Changge, Xiaowu is also eager to learn these 2 techniques, Xiaowu chimed in, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Although the ladies harbored some doubts about their abilities, they were all keen on learning. However, Li Changge felt it was premature to teach them, as Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xuqing, and Xiaowu had yet to fully embrace the concept and transform the abstract into reality. Thus, he cleverly remarked, Your desire to learn is commendable. However, I am not yet in a position to teach you. You have yet to master the art of basking in the sun to gain strength. Furthermore, I must evaluate your progress. Those who serve me best shall be the first to receive my teachings. While charming the 3 beauties, Li Changge sought to obtain some advantages, hoping they would show him greater warmth and attentive service. Upon hearing his words, the 3 ladies blushed, aware of what was expected of them. Very well, Senior Changge. We shall provide you with a delightful massage, Ning Rongrong said with a gentle smile, stepping forward to attend to him. A morning stretch is quite refreshing, she added, kneading his shoulders with care. Li Changge was thoroughly pleased with this attention. Observing the scene, Zhu Xuqing and Xiao Wu approached as well, one on each side, gently massaging his arms to help him loosen up. It was indeed a most comfortable experience. Li Changge truly relished such a life. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he tapped into the mark planted on Tangan, observing his current endeavors. At this moment, Tangan found himself ensnared by a thick, black vine, akin to a dog's leash. The other end of this vine was tethered to an ancient tree. Like a faithful hound, Tangan nestled beneath the tree, guarding the territory designated to him by Li Changge. Ever since he assisted Tangan in capturing 4 formidable blue-silver grass spirit beasts, he had become considerably more docile. This was quite commendable. As long as he refrained from cunning schemes, he proved to be a most loyal companion. Li Changge contemplated silently. At the same time, he resolved to visit the Xiaowu Academy the following day, intending to plant a mark upon the students and faculty there, thereby keeping a vigilant watch over their actions. After all, the Xiaowu Academy held a remarkably significant role in the original narrative, especially considering that the original 7 wonders of Xiaowu had all ascended to divinity. Li Changge must diligently keep an eye on them to prevent any unforeseen incidents in the future. Monitoring the individuals from the Xiaowu Academy also serves to provide him with a clearer understanding of when Yu Xiaojang will arrive in Tendo City. According to the timeline established in the original work, Li Changge has deduced that during this period, Yu Xiaojang will set forth from Nodding Academy to Shrek Academy. He intends to rendezvous with Flander at Shrek Academy, with the purpose of imparting knowledge to Tangan, enabling him to cultivate and mature expeditiously. Moreover, Li Changge, honoring the wishes of his dear brother, plans to present Tangan to Yu Xiaojang as a delightful surprise upon his arrival. The mere thought of Yu Xiaojang's astonished and captivating expression brings a smile to Li Changge's face. As for today's matters, Li Changge has made other arrangements. Today, he plans to spend a fulfilling and joyful day with the 3 beauties, Zhu Xuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. The 4 of them will practice under the sun, cultivating their strength through sunbathing techniques. During this time, should Zhu Xuqing, Ning Rongrong, or Xiao Wu encounter any flaws or shortcomings in their training, Li Changge would attentively guide them, rectifying their errors and addressing their shortcomings. This day was filled with fulfillment. The three beauties gained a profound new understanding of this skill, advancing their mastery significantly. Unbeknownst to them, their cultivation levels subtly improved. Notably, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were progressing towards level 30. Chapter 72, Monitoring Flander. Once Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong reached level 30, Li Changge would lead them to hunt for suitable third soul rings. As for Xiao Wu, she intended to solidify her cultivation first. In a few days, she would personally demonstrate the process of condensing a soul ring from a 100,000, your soul beast. Time swiftly passed, and the next day arrived. Li Changge rose from his slumber with a sense of delight. After enjoying breakfast with Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, he proclaimed, "Today, I shall pay a visit to Shrek Academy. Would you care to accompany me?" The three beauties were momentarily taken aback at the mention of his return to Shrek Academy. What purpose could this serve? The principal, teachers, and students there had all incurred the wrath of Senior Changge and had been rendered powerless by him. The thought of encountering those clowns was unappealing to them. Ning Rongrong pouted and remarked, "In my view, the faculty and students of Shrek Academy have been excessively arrogant. They brought this upon themselves by offending Senior Li Changge." She had no desire to squander time on those jesters. If possible, Ning Rongrong wished to dedicate this time to her cultivation. As she felt on the brink of breaking through to level 29, she longed to swiftly advance to level 30, integrate a suitable third spirit ring, and thus ascend to the status of a soul master exceeding level 30. Zhu Zhuqing's mind conjured the image of Dai Mubai. He had publicly sworn an oath, using his martial spirit to divorce her. Furthermore, in Tendo City, he was frequently entangled with others, even sharing a room with twin sisters. His private life was a chaotic mess, utterly devoid of decorum. Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of crossing paths with such a sordid man. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, equally reluctant to return to that sorrowful place, for it was there that she discovered the astonishing secrets concealed by Tangan, who had been by her side for 6 years. Li Changge observed that the three beauties displayed peculiar expressions, seemingly reluctant to return to Xiaowu Academy. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Having yet to officially enroll, they held no attachment to the academy, making their desire to remain elsewhere quite natural. Li Changge smiled gently and spoke. "I intend to return and see if the Xiaowu Academy has adhered to my instructions and refunded all the gold soul coins to those unfortunate commoner soul masters. Furthermore, I wish to ascertain whether they have heeded my advice and gone out to beg. Once we attend to this matter, we shall return. It has been quite some time since I visited Tendo City, and we must procure some daily necessities. Upon our return, we must also depart from Tendo City and journey to Tendo City." Li Changge unveiled his plans for the first time. He refrained from mentioning anything about planting marks on individuals such as Flandra and Xiao Wu. Instead, he simply stated his intention to attend to some trivial matters and indulge in some shopping. More importantly, Li Changge expressed his desire to visit Tendo City. Upon hearing the name Tendo City, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. This was solely because of the proximity between Tendo City and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, her father, Ning Fengji, often visited Tendo City accompanied by Grandfather Gu or Grandfather Jian, either to participate in auctions or to engage in discussions with the imperial family of the Tendo Empire. If she accompanied Li Changge back to Tendo City, she might just encounter her father, Ning Fengji. As for being rescued, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Ning Rongrong was reluctant to part ways with Li Changge. This was primarily due to the multitude of secrets he possessed. Staying by his side would allow her to learn numerous techniques, which were immensely valuable, akin to treasures. At that moment, Ning Rongrong had no desire to abandon this vast trove. She did not wish to be extricated by Ning Fengji. "All right then, Senior Changge, I will accompany you to Shrek Academy, and we can do some shopping along the way." Ning Rongrong consented, hoping to endear herself to Li Changge and earn his favor. This way, she could soon learn the Tai Chi martial arts and the Tai Chi breathing techniques. "Very well, Rongrong, you are quite obedient," Li Changge smiled, gently ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. Zhu Zhuqing added softly, "I also wish to go to Shrek Academy. By the way, Senior Changge, what do we intend to do in Tendo City?" "I would also like to visit Shrek Academy," Xiao Wu chimed in, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. "Yes. What exactly are we going to do in Tendo City?" Xiao Wu had some knowledge of Tendo City. 6 years ago, while studying at Notting Academy, she had learned a bit about the Tendo Empire. Tendo City served as the central metropolis of the Tendo Empire, akin to how Tokyo is to Japan or New York to the United States. Within Tendo City, numerous formidable spirit beasts resided, making it a place of great power. Truth be told, Tendo City was the place Xiao Wu feared the most. This was due to the potential exposure of her true identity as a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. Such a revelation could invite peril, leading to relentless pursuit. This was a scenario Xiao Wu wished to avoid at all costs. However, considering that she would be accompanied by Senior Li Changge, even if they were targeted by those powerful spirit masters, she had no reason to fear. After all, given Li Changge's formidable strength, he would undoubtedly protect her. Li Changge gently patted the heads of the three beautiful maidens and said, "You are all well-behaved children. Let us embark on a journey to the Xiaowu Academy together. As for our purpose in Tendo City, I shall reveal a few details to you now. I possess a remarkable skill in cultivating extraordinary herbs and celestial flowers. This is possible due to my unique technique, which allows me to utilize the essence of soul power to nourish these plants, prompting their evolution and rapid growth. When the time comes, I shall gather some of these wondrous herbs for your consumption, especially you, Rong, after partaking of my celestial treasures. Your 7-treasure glazed tower will have a 90% chance of directly evolving into the 9-treasure glazed tower. The specifics will be revealed in due course. This is what Li Changge promised. These extraordinary herbs and celestial flowers are all naturally grown at the Eye of Ice and Fire within the Sunset Forest, located outside Tendo City. However, they are not planted by Li Changge himself. Li Changge yearned for an inexhaustible supply of celestial herbs, so he cunningly persuaded 3 enchanting beauties, claiming he possessed the ability to cultivate them and could harness the essence of soul energy to accelerate the growth of these ethereal treasures. All he needed was to continue his charades skillfully, and soon, Li Changge would acquire a newfound capability, thereby gaining an endless reservoir of celestial products. Upon hearing his declarations, the 3 beauties became filled with exhilaration. Chapter 73. The third party will not flee. The 3 beauties believed Li Changge's words implicitly, swayed by his earnest demeanor and the absence of any deceitful signs. Moreover, there was no apparent reason for him to deceive them. Given his formidable strength, he could easily coerce Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu into submission without resorting to trickery. Ning Rongrong was particularly elated, for she had long aspired to evolve her 7-treasure glazed tile into the 9-treasure glazed tile, a cherished dream that mirrored her father's lifelong pursuit. Now presented with this opportunity, she was determined to seize it wholeheartedly. Senior Changge, I shall heed your guidance. After some time, we will journey to Tendo City. And during this interval, I will be sure to obey," she gently declared, in the face of undeniable power and substantial gain. Ning Rongrong was willing to set aside some of her principles. Zhu Shiqing, contemplating the myriad extraordinary herbs, envisioned enhancing her physical prowess and fortifying her body to advance her cultivation journey. She nodded in agreement, obediently saying, "Father, I shall follow your lead." At this moment, Zhu Shiqing was well aware of when to address him as Senior Changge and when to refer to him as father. Li Changge was thoroughly pleased with her response. Xiao Wu affirmed, "Senior Changge, whatever you require of me, I shall do." The 3 beauties exhibited remarkable compliance, eager to follow Li Changge's directives, beginning with a visit to Xiaowu Academy before proceeding to Tendo City. Simultaneously, they began to envision Li Changge's cultivation abilities and imagined how he nurtured various celestial herbs, infusing them with soul energy to nourish these ethereal treasures. Such is the nature of humanity, the mind thrives on activity. When presented with fragmented information, one's imagination endeavors to fill in the gaps, shaping it according to personal interpretations. With 3 beauties collectively engaging their imaginations, Li Changge felt that the likelihood of acquiring advanced cultivation abilities for celestial products had significantly increased. However, he sensed it was still insufficient. On his return, he resolved to capture the hearts of Qian Renxue, Yilingling, Duguyan, Tang Yuehua, and Shrek, among others. Only then would his journey be deemed worthwhile. In due course, a gathering of beauties would engage in a collaborative brainstorming session. Li Changge felt that the probability of acquiring formidable abilities had increased somewhat. After all, an individual's imagination is inherently limited. With more people involved, the margin for error is greater. Li Changge firmly believes that among them, there will always be one person who deifies their own abilities, considering them to be exceptionally formidable. Consequently, the abilities possessed by Li Changge become genuinely remarkable. You are all well-behaved children. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly." Li Changge revealed a gentle smile as he spoke. Simultaneously, he caressed the heads of the 3 beautiful women and bestowed a tender kiss upon their foreheads, his face radiating affection. It was a simple yet intimate interaction. Li Changge spoke, "Let us depart now. However, before we embark, I must take you to speak with Tang San." There are matters I need to discuss with him. Understood. Ning Rongrong replied. Very well. Zhu Zhuqing responded. All right, Xiao Wu said gently. The three enchanting ladies expressed their agreement without hesitation. Immediately, Li Changge waved his hand, releasing a burst of soul energy, and lifted the three beauties with grace. In a blink, they vanished from sight. Li Changge embraced the three beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, as they approached Tang San. Tang San, who was resting on the ground, sensed their presence and instinctively lifted his gaze. Upon seeing Li Changge surrounded by the three enchanting women, exuding an air of satisfaction and arrogance, Tang San felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. The comparison with others indeed stung deeply. Li Changge was surrounded by enchanting beauties, while he himself was tethered by a vine-like leash. Condemned to the company of this ancient tree, such a plight was truly lamentable. Woof woof. Master, you have arrived, Tang San said, forcing a smile, eager to please. Li Changge gazed down upon Tang San, speaking with an air of indifference. Tang San, we must return to Xiaowu Academy for a while. You shall remain here and diligently oversee our domain. I have already implanted a mark within you. Should you entertain any clandestine thoughts of escape, now would be the opportune moment to attempt it. However, let me forewarn you, should you make such an attempt and ultimately fail, upon my recapture, you shall henceforth live as a eunuch. Li Changge's voice was rather monotonous. However, these seemingly bland words resonated in Tang San's mind like terrifying thunderclaps, leaving his face ashen with fear. Master, rest assured, I will ensure the territory is well guarded and will not fail in my duties. As for fleeing, that is utterly out of the question. Tang San had no ulterior motives. All he desired was to obediently serve as his master's loyal companion. Woof woof. Tang San, filled with unwavering loyalty, spoke earnestly. In fact, he even barked a few times to further express his devotion. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting a peculiar mixture of surprise and confusion. They never anticipated that this individual, blessed with twin martial souls, would be living such a dismal existence. Tang San seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, ceaselessly trampled upon by Li Changge. How unfortunate. Yet, this was also a consequence of Tang San's own actions. After all, he had usurped the body of a genius with twin martial souls. He was indeed deserving of his plight. Otherwise, the original owner of this body might not have offended Li Changge and, through sheer effort, could have ascended to a formidable level, reaching heights unattainable by ordinary soul masters. Xiao Wu had long since lost all affection for Tang San. Thus, witnessing his current state stirred no emotions within her. She simply believed that he brought this upon himself. Li Changge's lips curled into a faint smile of satisfaction as he remarked, Tang San, I merely wanted to inform you. There is no need for you to be so anxious. He chuckled softly after a cold laugh. Li Changge harnessed his soul power, gently cradling the delicate forms of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. As they departed from their original location, they swiftly made their way towards Shirlai College, moving with unparalleled speed. The three enchanting beauties could only perceive the scenery before them morphing incessantly, leaving them no time to savor the landscapes along the journey. Each of them was profoundly astonished by Li Changge's extraordinary prowess as they continued on their path. Li Changge, through the mark he had implanted within Tang San, observed the current state of affairs. At that moment, Tang San had donned a new visage, shedding his previous humble demeanor, now replaced by an expression rife with hostility. Chapter 74. Unmasking the Deception of Xiaowu Academy. In Tang San's deep blue eyes, a palpable aura of murderous intent simmered. He fixed his gaze intently in the direction where Li Changge had departed, as if, given the opportunity to attain level 99 cultivation, he would immediately charge forth to eliminate Li Changge. Witnessing Tang San's countenance was a sight to behold. A trace of disdain curled at the corners of Li Changge's mouth as he mused to himself. Ah, Tang San, you truly are unyielding in your ways. Harboring your own little schemes, aren't you? Very well, remain ensconced there and continue your calculations. There will come a time when you shall weep. For Li Changge, the thought of taming Tang San like one would a ferocious beast was utterly unnecessary. It was simply because he held Tang San in contempt and had no desire for such a subordinate. At present, Tang San's martial soul talent was rendered ineffective. The only aspect worthy of attention was his ability to craft hidden weapons. The devices Tang San created, particularly the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus and the Tear of Guanyin, warranted caution. Nevertheless, Li Changge had implanted a mark within Tang San's being. Should Tang San dare to make any furtive moves in the future, Li Changge, through the imprints he had planted, could effortlessly monitor Tangan's movements, unperturbed by his silent crafting of hidden weapons. Moreover, Li Changge had the opportunity to glean secrets of the Tang sect's concealed armaments. In due course, he contemplated whether he could leverage these clandestine techniques, coupled with his own persuasive abilities, to enchant the beautiful maidens and ultimately acquire the prowess to forge formidable weapons. Should this endeavor prove fruitless, it would be of little concern to him. After all, possessing diverse skills is never a burden. If knowledge is available, one should embrace it, and if not, so be it. It would not disrupt the grander scheme. Through the imprints, while Li Changge noted the contorted expression on Tangan's face, he discerned no intention of flight. Thus, he felt reassured, understanding that Tangan dared not escape. Even if Tangan were to flee, Li Changge was confident in his ability to pursue him without excessive worry. With his thoughts refocused, Li Changge hastened his journey, choosing not to waste any more time on Tangan. In no time at all, Li Changge descended into the confines of Xiaowu Academy, accompanied by the enchanting beauties Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. With a formidable mental presence unfurling, Li Changge commenced his exploration of the surroundings. Through the probing of his psychic abilities, he discerned that the entire Xiaowu Academy was ensconced in a state of seclusion. Every door, regardless of size, remained firmly shut, presenting an unmistakable visage of a hermit institution. Furthermore, the academy exuded an air of desolation and solitude. In times past, students could be seen jogging through its grounds, yet now, not a single soul could be found in motion. Li Changge, utilizing his psychic abilities, discerned the locations of 7 individuals: Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Flander, Li Yusong, Xiao Xian, and Lu Qibing. They resided within an exceptionally spacious chamber, furnished with 8 large beds. Among them, the injured, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Flander, and Li Yusong lay on their respective beds, diligently attending to their wounds. Their right feet and left hands were meticulously bandaged, as if they sought to restore their injuries through self-treatment. The uninjured Xiao Xian and Lu Qibing busied themselves with caring for Flander, Dai Mubai, and the others. As for Xiao Wu, his stout figure was conspicuously absent from Li Changge's line of sight. The Shrek Academy has been sealed off. It seems Flander is quite perceptive. Fearing my return, he has opted for a discreet approach by enclosing the academy. Furthermore, they are all lying in bed, engaging in concentrated treatment. How amusing. All their bones were shattered by my hand, and no amount of treatment can restore them. It is merely a futile expenditure of time and energy. Yet, where has Xiao Wu disappeared to? What could he possibly be doing away from the Shrek Academy? Li Changge quietly contemplated his initial understanding of the current state of Xiaowu Academy. This institution appeared to be in a state of disrepair. Ning Rongrong could not help but exclaim. At the same time, she felt fortunate that she had merely enrolled in Xiaowu Academy and had not yet officially joined. Otherwise, becoming a student here would undoubtedly lead to a difficult existence. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing also felt a sense of relief. This Xiaowu Academy, touted as the strongest institution in Tendo City, did not resonate with her beliefs. The esteemed Dean Flander could not even contend with the senior Li Changge, showcasing his own lack of prowess. Moreover, the atmosphere here struck her as rather peculiar. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar all displayed an exceedingly common demeanor, which deterred Zhu Zhuqing from appreciating this place. Although she was tasked with massaging and attending to Li Changge, she undeniably reaped tangible benefits that far surpassed those of remaining at Xiaowu Academy. Furthermore, being here would subject her to the unwelcome advances of the lecherous Dai Mubai, which would certainly dampen her spirits. Li Changge spoke softly. I have some understanding of the principal of Xiaowu Academy, Flander. He is nothing more than a shrewd merchant, reluctant to invest the gold soul coins necessary for the development of the academy. The faculty here is rather limited, rendering any endeavor to study a mere waste of time. Furthermore, the academy claims to admit only monstrous students. However, students with exceptional martial soul talents shine brightly wherever they go and are destined to become the pinnacle of the soul master realm. Thus, the education at Xiaowu Academy is, at its core, a complete deception orchestrated by Flander, this unscrupulous merchant. Have you ever witnessed a child with remarkable martial soul talent who squandered their potential by not attending Xiaowu Academy? Moreover, Flander is truly inept. As the head of an academy, he lacks even the cultivation of a Title Douluo. Therefore, Rongrong, Zhuqing, Xiaowu, you 3 must see through the true nature of Xiaowu Academy and not be misled by their previous recruitment claims. If this place were genuinely exceptional, They would transform ordinary students into prodigies. Only then could this academy be deemed a true institution for the extraordinary. Li Changge was concerned about the feelings and expectations that Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Xuqing, three enchanting beauties, harbored towards Shrek Academy. Thus, he spoke out, revealing the deceit behind the institution. Indeed, upon hearing Li Changge's words, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xuqing, and Xiao Wu gained profound insights, deepening their understanding of Shrek Academy. Although they were still young and had a limited perspective, their fondness for the academy swiftly evaporated. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief for not having joined Shrek Academy, as it would have squandered their precious youth and hindered their cultivation. Let us inquire whether Shrek Academy has refunded the registration fees to those impoverished children. Chapter 75. Are they reckless enough to dare touch Ning Rongrong? Should Shrek Academy fail to comply, I shall personally ensure they face dire consequences. Li Changge spoke with a calm demeanor. Although his tone was unremarkable, Zhu Xuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, three enchanting beauties, discerned the unwavering determination and latent fury in his voice. They firmly believed that their senior, Li Changge, would undoubtedly follow through on his words. He had declared his intent to incapacitate a leg of every individual from the Shrek Academy, and he would indeed do so. However, it was the exorbitant registration fees of Shrek Academy that had provoked this situation. Thus, the academy had brought this calamity upon itself. The trio nodded in agreement, indicating their support. Subsequently, under Li Changge's guidance, the four of them made their way to the spacious recovery room where Flander resided. An ominous aura emanated from Li Changge, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to contort. Inside the room, Flander, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun lay upon their beds, tending to their injuries. Yet, in that instant, their expression shifted to one of profound agony, as though an immense weight had descended upon them, rendering their discomfort unbearable. They sensed an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the space. It was him. The man had arrived. Flander's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling with dread and unease. He realized that Li Changge had come. That terrifying presence had once again descended upon Shrek Academy. This was dire. Li Changge had returned. Dai Mubai's face drained of color. An overwhelming sense of fear washed over him, leaving him utterly unsettled. He harbored a deep-seated fear of Li Changge. For Li Changge had once shattered every bone in Dai Mubai's body, only to heal him later using the 10-heart seed buttercup martial spirit. Dai Mubai had endured relentless torment, and the horrific image of Li Changge was indelibly etched in his mind. Merely uttering the name Li Changge invoked terror within him. Upon seeing Li Changge in person, Dai Mubai's fear intensified, rendering him profoundly uncomfortable. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others bore grim expressions. Had the formidable entity that Dean Flander had spoken of finally arrived? Xiao Xian shuddered, his body quaking as he stared in astonishment at the doorway. Lu Qibin, too, wore an expression of shock, gazing towards the entrance, his heart racing with trepidation. In that moment, Lu Qibin felt an overwhelming pressure. He could finally comprehend the sheer terror reflected in Dean Flander's features whenever he mentioned Li Changge. Boom. At that instant, the door of the room was violently flung open by a surge of terrifying energy. The figure of Li Changge emerged into the sight of the crowd. He was a tall and imposing young man, appearing to be merely in his teens. However, the aura he exuded was profoundly terrifying, as if he harbored an unimaginable capacity for destruction, instilling a sense of helplessness in those who beheld him. Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin were witnessing Li Changge for the first time, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had not anticipated that Li Changge was indeed as youthful as Dean Flander had described, seemingly no older than a teenager. If not for the ominous energy radiating from him, they might have mistaken him for a fellow student. Beside Li Changge were three enchanting beauties, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Xuqing, who closely followed him. At that moment, Li Changge boldly embraced all three, striding in with an air of confidence. Lying on the hospital bed, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief, a bitter sensation welling up within him. He had long pursued Zhu Xuqing, yet she remained unattainable. Now, to his dismay, he found her comfortably nestled in Li Changge's embrace, showing no signs of resistance, clearly accustomed to such intimacy. Dai Mubai's heart ached. Moreover, aside from Zhu Xuqing, even Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were held close by Li Changge. One man, surrounded by three beauties, this sight filled Dai Mubai with envy. Zhu Xuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were all exceptionally beautiful, surpassing even the twin sisters he had admired. The thought of winning the affection of these three lovelies made Dai Mubai feel he would gladly trade 20 years of his life. Yet, Li Changge's overwhelming power rendered Dai Mubai hesitant to gaze upon him any longer. He averted his eyes, fearing further torment. He understood that a mere glance could lead to accusations of impropriety, resulting in dire consequences for himself. Ma Hongjuan's eyes were similarly wide with astonishment. He could hardly believe that all three beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, were embraced by Li Changge. It was simply too exhilarating. Not only Ma Hongjun, but Oscar's expression was equally grim, as if he had swallowed something distasteful. Although Ning Rongrong had yet to enroll, Oscar had been smitten the moment he laid eyes on her during registration. He had envisioned charming her once she joined the school. However, Li Changge's sudden appearance shattered Oscar's dreams. Not only did his fantasies dissolve, but now Ning Rongrong was also in Li Changge's arms. Oscar felt an unbearable weight of despair, almost wishing for death. Daimubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were all envious of Li Changge, feeling that his company of beauties was simply exquisite. Flanders' body trembled, his narrow eyes reflecting a look of disbelief. How could this be possible? He had actually taken Ning Rongrong. She was the daughter of Ning Fingxi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. How could he dare? To involve her would mean incurring the wrath of the entire sect. Flanders' heart raced. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Ning Rongrong was the prized jewel of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and her father, Ning Fengxi, was a formidable leader, flanked by two powerful Title Douluo as protectors. Now, it was evident that Li Changge had employed forceful means to subdue Ning Rongrong. If Ning Fengxi were to learn of this, he would surely be furious and come to confront Li Changge. However, if Ning Fengxi sought vengeance against Li Changge, it might inadvertently serve Flanders' interests. He harbored no fondness for Li Changge, and the thought of witnessing his downfall brought a smile to Flanders' face. Excellent, Li Changge. You are courting your own demise. This is not the fault of others. I am confident that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will soon be informed and rush to rescue Ning Rongrong. At that time, I shall embellish the tale, claiming that you used brutal tactics to tarnish her. Thus, you shall have irrevocably offended the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. You stand alone. While the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School boasts two Title Douluo and the might of the Seven Treasures Pagoda at their disposal. Chapter 76. Teaching the Shrek teachers and students a lesson in strength. No matter how powerful you may be as an individual, I cannot believe you could prevail against the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Flanders' mind raced with the prospect of using the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to eliminate Li Changge. This was his plan. At that moment, the room was enveloped in silence, so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The arrival of Li Changge cast an overwhelming pall over the atmosphere of the room. Everyone fell silent, unsure of how to engage with this formidable presence. What? Is the old man unwelcome? As each person bowed their heads in silence, he inquired, what does this mean? Is there a lack of even the most basic courtesy? Do you wish for the old man to impart lessons on etiquette? Li Changge spoke in a low voice. As Li Changge spoke, he infused his words with the power of his cultivation. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through the air. The sheer force caused everyone present to tremble, their expressions transforming into an unsettling pallor. All of you, rise from your beds and kneel upon the ground to welcome me. Li Changge uttered coldly with an air of impatience, as if poised to strike at any moment. Flander, ever the shrewd diplomat, understood all too well the dire consequences of defiance. The entire household would face a future steeped in misery. Without hesitation, Flander rolled off the bed and dropped to his knees with a resounding thud. Welcome, mighty sovereign, he declared with utmost reverence. Though one of his arms and a leg were rendered useless, Flander still exerted himself, pressing his forehead to the ground in a deep bow. There was no choice. The entire Shrek Academy had been crippled. Should they resist, Li Changge's wrath might strip them of another limb, leaving them struggling even to walk. This was a fate Flander wished to avoid. Following their dean's lead, Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, Li Yusong, and the others all crawled from their beds and knelt in submission before Li Changge. Even Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin, who remained physically unharmed, prostrated themselves without a shred of defiance. Welcome, honored senior. Welcome, revered one. A most fervent welcome. Though resentment simmered beneath the surface, they masked it with exaggerated deference, their expressions dripping with sycophantic charm. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. It seems you are quite perceptive. Clearly, my previous efforts in nurturing you were not in vain. Li Changge spoke, and upon hearing his words, Flander, Ma Hongjun, and others felt an immense discomfort. Indeed, Li Changge had rendered one of their arms and one of their legs useless, so their pain was not in vain. Where had Flander and Xiao Wu gone? Li Changge inquired in a somber tone. Flanders, kneeling upon the ground, raised his head and respectfully replied, "In response to your esteemed query, Xiao Wu has departed to seek alms as per your request. The faculty and students of Shilek Academy take turns each day to beg for gold soul coins, hoping to receive your healing at the earliest opportunity. 100,000 gold soul coins is an overwhelming sum, thus we dare not relent. Each day, someone is dispatched to beg." Flanders spoke with a face full of grievance. He understood the daunting nature of collecting 100,000 gold soul coins, a feat that seemed utterly insurmountable. Hence, he instituted a rotation system, sending one individual out to beg each day while the others recuperated. This was a strategy to prepare for Li Changge's sudden inspections. Indeed, this time, Li Changge had unexpectedly arrived at Shilek Academy. Fortunately, Flanders had already made prior arrangements, otherwise he would surely face a severe reprimand from Li Changge. Wouldn't you agree? Li Changge felt somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Shilek Academy would actually send individuals to beg for Jinhun coins on the streets. However, the efficacy of this begging was rather inadequate, leaving Li Changge less than pleased. He spoke up, "Your endeavor to solicit Jinhun coins brings me great satisfaction, for it indicates that you have taken my words to heart. Yet, the efficiency of your begging is simply too low for my taste. From this day forth, after I depart, all members of the Shilek Academy shall venture outside to beg together. Do you understand? Each day, every individual must beg for no less than 12 hours. Failure to meet this requirement will result in dire consequences. Have you heard me?" Li Changge, unwilling to allow the students and faculty of Shilek Academy to lead overly comfortable lives, intended to impose a certain degree of hardship upon them. After hearing Li Changge's words, the expressions of Flander, Ma Hongjun, and the others turned exceedingly grim. They had not anticipated that Li Changge would be so ruthless as to demand that they beg for 12 hours each day, leaving them no time for cultivation or any other pursuits. It was utterly tormenting. However, Li Changge showed no inclination to indulge them. This was his requirement, and should they fail to meet it, Li Changge did not mind giving them a taste of their own medicine. "Are you deaf? Or has your tongue lost its ability to speak? Must I bestow upon you a few slaps before you find your voice?" Li Changge spoke with palpable anger. Flanders shivered and replied, "Senior, we can do it. Once you leave, we will immediately embark on this task. We shall beg." Flanders' heart bled with anguish. The thought of begging for 12 hours was excruciating, both physically and mentally. Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, please come to our rescue. Ning Fengji, hurry to our aid. The world is about to change. Flander roared inwardly, placing his hopes upon the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The Shrek Academy had no allies. Flander was the mightiest soul master among them. Yet, he was no match for Li Changge and could only resign himself to fate. In his view, only the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect had the potential to save him and the entire Shrek Academy. "Understood. We comprehend. We will beg." The others, including Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Daimubai, all respectfully declared, devoid of any rebellious spirit. Before overwhelming strength, they had no choice but to submit. "Excellent," Li Changge said with a satisfied smile. "I have one more request. Have you refunded the registration fees to the parents?" Flander replied, "We have already refunded them. Senior, the moment you departed, we took care of this matter and returned every single gold soul coin without delay. If you doubt us, you may verify with some of the parents." Though Flander was greedy, he valued his life more. The day Li Changge made this demand, Flander immediately dispatched Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin to execute it. Now, all those registration fees had been returned. The Shrek Academy had become exceedingly impoverished. No, to be precise, it was Flander himself who had become destitute. The Shrek Academy remained as poor as ever. All the registration fees had been embezzled by Flander, but in a bid to save his own life, he had returned every last coin. Upon hearing this, Li Changge felt somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the efficiency of the Shilek Academy would be so remarkably high. "Flander, your performance truly surprises me. Go fetch the bill and allow me to take a glance." Li Changge spoke calmly, expressing the need for verification. Flander turned to Xiao Xian and said, "Teacher Xiao Xian, could you kindly retrieve the account books?" "Certainly," Xiao Xian replied promptly. He then maneuvered his corpulent form and swiftly departed to fetch the ledger. Upon his return, Li Changge cast a glance at the account books and was taken aback to discover the staggering amount of golden soul coins recorded. Thankfully, they had been returned. This Flander is indeed a nefarious character, having embezzled such a substantial sum of golden soul coins. How many families must suffer as a result? Li Changge contemplated quietly. It is essential to recognize that each gold soul coin represents a significant burden and a precious asset for an ordinary family, particularly for those from impoverished backgrounds. A single gold soul coin suffices to cover an entire year's expenses. In their aspiration for their children to succeed, these families gather their meager savings in gold soul coins to enroll them in school. Yet, the Xiaowu Academy has brazenly embezzled the 10 coins required for registration, denying these children the opportunity to pursue their education. This act effectively devastates a family. The children, whose registration fees have been seized by Xiaowu Academy, find themselves without funds to attend other soul master institutions, devoid of both tuition and living expenses. Their already tragic lives become even more harrowing. It is akin to a child striving to escape from a life of filth, yearning for a brighter existence, only to be cruelly thrust back into the mire by the Xiaowu Academy, which mercilessly tramples upon them. Thus, the sentiment towards the Xiaowu Academy is one of profound disdain. Li Changge truly feels no semblance of fondness. Very well. This ledger appears immaculate. I can discern no flaws within it. I sincerely hope that you have not fabricated any entries, for should I uncover any deceit in the future, I shall assuredly ensure that you lose your other arm. Li Changge spoke with calm assurance. Senior, rest assured, we shall not engage in any fraudulent accounting. Every entry in these ledgers is entirely authentic. We are prepared to undergo scrutiny and withstand examination. Flander replied respectfully, mindful not to offend Li Changge. Excellent. I am quite pleased with your performance. Therefore, I have resolved to grant you some rewards. Li Changge immediately proclaimed. Upon hearing that Li Changge intended to bestow rewards upon them, a shiver ran through the crowd, instilling a sense of foreboding, especially for Flander, who suddenly felt a wave of crisis looming over him. A reward? Thank you, esteemed senior. But there is no need for such extravagance. We do not require rewards. These are merely our duties. Flander hastily declined, wary of accepting Li Changge's offerings, fearing the potential repercussions. Beside Li Changge, the 3 enchanting ladies, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, their expressions taking on an odd demeanor. At that moment, the image of Tangan receiving rewards from Li Changge resurfaced in their minds, and merely contemplating it elicited amusement. Back then, Tangan had also refused Li Changge's rewards, only to be compelled to accept them later. Subsequently, Li Changge had directly awarded Tangan with 4 blue silvergrass soul rings, each corresponding to a year of cultivation. Now, as Li Changge prepared to reward Flander and the others, it was evident that he intended to play a trick on them. The 3 beauties were expressions of anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Senior Changge, you truly are mischievous. Ning Rongrong mused inwardly. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered what means Li Changge would employ to torment Flander and the others this time. I am in a good mood today, hence I offer you rewards. Do you intend to ruin my good spirits by rejecting my generosity? Li Changge spoke in a deep voice, which reverberated like thunder within the hearts of Flander and the others. Ah, we would dare not. We would never dream of disrupting the esteemed elder's good mood. Thus, we shall graciously accept your generous gift. Flander respectfully replied. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Flander, unable to contend with Li Changge, had no choice but to acquiesce. What kind of reward do you intend to bestow upon us, esteemed elder? Oscar inquired curiously from the side. I intend to grant each of you a kick, to aid you in comprehending your cultivation. Whether you can grasp the profundity of my kick will depend entirely on your own abilities. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Oscar, Flander, and the others immediately grew visibly troubled. 1 kick each? Is this truly a reward, rather than a punishment? Moreover, we must comprehend the essence of this kick ourselves. This can only be described as sheer mockery. What, do you refuse? Noticing the somber expressions on their faces, Li Changge inquired in a deep voice. Nay, we humbly accept the elder's bestowal. Flander, as meek as dust, chose to acquiesce. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and the others, finding themselves with no other option, followed suit. Then you shall smile for me, Li Changge commanded, as the group wore frowns, perplexed by the expectation. To manipulate another's mindset while demanding smiles in return seemed a cruel jest. Flander, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others were thoroughly intimidated by Li Changge. In the midst of it all, Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin, and Scathe, finally grasped the terrifying nature of Li Changge. He was nothing short of a formidable tyrant. One could only carry out his directives. To defy this great overlord would surely lead to dire consequences and a most miserable existence. We are quite delighted. Let us all smile. Flander forced a smile, while Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others donned expressions of cheer as they prepared to receive Li Changge's reward. Excellent. This kick is magnificent. Make sure to observe closely. In time, you may gain insights into some cultivation techniques from this splendid kick. Remember, this is a gift from me to you. Li Changge uttered one final remark. Immediately, under the gaze of all present, he stepped forward and bestowed upon the crowd a resounding kick. Bang! Li Changge delivered a powerful kick to Flander, producing a resounding thud. Flander's body collapsed onto the ground, emitting a cry of anguish, yet he still forced a smile. In that moment of contact, when Li Changge struck Flander, he subtly implanted a surveillance mark within Flander's body. Chapter 78, The Smiling Reward at Shrek Academy. With this surveillance mark, Li Changge would be able to track their movements at any time, observing their actions as if he had installed a monitoring device upon them. This extraordinary ability was conceived collectively by the beautiful trio, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, and it bore no flaws. The implanted mark had no time limitations, no distance constraints, and could not be erased, rendering it incredibly useful. If the technique for this mark were to be auctioned, even a price of 10 billion gold soul coins would attract eager buyers. However, there exists a drawback to the implantation of marks. An excessive number can deplete one's mental energy. Without substantial mental strength, one cannot wield this ability effectively. Fortunately, Li Changge had previously deceived Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu into believing that he possessed formidable mental prowess, thus granting him the immense capability he desired. As a result, Li Changge can now effortlessly utilize this skill. He is capable of implanting marks in up to 1,000 soul masters simultaneously, managing it all without any difficulty. After kicking Flander, Li Changge cast a glance at Dai Mu Bai and calmly uttered, "Catch this." As he spoke, Li Changge delivered a powerful kick to Dai Mu Bai's smiling face. Wow! Dai Mu Bai cried out in agony, sliding backwards several meters before crashing into the bedpost. Simultaneously, blood gushed from his nose and gums. In dealing with this lascivious brute, Li Changge deemed it necessary to impose a strict punishment. Otherwise, he might entertain various mischievous thoughts. Only through such a rigorous reprimand could this tempestuous beast be transformed into a docile little kitten. Li Changge planted a surveillance mark on him. Next in line was Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing his excessively indulgent, plump face, Li Changge expressed his disdain. Bang! With a powerful kick, Ma Hongjun's visage became distorted as he fell heavily to the ground. Ouch, it hurts so much. My handsome face is going to be ruined, he cried, clutching his face in agony. Likewise, Li Changge implanted a mark within him. Following that, it was the turn of Oscar, Li Yusong, Xiao Xian, and Lu Qibin. Li Changge meticulously executed his plan, delivering a decisive kick to each of their faces, leaving behind indelible marks. At this moment, with a mere thought, the images in his mind began to shift rapidly. Only after confirming the successful implantation of the surveillance marks did he finally exhale in relief. The surveillance marks had been successfully planted. Now, he awaited the arrival of Yu Xiaojang. As soon as Yu Xiaojang set foot in the Shrek Academy, I would be informed immediately. Li Changge mused to himself that after imparting lessons to these individuals, he intended to meander through Tendo City before returning to the cavern to await the inevitable capture of Yu Xiaojang. However, there remained the absence of Xiao Wuji. Li Changge was determined not to let him escape. Turning to Lu Qibin, Li Changge calmly stated, "You have half an hour to bring Xiao Wuji here. If you fail to do so, your inefficiency will cost you dearly. Your legs shall be donated to those in need." Although Li Changge's tone was remarkably composed, Lu Qibin felt as though he were being summoned by the King of Hell, a shiver running down his spine. "Yes, I will summon Xiao Wuji at once. Senior, please be patient. I shall return shortly." Lu Qibin replied with utmost respect. Having witnessed the terrifying methods of this formidable figure, he dared not defy him. "Your attitude brings me satisfaction," Li Changge remarked. "However, I must caution you, do not entertain any treacherous thoughts. Should you attempt to flee, the consequences upon capture are too dire to elaborate on. You know precisely what must be done." Li Changge spoke coldly, having threatened him with 4 sentences. He had implanted a mark within Lu Qibin's body, ensuring that he need not fear his escape. "I understand. Please rest assured, Senior. I shall certainly accomplish the task you entrusted to me. I know the whereabouts of Xiao Wuji, and I will bring him back swiftly," Lu Qibin assured. Li Changge expressed his satisfaction with his attitude. "Go," he commanded with a wave of his hand, urging him to proceed quickly. "Yes." Lu Qibin immediately set off to search for Xiao Wuji. After Lu Qibin departed, Li Changge cast a calm glance around the crowd. The kick I delivered just now could assist you all in advancing further in your future cultivation journeys. Is there no one to express gratitude to me? Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a deep voice. To kick others and expect gratitude in return. It must be said that Li Changge had a particular talent for tormenting others. He harbored no fondness for the Xiaowu Academy and held a disdain for its inhabitants. Thus, his gifts to them were delivered with a certain malice. Flinder, Oscar, Daimubai, and the others, having already suffered from the blow, now found themselves further tormented by the expectation of gratitude towards Li Changge. Yet, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Thank you, Senior. Flinder managed to force a smile through his pain. Thank you as well, Senior. Daimubai expressed his gratitude amidst his suffering. Thank you, Senior. We appreciate your generosity. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the rest all strained to produce smiles, offering their thanks to Li Changge. Li Changge remained indifferent to whether their gratitude was genuine. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he received their thanks. Very well, he proclaimed. I am exceedingly pleased. Do continue to uphold this. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present soured, as though they had consumed something foul. If thoughts could slay, the collective disdain of Flander, Daimubai, and the others would suffice to rend Li Changge into 1,000 pieces, condemning him to the depths of hell 1,000,000 times over. Alas, such thoughts bore no lethal power, and their grievances could only fester within their hearts. Observing the discomfort etched upon Flander and the others' faces brought Li Changge a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, happiness often flourishes at the expense of others' suffering. Subsequently, he paid no further heed to Flander and the others, instead utilizing his surveillance mark to monitor Li Changge's movements in real time through his mental projection. Li Changge encountered Li Changge as he arrived at a bustling street. Xiao Wu sat arrogantly beside the road, a bowl placed at his feet. In front of the bowl lay a large piece of paper, inscribed with the words, Soul Sage Cultivation, 1 gold soul coin, guidance on cultivation once. Fair and square for all. The futility of such a begging tactic was evident. After an entire day, the bowl remained empty, devoid of even a single gold soul coin. Clearly, Xiao Wu was not genuinely seeking alms, but rather adhering to Flander's suggestion and scheme, intending to deceive Li Changge. At that moment, Xiao Wu wore a scowl, his expression suggesting that someone owed him a fortune of 100,000 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu understood that collecting 100,000 gold soul coins through begging and receiving treatment from Li Changge was an unattainable endeavor. From this point onward, even the efforts of 3 generations could not fulfill the demand of amassing 100,000 gold soul coins through such means. Thus, Xiao Wu resigned himself to this charade. After all, once he concluded his begging for the day, he could merely pass the baton to someone else to continue the ruse the following day. Li Changge beheld this scene, inwardly exclaiming, truly, he is a Flander, an astute merchant, cunning and shrewd indeed. However, in this lifetime, the outcome lies within my grasp. In the face of absolute power, no matter how devious one may be, it is of no consequence. Li Changge's expression was one of indifference. Meanwhile, Li Changge, visibly anxious, approached Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Li Changge's arrival, Xiao Wu's excitement surged as he exclaimed, Old Lu, are you here to take my place? However, the moment he beheld Li Changge's countenance, Xiao Wu's exhilaration swiftly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming gravity. Take your place? What do you mean? Li Changge interjected. There's been an incident. We must return at once. Xiao Wu's body trembled as he replied. Could it be that Li Changge has returned to our Xiaowu Academy? Is that what happened to your face? Observing Li Changge's disheveled appearance, Xiao Wu surmised that this calamity was most likely orchestrated by Li Changge, filling him with trepidation. Furthermore, Li Changge's quest to find him and insistence on returning indicated that this formidable figure, Li Changge, was specifically targeting him for retribution. With a heavy sigh, Li Changge cautioned, do not utter his name so freely. Should you find yourself on the receiving end of his wrath, you will regret it. That senior has come to our Xiaowu Academy and bestowed a rather painful gift upon each of us. He gestured to the scars upon his own face. You see these marks? They were his generous offering. Alas, you are the only one left. We must leave now. Otherwise, we shall all face dire consequences. The senior has made it quite clear. Those who do not return will suffer the repercussions. At this, Li Changge shuddered. Having never encountered such an unreasonable individual, he was indeed a veritable tyrant, someone to be feared. Moreover, Li Changge was determined to bring Flander back at all costs. Failure was not an option. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji's complexion turned ashen. He found himself with no alternatives. His fate was tied to the Shilek Academy. And escape was impossible. All right, old Lu, I will accompany you back. Xiao Wuji gritted his teeth and declared. He then began to gather his belongings to return with Li Changge. As they traveled, Xiao Wuji, unable to contain his frustration, vented his anger to Li Changge. Damn it. That Li Changge is simply insufferable. Old Lu, do not fear him. After all, he is not present here. What harm is there in venting a few curses? He bellowed. Li Changge, you scoundrel. To hell with you, you wretch. Should I ever find myself in your grasp, I shall rip you to shreds. Xiao Wuji unleashed a torrent of invective, his face contorted with rage. He believed that since Li Changge was not physically present, hurling a few insults would bear no consequences. Surely, Li Changge could not possess the omniscience to hear his words within the confines of Shilek Academy. Yet unbeknownst to Xiao Wuji, Li Changge, through his monitoring sigil, overheard the scathing remarks and furrowed his brow in fury. Ah, Xiao Wuji, how dare you disrespect me in private? Insulting me is one thing, but to have the audacity to let me overhear it? Very well, very well. Li Changge was seething with anger, planning to make Xiao Wuji understand the meaning of living worse than death upon his return. Beside Xiao Wuji, Li Changge listened to his words, feeling a cold sweat break out. Enough, Xiao Wuji, cease your curses. What purpose do they serve? We cannot alter this outcome. It would be better to accept our fate. Furthermore, should that elder overhear, we would both be in dire straits. Having witnessed Li Changge's formidable methods, Li Changge was acutely aware of the terror he inspired and dared not offend him. Even in private, he felt that speaking recklessly could lead to calamity. Unlike Xiao Wuji, who spoke his mind freely, cursing Li Changge without a second thought. To put it bluntly, if Li Changge were to approach and overhear, Xiao Wuji would meet his demise right then and there. Upon hearing Li Changge's concerns, Xiao Wuji scoffed. He can't hear me anyway. If I curse him a bit, it's a favor to him. What has happened to you, old Lu? Why have you become so cowardly? We may not be able to defeat him, but must we remain silent? If I cannot curse him, he ought to refrain from committing such despicable acts. His anger was palpable. Old Lu, join me in cursing Li Changge, or I shall sever our friendship. Xiao Wuji's unreasonable demands left Li Changge in a quandary. His limbs were intact, and he had no desire to provoke Li Changge, fearing the loss of his own arms. Moreover, should Xiao Wuji betray him, leading to his own dismemberment, it would be a fate too dreadful to contemplate. Xiao Wuji, do not act so irrationally. Li Changge retorted angrily. If you continue to speak such nonsense, I will report you to the elder upon my return. You will suffer alone while I make my exit from the Shilek Academy to escape this torment. In truth, Li Changge had been contemplating leaving the academy for several days. Having offended the powerful Title Douluo, Li Changge, the academy had suffered immensely. Li Changge resolved that while his body remained unscathed, it would be prudent to withdraw entirely rather than risk losing his limbs for the sake of the academy and thereby suffering a life of misery. It was a profound humiliation to be reduced to begging on the streets after losing his arms and legs. Originally indecisive, Li Changge's encounter with Li Changge's formidable prowess, coupled with Xiao Wuji's unreasonable behavior, solidified his determination. Once Li Changge departed the Shilek Academy, he would promptly resign and flee, prioritizing his own safety. Xiao Wuji, taken aback by Li Changge's words, exclaimed in anger, Old Lu, how ungrateful you are. You wish to abandon the Shilek Academy? We can share fortune, yet not adversity? I hold you in contempt. Moreover, you intend to betray me, do you not? In Chapter 80, teaching Xiao Wuji a lesson, Xiao Wuji was infuriated, chastising Li Changge. With a furrowed brow, Li Changge replied, I have been more than accommodating and caring for you these past days. You are the ones who instigated trouble. Why should I suffer the loss of my arms and legs alongside you? I merely came to kindly remind you to return to the Shilek Academy. You may choose not to, but I shall see how you fare. I may remain silent about your curses towards the elder, but you have no right to label me heartless. You continue to court disaster, foolishly insulting the elder. Should he learn of this, you will reap what you sow. Yet here you are, trying to drag me down with you into disability. Your intentions are suspect, and I disdain you. Li Changge's fury mounted as he perceived Xiao Wuji's selfishness in attempting to ensnare him in his plight. Xiao Wuji blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, old Lu, I merely sought to vent my frustrations. Life is already rife with dissatisfaction. Can I not even express my ire at Li Changge? I have said it before. He cannot hear us, so why not speak freely? If you choose not to curse him, I shall do so myself, Xiao Wuji declared. Then curse him alone. It is of no concern to me, Li Changge responded coldly, continuing on his path. Observing this, Xiao Wuji reined in his behavior, closely trailing Li Changge. At that moment, Xiao Wuji had suffered the loss of one leg, yet he could still channel his soul power to wrap around it, allowing him to walk normally, albeit with reduced fluidity and speed. Much like Tang Hao in the original narrative, who, despite severing his own limbs, could still utilize soul power for mobility. Li Changge, through the surveillance mark on Li Changge, overheard the conversation between the two. To my surprise, Li Changge proved to be quite perceptive. Very well, then, Li Changge. I shall refrain from teaching you a lesson. As for you, Xiao Wuji, while you may escape the punishment of living, the penalty of death is inescapable. You truly deserve your fate. Li Changge was exceedingly enraged, now resolved to deliver a severe reprimand to Xiao Wuji. This scoundrel, already rendered a cripple by his own actions, audaciously continued to insult him in private. As if that were not enough, he dared to conspire with others, attempting to incite Li Changge to join him in this verbal affront. Xiao Wuji was indeed courting his own demise. Beside Li Changge, the three enchanting ladies, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu immediately sensed the discord in his emotions. They paused, acutely aware that Li Changge seemed poised to unleash an uncontrollable fury, potentially resulting in terrifying consequences. What could have provoked such wrath in their esteemed senior? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, contemplating the source of his ire. Was it because Li Changge had been absent for too long? Perhaps that was indeed the case. Zhu Qing speculated that Li Changge's impatience had finally reached its limit, while Xiao Wu, feeling a twinge of fear, instinctively shrank back. Ever since their first encounter, when Li Changge had delivered a thorough chastisement, she had harbored a deep-seated dread of his anger. Each time he exhibited rage, an inexplicable fear welled up within her. Senior Changge is truly formidable, Xiao Wu thought to herself, finding it increasingly difficult to meet his gaze. The three beauties possessed an intimate understanding of Li Changge. During their time together in a secluded cave, they had shared an extraordinarily close and joyous existence, enabling them to attune to each other's emotions. Thus, they were quick to perceive the simmering anger emanating from him. As time passed, Li Changge and Xiao Wuji returned, the entire duration having spanned no more than half an hour. Senior, I have brought Xiao Wuji back, Li Changge said respectfully. Very well, retreat to the side and kneel. Li Changge replied with an air of indifference. As you command, Li Changge dared not resist and promptly returned to his original position, kneeling down. Meanwhile, he lamented inwardly, what kind of world is this? At that moment, Xiao Wuji had suppressed his earlier anger and arrogance, donning a mask of respect as he ingratiated himself. I pay my respects, senior. I have heard from old Lu that you intend to bestow upon me a kick to aid my enlightenment and elevate my cultivation. I have returned with great anticipation for your generous gift. Xiao Wuji, resembling an obsequious sycophant, fervently uttered his flattery. Had it not been for Li Changge's earlier revelations that unveiled Xiao Wuji's true, repugnant nature, the scene would have appeared rather farcical. Li Changge might have been swayed by his deceptive words. However, upon discovering Xiao Wuji's true nature, she resolved not to let him off lightly. Meanwhile, Li Changge, after hearing Xiao Wuji's remarks, silently mused. This Xiao Wuji, despite his boisterous demeanor, possesses a daring yet meticulous mind. Little did I expect him to be such a skilled actor, devoid of any flaws. It seems he will emerge unscathed. At that moment, however, Li Changge was struck by a thunderous sound emanating from the room, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread that engulfed him, causing immense discomfort. Humph, Xiao Wuji, do you realize the gravity of your sins? Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back and an expression of cold indifference, spoke in a deep voice. As he spoke, he infused his words with the power of his cultivation, imbuing them with a formidable sense of pressure and intimidation. Xiao Wuji's face instantly turned ashen, and he felt a jolt of fear within, pondering whether Li Changge had somehow learned of his insults during their journey. Impossible! How could he possibly know of my disparagement? I cannot admit to it. The others around them exchanged glances, perplexed about what transgression Xiao Wuji had committed. Meanwhile, Li Changge trembled slightly, his eyes reflecting an incredulous expression as he thought, could it be that the esteemed Li Changge has omniscient awareness? Surely, he must not be privy to Xiao Wuji's actions on the road. In that moment, Xiao Wuji, adopting an expression of innocence, fell to his knees with a thud, feigning remorse as he implored, Esteemed senior, I am truly sorry. I acknowledge my transgressions. I should not have been so dilatory, causing you to waste precious time by failing to return promptly. I humbly beseech your forgiveness. I assure you, I shall not err in this manner again. Xiao Wuji hastily attributed a relatively minor fault to himself. Li Changge let out a cold laugh and said, Heh. Have you forgotten what you spoke to Li Changge on your way here? As he spoke, Li Changge's gaze fell upon Li Changge, and he continued. This Xiao Wu is putting on an act. Why not remind him and reveal the truth? Chapter 81. Li Changge confesses everything. Li Changge's words sent a shiver through Li Changge's body, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this elder possibly know the profanities Xiao Wu had uttered along the way? The truth he spoke must pertain to this incident. Li Changge mused internally, finding it utterly astonishing. It was known that Xiao Wu had insulted Li Changge precisely because he was within the confines of Xiaowu Academy, rendering him unable to hear. Thus, Xiao Wu had brazenly berated Li Changge without restraint. Yet now, Li Changge was fully aware of what transpired and was poised to confront Xiao Wu. Li Changge was profoundly shocked, realizing just how formidable Li Changge truly was. Despite being physically present within the academy, his eyes and ears seemed to extend hundreds of miles, capturing every nuance of interaction between himself and Xiao Wu. Such a figure was indeed terrifying. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a weight in his chest. As if struck by a heavy blow, his complexion darkening and his heart momentarily faltering. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I insulted Li Changge from hundreds of miles away. How could he know? Li Changge must be deceiving Li Changge. Xiao Wu thought to himself, convinced that his insults were so meticulously crafted that Li Changge could not possibly detect them. Thus, he concluded that this was merely a ruse from Li Changge. Meanwhile, beside Li Changge, the three beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, were all taken aback. They had not anticipated that Xiao Wu's indiscretions would be perceived by the esteemed elder Li Changge. Li Changge was indeed remarkable. Everyone from Xiaowu Academy seemed thoroughly subjugated under his influence. How admirable! I have learned so much. Ning Rongrong reflected, recognizing the wealth of knowledge she had gained from Li Changge. In the future, when faced with disobedient soul masters, she would know how to manage them effectively. As the cherished jewel of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School, should Ning Rongrong acquire the 9 treasures, Glazed Tower, she would undoubtedly inherit the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School, and become its next leader. Therefore, she felt it was essential to master such techniques of control. What folly had Xiao Wu committed to dare provoke the esteemed elder? He truly deserved his fate. Yet, Li Changge was indeed formidable. Seemingly capable of perceiving even the slightest of actions from anyone, Zhu Zhuqing mused, filled with admiration for Li Changge. At the same time, she felt fortunate to have avoided joining Xiaowu Academy. Had she been subjected to Li Changge's treatment, her life would have been irrevocably ruined, just like Daimubai, who lost a leg and an arm, condemned to a life of disability. To regain his health, he would have to resort to begging, a truly pitiful existence. Originally, Daimubai could not compete with Davis, and now, as a disabled individual, he was even less likely to prevail. Zhu Zhuqing considered herself quite fortunate. Furthermore, there were far too many male soul masters in the world who sought to take advantage of her, numbering beyond the fingers on her hands. Rather than offering herself to others, why not choose to dedicate herself to the formidable Li Changge? After all, he was immensely powerful and treated her with kindness, promising to train her and help her seek vengeance for her family. Every time she pondered these thoughts, Zhu Zhuqing's resolve to choose Li Changge grew stronger. On the side, Xiao Wu observed the misfortunes of those from Xiaowu Academy and felt a deep sense of relief, thinking, it's fortunate that I am a very adorable and obedient rabbit. Otherwise, I too could become disabled. Xiao Wu had no desire to become disabled. She contemplated, preferring to remain beside Li Changge, a man of great strength and reliability. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Flinder, and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of what Xiao Wu had done. However, they understood that Li Changge was extremely angry, and the consequences would be severe. Oh dear, elder, what have I done wrong? If you criticize me, I shall certainly amend my ways, Xiao Wu implored pitifully. He subtly signaled to Li Changge to withstand the pressure and not reveal the truth. Yet, Li Changge merely sneered and said, Xiao Wu, do you think I am easily deceived? Li Changge, I shall give you 3 seconds. If you do not speak, your fate will mirror that of Xiao Wu. A terrifying pressure emanated from Li Changge, making Li Changge feel as though a great mountain were pressing down upon him, rendering him nearly breathless. He glanced at Xiao Wu, then at the numerous disabled colleagues and students nearby. I shall speak, Li Changge declared without hesitation, choosing to confess. He had already warned Xiao Wu along the way to refrain from speaking carelessly, lest he attract trouble. However, Xiao Wu had disregarded his advice and even scolded him in return. For someone so intent on self-destruction, Li Changge felt there was no need to lie or attempt to protect Xiao Wu. Such a person was beyond saving. Moreover, lying would only lead to his own ruin. Xiao Wu's eyes grew wide with panic, desperately signaling Li Changge not to reveal the truth. Xiao Wu, with eyes so wide, "Are you waiting for me to dig them out?" Li Changge taunted. "Oh no, no, elder, I wouldn't dare." Xiao Wu quickly shut his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Changge boldly declared, "Elder, I confess. This Xiao Wu harbored ill intentions and persistently insulted you along the way. I could not bear it and urged him to cease. But he refused to listen, even attempting to incite me to join him in his insults, claiming you wouldn't hear. I chastised him fiercely, vowing never to be complicit in his wrongdoing. Elder, I swear, this matter has nothing to do with me. If I insulted you or spoke a falsehood, may thunder strike me, and may my place of relief be plagued with misfortune, leading me to a life worse than death. Elder, I speak only the truth. Please discern my sincerity." Li Changge poured forth his heartfelt account of the events. Xiao Wu's expression had turned an ashen gray, resembling someone who had ingested filth, unable to express the tumult of his feelings. Meanwhile, Flender, Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others stared in disbelief, astonished that Xiao Wu could be so foolish as to insult Li Changge along the way. Yet, they had no doubts about the veracity of this account. Chapter 82. Blame Xiao Wu. Simply because this fool Xiao Wu was indeed capable of such foolishness. Through observing Xiao Wu's countenance, it became evident to all that he was the architect of this predicament. He exhibited no inclination to refute the accusations, merely kneeling in place, embodying an inability to accept the harsh reality. Xiao Wu, you foolish individual. In a moment of reckless abandon, you dared to insult Li Changge on the road. Your fate is sealed. Who could possibly come to your aid now? Flander's visage was clouded with sorrow, seemingly aging a decade in an instant. Having been old friends with Xiao Wu, Flander harbored no desire to see his companion suffer. Meanwhile, Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others were engulfed by a wave of melancholy, sensing that they were on the verge of losing a mentor. "Ah, splendid. Li Changge, you have performed admirably." Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile and spoke. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, and she calmly inquired, "Xiao Wu, do you have anything further to say? Do not presume that a distance of several hundred kilometers renders me unaware of your actions. My reach is boundless. I can see for thousands of miles and hear across vast expanses. You may refrain from wrongdoing, but if you choose to act, do not fear that I will remain oblivious. Do you confess?" During Li Changge's discourse, he particularly emphasized his remarkable abilities, the 1,000-mile gaze and the wind-following ear. He pondered the possibility of enabling the three enchanting beauties Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu to unleash their imaginations, thereby acquiring these extraordinary faculties. Li Changge felt quite content. Even in the face of unattainable aspirations, he maintained a positive mindset, choosing not to dwell excessively on his circumstances. If there were opportunities for joy, he would embrace them. If not, he would remain resolute and strive harder. Meanwhile, the three enchanting ladies, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, took note of Li Changge's remarkable abilities. This esteemed elder, it seemed, possessed the extraordinary gifts of farsight and acute hearing, enabling him to perceive and comprehend events occurring miles away. How impressive indeed! How was such a feat accomplished? Ning Rongrong pondered with great curiosity, her mind drifting into contemplation. Beside her, Zhu Shiqing shared similar sentiments, reflecting, how did this esteemed elder cultivate his farsight and acute hearing? Could it be the result of a unique cultivation method? I wonder if he could impart such skills to me in the future. Zhu Shiqing felt a strong desire to learn these extraordinary abilities. If Li Changge were willing to teach her, she would gladly call him father 100 times over. Xiaowu was taken aback, realizing, so the esteemed elder possesses such remarkable powers. No wonder he was aware of my presence at the Xiaowu Academy and came to rescue me. She believed that her initial detection by Li Changge was due to stepping into his line of sight, where her every movement was under his scrutiny. Thus, it was no surprise that he came to the Xiaowu Academy to take her away. Little did they know, Li Changge's awareness of Xiao Wu's every action was not solely due to his extraordinary gifts, but rather a consequence of the mark he had inscribed within Li Changge's body. Perhaps, if the ladies contemplated further, they might just believe that Li Changge truly possessed such abilities. Xiao Wu, with a grim expression, knelt upon the ground, his head striking the floor repeatedly with a resounding thud. He implored, "I was wrong. I shall not dare to offend again. Please, esteemed elder, grant me your forgiveness this once. I genuinely repent." In the past, I felt aggrieved by your actions and rendering my arm and leg useless, which led to my inappropriate words. Yet, I have come to realize my errors and truly do not wish to repeat them. I beseech you to pardon me. I promise to amend my ways and will ensure that I confront anyone who dares insult you in the future. I implore you, esteemed elder, forgive me this one time. Xiao Wu fervently bowed his head, consumed by a profound fear of Li Changge's potential for merciless retribution. Li Changge stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing coolly at Xiao Wu before speaking. Xiao Wu, it is not that you have erred, but rather you are acutely aware of your impending demise. How could someone like you possibly recognize your faults? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji's expression grew increasingly grim as he pounded his forehead against the ground with fervor. Despite the blood flowing freely and his skin tearing, Xiao Wuji showed no intention of ceasing. I have erred. I truly recognize my mistakes. Please, grant me mercy just this once. Xiao Wuji pleaded incessantly. Meanwhile, Flander, Daimubai, and the others refrained from interceding, fearful of incurring further wrath. Li Changge stated, while the death penalty may be evaded, the punishment for living cannot be escaped. I must ensure that you learned your lesson, otherwise you shall continue to show me disrespect. Upon hearing that his life was spared, Xiao Wujing did not feel relieved, for he knew he was about to face a merciless retribution. Indeed, moments later, Xiao Wujing felt his body seized by an overwhelming force. Then, his already frail form was abruptly lifted into Li Changge's grasp. Crack, crack, crack. The chilling sound of shattering bones began to resonate. Li Changge, reminiscent of his torment of Tangan, began to inflict suffering upon Xiao Wujie. He shattered every bone in Zhao's body, only to employ the supreme healing abilities of the ten-hearted CPNE martial soul to mend him. This cycle of relentless torment and subsequent healing continued unabated. The anguished cries of Xiao Wujie reverberated within the confines of the small chamber. The hearts of the Shilek Academy members sank, engulfed by trepidation, their hair standing on end. Henceforth, no one within the academy would dare to speak ill of Li Changge. After 99 iterations of this cruel ritual, Li Changge finally ceased his torment. He then rendered Xiao Wujie's arms and one leg useless, leaving him in a state of disability and discarded him onto the ground. Xiao Wujie, this is the retribution you deserve for your insults towards me. I hope you learn from this lesson and refrain from further disrespect or derogatory actions towards me, lest I be compelled to render your other leg likewise incapacitated. Li Changge spoke in a deep voice. Furthermore, I now declare that your Shilek Academy must beg for a total of 150,000 golden soul coins, which must be delivered to me. Only then will I utilize the 10-heart begonia martial soul to heal you. Do you understand? Li Changge wore a stern expression and continued. Was it not 100,000 gold soul coins? How did it escalate to 150,000? Flandra's face reflected bitterness. Why? Do you still not understand? Li Changge exclaimed angrily. This Xiao Wuji shows such blatant disrespect towards me, and you are not exempt from blame. If you must cast blame, then direct it towards Xiao Wuji for his lack of respect and his penchant for causing trouble. P.S. Wishing everyone a joyful October. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 83. The foolish Ma Hongjun. Li Changge stood with his arms crossed, showing no regard for Flander. Upon hearing this, Flander's expression darkened significantly. He glanced at Xiao Wujie, his eyes betraying a mix of resentment and a hint of sympathy. Flander, wary of offending Li Changge, chose not to pursue the matter further, instead conceding, very well, this is indeed Xiao Wujie's fault. With this, Flander sighed deeply. The grimness etched upon his face made him appear as though he had aged 2 decades in an instant. Li Changge's expression was indifferent, showing not the slightest sympathy for Flanders and the others. After all, the current plight of Flanders and Xiao Wujie was entirely of their own making. Initially, Li Changge had approached the gates of Shrek Academy solely to seek out the 3 beauties, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Li Yusong did not grant Li Changge the opportunity to speak and even attempted to drive them away. Li Changge naturally retaliated, injuring Li Yusong. Subsequently, Flander, Xiao Wuji, and others approached, intending to suppress Li Changge through violent means. However, by that time, Li Changge had already attained the rank of Title Douluo, effortlessly overpowering Flander and Xiao Wuji. Their youthful appearance led them to underestimate Li Changge, brazenly trampling upon his dignity. Consequently, Xiao Wuji, Flander, and their companions all faced the consequences of Li Changge's wrath. Fortunately, Li Changge possessed the strength to defend himself and simultaneously exact retribution upon the entire Shrek Academy. In the original narrative, Bulu met with a tragic fate. Merely due to a girl from the chicken coop, Bulu was rendered incapacitated by Shrek Academy, forever becoming disabled, unable to partake in joyous activities. Lacking the power to voice his grievances, Douluo could not retaliate. In contrast, Li Changge fought back decisively, delivering a lesson in return. Shrek Academy. Adhering to its motto that students who do not dare to cause trouble are not good students, harbored a considerable amount of hostility among both students and teachers, eager to punish those who displeased them. This mindset ultimately led them to their own demise, sealing their fate. Li Changge, while admonishing Xiao Wu, had already implanted a surveillance mark within his body. At this moment, every faculty member and student of the Shrek Academy had been similarly marked by Li Changge, rendering them incapable of evading his watchful gaze. Li Changge felt it was nearly time to depart. However, before his departure, he had one final matter to address. Flander. Xiao Wu, I have an exceedingly important matter to discuss with you. I sincerely hope you will remember it. Should you fail to do so, upon my next visit, I shall sever all your ears. Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a calm demeanor. Please, senior, enlighten us. We shall surely remember. Flander, mustering a respectful expression, began to speak. The students of Shrek Academy possess commendable talent, which I greatly admire. Particularly, Ma Hongjun and Oscar are on the verge of breaking through to the 30th level. Once they attain this level of cultivation, I hope you will refrain from immediately procuring soul rings for these two children. At that time, I shall personally descend upon Shrek Academy to assist them in acquiring exceptionally powerful soul rings. This is your fortune. Do you understand? Li Changge spoke calmly, stating that Oscar possessed an innate soul power of level 10 and achieved the title of God of Food in the original narrative. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's martial soul was the evil fire phoenix, a spirit of considerable quality. Li Changge felt a sense of unease within as he contemplated the necessity of assisting them in merging a powerful one-year blue silvergrass soul B soul ring. Upon hearing this, Flander, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, each displaying a peculiar expression. Li Changge intended to assist Ma Hongjun and Oscar in capturing the formidable third soul ring, a notion that seemed utterly preposterous. On one hand, he had incapacitated them, while on the other, he sought to aid them in obtaining a powerful soul ring. For a fleeting moment, Flander pondered whether Li Changge had experienced a split in his psyche, resulting in such contradictory actions. Nevertheless, he respectfully stated, "Rest assured, esteemed senior, these two children will not recklessly fuse their third soul ring after reaching level 30. When you arrive, please bestow upon them an opportunity to acquire a suitable and potent third soul ring. As the headmaster of Shrek Academy, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance." Flander expressed his gratitude with profound reverence, showing no inclination to oppose Li Changge. Nearby, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu exchanged perplexed glances upon hearing this. They were acutely aware of the true implications of Li Changge's words. How mischievous Li Changge was, planning to provide Ma Hongjun and Oscar with a blue silvergrass soul ring with a one-year cultivation period. What a fool Flander was to continue expressing gratitude to Li Changge. Surely, he could not genuinely believe that Li Changge would assist him in capturing a soul ring. Could he? Ning Rongrong silently thought, regarding Flander with the eyes of one observing a simpleton. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu shared similar sentiments. Finding the faculty and students of Shrek Academy to be remarkably naive, Oscar and Ma Hongjun felt utterly bewildered. Li Changge expressed his intention to assist them in acquiring formidable soul rings. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were uncertain whether this was genuine or mere pretense. However, both refrained from defiance and chose to quietly collaborate with Li Changge. Could it be that Li Changge has truly taken a liking to my martial spirit aptitude? I recall the dean once telling me that I am a phoenix emerging from a chicken coop, remarkably powerful. Could it be that this esteemed senior truly wishes to cultivate my talents? If so, might he also heal my impaired arm and leg? A flicker of hope crossed Ma Hongjun's mind. He had always been a self-absorbed individual, convinced of his phoenix-like status rather than that of a mere hen. Thus, he indulged in the fanciful notion that Li Changge genuinely appreciated his martial spirit prowess, basking in the delight of this thought. Consequently, Ma Hongjun proactively expressed his gratitude, saying, "Senior Changge, rest assured, I, Ma Hongjun, will devote myself to diligent training and will not disappoint your expectations. When you are not watching, I will strive to reach level 30. As he spoke, he puffed out his chest, exuding confidence. Observing Ma Hongjun's display of loyalty, Ning Rongrong's expression grew increasingly peculiar. What a foolish oaf, she thought, casting a disdainful glance towards Ma Hongjun. Chapter 84. Gratitude to Senior Li. Ning Rongrong was aware that the formidable soul ring bestowed upon Ma Hongjun by Senior Li Changge was a blue silvergrass of 1 year's cultivation. Yet, Ma Hongjun was fervently expressing his gratitude and portraying an eager demeanor for training. To Ning Rongrong, this struck her as utterly foolish. Beside them, Oscar, inspired by Ma Hongjun, began to speak enthusiastically as well. Thank you for your kindness, senior. When you are not watching, I will train diligently alongside Hongjun, striving to reach level 30. Our third soul ring will be hunted solely by you, esteemed senior. We are immensely grateful. Oscar also expressed his thanks to Li Changge and reiterated his commitment to rigorous training. Haha, another simpleton. The sooner they reach level 30, the sooner they will fuse with the one-year cultivation blue-silver grass. They are also eager to integrate this formidable soul ring, aren't they? Ning Rongrong mused inwardly, finding the situation rather amusing. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he spoke. Well done, Ma Hongjun and Oscar. You two are remarkably diligent and ambitious. I am exceedingly pleased with your performances. When heaven is about to bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, it inevitably subjects their spirit to trials. Thus, your future prospects are boundless. I have great faith in you both. Li Changge uttered some words laced with sarcasm. However, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were oblivious to their meaning, their faces brimming with excitement. Indeed, senior, your words resonate profoundly. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their will. I shall devote myself to rigorous training and grow amidst adversity. Ma Hongjun respectfully declared, his chubby face flushed with enthusiasm. He failed to grasp the underlying message of Li Changge's words, perceiving only that the esteemed elder held high hopes for him, which fueled his exhilaration. Influenced by Ma Hongjun, Oscar too became invigorated, exclaiming, I will also strive to excel and train diligently. Simultaneously, he found himself mulling over Li Changge's proclamation. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their will. This phrase echoed in Oscar's mind, lingering long after it was spoken. He felt it held profound truth. This elder is exceptionally talented. The sentiment was articulated beautifully. It perfectly aligns with my current situation. Although my body is impaired, my spirit remains unbroken. I shall train earnestly, prove my capabilities, earn the elder's favor, withstand this trial, and ultimately secure the third soul ring that the elder seeks. Oscar silently vowed, his resolve ignited. It must be acknowledged that the Douluo Continent venerates martial prowess, resulting in a general lack of cultural refinement among its people. Thus, when Li Changge proclaimed, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their will, it astonished many. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were all taken aback, captivated by the profundity of the statement. They cherished these words. Indeed, before one can become a great talent and shoulder significant responsibilities, they must endure hardships. In my journey to inherit the 7 treasures glazed tile school, learning alongside senior Li Changge, I too have faced trials. Yet, upon reflection, it may not be entirely accurate. Aside from his slight shortcomings, senior Changge has treated me quite well, imparting cultivation techniques. This hardly qualifies as suffering. At times, it has even been quite enjoyable. Ning Rongrong mused, her emotions somewhat complex. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing felt that Li Changge's words resonated deeply with her own experiences. To survive the fierce competition within her family and the royal court, she traversed 2 vast empires, enduring great hardships and narrowly escaping death in the Stardow forest. Now, in pursuit of techniques from Li Changge, Zhu Zhuqing willingly devoted herself to his service, heeding his guidance. In a certain sense, she too has endured suffering. From Li Changge's words, she glimpsed hope. This hardship is but temporary. In due time, she shall ascend to the pinnacle of soul masters, becoming a figure revered by countless admirers. Moreover, she would raise her voice against the unjust fate imposed upon her by her family and the royal court. As for Xiaowu, she currently harbors a deep-seated fear of formidable soul masters, terrified of being captured and turned into soul rings or soul bones, constantly evading danger. Xiaowu endures her own share of tribulations. The phrase articulated by Li Changge, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it will first temper their mind and spirit, serves as a profound motivation for Xiao Wu. It encourages her to confront adversity and subsequently embrace a brighter future. The trio of enchanting beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, unbeknownst to Li Changge, find their impression of him significantly enhanced by his seemingly casual remark. Little does he realize that his words have stirred a notable resonance within their hearts. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile and spoke, "Very well. Seeing your diligent efforts brings me great reassurance." After saying this, he fixed his gaze upon Dai Mubai and continued, "Dai Mubai, I hold great expectations for you. Strive to reach level 40, and I shall personally procure a formidable fourth soul ring for you. For Daimubai, who was currently physically impaired, the journey to level 40 seemed immensely challenging. It was likely that he would need to dedicate many years to this endeavor, if, after enduring countless hardships, he truly managed to ascend to level 40. Li Changge would not hesitate to invest his own time to assist him in merging with a powerful year-long blue-silver grass soul ring. Daimubai trembled with surprise at the mention of his name by Li Changge. Previously, when he heard Li Changge speak of Oscar and Ma Hongzhou, he felt a twinge of envy. Now, being included himself filled him with joy, and he respectfully replied, "Please rest assured, Senior. I will diligently cultivate and strive to reach level 40. Daimubai repeatedly assured that he would exert himself to meet Li Changge's expectations. In Daimubai's eyes, earning the favor of such a powerful mentor and becoming his disciple might just lead to the healing of his injured arm and leg. Furthermore, he would have the opportunity to learn a wealth of cultivation knowledge from Li Changge, advancing his own abilities significantly. This prospect excited him greatly. The source of Daimubai's hopeful thoughts stemmed largely from the influence of Ma Hongzhou and Oscar. As others began to express their gratitude to Li Changge, how could Daimubai refrain from doing the same? Observing Daimubai's demeanor, Li Changge chuckled inwardly, though he maintained a serious facade and said, "Excellent, Daimubai. Put forth your best effort. I believe in your abilities." As for Daimubai, he felt a thrill akin to that of aligning himself with a wealthy benefactor. His spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smile at Daimubai's naivety, thinking to herself how foolish he was to be so easily swayed. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing felt an increasing disdain for him, grateful that she had not succumbed to his charming words or allowed herself to be deceived. She reflected that, rather than submit herself to Daimubai, it would be far more advantageous to dedicate herself to Li Changge, from whom she could gain strength and knowledge. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Zhu Zhuqing cast a discreet glance at Li Changge, finding him increasingly appealing and handsome. Her cheeks flushed as she realized she was becoming more accepting of Li Changge as a mentor. Li Changge glanced around and, seeing that he had completed his matters, finally remarked, "Very well, you may now attend to your own affairs. I shall return to visit you all in due time." Upon finishing his words, Li Changge approached the positions of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, his expression softening as he spoke. "All right, the matters have been resolved. Let us depart." "MHM," responded the three beauties in unison. Immediately, Li Changge unleashed a surge of soul power, enveloping the three ladies in his embrace. With a flourish of his power, he swiftly transported them away, departing from Shilek Academy in an instant. Once they had left the confines of Shilek Academy, Li Changge, accompanied by three beautiful companions, ventured into the bustling streets of Tendo City to procure some essential supplies. During this period, they had been residing in a cave on the outskirts of the city. This trip to the city for shopping was indeed imperative. Meanwhile, with Li Changge's departure, the instructors and students of the Shilek Academy collectively exhaled in relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They relaxed, taking deep breaths, savoring the fresh air that felt like a second chance at life. Xiao Wu cast a reproachful glance at Lu Qibin and said, "Old Lu, you are truly ungracious. It is because you divulged my actions that I have lost an arm. I thought we were good brothers, and I acted in your presence. But instead of keeping my secret, you exposed me to save your own skin. I despise you." In a fit of rage, Xiao Wu directed his fury at Lu Qibin, holding him responsible for his misfortune. Lu Qibin snorted in response, "Xiao Wu, you are crossing the line. The elder has said that he possesses eyes that can see thousands of miles and ears that can hear the wind. Everything you have done is known to him. What do you mean by accusing me? Moreover, you brought this upon yourself. I warned you on the way. Did you listen?" Lu Qibin's reply was filled with anger. He realized he must distance himself from the Shilek Academy. Remaining there would only lead to his own downfall. Lu Qibin had no desire to become disabled. "What? Old Lu!" exclaimed Flander, his body trembling in disbelief. "You can't leave. Our academy is in dire straits and needs your assistance." "I can't help at all," Lu Qibin replied resolutely. "If I continue, I will end up like you all, disabled. If I help you, who will help me? I do not wish to become a cripple, nor do I want to be schooled by the elder." Lu Qibin was not foolish. Sacrificing oneself for others was an act of folly. Thus, he chose to depart. After expressing his farewells, he quickened his pace and left the room, ignoring Flander's calls to return. With both Flander and Xiao Wu incapacitated, they could not pursue him and let Lu Qibin go. After Lu Qibin's departure, Flander scolded Xiao Wu, "Look at the mess you created. You've driven old Lu away." Xiao Wu's expression darkened as he replied, We cannot retain those who wish to leave. Even without my involvement, old Lu would have chosen to depart. Sighing deeply, Flander lamented, "Well, the deed is done. Blaming you will not change anything." "Indeed." Flander, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiao Xian stood up, resolute in his decision. "Flander, Xiao Wu and everyone else, I thank you for your care over the years. It has touched me deeply. However, our academy is being targeted by that formidable elder, and none of us can resist. I have resolved to follow old Lu's path and leave the Xiaowu Academy. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors." With that, Xiao Xian, emulating Li Changge, hastily exited, fearing that lingering might lead to coercion by Flander or Xiao Wu. "What? Xiao Xian, you two wish to leave?" Flander exclaimed, incredulous. "We are good friends. How can you leave?" "I do not wish to become disabled like old Lu," Xiao Xian responded firmly, continuing his departure without looking back. Once Xiao Xian had exited, Flander sighed, his expression darkening. "Alas, yet another teacher has departed. Is our Xiaowu Academy doomed to extinction?" It was Flander who had founded the academy, and he was unwilling to see it disbanded. At that moment, Ma Hongjun interjected, "Director, do not despair. The departure of Li Changge and Xiao Xian is a loss for them." "Why do you say that?" Flander asked, confused. To him, the academy was in a precarious situation, and anyone remaining faced the risk of losing limbs. Thus, it was understandable for Li Changge and Xiao Xian to wish to leave. Ma Hongjun smiled slightly and replied, "The elder mentioned that as long as we diligently cultivate to level 30, he would assist us in acquiring a powerful third soul ring. This indicates that the senior values our martial soul talents. If we perform well and seize this opportunity, we may earn the senior's favor. For now, let us remain modest and obedient to the senior. In due time, if the senior is in a good mood, he may heal all our injuries." Ma Hongjun expressed his optimistic thoughts, believing that Li Changge, appreciating his martial soul talent, would extend his kindness to those around him as well. Oscar concurred, stating, "I believe Hongjun is correct. Our bright days are just around the corner. Let us diligently train during this period, demonstrate our capabilities, and win the senior's favor. We still have a chance for a turnaround." Influenced by Ma Hongjun, Oscar felt hopeful about the future, believing there was a possibility of gaining Li Changge's favor and, consequently, healing their wounds. Dai Mubai remained silent, neither agreeing nor opposing, yet he harbored a flicker of belief in his heart. Upon hearing this, Flinder nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this is an opportunity. Since the senior has instructed you to train diligently, I shall oversee your training during this time, striving to help you reach the 30th level soon. Perhaps then, a turning point will truly arise." Flinder could only place his hopes on this prospect. Xiao Wujia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, "If that is the case, that would be wonderful. Xiao Ao, Hongjun, and Mubai, train well and perform admirably. Strive to catch the senior's eye, so that you may become his disciples. If that happens, your futures will be limitless, and the crisis facing Shrek Academy will be averted." "Indeed, I think so too." Ma Hongjun nodded, asserting, "Once I reach the 30th level, I will surely gain the senior's favor. By then, both Teacher Xiao and Teacher Lu will undoubtedly regret their actions." Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Flinder, and Xiao Wujia all indulged in fantasies of winning Li Changge's favor and receiving healing to restore their health. Little did they know, Li Changge had no intention of offering them any healing. If Ma Hongjun and Oscar had trained to the 30th level sooner, it would merely have meant they could integrate the formidable one-year cultivation of the blue silvergrass soul ring earlier. Time swiftly passed by. Li Changge, accompanied by 3 beautiful ladies, swiftly completed their shopping and made their way back to the cave. Along the journey, Li Changge checked the movements of Xiaowu Academy through the surveillance mark. Upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, both Li Changge and Xiao Xian had withdrawn from Xiaowu Academy. This was an unexpected turn of events for Li Changge. He had not anticipated that Li Changge and Xiao Xian would show such discernment, opting to leave the academy rather than endure further suffering. It was indeed a prudent choice. Li Changge contemplated inwardly, nodding in quiet affirmation. Li Changge and Xiao Xian had neither wronged him nor insulted him in any way. Thus, Li Changge chose to spare them, harboring no intention of tormenting them. Subsequently, he utilized the surveillance mark to glance at Tang San's location. Through the mark, he observed Tang San seated beside a grand tree, diligently immersed in his cultivation. Despite having integrated 4 one-year spirit rings of blue silvergrass, he had not neglected his training. Rather, he continued to strive earnestly. At this moment, the desire for revenge fueled Li Changge's resolve, sustaining Tangsan's will to survive and act. This lad, Tangsan, is surprisingly diligent. I wonder if, with his current martial spirit talent, he possesses the potential to reach level 40. If he does have the opportunity to attain that level, I shall return to assist Tangsan in acquiring 2 formidable 1-year blue-silver grass spirit rings. Li Changge contemplated inwardly, a sharp glimmer flashing through his profound dark eyes. He then withdrew his focus, dedicating himself to escorting the lovely companion on their journey. Before long, they returned to the cave. Under the warm embrace of sunlight, the 4 of them commenced their cultivation together. Chapter 87. Xiao Wu acquires a powerful third soul skill at this moment. Li Changge, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, all enchanting beauties, had mastered the technique of gaining strength through sunbathing. With Li Changge's assistance, they diligently engaged in their training. Moreover, the harmonious pairing of genders made their efforts feel less burdensome. As Li Changge and her 3 enchanting companions engaged in their cultivation, they felt no fatigue whatsoever. In fact, they sensed that time was slipping away far too swiftly, as if a single day had vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving them wishing for a slower passage of time. It was akin to the feeling one experiences on a first date with a cherished first love, where moments seem to evaporate all too quickly. Before long, 2 days had passed. Li Changge had reached the cultivation level of 29, while Li Changge herself attained a level of 28. As for Xiao Wu, she remained steadfast at the 30th level. Today, Xiao Wu took the initiative to speak, saying, "Senior Changge, I believe my foundational cultivation has solidified, and it is time to condense my third soul ring." Indeed, very well, Li Changge nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Li Changge and Ning Rongrong cast curious glances towards Xiao Wu, both intrigued by what form Xiao Wu's third soul ring would take. Ning Rongrong gently encouraged Xiao Wu, "Do your best to condense a powerful third soul ring." Li Changge joined in the encouragement, stating, "Xiao Wu, I have faith that you will successfully condense a formidable third soul ring. Xiao Wu, stay strong. Rest assured, I will support you," Li Changge said warmly. With the encouragement of her sisters and seniors, Xiao Wu brimmed with confidence. In truth, she was quite experienced and felt no anxiety. With a slight smile, she responded, "Thank you, everyone. I will surely condense my third soul ring with great care." Subsequently, Li Changge, Ning Rongrong, and Li Changge stood by, observing intently. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu settled in an open space, assuming a meditative posture, and began to enter a state conducive to the condensation of her third soul ring. Waves of rosy soul light surged around her, and soon, distinctive rabbit-like features began to manifest upon her form, giving her a delightfully fluffy appearance. Most notably, atop her head, a pair of exquisitely pink rabbit ears beckoned to be touched. Surrounding her delicate figure were 2 yellow soul rings. Under the watchful gaze of Li Changge and the others, the third purple soul ring began to materialize, initially faint, but progressively growing more vibrant. This was Ning Rongrong and Li Changge's first encounter with the condensation of a 100,000-year soul beast soul ring, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. It was also Li Changge's inaugural experience, leaving him wholly satisfied with the visual spectacle. The process of Xiao Wu condensing her third soul ring proceeded smoothly. After 2.5 hours, a powerful wave of soul energy erupted from her petite frame, stirring up a cloud of dust. Slowly, Xiao Wu opened her beautiful eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. At that moment, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, encircled her. The third soul ring appeared particularly rich in hue, signifying that Xiao Wu had acquired a formidable third soul ability. "Xiao Wu, you did it," Li Changge exclaimed with a smile. "Indeed, Xiao Wu is incredible," Ning Rongrong praised, giving her a thumbs up. "The soul ring has successfully condensed. Xiao Wu, you are truly remarkable." Li Changge also offered her heartfelt compliments. Feeling the surge of her newfound power and hearing the praises from her companions, Xiao Wu's heart swelled with joy, and a smile more radiant than flowers blossomed on her face. "Kiki, I have successfully condensed my third soul ring. Moreover, my cultivation level has reached level 32. Xiao Wu joyfully shared her elation with everyone. "Congratulations, Xiao Wu. You are truly amazing." "Xiao Wu, well done." "Congratulations, Xiao Wu." Li Changge, Li Changge, and Ning Rongrong all offered their heartfelt congratulations to Xiao Wu. Listening to her companion's words, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Curiously, Ning Rongrong inquired, "By the way, Xiao Wu, what is your third soul skill?" Her question echoed Li Changge's own curiosity, as she too was eager to know. Meanwhile, Li Changge, being well acquainted with the original text, was already aware of Xiao Wu's third soul skill. At that moment, Seizing the opportunity to showcase his formidable abilities seemed quite fitting. Thus, with a subtle smile, Li Changge confidently proclaimed, "I am aware of Xiao Wu's third soul skill." Li Changge's words instantly captivated the gazes of the three enchanting ladies. Xiao Wu had initially intended to speak, but she paused, her beautiful eyes now fixed upon Li Changge. She inquired, "So, esteemed Changge, what do you believe my third soul skill to be?" Ning Rongrong added, "Esteemed Changge, you are so formidable that you can deduce another's soul skill merely by observing their soul rings?" Zhu Zhuqing could not help but interject, "Esteemed Changge, as Rongrong mentioned. Is it truly possible for you to discern another's soul skill simply by observing their soul rings? Is there some technique involved?" Li Changge smiled slightly and spoke. "There exists a skill known as the Eye of Insight. It allows one to perceive the cultivation level of others, as well as information regarding their soul abilities. Furthermore, it can unveil the age and skills of certain soul beasts. Through the Eye of Insight, I am able to discern the third soul skill of Xiao Wu at this very moment. Do you believe it?" Li Changge, a master of deception, began to weave his web of lies around three enchanting beauties. Although his words were mere fabrications, once Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing embraced this so-called lie and allowed their imaginations to take flight, Li Changge could indeed manifest such abilities. In essence, the so-called lie would transform into a tangible reality. From a certain perspective, one could argue that Li Changge was not lying at all. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and spoke, "I believe you, for Senior Changge is truly formidable." Ning Rongrong, after a moment's hesitation, added, "I believe as well." Xiao Wu chimed in, "Senior Changge, I trust you too. However, you must reveal my soul skill to see if it is accurate." Hiki. Xiao Wu sought to test whether Li Changge possessed genuine knowledge or was merely feigning it. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back, his demeanor calm and unflustered. As he spoke, "Xiao Wu, your third soul skill is named teleportation. Within 100 meters, you can teleport at will, executing positional exchanges to launch surprise attacks on your foes. Am I correct, Xiao Wu?" Li Changge exuded an air of self-assuredness, radiating confidence. Having perused the original text, he possessed an intimate knowledge of Xiao Wu's soul skills, enabling him to articulate them with precision. In Chapter 88, Tangan's Two Paths, it is only when he is thoroughly convinced of a matter that Li Changge would dare to speak. A single falsehood, once exposed, could jeopardize his credibility, making it considerably more arduous for him to charm these enchanting ladies in the future. Thus, regarding the matter of Xiao Wu's third soul skill, it was precisely his unwavering confidence that compelled Li Changge to present himself with bravado and engage in a bit of clever deception. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing his words, directed their gazes toward Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, is what Senior Changge said accurate?" Ning Rongrong inquired, seeking affirmation. "Is it true, Xiao Wu?" Zhu Zhuqing also asked, her curiosity piqued. With a look of disbelief, Xiao Wu nodded and replied, "Qing, Rongrong, Senior Changge is indeed remarkable. He has spoken true. My third soul skill is called teleportation, allowing me to instantaneously relocate within 100 meters, proving invaluable in both combat and retreat." Xiao Wu was genuinely astonished that, without her having unleashed her soul skill, Senior Li Changge could discern its nature with but a glance, articulating it flawlessly. This indicated that Li Changge was exceptionally formidable. Furthermore, it seemed he possessed a discerning eye, capable of perceiving the cultivation levels and soul skills of soul masters, as well as the age and abilities of soul beasts. In her heart, Xiao Wu had already come to believe that Li Changge's earlier assertions were indeed true. Her gaze towards him grew increasingly reverent. Meanwhile, Li Changge felt an intangible shift within himself, as if he were beginning to master a peculiar power. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim, "Senior Changge truly possesses the power of insight. It's astounding." Ning Rongrong raised her thumb in praise, declaring, "Senior Changge is simply extraordinary." The two ladies were now convinced that Li Changge indeed possessed this gift of insight, believing that this deception was a genuine reality. And they began to imagine the implications of such a skill. Li Changge suddenly felt as though he had grasped the ability of the Eye of Insight. This realization filled him with profound satisfaction and excitement. However, on the surface, Li Changge remained utterly indifferent, his emotions concealed from view. A truly adept master of deception must maintain an unwavering composure even when faced with the most daunting of circumstances. Even if the other party is convinced by your fabrication, one must not display any overt emotions, not even the slightest shift in expression. In this regard, Li Changge excelled remarkably. Li Changge spoke, "I have always been formidable. To follow me is undoubtedly the most prudent choice of your lives, and this will be a time you shall never forget." The three lovely maidens nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, Their experience alongside Li Changge would remain etched in their memories, likely to be recalled fondly in their later years. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she boldly asked, "Father, could you teach me this martial art?" Her alluring visage captivated those around her. Li Changge felt a delightful sense of affection as he reached out with his large hand to pinch her cheek, saying, "In due time, I shall teach you. For now, Zhu Qing, focus on enhancing your cultivation. One cannot indulge in excess without proper foundation. Progression must be gradual. Fear not, your performance pleases me greatly. I shall spare no effort in imparting all that I have learned throughout my life to you. You must continue to excel." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing grasped an essential truth. When in need of Li Changge's assistance, it was wise to adopt a humble demeanor and address him as father. This approach would undoubtedly ensure that her requests were met. Indeed, this strategy proved remarkably effective, as Li Changge had already resolved to teach her the art of insightful eyes, albeit after a brief period of waiting. Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of belonging beside Li Changge, realizing that there was no place she desired to go once he was no longer within reach. Thus, she was willing to wait, finding comfort in the enriching experiences of each day spent in his company. "Yes, father," Zhu Zhuqing said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "I will strive to excel." Upon hearing her affectionate address, Li Changge felt a delightful warmth envelop him, invigorating his spirit, gazing at the alluring feline figure before him. Particularly her exquisite physique and fair skin, he could not help but draw her into his embrace. With tender affection, he gently pinched her soft, alluring face. "Senior Changge, I too wish to learn," Ning Rongrong interjected eagerly, expressing her desire to acquire the insightful eyes technique. "If I master this art, I will be privy to the enemy's information during battles. To know oneself and one's adversary is to conquer every conflict. With knowledge of the enemy's strategies, one can devise specific tactics to ensure triumph." If Zhu Zhuqing could learn the insightful eyes technique, Ning Rongrong was certain she was equally deserving of the opportunity. As she spoke, she proudly straightened her figure and, in a playful manner, approached Li Changge, offering to massage his hands and shoulders. "I want to learn too," Xiao Wu chimed in, unwilling to be left behind. She joined Ning Rongrong at Li Changge's side, eager to serve him with a shoulder massage. All three young women were determined to acquire rare techniques and genuine skills from Li Changge. Observing the three beauties growing increasingly adept and friendly towards him filled Li Changge with a sense of satisfaction. Li Changge expressed his satisfaction and remarked, "Very well. After some time, I shall instruct you all together. However, during this period, you must all perform exceptionally well to earn my approval. Otherwise, I shall refrain from teaching you. Is that understood?" "Understood," the three enchanting ladies replied in unison. In their quest to acquire formidable techniques from Li Changge, they exerted their utmost effort, massaging his shoulders and hands, attending to his every need. Consequently, Li Changge found himself indulged in delightful pleasures, experiencing a sense of bliss in life. While relishing this enjoyment, as Li Changge's consciousness stirred, he utilized the eye of surveillance to observe Tangan's condition. At this moment, Tangan found himself beside a towering tree at the base of a cliff, leaning against its sturdy trunk. His neck was ensnared by thick, black vines, reminiscent of a dog tethered to a tree, evoking a sense of profound pity. Currently, Tangan was in a state of closed-eye meditation, however. He was not engaged in traditional cultivation. Instead, his mind was busy formulating designs for various concealed weapons, contemplating their refinement and enhancing their potency. With his martial soul talent rendered useless, Tangan was left with but two paths. The first was to craft exceptionally powerful hidden weapons that would elevate the reputation of the Tang sect's arsenal and use them to exact vengeance upon Li Changge. The second path, a dead end, was the choice of death, thereby liberating himself from the torment of body and soul. In a past life, Tangan had clandestinely studied the art of concealed weaponry within the Tang sect, only to be discovered by the elders, with no avenues for retreat. He was acutely aware that capture would result in unimaginable punishment, a fate worse than death. What kind of place was the Tang sect? It was a fearsome realm, notorious for devouring its own, having nurtured a legion of cold-blooded assassins. These assassins were not only skilled in combat, adept in various forms of concealed weaponry, but also possessed deep knowledge in the study of poison. No one who fell foul of the Tang sect met a favorable end. The toxins they wielded were enough to inflict unbearable agony. Thus, in his previous life, Tangan opted for the cliff as his escape route. In this life, however, Tangan discovered an opportunity for survival, a chance to evade death. His current physique was intact, unmarred by disability. He sensed that he still had a chance to turn the tables on Li Changge and exact his revenge. Therefore, Tang Sen fervently delved into the intricate designs of concealed weapons in his mind, tirelessly optimizing and enhancing them, all with the singular goal of bringing about Li Changge's demise. Unbeknownst to Li Changge, Tang Sen was immersed in the intricacies of weapon crafting. All he perceived was Tang Sen's dire predicament. Even if Tang Sen succeeded in his endeavors, Li Changge was unperturbed. After all, Tang Sen was marked with a surveillance seal planted by Li Changge, rendering his every move within Li Changge's watchful gaze. Should Tang Sen ever embark on crafting hidden weapons, every step of his endeavor would be unveiled to Li Changge. When the moment arrived for Tang Sen to complete his contrivance, Li Changge would appear without delay, intercepting his creation. If, at that juncture, Li Changge's emotions were tinged with anger, he would not hesitate to activate the hidden weapon, allowing Tang Sen to experience firsthand the potency of his own invention. Such a minor character held little significance in Li Changge's eyes. At this moment, Li Changge withdrew his thoughts. Casting a glance at the three lovely maidens, his spirits lifted. He began to relax, casting aside all distractions, reveling in the delightful ambience. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration coursed through his mind, leading him to devise an intriguing scheme. Indeed, what if, in the future, I could persuade these enchanting ladies that as long as they provided me with diligent massages, I would grow stronger. If I could successfully enchant them and ignite their imaginations, I could indulge in the pleasurable experience of daily massages while simultaneously enhancing my own spiritual prowess. This ability would allow me to grow stronger while reclining in comfort. How delightful! Li Changge pondered to himself, contemplating these advantages. He felt a surge of excitement and resolved to begin his persuasion. However, directly revealing such effects to the three enchanting ladies, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu would undoubtedly yield unfavorable results. Therefore, Li Changge decided to alter his approach. At this moment, he reclined in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace, as she tenderly massaged his forehead with her delicate hands. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong sat beside them, attending to her own hands with a soothing massage. As for Xiao Wu, she gently tapped on Li Changge's thigh, providing a relaxing effect akin to a gentle massage. As Li Changge indulged in his enjoyment, he began to subtly emanate a trace of his cultivation aura, creating an impression that he was gradually becoming stronger. This enhancement of aura was exceedingly faint, making it difficult for others to discern. However, if Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong spent sufficient time in Li Changge's presence, they would eventually notice and begin to speculate. As time passed, for days later, Zhu Zhuqing started to sense something amiss with Li Changge's cultivation aura. Yet, she chose to remain silent, continuing to attentively massage Li Changge's forehead. Meanwhile, Li Changge diligently maintained his charade, persistently deceiving the three enchanting ladies. At this moment, Li Changge was utilizing a monitoring mark to observe the situation on Flinder's side. Today was Flinder's turn to solicit gold soul coins. Flinder infused his soul power into his right leg and left arm, using the pull of the soul energy to enable him to walk normally. Flinder's cultivation level was still commendable. Although it had declined, he remained a formidable soul sage at level 72. Injecting soul power into his arms and thighs to restore his mobility was indeed a most prudent course of action. Li Changge secretly thought to himself, acknowledging Flander's actions. Subsequently, Li Changge observed Flander, his expression stern, making his way towards the entrance of Shrek Academy, presumably to beg outside. However, as Flander reached the doorway, a most fortuitous event unfolded. A carriage came to a halt before the gates of Shrek Academy. Shortly thereafter, a man with a crew cut and a resolute visage surveyed the surroundings of the academy before gradually stepping inside. By coincidence, Flander encountered this man. Both individuals' expressions transformed into sheer astonishment, their eyes trembling slightly at the corners. "Is this you, Xiaojang?" Li Changge was immediately invigorated, having read the original work. He naturally recognized the buzz-cut man standing before Flander. Although this was Li Changge's first encounter with the true form of Yu Xiaojang on the Douluo Continent, the image of Yu Xiaojang was so iconic that Li Changge instantly recognized him. "Aha! Yu Xiaojang, you have finally arrived. I have waited for you with great anticipation." Li Changge was in high spirits. He was now waiting for Yu Xiaojang to arrive at Shrek Academy so he could send his student Tang Sen over. With Yu Xiaojang's arrival, Li Changge could commence his plan. However, he was not in a hurry to head to Shrek Academy. He wished to eavesdrop on the conversation between Flander and Yu Xiaojang. Should Flander allow Yu Xiaojang to escape during their discussion, Li Changge would immediately intervene to subdue him, ensuring he had no chance to flee. Meanwhile, Flander's expression trembled with complex emotions. Every teacher and student at Shrek Academy had become disabled, and this unfortunate situation was intricately tied to Yu Xiaojang as proof of Tang San. Flander, feeling the weight of solitude, found himself disheartened upon seeing Yu Xiaojang. Ah, Xiaojang. You have arrived, Flander sighed, breaking the silence. Yu Xiaojang furrowed his brow, sensing Flander's lack of enthusiasm. Flander, what troubles you? I traveled a great distance from Notting City. And I did not come merely to witness your size. Old friend, it has been many years since we last met. You have aged considerably, Yu Xiaojang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. In their prime, they were the renowned Golden Iron Triangle, celebrated throughout the Douluo Continent. But now, Flander appeared significantly older, his eyes lacking their former vitality. In truth, more than half a month ago, Flander still possessed a glimmer of hope. However, upon Tangan's arrival at Xiaowu Academy and the subsequent troubles caused by Li Changge, that light had been extinguished. Yu Xiaojang was unaware of these developments. Alas, Flander sighed again. Xiaojang, you should not have come. Why is that? Yu Xiaojang asked, his irritation evident. After years apart, you greet me with such dismal words. Oh, I understand now. Flander, are you merely putting on an act? You have met my student, Tangan, have you not? Surely. You have taken a liking to him and wish to keep him as your own pupil. Yu Xiaojang's voice became more fervent as he continued. This child is my proof. He will demonstrate that I am not a worthless being, allowing me to redeem myself and proving to the world that I am no longer to be scorned. As Yu Xiaojang spoke, Flander's expression grew even more sorrowful. Xiaojang, I am glad you are here. But something has transpired at Xiaowu Academy that I wish you had not witnessed. Furthermore, I am not in the mood to see you right now. You should return home and forget that we ever met today. Flander's face was etched with grief as he uttered these words. He did not want Yu Xiaojang to remain at Xiaowu Academy, fearing that if Li Changge discovered him, it would spell disaster. Flander wished to protect Yu Xiaojang from becoming yet another casualty, especially when even the physically fit teachers like Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin had fled the academy, terrified of the same fate. Yet, despite his arduous journey and the trials he faced, Yu Xiaojang would not be so easily dismissed. Flander, what ails you? Why do you appear so dejected? I came specifically to see you. I cannot leave now. Tangan is here. He is my student. If you do not welcome me, at least allow me to speak with him. If something has happened at the academy, you must confide in me. Do not bear this burden alone. Flander, I know you have your reasons, but we are good friends. Friends share both joy and adversity, do they not? We should enjoy prosperity together and weather storms side by side. Rest assured, Flander, though I am only at level 29, I can help you shoulder many responsibilities. Do not forget, I am the brains of our Golden Iron Triangle. Yu Xiaojang's urgency and emotion were palpable. He refused to leave, having already sensed something amiss with Flander. Intuition told him that Xiaowu Academy had encountered troubles, otherwise, Flander would not be in such a state. Seeing Yu Xiaojang's determination to share in his burdens, Flander's expression grew even more complicated. Xiaojang, come with me to a private office. I will explain everything. However, once I finish, you must leave the academy for your own safety. Please listen to me. Otherwise, you may find yourself in danger. As Flander turned and walked toward the office, Yu Xiaojang followed closely. Very well, Flander, I shall listen to your account. But rest assured, whatever it is, I will stand by your side. No matter how difficult, I shall share in your trials. Yu Xiaojang's loyalty shone brightly, yet Flander remained unmoved. He growled, Enough, Yu Xiaojang. Cease your talk of sharing burdens. I do not need you to share in my struggles, do you understand? Flander was truly exasperated. This Yu Xiaojang intended to share in his hardships. Yet the consequence would be the crippling of his arms and legs, rendering him a disabled person. With such a lackluster innate martial spirit, known as the waste martial spirit Luo Sanpao, Yu Xiaojang's future was bleak indeed. Flander couldn't bear to imagine how miserable Yu Xiaojang's life would become should he suffer such a fate. Furthermore, Tangan had already been taken away by the esteemed Li Changge. The so-called proof that Yu Xiaojang spoke of might already be nullified. If Yu Xiaojang were to become disabled, Flander feared he might fall into a deep depression, forever unable to smile. At that moment, Flander felt that the most pitiable one would be Yu Xiaojang, not himself. Yu Xiaojang was startled by Flander's outburst. However, this only solidified his resolve. With unwavering determination, he declared, Big Brother Flander, please do not say any more. Regardless of the challenges faced by Shrek Academy, I will not leave. You have aided me immensely in the past. Now, it is my turn to assist you. Even if it means death, I will not flinch. Clenching his fists, his voice radiated conviction. Flander was momentarily taken aback. Nearly losing his balance, he fell silent, fully aware that Yu Xiaojang was singularly focused. He had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Once Flander revealed the seriousness of the matter, he was certain that Yu Xiaojing would refrain from such reckless statements. Without responding, Flander continued onward, with Yu Xiaojing trailing closely behind. As they walked, Yu Xiaojing sensed something was amiss with Flander. How peculiar. Why does Flander's gait appear so off? Moreover, there seems to be a constant, intense fluctuation of soul power emanating from him, as if it is perpetually being released. Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly uneasy. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing noticed Flander's peculiar state. However, Flander pressed on, leaving Yu Xiaojing with no opportunity to inquire further. He decided to wait until they reached the office to discuss it properly. Soon, they arrived at the office. Flander locked the door, his face etched with vigilance. After observing Flander's demeanor throughout their journey, Yu Xiaojing finally detected the discrepancies. Big brother Flander, what happened to your right foot and left hand? They seem injured. Yu Xiaojing inquired with deep concern, moving closer to inspect Flander's arm. Yet, Flander recoiled, his expression darkening. Undeterred, Yu Xiaojing pressed on, cornering Flander against the wall. With a firm grip, he seized Flander's left hand, noting its pallor and the purplish hue of the flesh. The limb felt cold, akin to a lifeless appendage. He then reached to touch Flander's right leg, discovering it too was similarly lifeless. What happened, big brother Flander? Which scoundrel dared to maim your arm and leg? Despicable! Yu Xiaojing bellowed, his face contorted with rage. At last, Yu Xiaojing comprehended why Flander had been so secretive, unwilling to reveal his injuries. Despite being old friends, Flander showed no joy at their reunion, which only heightened Yu Xiaojing's suspicion that something was amiss. Fueled by anger, he felt compelled to seek vengeance against Flander's assailant. However, upon hearing Yu Xiaojing insult Li Changge, Flander was taken aback. Silence, he exclaimed, swiftly covering Yu Xiaojing's mouth. Do not speak ill of that esteemed elder. If you do, you may find yourself in a similarly dire situation as mine. Flander pressed Yu Xiaojing against the wall, his hand firmly over his mouth. Fearful that Yu Xiaojing's words might provoke further calamity, holding the power of a level 73 soul sage, Flander rendered Yu Xiaojing, a mere level 29, utterly immobilized. Yu Xiaojing strained to absorb Flander's words, his eyes widening in disbelief as he realized that a formidable elder had incapacitated Flander. The gravity of Flander's fear of this elder became apparent, as he dared not utter a single derogatory word in the confines of their office. After a moment, Yu Xiaojing nodded, indicating his understanding. Flander released his grip, allowing Yu Xiaojing to speak. Big brother Flander, is that elder truly so powerful? We are in a sealed office. Surely they cannot hear us? Must we be so cautious? Yu Xiaojing questioned, though still bewildered. With a heavy sigh, Flander replied, Alas, caution is paramount. Just days ago, Xiao Wu faced dire consequences for publicly insulting that elder, resulting in the loss of an arm. Thus, if you wish to avoid a similar fate, refrain from mentioning or disparaging that elder. Otherwise, your life will become unbearably tragic. As a true friend, Flander sought to protect Yu Xiaojing from making a grave mistake. Yu Xiaojing's expression turned solemn as he nodded. I understand. Big brother Flander, please tell me what transpired. Flander, resembling a weary elder, settled into a large chair. Yu Xiaojing moved to sit beside him, eager for clarity regarding the unfolding events. Yu Xiaojing, Flander began, did you not send your proof to study at my Shrek Academy? Yes, what of it? Yu Xiaojing replied, by the way, where is Xiao San? I have yet to see him. Has he encountered any trouble, has he? When Yu Xiaojing mentioned Tang San, a sudden pang of anxiety gripped his heart, and his expression darkened considerably. His intuition warned him that something must have happened to Tang San. The thought made his heart skip a beat. Tang San was not only a student, but also a testament to his years of diligent effort. He had invested countless hours into nurturing Tang San, who possessed dual martial souls and was destined to reach the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing envisioned himself as the mentor of this formidable dual martial soul master, destined for fame across the world. The prospect of something happening to Tang San was unbearable. No, that couldn't be right. Tang San was backed by his father, Tang Hao. Thus, Tang San should be safe. The formidable Qian Douluo was not one to allow harm to befall his child. Yu Xiaojing reassured himself, which alleviated some of his distress. Xiao Gang, do you not realize that your so-called proof has brought ruin upon my entire Shrek Academy? Just because of that so-called proof. All the teachers and students of Shrek Academy have been rendered disabled, Flander said, a mix of anger and sorrow in his voice. He glared at Yu Xiaojing with the ferocity of a beast. It was precisely Yu Xiaozhang's actions that had devastated Shrek Academy. Flender harbored a growing resentment towards Yu Xiaozhang, wishing to avoid him altogether. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaozhang's expression soured, and he inquired, "Flender, why do you say such things? Little San is a child of dual martial souls. His talent is extraordinary. He is a prodigy." Flender continued, "At merely 12 years of age, he has already reached the 29th level while cultivating his primary martial soul, blue silvergrass. Furthermore, he possesses a powerful secondary martial soul, the Haotian hammer. In the future, once he ascends to the rank of Title Douluo, he will be capable of infusing his Haotian hammer with immensely potent soul rings. At that point, even the current Pope of the Spirit Hall may not stand a chance against him. Where else could this prodigy go if not Shrek Academy? Is Shrek Academy not a place for prodigies?" Yu Xiaozhang, filled with indignation, retorted vehemently, though he felt a twinge of apprehension under Flender's piercing gaze. Flender chuckled coldly. "Xiaogang, your ambitions are truly grand. It is not my intention to discourage you, but you are merely a 29th level Great Soul Master. What makes you think you can teach a student with dual martial souls? And how will you protect such a student? Throughout history, students with such extraordinary martial talents have always been coveted by various powerful factions. If this child does not align with any faction, he will become a target before he even reaches his full potential, extinguished in his cradle. No faction would allow such a gifted child to thrive. They will relentlessly pursue Tangan, and we, as his elders, would surely face repercussions from those factions." Flender sighed. "With great ability comes great responsibility. It is precisely because of your so-called proof that all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy have been rendered disabled, and that proof was taken away by a formidable Title Douluo. Look at the mess you have created." Flender vented his frustrations toward Yu Xiaozhang. Shrek Academy, situated in a remote village outside Tendo City, rarely saw soul masters throughout the year. Yet, it was Tangan's arrival that attracted Li Changge, resulting in all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy becoming disabled. Who could accept such a grim reality? Flender placed the blame squarely on Yu Xiaozhang and Tangan. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaozhang froze, his expression turning grim. He had not anticipated that a powerful figure would pursue and abduct Tangan while incapacitating the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. How could this be possible? His head buzzed, and his face twisted in disbelief as he struggled to accept the truth. How could it not be possible? The evidence is right before you, Xiaogang. You are truly misguided. Flender lamented. To him, Yu Xiaozhang, with his mere 29th level cultivation, was foolish to attempt to mentor a student with dual martial souls, an act tantamount to digging his own grave. No, Flender, you may not understand. Tangan's background is from the Haotian sect. His father is Tang Hao, the renowned Haotian Douluo. Yu Xiaozhang protested stubbornly. Flender scoffed. Tang Hao? He is nothing more than a stray dog fleeing from the spirit hall, hunted and desperate. You dare to insult the Haotian Douluo? Yu Xiaozhang shot up, his twisted face filled with rage. Am I wrong? Flender replied coldly. I have seen Tang Hao. He is no match for that existence. Without even a fight, he surrendered, watching helplessly as Tangan was taken away. And Xiaogang, you are truly foolish. How much do you really know about this so-called proof of yours? Flender remained seated, his expression stern, no longer willing to treat Yu Xiaozhang kindly. He had realized that Yu Xiaozhang was obstinately stubborn, refusing to heed counsel, and his grand ambitions had led to the misfortune of his friend. Thus, Flender felt compelled to teach Yu Xiaozhang a lesson, which is why his words were so harsh. Flender's words pierced Yu Xiaozhang's heart like daggers, leaving him in profound discomfort. Meanwhile, in another location, within a cave, Li Changge reveled in the exquisite massage of a beautiful attendant while simultaneously eavesdropping on the conversation between Flender and Yu Xiaozhang through a surveillance mark, attentively absorbing their exchange. Li Changge found the situation rather amusing, particularly the interactions involving Yu Xiaozhang, who was constantly berated by Flender. It was as if he had ingested something vile, his face taking on a sickly yellow hue, exceedingly unappealing. Initially, Li Changge intended to set off and return Tangan to Flender. However, at this moment, he found the dialogue between the two to be quite entertaining, especially when Flender vehemently chastised Yu Xiaozhang. It evoked a thrilling sensation. Flender, indeed, displayed a commendable sense of awareness. He recognized that Tangan was a source of trouble. In the original narrative, had Tangan not encountered fortuitous circumstances, he would have long been eradicated by the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the entire Shrek Academy might have faced repercussions. Yet, the efficiency of the Spirit Hall was lamentably poor, and their knowledge was dreadfully limited. By the time they aimed to eliminate Tang San, they either underestimated his abilities or were deceived by him, displaying a remarkable lack of wisdom. Thus, in this lifetime, I shall take decisive action to ensure that Tang San is deprived of any opportunity for growth. Li Changge silently pondered and analyzed the situation. He was now wholly engrossed in eavesdropping on the conversation between Flander and Yu Xiaojang. At this moment, Yu Xiaojang, with a serious expression, spoke. Boss Flander, the incident has already occurred, and I must admit that you have a point. However, wouldn't you want to take a child with a twin martial soul under your wing? He could only say that these powerful beings were exceedingly cunning, employing methods that were beyond our defenses. Furthermore, their jealousy was overwhelming, intolerant of any competition, truly despicable. Upon hearing this, Flander let out a cold snicker and replied, Xiaojang, you are too naive. Before your so-called proof has matured, would you not wish to eliminate it? Should we wait for Tang San to grow strong enough to overturn those formidable beings? If your position were at stake, would you not consider eliminating those gifted yet disobedient children? I believe you would. Xiaojang, you need to wake up. Flander's words struck Yu Xiaojang like sharp daggers piercing his heart. His countenance darkened, and he nodded slowly. Boss Flander, you are indeed right. I cannot protect Tang San. With a sigh, Yu Xiaojang appeared as if he had aged over 20 years. He continued, by the way, Boss Flander, you mentioned that I do not understand Tang San? What do you mean by that? I have been with him for 6 years. How could I not know him? Yu Xiaojang furrowed his brow, sensing that there was something hidden that he was unaware of. Thus, he promptly inquired further from Flander. With a stern expression, Flander explained. The Tang San you speak of is, in fact, a middle-aged soul master who has employed some sinister means to occupy this child's body. To put it plainly, while the body belongs to Tang San, the soul does not. Once Tang Hao learned of this, he left without further involvement with Tang San. Do you understand now? Flander recounted the truth of the matter, words that Li Changge had previously shared. What? Yu Xiaojang instantly sprang to his feet, astonished. How is that possible? A child's body occupied by another soul? He mumbled, deep in thought. He then recalled how, over the years, Tang San had been remarkably sensible and insightful. Sometimes, when Yu Xiaojang spoke with Tang San, it felt as though he were conversing with a peer, creating an illusion. All along, Yu Xiaojang had considered Tang San merely mature for his age. Now, reflecting upon it, a child with little experience yet possessing an astonishing emotional intelligence was indeed problematic. Additionally, Yu Xiaojang recalled the first time he had taken Tang San to hunt the mandra snake, which was over 400 years old and nearly killed him. At the critical moment, it seemed that Tang San had struck down the mandra snake. A mere 6-year-old child exhibiting such formidable combat prowess made Yu Xiaojang break into a cold sweat. Realizing that something was amiss with Tang San, there was indeed something significantly wrong with him. He was far too mature, handling matters without requiring my concern. Moreover, Tang San possessed some peculiar combat techniques that were baffling, the origins of which were unknown. Yu Xiaojang frowned, his expression grave. Flander continued. I heard from a senior that this middle-aged soul master hails from a place called Tang Sect, which specializes in hidden weapons. I am not entirely clear on the specifics. However, one thing is certain. The proof you mentioned, Xiaojang, poses a tremendous problem. It is precisely this proof that has rendered every teacher and student at Shrek Academy disabled. Xiaojang, do not blame me. This is a falsehood. In truth, I harbor a deep resentment towards you. Why did you send such a child to Shrek Academy without my consent? Flander's face darkened ominously, resembling a storm cloud. He despised Yu Xiaojang's actions. The letter Yu Xiaojang sent to Shrek Academy had arrived days after Tang San had joined. Why did Yu Xiaojang take action first and inform him later instead of consulting him before sending Tang San? Flander was incensed, feeling that his brother had truly betrayed him. Yu Xiaojang sighed. It is simply because I wanted this child to enter Shrek Academy on his own merit, not because you, Boss Flander, had seen my letter and made special accommodations for Tang San's admission. Do you understand? Boss Flander, I acknowledge that I was wrong in this matter, and I apologize. Flander scoffed derisively. Apologies are futile. The situation has escalated to this point and cannot be undone. Yu Xiaojang's expression soured as he replied. It is all the fault of that senior you mentioned. If it weren't for his jealousy, none of this would have transpired. Even if Tang San's soul is that of a middle-aged soul master, his martial soul talent is genuine. Under my guidance, Tang San will undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle of soul masters. That senior you speak of will not be a match for him. Yu Xiaojang could not accept the reality. He believed that even if Tang San's soul was not original, it did not matter. As long as he remained loyal and was a good student by his side, that was sufficient. Flander, however, countered, Xiao Jang, are you not afraid that once Tangan grows, he will surpass you as his teacher? Moreover, that senior is exceedingly powerful, more formidable than Tangan's martial soul talent. Yu Xiaojang replied with unwavering conviction. Tangan once said, once a teacher, always a father. I have faith in his character. That senior's martial soul talent may be impressive, but can he surpass Tangan? With the blue silver grass in his right hand and the Haotian hammer in his left. Once he infuses the Haotian hammer with 9 10,000-year soul rings, he will become invincible. At that point, not even the Pope of the Spirit Hall could defeat Tangan. Yu Xiaojang held steadfast belief in Tangan's capabilities and martial soul talent. Upon hearing this, Flander furrowed his brows deeply and remarked, Xiaojang, you are truly obstinate. Despite my extensive explanations, you remain oblivious. You still harbor unrealistic hopes for Tangan. This will not only endanger us, but also put you at risk. That esteemed senior possesses dual martial souls, and his innate talent far surpasses that of your Tangan. Even if Tangan were to achieve the rank of Title Douluo in the future, he would never stand a chance against that venerable figure. You should leave now. I wish to no longer behold your presence at Shrek Academy. Moreover, if you refuse to depart now, will you only leave once you are rendered incapacitated? Flander has issued an ultimatum, demanding Yu Xiaojang vacate Shrek Academy. Listening to Flander's words, Yu Xiaojang remained seated, his expression dark and silent. He had not anticipated that the senior Flander spoke of also possessed dual martial souls. This was truly terrifying. With both possessing dual martial souls, it is only natural that one cannot bear to see another thrive, as it poses a threat to one's own standing. Chapter 94. Li Changge mastering the art of strengthening through massage. Yu Xiaojang began to comprehend why Li Changge had taken Tangan away. He spoke. Is it possible to retrieve little San after he has been taken? I wish to bring little San back and then depart from here. Do not harbor such foolish hopes. Flander replied sternly. Meanwhile, within the cave, as Li Changge savored the exquisite massage service, he listened intently to the conversation between Yu Xiaojang and Flandra. Yu Xiaojang truly was obstinate. If you desire your mistress, then I shall return her to you. Furthermore, you have just insulted me. I shall settle this score with you shortly. Li Changge mused inwardly, contemplating the notion of imparting some wisdom to Yu Xiaojang. Subsequently, with an air of nonchalance, Li Changge stretched his body and remarked, Ah, how delightful. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Rong Rong, your massages are truly exceptional. I feel utterly invigorated. As Li Changge spoke, he affectionately patted the heads of the 3 beautiful maidens, his face radiating tenderness. Ning Rongrong chuckled, saying, Senior, as long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters, hee. Enjoy indeed. By the way, Senior, I have a question. Ning Rongrong's demeanor turned serious as she continued. When I was massaging you earlier, it seemed like I could sense your cultivation aura suddenly surging. What could be the reason for that? Could it be that, while we massage you, your cultivation actually improves? Ning Rongrong's observant nature had led her to notice that during these past few days, whenever she massaged Li Changge, his cultivation aura would rise and grow stronger. This peculiar phenomenon was quite baffling. Ning Rongrong took the initiative to broach the subject. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing immediately interjected, I felt it too. Senior, every time I massage you, I can distinctly sense your cultivation aura elevating. It appears to have become even more formidable than before. Could it be that you have mastered a technique whereby our massages enhance your strength? Zhu Zhuqing shared her conjecture, which closely mirrored Ning Rongrong's hypothesis. Xiao Wu chimed in. I sensed it as well. Is that truly the case, Senior Changge? Upon hearing this, Li Changge was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that at this juncture. The 3 enchanting ladies, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, would finally take notice of the matter he had deliberately orchestrated. Indeed, Li Changge had intentionally crafted an atmosphere of heightened cultivation each time he indulged in the exquisite massage services. Now, their attention had been drawn to him, and they had broached the subject themselves. Thus, it was now time for Li Changge to showcase his performance. He nodded gently, a smile gracing his lips, and spoke. Rong, Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, I am pleasantly surprised by your keen powers of observation. Indeed, I possess a particular technique that can enhance one's physical constitution and elevate one's cultivation while enjoying a massage. Although the effects may not be immediately apparent, over time, the cumulative benefits of this technique become remarkably significant. So, Are you three interested in learning more about this practice of mine? Li Changge appeared nonchalant as he spoke of the so-called martial arts techniques. The three enchanting ladies, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, listened with rapt attention, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, Senior Changge, you possess an astonishing number of techniques. Could you possibly impart some knowledge to us? Ning Rongrong inquired, her eagerness palpable. At the same time, her delicate hands had already settled upon Li Changge's left shoulder, beginning to gently knead. As Ning Rongrong applied her gentle pressure, she sensed a faint yet distinct aura of cultivation emanating from Li Changge, gradually rising. This revelation left Ning Rongrong astounded, reinforcing her belief that everything Li Changge had claimed was indeed true. Li Changge smiled gently and spoke, "Certainly. In due time, I shall impart this technique to you. For now, focus on diligently cultivating under the sun to enhance your strength. I shall grant you a fortnight, and I believe that Rongrong and Zhu Qing, both of you, can reach level 30 by then. At that point, I shall guide you in hunting for a formidable third spirit ring." Upon hearing Li Changge's willingness to teach this method of strengthening through massage, Ning Rongrong felt elated and responded, "Excellent, Senior Changge. I will certainly practice diligently. And when the time comes, do remember to teach me the technique." "Indeed, I shall teach you," Li Changge replied, gently patting Ning Rongrong's head. Observing her obedient demeanor, he felt a fondness for her. Beside them, Zhu Shiqing, blushing, interjected, "Senior Changge, I too wish to learn this technique." Little Wu chimed in, "Senior Changge, I also want to learn." They were all eager to acquire Li Changge's method. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of the massage? Li Changge smiled faintly and said, "Then all three of you should give me a kiss, and I shall teach you afterward." Upon hearing this, the three beauties Zhu Shiqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were all taken aback, their cheeks flushed with color. Typically, it was Li Changge who took the initiative to kiss them, while they seldom dared to approach him first. However, for the sake of this profound technique, they decided to seize the moment, each leaving a fragrant kiss upon Li Changge's handsome visage. Li Changge expressed his satisfaction and said, "Zhu Qing, Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, you three are truly commendable. Haha. For now, focus on your cultivation, and I shall select an auspicious time to impart my teachings to you." Indeed, Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. "Absolutely." Zhu Shiqing responded with a gentle nod. "Count on me," Xiao Wu declared confidently, assuring that she would diligently cultivate. Meanwhile, Li Changge discovered that he was gradually mastering a new technique. "Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Rongrong, let your imaginations soar." Li Changge felt a surge of inspiration within her heart, though outwardly she remained composed. Li Changge wore a serious expression, his demeanor unperturbed, as he spoke. "Zhu Qing, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, I must step out for a while. You all should remain here and keep yourselves occupied. Once I have attended to my affairs, I will return to you without delay." At this moment, Li Changge intended to accompany Tangan to meet Yu Xiaojiang, while also addressing certain matters concerning this esteemed individual. Furthermore, Li Changge planned to implant a surveillance mark on Yu Xiaojiang to monitor his activities closely. Upon hearing of Li Changge's departure, the three lovely ladies expressed no objections. Zhu Shiqing, her cheeks flushed, inquired, "Father, when will you be back?" Li Changge gently caressed her face and spoke, "I shall return in approximately 2.5 hours. I will not keep you waiting for long. While I am away, remember to diligently cultivate your skills." Chapter 95, Tangan, obedient as a dog recently. Zhu Shiqing has become increasingly willing to refer to Li Changge as father. This development filled Li Changge with a profound sense of satisfaction, and his gaze towards Zhu Shiqing brimmed with affection, growing fonder of this exquisitely beautiful young lady, both in physique and countenance. Li Changge could not help but reflect. Indeed, everything occurs but once, and yet countless times. When Zhu Shiqing first addressed me as father, it marked the beginning of a beautiful tradition in the future. She will undoubtedly call me father innumerable times. How delightful it is. Such a sweet pleasure. Li Changge found immense enjoyment in the moment, particularly enchanted by Zhu Shiqing's bashful voice, which sent delightful shivers down his spine, evoking a sense of ethereal bliss. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, observing Li Changge's affectionate demeanor towards Zhu Shiqing, felt a twinge of jealousy stir within them. For a fleeting instant, Ning Rongrong even contemplated addressing Li Changge as father. However, since he had not expressed any intention to adopt her as his daughter, and given that she already had her own father, Ning Fengji, the thought of calling Li Changge father felt rather awkward. Similarly, Xiao Wu harbored the same desire for such a term of endearment. The notion that a simple utterance of father could yield so many advantages stirred her thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, as she found the idea rather shameful. Zhu Zhuqing then said, I understand. Please be careful on the road. I will, Li Changge replied, a gentle smile gracing his face. After exchanging light farewells with the three beauties, he took his leave. Li Changge swiftly departed from the cave, making his way towards Tangan's location. He harbored no fear regarding the potential departure of the three enchanting maidens. This assurance stemmed from the fact that he had implanted surveillance marks upon Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Should they attempt to flee, Li Changge would be alerted instantaneously. Moreover, he possessed a profound confidence, believing that even in the absence of such marks, these three beauties would not contemplate escape. Throughout the days they spent together, Li Changge had cultivated a harmonious rapport with them, fostering a bond that teetered between friendship and unfulfilled romance. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were eager to learn martial techniques from Li Changge. Should they choose to abandon him, they would inevitably forfeit the benefits he could provide. It was inconceivable that Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu would act so foolishly. Li Changge has bestowed an abundance of gifts, all perfectly aligned with the desires of the three beauties. For Ning Rongrong, Li Changge promised to elevate her 7 treasures glazed tile to the 9 treasures glazed tile. For Zhu Zhuqing, he imparted powerful techniques and vowed to take her back to the Star Luo Empire, enabling her to demonstrate her strength and liberate herself from familial constraints. As for Xiao Wu, Li Changge offered his protection and guidance in her cultivation, assisting her, a 10,000-year soul beast, in gradually establishing her presence within the realm of soul masters. These three enchanting ladies are not naive. They comprehend that aligning themselves with Li Changge will undoubtedly spare them decades of arduous detours, thus they are more than willing to remain by his side. If it were anyone else, they would also be inclined to stay. After all, Li Changge has read the original text and possesses formidable power. Knowing precisely how to capture the hearts of these three beauties, Li Changge arrived at the base of the cliff. There, he observed Tangan, bound to a grand tree, the thick, dark vines around his neck showing no signs of struggle. This indicated that during this time, Tangan had been remarkably compliant, not attempting to break free from his vine-like leash, but instead diligently guarding his territory. Were it not for his awareness of Tangan's profound cunning and his constant desire to eliminate him, Li Changge might have been swayed to regard him as a capable subordinate. However, due to the surveillance mark and his familiarity with the original narrative, Li Changge understood the true nature of Tangan all too well. Thus, regardless of Tangan's demeanor, Li Changge would remain unyielding in his treatment of him. Upon sensing Li Changge's arrival, Tangan immediately rose from the ground, positioning himself on all fours like a dog. "Master, you have arrived," Tangan reverently exclaimed, his eyes betraying an undeniable excitement. For Tangan, the mere opportunity to meet Li Changge was an immense honor. Regrettably, Li Changge, well acquainted with Tangan's dark and fearsome heart, felt no semblance of goodwill towards him. Li Changge was acutely aware that this ostensible respect was merely a facade adopted by Tangan, a protective guise of sorts. With a deliberate motion, he placed his foot upon Tangan's head and spoke with an air of indifference. "Your master, the esteemed you, has arrived. I have resolved to escort you back to his side, reuniting you both as master and disciple." Li Changge recounted the matter with a calm demeanor. Tangan's face was a canvas of astonishment, coupled with an expression of reluctance. "No, master, I am content to remain by your side. I have no desire to return to you, Xiaojang. I simply wish to accompany you." Tangan shook his head vehemently, fervently expressing his desire to stay with Li Changge. Presently, Tangan's innate dual martial soul talent had been rendered useless. What purpose would it serve to return to you, Xiaojang? Without the gift of martial souls, he felt devoid of value. In due course, Yu Xiaojang would surely discard him. After all, no matter how Yu Xiaojang endeavored to instruct, he could not transform a worthless soul master, hampered by inadequate soul rings, into a formidable one. Conversely, remaining in Li Changge's proximity might present him with a fortuitous opportunity. Should Li Changge's disposition prove favorable and he came to regard Tangan with kindness in the future. Moreover, Tangan yearned to observe Li Changge's habits and mannerisms closely, as understanding this adversary would grant him the chance to eliminate him when the time was ripe. Li Changge spoke in a deep voice. "I am not here to negotiate with you. I am merely informing you of this matter so that you may prepare yourself. As a mere dog, how dare you bargain with me? Do you wish to court death, Tangan? I advise you to clarify your position at once. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." The voice of Li Changge resonated with an overwhelming power, akin to the thunderous roar of a tempest striking Tangan. Tang San's body convulsed violently, his visage contorted in anguish. His pallor was strikingly ashen. Despite his torment, he forced a semblance of reverence, bowing repeatedly and uttering, "Master, I have erred. I shall heed your directives. Whatever you command, I shall undertake." In a frenzied display of submission, Tang San vowed to fulfill the tasks assigned by Li Changge. Upon hearing this, Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile and spoke, "Indeed, Tang San, you possess a commendable sense of timing. I hold you in high regard. Upon your return, when you encounter your esteemed master, you must diligently follow his side, dedicating yourself to learning and cultivation without any hint of complacency." Chapter 96. Flinder's Collapse. I firmly believe, Tang San, that with the guidance of the esteemed master Yu Xiaojang, a luminary in the realm of martial soul theory, you will undoubtedly shine and rise to the pinnacle of the spirit master community. Tang San. Until we meet at the summit. Li Changge wore a playful expression as he spoke. This master Yu, who fancied himself a prodigy in the theory of martial souls, claimed he could mold students into geniuses. Thus, Li Changge was eager to observe whether he could indeed assist Tang San, who had a soul ring derived from the blue-silver grass after a year of cultivation, in achieving greatness. This master Yu, who had yet to comprehend his own existence and the intricacies of cultivation, presumed to instruct others. In the original narrative, had it not been for Tang San's 2 lifetimes of experience and his possession of dual martial souls, Master Yu would have produced nothing but mediocre students. His success was merely a stroke of luck, basking in the brilliance of Tang San. Tang San nodded in agreement, wary of dissent, and continued in alignment with Li Changge's sentiments, stating, "Master, you are absolutely right. I will devote myself fully to my training. Even if I reach the pinnacle of cultivation, you will always remain my master." Tang San exhibited utmost respect, fully aware of the consequences of defying Li Changge, having suffered greatly in the past. At this moment, he dared not resist. Upon witnessing this, Li Changge nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Tang San, you have finally come to enlightenment. What you speak now resonates increasingly with my own sentiments. I did not bestow my affections upon you in vain." Upon hearing these words, Tang San's expression grew somber. Li Changge's efforts were indeed not in vain. Previously, when Tang San was reprimanded by Li Changge, he endured the relentless breaking of his arms and thighs, only to be healed and subjected to the same torment once more. Such suffering was truly excruciating. Tang San endeavored to maintain a demeanor of respect as he replied, "Indeed, my master." Li Changge, with a nonchalant tone, stated, "Enough of this idle banter. It is time to attend to serious matters." "Very well, my master," Tang San respectfully responded. As Li Changge spoke, he effortlessly grasped Tang San's body and lifted him as one would a mere piece of refuse. Subsequently, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from Li Changge, enveloping both individuals. In an instant, Li Changge transported Tang San away from their original location, heading towards Shrek Academy. Suspended in Li Changge's grip, Tang San observed the ever-shifting scenery before him, his heart racing with astonishment. Truly, the strength of a powerful Title Douluo was undeniable. Their prowess was incredibly formidable. The journey from here to Shrek Academy would likely take over a day on foot. Yet, given Li Changge's cultivation level, it seemed he would reach their destination in less than the time it takes to burn a single incense stick. Tang San mused internally, overwhelmed by a sense of shock. At the same time, he felt a profound anguish. The destruction of his dual martial soul talent, coupled with the fusion of 4 one-year-old blue-silver grasses, signified that his cultivation journey had been irrevocably marred by Li Changge. The mere thought of it filled Tang San with unbearable sorrow. He had once harbored great hopes of ascending to the realm of Title Douluo. Meanwhile, Li Changge paid no heed to Tang San's distress. As he continued on their journey, he utilized a monitoring mark to keep tabs on the movements of Yu Xiaojang. At that moment, Yu Xiaojang's face was contorted with rage as he slammed his fist upon the table, addressing Flinder with indignation. "Where on earth has that despicable scoundrel taken my Tang San? If he fears that Tang San poses a threat to his position, I am willing to swear an oath alongside Tang San, vowing never to oppose him. Why must he be so envious of others? He is jeopardizing the future of the Soul Master world. If everyone harbors such thoughts, how can the Soul Master world ever progress?" Yu Xiaojang was furiously ranting. Flinder, upon hearing this, wore a grim expression, recognizing the validity of Yu Xiaojang's words. However, he deemed it wise to keep such sentiments to himself, for voicing them could invite dire consequences. Thus, he quickly interjected, "Enough, Xiaojang, temper your words. Do not speak further. Otherwise, not only will you fail to rescue Tang San, but you may also find yourself in a state of utter helplessness. As your brother, though I harbor resentment towards you, I must caution you. Do not provoke that elder, lest you meet a tragic end. Even discussing such matters in private is ill-advised. So, please cease your lamentations. As he spoke, Flinders scanned the surroundings, ensuring that the space was completely sealed off, which brought him a modicum of relief. With a furrowed brow, Xiaojang lamented, I have fought so hard for a second chance at life, yet before I could truly begin anew, I am confronted with the specter of death once more. My hopes of survival have been snatched away by that narrow-minded fool. Alas, with each sigh, Xiaojang appeared to age a decade in an instant. Flender, witnessing this, felt a genuine pang of sympathy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Changge could not help but scoff, inwardly reflecting, am I truly the narrow-minded scoundrel you claim? Xiaojang, you seem to have grown weary of life. You assert that I am petty, yet I refuse to accept such an accusation, for my ire is solely directed at your Sherlaiku Academy. Just as in the original narrative, you targeted Songhui Academy and the Spirit Hall. Is it permissible for you to assault and harm others while expecting immunity from retaliation? How utterly ludicrous! Li Changge quickened his pace, his figure suddenly flashing as he descended into the Shrek Academy. An overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from him, instantly enveloping the entirety of the academy. In an instant, he pinpointed the locations of Xiaojang and Flender. With another flicker, Li Changge, accompanied by Tang-san, materialized within the office. A terrifying aura radiated from him, causing the very fabric of space to warp chaotically. The doors and windows of the office shattered with a resounding crash, flung wide open. Xiaojang and Flender's expressions soured simultaneously. Who could it be? Xiaojang surveyed his surroundings in confusion. Meanwhile, Flender's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He understood that this formidable presence had arrived at Shrek Academy and was now perilously close to him, intent on reprimanding Xiaojang. The thought sent a shiver of dread through Flender. He cast a resentful glance at Xiaojang, inwardly cursing, damn you, Xiaojang. I told you to refrain from speaking, yet you insisted on provoking him. We're doomed now. Chapter 97. The terrifying existence. Flender had not anticipated that as soon as Xiaojang had finished his tirade against Li Changge, the latter would appear almost immediately thereafter. Flender felt as though death was imminent. First it was Xiao Wu, and now it was Xiaojang. Flender lamented the lack of reliable individuals around him, a realization that weighed heavily upon his spirit. Kneel. A formidable pressure of soul power suddenly descended, forcefully pressing down upon both Flender and Xiaojang. Xiaojang trembled, feeling as if he bore the weight of an immense mountain upon his shoulders, causing him to collapse to the ground. However, he did not simply kneel. Rather, he lay flat against the floor, his body and limbs pressed firmly to the ground. The oppressive aura emanating from Li Changge was truly terrifying, rendering Xiaojang unworthy even to kneel. Flender let out a cry, feeling as though a colossal weight bore down upon his shoulders, causing him great discomfort. In an instant, he fell to his knees. However, since Xiaojang was already prostrate on the ground, Flender simply crawled down to the floor beside him. In that moment, the two old friends found themselves in a most humiliating position, sprawled upon the ground. Particularly, Xiaojang trembled slightly, overwhelmed by an unprecedented pressure. A sense of dread enveloped every inch of his skin. It was he. He was the formidable elder that Flender had spoken of in such fearful tones. Goodness! How intense is this sense of oppression? It was even more terrifying than Tang Hao. A tempest of shock surged within Xiaojang. He could scarcely believe that Li Changge, as described by Flender, was so immensely powerful. Merely sensing the aura of his cultivation, Xiaojang realized that Li Changge surpassed his idol, Tang Hao. Simultaneously, a wave of regret washed over him. He lamented not heeding Flander's advice to refrain from uttering disparaging remarks about Li Changge. Indeed, just as Flander had warned, Li Changge had arrived upon hearing his insults. I have wronged Flender. Xiaojang felt a deep sorrow within his heart. Meanwhile, Li Changge stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing both Xiaojang and Flender. Did you acknowledge your transgressions? Li Changge spoke in a deep voice, his words infused with the power of his cultivation, resonating like a thunderclap. Both Flender and Xiaojang trembled at the sound. Xiaojang found himself at a loss for words, hesitating. If he confessed, it would spell his doom. Yet, if he chose to deny his guilt, he would need to concoct suitable excuses to placate Li Changge. But what rationale could he possibly devise? His mind was still mulling over this quandary. Meanwhile, Flender understood the dire consequences of refusing to confess. He was acutely aware that nothing could escape Li Changge's discerning gaze. If they began to fabricate excuses, both he and Yu Xiaojang would suffer dire repercussions, incurring even greater wrath from Li Changge. The most prudent course of action was to admit their fault outright. Thus, as soon as Li Changge uttered the words, "Do you acknowledge your sins?" Flander immediately responded with utmost respect and remorse, "We are guilty." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojang's body shuddered, a multitude of question marks appearing on his forehead. He could not fathom why Flander would concede so readily. This was not the rebellious Flander he knew. "I apologize, bossly. Yu Xiaojang is my brother. He rushed here from Nodding City solely to see his student, Xiao San. Upon learning that Xiao San had been taken by you, he became quite agitated and spoke words he should not have. I have already admonished him, and he has calmed down somewhat. However, we never anticipated that this matter would escalate to involve you, esteemed senior. We are truly deserving of death. I beg you, esteemed senior, for the sake of Yu Xiaojang's first offense, please spare him this once. I implore you." Flander prostrated himself in fervent supplication. Li Changge discerned that Flander was brimming with a desire to survive. He was becoming increasingly astute, more understanding, and increasingly aligned with Li's preferences. At that moment, Flander raised his head to glance at Li Changge, hoping to gauge his expression. However, the sight that met his eyes was nothing short of astonishing, causing Flander's body to shudder uncontrollably. What? How could this be possible? Tang San had transformed into a dog. Tang San, the son of the Title Douluo, had suffered such a humiliating disgrace. Flander was utterly flabbergasted, scarcely believing the scene before him. Through Flander's narrow gaze, he beheld a figure beside the towering Li Changge, lying prostrate on the ground. This figure was none other than Tang San. Like a dog, he crawled on the floor, his neck ensnared by a thick, black vine, resembling a dog leash. At the end of this vine, Li Changge held firmly in his grasp. The image was utterly shocking. Merely glancing at it caused Flander's heart to skip a beat, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Beside him, Yu Xiaojang, upon hearing Flander's words, felt a tremor within, struggling to accept the reality. This was due to Flander's remarkably sincere admission of guilt, revealing everything without an ounce of indignation. His contrition astonished Yu Xiaojang. How could this Flander be so muddled? He didn't even bother to feign ignorance or concoct excuses. Yu Xiaojang's expression darkened, as if the end of the world had descended upon him. At that moment, he instinctively looked up at Li Changge. What he saw left him utterly stunned, paralyzing him with shock. He beheld the true visage of Li Changge, a figure of remarkable stature. His appearance was extraordinarily handsome, with sharp facial features reminiscent of finely honed blades, instilling a sense of fear. His eyes, cold to the extreme, resembled two frigid orbs, exuding an aura of relentless chill that made one tremble. Even more terrifying was the thick, black vine that Li Changge held, akin to a robust dog leash, tethered around Tang San's neck. Tang San resembled a large dog, obediently crawling on the ground, devoid of any resistance. Tang San was Yu Xiaojang's beloved disciple. Witnessing Tang San's fate brought immense distress to Yu Xiaojang. Despite Flander having informed Yu Xiaojang that this Tang San was not the true Tang San, but rather a vessel occupied by the soul of an evil middle-aged soul master, Yu Xiaojang still felt profound sorrow upon seeing Tang San. His dignity lay tethered at Li Changge's feet, trampled upon. Yu Xiaojang felt his own dignity being violated, causing him great anguish. If he could, he longed to rush forward, strike Li Changge, and rescue Tang San, defending the honor between master and disciple. Yet, Yu Xiaojang, being merely a level 29 soul master, felt utterly powerless to aid his student in overcoming Li Changge. His heart ached terribly, as if it were being torn asunder. "Oh, Tang San, my dear Tang San, it is I who have brought you to this plight. I should never have allowed you to venture alone to Shrek Academy." Yu Xiaojang's heart was in shambles. He deeply regretted permitting Tang San and Xiao Wu to accompany each other to the academy. In his view, as long as Tang San refrained from utilizing his second martial soul, his dual martial soul talent would remain concealed. However, Yu Xiaojang had seriously underestimated the strength of a Title Douluo, leading to this grave misfortune. He felt as if he wished for death. If there were a remedy for regret in this world, Yu Xiaojang would spare no expense to procure it, yearning to start afresh. Alas, there exists no such remedy for regret. Yu Xiaojang found himself unable to turn back the clock. The conclusion was laid bare before him. Even if he were to shatter his teeth, he could only swallow the bitter truth along with his own blood. Helplessly confronting this horrendous reality, Li Changge cast a fleeting glance at Flander and Yu Xiaojang, then spoke with a calm demeanor. "Flander, I must commend your eagerness in acknowledging your mistakes. Very well. In light of your commendable attitude, I shall refrain from inflicting any torment upon you. However, your companion here seems utterly oblivious. You Xiaojang, you have erred, yet instead of owning up to your faults, you compel Flander to take the blame. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a wretched excuse for a brother you are. Flander, rest assured, I shall ensure that this good brother receives his just deserts. As Li Changge spoke, his gaze had already settled upon Yu Xiaojang. Yu Xiaojang felt as though he were being scrutinized by the specter of death, experiencing an overwhelming sense of discomfort and anguish. Meanwhile, Flander was momentarily taken aback. He was at a loss, yearning to convey to Li Changge that there was no need for him to take it upon himself to discipline Yu Xiaojang. He had appreciated the sentiment. However, Flander ultimately lacked the courage to voice any of it, silenced by the knowledge that expressing such thoughts would surely invite criticism from Li Changge, and subsequently, he too would suffer the consequences. This predicament was of Yu Xiaojang's own making. Let him bear the burden alone. I am growing old. I can no longer offer Yu Xiaojang any assistance. I have already advised him. Alas, Yu Xiaojang's temperament is akin to that of Xiao Wu, exceedingly obstinate. Once they set their minds on something, not even 10 oxen could pull them back. They have brought this upon themselves. They must face it alone. I am old. I can no longer help. Flander sighed repeatedly within, lowering his head and choosing not to involve himself in the matter any further. At this moment, Flander sought to preserve his own safety, unwilling to invite trouble upon himself. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojang was consumed by terror, gripped by fear. He recalled Flander's warning that to offend Li Changge's authority could lead to becoming disabled. The mere thought of such a fate filled Yu Xiaojang with profound distress. At that moment, Li Changge coldly remarked, "Yu Xiaojang, you truly lack awareness. You have offended my dignity. Yet even now, you show no sign of remorse. Nor have you considered offering me an apology. You are indeed deserving of your fate." Li Changge shook his head, his face a portrait of disappointment directed at Yu Xiaojang. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojang trembled slightly. He was about to utter a word, only to realize it was already too late. This was because Yu Xiaojang witnessed Li Changge's figure flicker, and in an instant, he had arrived right beside him. Subsequently, Li Changge raised his large hand and reached out towards Yu Xiaojang. In that moment, Yu Xiaojang felt as though he were nothing more than a piece of refuse, effortlessly captured in Li Changge's grasp. Crack! Li Changge, without any hesitation, rendered Yu Xiaojang's left arm utterly useless. Ah, it hurts. My arm aches terribly. It is irreparably damaged. Yu Xiaojang cried out in agony, his face contorted in sheer torment. He could distinctly feel the severance from his left hand, immobilized and helpless. The excruciating pain rendered his mind blank, leaving him only capable of shrieking in distress. This left hand was of immense value to Yu Xiaojang. It had aided him in achieving his first enlightenment in life. Now, every day, he relied on this hand to retrieve toilet paper during his visits to the restroom. The loss of his left hand signified the abrupt end of his youth. He grimaced in a manner that epitomized extreme suffering. Thud. Li Changge, with a visage full of impatience, cast Yu Xiaojang to the ground. The lack of respect shown towards the title of Douluo. To spare your life is already the greatest mercy I can bestow. Considering this is your first offense, I shall refrain from taking your life. However, I will sever one of your arms, in hopes that you may repent and constantly encourage yourself to refrain from uttering such arrogant words, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. Li Changge's voice was imbued with an icy indifference. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojang lay on the ground, clutching his left hand and moaning in agony. Upon witnessing this, Flander hastily bowed his head and expressed his fervent gratitude. "Thank you for your benevolence, esteemed elder. Thank you for sparing his life. This Yu Xiaojang is rather dim-witted, and as his good brother, I extend my heartfelt thanks on his behalf. Esteemed elder, I am profoundly grateful to you. Thank you for your guidance." Flander continued to express his appreciation toward Li Changge. "You possess far greater understanding than this Yu Xiaojang." Li Changge offered a compliment. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed senior." Flander promptly responded, displaying an expression of gratitude. Meanwhile, Li Changge's gaze shifted to Tang San, and he calmly remarked, "Tang dog, go and give this jade little brat a good bite. He has infringed upon your master's dignity. Should you not avenge your master's honor?" Li Changge immediately issued a command to Tang San. Tang San's body trembled as he was taken aback by Li Changge's formidable authority. He seemed like a great demon, utterly terrifying. "At your command, my master," he barked. Having endured much hardship, Tang San understood what was expected of him. He then lunged forward, baring his teeth and began to bite at Yu Xiaojang. "Stop it, San. Don't come near me, San. No, please, San. Yu Xiaojang cried out in agony. In this chaotic scene, Tang San relentlessly tore at Yu Xiaojang, eliciting anguished howls from him. No, please. San, you cannot treat me like this. Don't bite me. Yu Xiaojang's desperate cries echoed. Yet, Tang San paid no heed to his pleas. To Li Changge, Tang San appeared as a fiercely obedient hound. While in the eyes of Flinder and Yu Xiaojang, he resembled a wild beast, terrifyingly attacking anyone in his path. Yu Xiaojang suffered numerous bites. And in a moment of struggle, he managed to slap Tang San across the face, causing his head to tilt. However, Tang San, undeterred by injury, lunged forward again. Behaving like a mad dog, savage and relentless, Yu Xiaojang continued to emit piercing screams, writhing in pain. Flinder watched this scene unfold, his heart tightening with anguish. The sight expanded the shadow of fear in both his and Yu Xiaojang's hearts. They increasingly felt that Li Changge was an entity far too fearsome to provoke. His methods were indeed terrifying. He had unleashed Tang San like a rabid dog upon his own teacher, Yu Xiaojang. Such tormenting tactics could only be conceived by a true demon. One must not provoke him. Absolutely not. If anyone dares to speak disrespectfully of Li Changge, I must intervene to defend him. If not, I must flee far away, Flinder thought to himself. With each lesson learned, he became increasingly adept at navigating the perilous presence of Li Changge. As he watched his dear friend Yu Xiaojang suffer, Flinder dared not move. Nearly standing by in fearful astonishment, time quickly slipped away. Li Changge felt it was about time and said, Tang San, that is enough. Please cease your actions. Upon receiving Li Changge's command, Tang San immediately halted his behavior and obediently approached Li Changge's side. His demeanor was somewhat foolish, resembling that of an obedient hound. The corners of Tang San's mouth were stained with blood, a remnant from the savage encounter with Yu Xiaojang, a trophy of his fierce struggle. As Tang San departed, Yu Xiaojang finally exhaled a sigh of relief, inhaling the fresh air deeply. He truly did not anticipate that Li Changge could be so despicable, orchestrating such egregious acts through Tang San. Furthermore, it bewildered him that Tang San would heed Li Changge's commands and engage in such cruel tortures upon himself. Yu Xiaojang's heart was filled with profound anguish. Yu Xiaojang, why do you not express your gratitude for my generous gift? Do you believe my offering is insufficient? Wishing for me to bestow upon you even more? Li Changge spoke in a deep voice. The sound, infused with the power of cultivation, resonated like a thunderclap, causing Yu Xiaojang's body to tremble repeatedly. Yu Xiaojang's expression was grim. After being reprimanded, he was expected to express gratitude towards the other party. What was even more outrageous was that Li Changge audaciously referred to this reprimand as a gift. He even suggested that perhaps Yu Xiaojang found the gift insufficient and desired more gifts. How could Yu Xiaojang possibly accept such a notion? He immediately shook his head in denial, proclaiming, No, 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 esteemed senior, your gift is already more than enough. After rejecting Li Changge's so-called gift, Yu Xiaojang began to fervently express his gratitude. Esteemed senior, thank you for your generous gift. I am truly grateful. He understood the necessity of submission and thus showered Li Changge with fervent appreciation. Li Changge understood that Yu Xiaojang harbored grievances against him. However, the outward respect he currently received was sufficient. In this world, how many individuals are free from grievances towards themselves? Li Changge does not demand their inner respect. It suffices that they show respect in his presence. Excellent. Yu Xiaojang, I am exceedingly pleased with your performance. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojang let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Simultaneously, Yu Xiaojang came to understand the wisdom in Flander's words, realizing that he ought not to have opposed Li Changge. Had he initially acquiesced to Li Changge and exhibited a semblance of humility, he could have spared himself from enduring such torment. In this regard, it was evident that Flander had excelled. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Yu Xiaojang expressed his gratitude. However, as he did so, he felt a faint ache in his left arm, causing him considerable discomfort. This pain stemmed from the fact that Li Changge had rendered his left arm incapacitated. First, his arm had been incapacitated, and then he had suffered a bite from Tang San. At this moment, Yu Xiaojang was engulfed by an immense sense of dread within his heart. Li Changge stepped forward and, with a swift motion, pressed his foot down on Yu Xiaojang, swiftly implanting a mark of surveillance within his body. Yu Xiaojang, perplexed by the situation, could only chuckle awkwardly in place. To him, Li Changge appeared as a capricious tyrant. Li Changge's ambitions transcend the realm of human imagination. After planting the surveillance mark, Li Changge, through his mental awareness, glanced at the mark on Yu Xiaojang, confirming its integrity before he turned back to Tang San. Very well, little San, Return to your master Yu Xiaojing, he instructed. Today, my intention was to bring you here for a reunion with your mentor. However, it seems that Yu Xiaojing, have spoken some disrespectful words, clouded in confusion. It was only then that I deemed it necessary to impart a lesson upon you, with the hope that you will learn from this experience and amend your ways in the future. Li Changge spoke calmly. Having already rendered Tang San's martial soul talent useless and given his own disciple, Yu Xiaojing, a severe lesson, Li Changge naturally intended to return Tang San to his rightful place beside Yu Xiaojing, reuniting the master and disciple. Upon hearing Li Changge's words, both Yu Xiaojing and Tang San were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Li Changge's purpose for coming was to accomplish this task. Yu Xiaojing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. His left hand had been crippled, and Li Changge had allowed Tang San to treat him like a mere dog. Now, Li Changge was intent on returning Tang San to his side. The cumulative weight of these events left Yu Xiaojing in despair, wishing he could escape this world entirely. He was at a loss for how to face the child, Tang San, in the future. The mere thought of it was suffocating and deeply distressing. Chapter 100. You actually merged with blue silvergrass for a year. As Yu Xiaojing grappled with his overwhelming emotions, Flender, standing nearby, hurriedly interjected, Yu Xiaojing, why are you in a daze? The esteemed senior has already brought Tang San back to you. You should express your gratitude. Do not linger in silence. Thank him at once. Flender's voice was filled with urgency, fearing that Yu Xiaojing might offend Li Changge again and suffer the consequences. While it was one thing for Yu Xiaojing to bear the brunt of misfortune, it was another entirely if it affected him as well. Responding swiftly to Flender's admonition, Yu Xiaojing's mind cleared. He nodded repeatedly, his expression turning respectful as he gazed at Li Changge, hastily expressing his gratitude. Esteemed senior, thank you. I am grateful for your kindness in bringing Tang San back to my side, allowing us to reunite as master and disciple. You are truly magnificent, esteemed senior. Thank you once more. Yu Xiaojing fervently expressed his appreciation towards Li Changge. Upon hearing these words, Li Changge expressed immense satisfaction and remarked, Yu Xiaojing, no need for thanks. It is my duty to do so. After speaking, his gaze fell upon Tang San as he solemnly stated, all right, Tang San, do not linger any longer. Return to your teacher's side at once. You must treat your teacher with kindness, do you understand? Tang San felt a profound bitterness in his heart. Yet he could only muster a smile on his face as he replied, Senior, I understand. Rest assured, I will take good care of my teacher. Excellent, haha. Li Changge burst into laughter, exclaiming, you two, master and disciple, are truly amusing. With that, he departed amidst hearty laughter, vanishing from the sight of Yu Xiaojing, Flender, and Tang San. As Li Changge left, the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the office dissipated completely, along with the oppressive atmosphere that had hung heavily in the air. Flender, Yu Xiaojing, and Tang San all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had survived a calamity. Yu Xiaojing and Flender were still in a state of shock. While Tang San immediately knelt down and earnestly bowed 3 times to Yu Xiaojing, apologizing, I have been an unfilial student. My previous actions were all born of desperation. Master, I am deeply sorry. Please forgive me. His face was filled with sincerity as he implored for Yu Xiaojing's pardon. Yu Xiaojing's expression darkened. He understood that Tang San had acted under duress. With a heavy sigh, Yu Xiaojing appeared aged beyond his years, as if 30 years had been added to his countenance in an instant. Ah, Tang San, he began, this matter is entirely my fault. I am greatly to blame. Let us not speak of that elder any further. This matter ends here. Having learned from the earlier ordeal, Yu Xiaojing refrained from discussing Li Changge, fearful of incurring the wrath of such a formidable Title Douluo once more. Flender shook his head thoughtfully, reflecting, this is how people are. Only through experiencing hardship do they come to understand. I had advised Yu Xiaojing against speaking ill of elderly, yet he insisted. Now, having faced a stern lesson, he finally realizes that some things should remain unspoken. Indeed, one cannot teach a person through mere words, but rather through experience. With these thoughts, Flender felt a deep sense of contemplation. After hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Tang San refrained from further discussion about Li Changge. He nodded and said, yes, master. I shall not mention it again. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Li Changge journeyed back to the cave, he discreetly monitored the situation of Tang San, Flanders, and Yu Xiaojing through the surveillance mark, eavesdropping on their conversation. Noticing that they had become remarkably subdued and ceased their disparaging remarks, Li Changge felt a deep sense of satisfaction, convinced that his efforts in caring for these 3 individuals had not been in vain. He continued to observe the dynamics among them. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing expressed his concern. saying, "My child, you have endured much hardship during this time. That esteemed senior did not give you any trouble, did he? Hasn't he done anything excessive, has he?" Yu Xiaojang initially intended to refer to Li Changge as a beast, but sensing the inappropriateness of his words midway, he quickly rephrased to esteemed senior, Tang San, with a face full of grievance. Responded, "He fused my soul ring." "What? He fused your soul ring?" Yu Xiaojang was momentarily taken aback, interpreting this as a positive development. "Tang San, did he grant you a fusion with a soul ring? Have you broken through to the 30th level? What kind of soul ring did he fuse for you? Is it impressive?" Yu Xiaojang had not anticipated that Li Changge had captured Tang San merely to fuse his soul ring, which seemed utterly absurd to him. By Yu Xiaojang's reasoning, Li Changge should have incapacitated Tang San, rendering him a cripple. Yet, instead of doing so, Li Changge had assisted him in fusing a soul ring, which was indeed perplexing. Tang San's expression darkened to an extreme. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Xiaojang exclaimed, "Could it be that he fused a worthless soul ring for you?" The thought alone almost made him spit blood. For every soul master, soul rings hold immense significance. If martial souls and innate soul power determine the extent of a soul master's journey, then soul rings delineate their path. Choosing an unsuitable soul ring is akin to embarking on a misguided journey, ultimately leading to a life unfulfilled. In Yu Xiaojang's view, it seemed that Li Changge might have irrevocably ruined Tang San's future. Nevertheless, he clung to a sliver of hope. Eager to discover the nature of the soul ring that Li Changge had fused for Tang San, Tang San, grimacing, replied, "The soul ring he fused for me is a blue silver grass with a 1-year cultivation limit." At this revelation, Tang San felt tears welling up. Even a 10-year soul beast would far surpass this inferior 1-year blue silver grass. What? A 1-year cultivation limit blue silver grass? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojang froze in shock, collapsing to the ground. His heart sank to an abyss of despair. Tang San represented Yu Xiaojang's aspirations, and now, with a 1-year cultivation limit soul ring fused, it felt as though his future had been irrevocably doomed. The third soul ring should have been capable of fusing with a 1,000-year soul ring. Moreover, for a soul master, the third soul ring determines a crucial direction, allowing Tang San to choose between pure control or a blend of offensive soul techniques. Now, with a mere 1-year blue-silver grass, Yu Xiaojang's carefully laid plans lay in ruins, leaving his countenance contorted with anguish. Nearby, Flanders shuddered, disbelief etched across his features. A 1-year cultivation limit blue-silver grass. It was unfathomable that Li Changge had compelled Tang San to fuse such a worthless soul ring. This was truly unprecedented. Not even the most talentless soul master would dare to fuse such a pitiful soul ring. The combination of the blue-silver grass martial soul with a blue-silver grass soul ring was a recipe for utter failure. Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, had been thoroughly ruined. Flanders could not help but feel a profound dread towards Li Changge, who had devised such torturous methods. He had never feared anyone throughout his life. But now he had found a new object of terror in Li Changge. The image of this formidable figure was indelibly etched in his mind. Suddenly, Flanders recalled something crucial, causing him to tremble again. Wait, Li Changge mentioned wanting to ensure that Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai trained diligently. Once they reached an appropriate level, he would provide them with powerful soul rings. Could it be that these powerful soul rings were also the 1-year cultivation limit blue-silver grass? The mere thought left Flanders in a stupor, his mind buzzing. The prospect of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai being forced to fuse with a 1-year cultivation limit blue-silver grass soul ring shattered their paths as soul masters. Flanders's face, already lined with age, aged another 20 years in an instant, his heart heavy with despair. Was there a way to avert this calamity? Flanders furrowed his brow, his mind racing to devise a solution. However, after exhausting his thoughts, he realized he had no viable options. Li Changge had issued a stern warning. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai must not hunt for soul rings independently until he arrived, or the consequences would be dire. Flanders dared not defy Li Changge's orders, for the repercussions could be far worse than merely fusing with a 1-year cultivation limit blue-silver grass. Thus, this time, there is no solution. The mere thought of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai, all wearing cheerful expressions, fills Flinder with an even deeper anguish upon learning the truth. Alas, it is what it is. Sooner or later, they must face these trials. Even if I were to divulge this matter to Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, it would not alter the situation. So be it. I shall endure and allow them to enjoy their days ahead. I will keep this matter buried within my heart, never revealing it to anyone. Flinder resolved silently, planning to conceal this troubling knowledge to prevent instilling panic and negative emotions among them. With a physical disability and the burden of a year's worth of cultivation with blue silvergrass, my dear children, how you must suffer. As the headmaster of Shrek Academy, Flinder was consumed by sorrow. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojang sighed and spoke, Tangsan, release your martial spirit for me to see. The matter had reached a definitive conclusion, and Yu Xiaojang wished to discern the nature of Tangsan's martial spirit. All right, Tangsan nodded in agreement. There was no choice. Under the circumstances, one must bow to authority. Now that Tangsan had returned to Yu Xiaojang's side, he must heed his teacher's suggestions. Despite feeling some disdain for Yu Xiaojang and yearning to forge his own path, first martial spirit, blue silvergrass, Tangsan unleashed his martial spirit, and a vibrant blue light surged forth. Soon after, a cluster of life-infused blue silver floated above his hand, while 3 soul rings, yellow, and white, encircled his body, pulsating softly and radiating soul light. The 2 yellow rings appeared vivid, while the white ring was faint, so pale it seemed on the verge of vanishing into the ether. Was this truly the soul ring of a year's cultivation with blue silvergrass? How feeble! Flinder's pupils contracted with a surge of revulsion upon seeing the soul ring. Tormented by the thought of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai bearing such a worthless soul ring in their futures, Yu Xiaojang's expression mirrored this disappointment. The soul ring was woefully inadequate. Sighing deeply, he felt an overwhelming urge to chastise Li Changge. However, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to utter them. Ultimately, he swallowed back his frustration. Chapter 102. A little patience for your Haotian hammer. Yu Xiaojang knew that if he dared speak ill of Li Changge, he would surely face dire consequences. He simply lacked the courage to voice his grievances. With a furrowed brow, he addressed Tangsan, release your 3rd soul skill for me to examine. Yu Xiaojang was eager to witness the effects of Tangsan's soul skill. Teacher, my 3rd soul skill is quite weak. Tangsan's demeanor reflected his reluctance, feeling embarrassed. Thus, he hesitated to showcase his soul skill. Weak or not, it must be demonstrated. Allow your teacher to see, perhaps there is still a chance for redemption. Yu Xiaojang insisted earnestly. Flinder instinctively chimed in, your teacher is a master of martial spirit theory. He may indeed have a solution. Hearing this, Tangsan sighed, realizing he had no choice but to place his hopes in this possibility. Nodding, he replied, very well, I will demonstrate my soul skill. With a newfound resolve in his azure eyes, he began to unleash his 3rd soul skill. 3rd soul skill, blue silvergrass net. Tangsan called out, and the 3rd white soul ring vibrated violently, expanding and shimmering. It emitted a faint white light, barely visible unless closely observed. Although the 3rd soul ring was in a frenzy of movement, it appeared painfully sluggish, akin to a tortoise crawling. Exerting all its effort yet moving at an agonizingly slow pace, Flinder and Yu Xiaojang watched intently. To be honest, they had never witnessed the soul skill of a year's cultivation with blue silvergrass before, just as they had never seen the soul skills released from a 100,000-year soul ring. In an astonishing display, Tangsan's blue silvergrass began to extend, rapidly weaving into a net no larger than an adult's palm, which then leapt atop Yu Xiaojang's head. The sight rendered Yu Xiaojang comically adorned with this blue silver net, resembling a rather absurd headpiece. Yu Xiaojang was taken aback, never expecting the soul skill of a year's cultivation to be so pitiful. Instinctively, he reached out with his right hand to remove the blue silvergrass net, and with a mere flick of his fingers, it shattered and fell to the ground. He refrained from using his left hand, as it had been rendered useless by Li Changge. What a weak soul skill, Flinder blurted out, his words escaping before he could temper them. However, after uttering this, he immediately grasped the gravity of his mistake. Such a comment, made in front of Tangsan, was undeniably hurtful, especially with Yu Xiaojang present. Flinder quickly covered his mouth and feigned ignorance of the incident. Tangsan had heard the comment, but dared not reproach Flinder, leaving him to silently mourn. What can be done, teacher? Is there any way to remedy my 3rd soul skill? Tangsan gazed up at Yu Xiaojang, filled with hope. After all, Yu Xiaojang was a master of martial spirit theory, renowned for his 10 core competitive theories of martial spirits across the continent. Perhaps his teacher truly possessed a means to salvage Tangsan's 3rd soul skill. Unfortunately, there is no remedy. Yu Xiaojang shook his head with a sigh. Oh. Tangsan faltered, his expression clouded with despair as he reluctantly retracted his blue silvergrass martial spirit. It was clear that having integrated the year's worth of cultivation with blue silvergrass had rendered him ineffective. The path of a soul master was now beyond his reach. Tang San was deeply disheartened. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Changge observed the real-time activities of Tang San, Xiao and Flinder through the surveillance mark. Witnessing their dejected demeanor and the scene of Tang San once again unleashing the mother's web soul skill, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh, Tang San, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? Your misfortune brings me a sense of relief. Haha, my dear brother. What a rascal you were to devise such a method to torment Tang San. The effect is truly remarkable. It is a pity, however, that my good brother is no longer in this world. I can only bear witness to this scene on his behalf and share in his joy. Good brother, may you find peace in the afterlife." Li Changge murmured a few words, continuing to observe the remarkable scene of the gathering of the three inept individuals, Tang San, Xiao and Flinder. This was a situation meticulously orchestrated by Li Changge, and naturally, he intended to savor his own masterpiece. It was akin to a criminal returning to the scene of the crime to admire their handiwork after committing an offense. Li Changge was admiring the art he had created. Nearby, Xiao, Flinder, and Tang San wore expressions of deep melancholy. Their sorrow was so profound that the wrinkles on the egg had multiplied into dozens. At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Xiao's mind as he recalled an exceedingly important matter. Perhaps this realization would herald a significant turning point. With this thought, Xiao's breath quickened slightly. "Xiao-san, right? You still possess the Haotian hammer as your martial soul," Xiao exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. "Although your blue-silver grass martial soul has been rendered useless, this is fortuitous. You can immediately begin cultivating the Haotian hammer. The cultivation speed of your Haotian hammer will undoubtedly surpass that of the blue-silver grass. Once you attain level 90 with the Haotian hammer, you can return and infuse your blue-silver grass martial soul with powerful spirit rings of 10,000 or even 100,000 years. In this way, your blue-silver grass would no longer be considered discarded. As for that third soul skill, it is of little consequence. Once you achieve the rank of Title Douluo, normal soul battles will utilize higher-level skills, rendering the third soul skill unnecessary. Alas, it is a pity that according to my original plan, you were supposed to cultivate your first martial soul, the blue-silver grass, to level 90 before advancing to the second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. Had this been the case, your Haotian hammer would possess apocalyptic destructive power, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. But now, with the plan altered, your second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, must bear the burden. As Xiao spoke, his expression grew animated, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. He remembered that apart from the blue-silver grass as his first martial soul, Tang San also possessed the Haotian hammer as his second martial soul. Although the blue-silver grass had been rendered obsolete, Tang San could shift his focus to cultivating the second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. If he could elevate the Haotian hammer to level 90, and then return to retrain the blue-silver grass, they could break through this dire situation. Li Changge, who had been observing Xiao, burst into laughter upon hearing his words. "Haha, truly remarkable, Xiao, that you could conceive such a brilliant strategy. However, what you can think of, I can also deduce with the slightest effort. Your Xiao-san's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, has also integrated the spirit rings from a year of blue-silver grass cultivation." "Ha!" Li Changge laughed heartily on the road, his exuberant laughter resonating with a force that reverberated through the heavens, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble and cascade to the ground. Numerous insects and creatures, startled by the uproar, scurried in all directions, instinctively fleeing for their lives. Amidst the echoes of his laughter, Li Changge continued to observe the movements of Xiao nearby. After listening to Xiao's words, Flinder found them quite reasonable. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Xiao speaks the truth. Tang San, do you not possess the Haotian hammer as your martial soul? Though your blue-silver grass martial soul has been rendered useless, you can still cultivate the Haotian hammer. However, it will undoubtedly entail more hardship than before. Yet, it remains a formidable ability, surpassing over 90% of soul masters on the continent." Listening to the discourse between Flinder and Xiao, Tang San's expression contorted in anguish, resembling a withered vegetable, his countenance extremely grim. With a bitter smile, he replied, "Teacher, Dean, my Haotian hammer martial soul has also been rendered ineffective. That senior promised to procure powerful soul rings for me, but instead attached 3 one-year cultivation duration blue-silver grass soul rings to my Haotian hammer. My path to cultivating my martial soul has been utterly severed." As Tang San recounted this predicament, it felt as if countless sharp needles were piercing his heart, causing him immense distress. He lamented the squandered potential of his martial soul. Tang San understood that attaining level 40 in this lifetime would be an arduous endeavor. Had he fused the soul ring smoothly, he believed he could have reached level 40 within 2 to 3 years. Now, however, he anticipated that it would require at least 6 or 7 years of relentless effort to achieve that milestone. Furthermore, even upon reaching level 40, if the wretched Li Changge does not perish, he will undoubtedly resurface in Tang San's vicinity, compelling him to merge the 4th soul ring of the blue-silver grass. Limited to a year as cultivation. Contemplating this, Tang San was beset by a profound headache, engulfed in immense anguish. Simultaneously, the murderous intent brewing within him intensified. To obstruct one's path of cultivation is more heinous than slaying one's parents. Tang San had resolved to regard Li Changge as the person he must eliminate in this lifetime. Adding him to his assassination blacklist, he remained perpetually on edge, seeking the opportune moment. Should an opportunity arise to rid himself of Li Changge, he would act without hesitation. What? Your Haotian hammer martial soul has merged with 3 soul rings of the blue-silver grass, each limited to a year as cultivation? Yu Xiaozhang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind buzzing. He could scarcely believe his ears. Though Tang San's words were soft and low, they reverberated in Yu Xiaozhang's mind like a thunderclap, leaving his emotions in tumultuous disarray. What? The Haotian hammer martial soul has also been rendered useless. Flander gasped in astonishment, his expression one of utter incredulity. He had never anticipated that the formidable Li Changge would act with such ruthlessness, completely incapacitating both of Tang San's martial souls. It is vital to understand that once a soul master integrates a soul ring, it becomes an irrevocable bond, leaving no room for the selection of alternative soul rings for merging. Li Changge's actions have utterly obliterated Tang San's path to enlightenment. Contemplating this, Flanders felt an overwhelming dread towards Li Changge, perceiving him as a terrifying fiend who should not be provoked. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaozhang's expression had soured to its nadir. Oh heavens! I have painstakingly recruited a promising disciple, yet why must fate treat me so harshly? My Tang San, my pride, has been rendered useless. How can I possibly face the world again? Tears streamed down Yu Xiaozhang's resolute visage. Initially, he had envisioned a glorious future, believing that with Tang San, he could shed the label of waste and emerge as a revered master. However, that bright prospect was short-lived. Tang San's martial soul talent had been entirely destroyed by Li Changge. Even with a dual martial soul, he would be eclipsed by an ordinary disciple of the Haotian school or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Furthermore, when he released his martial soul in future soul battles, the surrounding white soul rings would likely provoke laughter from his opponents. The embarrassment was already profound, and to think that his own disciple, Tang San, had become a laughingstock as well. Should the news of his white soul ring spread, he would be derided as the most useless dual martial soul master in history. Both he and his student had become jokes, rendering him an even greater fool. Contemplating all this, Yu Xiaozhang's heart was heavy with despair. Tang San gazed at his teacher's expression and sighed. He spoke. Teacher, a senior has entrusted me with a message for you. What is it? Yu Xiaozhang's eyes narrowed, fixated on Tang San. With another sigh, Tang San relayed, the senior told me that a monster remains a monster no matter where it goes. A genius will shine brightly wherever they are and can cultivate to great heights, becoming a formidable force in the world. A true master, however, is one who can transform a waste into a genius. Only then can they claim the title of a true master. Otherwise, they are merely a name without substance. Shrek Academy, and you, teacher you, are nothing but hollow names. The monstrous students you recruit will become exceptional warriors regardless of your guidance. They are monsters not because of your teachings, but because of their inherent nature. You once said that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Yet, you are nearing 50 years of age, with only a level 29 cultivation. Your words have turned upon yourself. Today, my martial soul talent has been obliterated, and you, who profess to be a master, weep in despair, which is profoundly disappointing to me. Chapter 104. Tang San dissolves the master-disciple relationship. Tang San felt an immense disillusionment toward Teacher Yu and Shrek Academy. Today, teacher, I wish to sever our master-disciple bond. Once, I pledged my allegiance to you, promising that once a teacher, a father for life. At that time, I was merely 6 years old, without a father by my side. The Navi words I spoke then hold no weight. Henceforth, there shall be no relationship between us. As Tang San spoke, his expression grew increasingly earnest. He utilized Li Changge's words as a prelude to unveil his true intentions. With his martial soul talent extinguished, Tang San recognized that pursuing the path of cultivation was a futile endeavor, even if he were to painstakingly reach level 40 in the future. Li Changge would inevitably emerge from obscurity to compel him to merge with the blue-silver grass, ensuring his continued status as a waste. Cultivation would be nothing but a waste of time. Tangan resolved to redirect his focus toward the mastery of hidden weapons. These concealed armaments are immensely powerful, for instance. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow. The current Zhuge Divine Crossbow in Tangan's possession possesses the lethal capability to slay Soul Kings of level 50 or above, truly fearsome. Tangan had traversed this path of hidden weapons in his previous life, allowing him to navigate it again in this life, thus circumventing decades of detours and ensuring a smooth journey ahead. As for Jang, he was a complete waste. As Li Changge stated, a genius is inherently a genius, shining like gold wherever they go. Jang, upon witnessing the obliteration of his martial soul talent, wept in a comical fashion. It was evident that Jang could not impart knowledge to him. Tangan no longer wished to squander time with Jang. Moreover, Jang's cultivation level was even inferior to Tangan's. Not only that, but Jang's left arm was rendered useless, making him a disabled individual. He was incapable of teaching or protecting himself. In fact, Tangan found himself expending considerable effort to safeguard Jang, a level 29 soul master. No, that is incorrect. With Jang's left arm incapacitated, his cultivation level would inevitably decline. This signified that Jang would no longer remain at level 29, but rather fall below it. Contemplating this, Tangan's disdain for Jang deepened. To be his disciple? It would be far better to sever ties and live freely on his own. Upon hearing Tangan's words, both Jang and Flanders wore grim expressions. Tangan's remarks were unmistakably directed at them, accusing them of deceit. However, since these words originated from Li Changge, Tangan merely echoed them. Moreover, there was indeed a semblance of truth in his statements. Jang and Flanders found themselves unable to refute his claims. "Ah, you may go. Tangan, you may leave. I can no longer teach you anything." Jang's demeanor was one of resignation. Despite his words, Jang felt that severing ties with Tangan was ultimately beneficial. After all, Tangan's extraordinary martial soul talent had attracted the ire of Li Changge. As long as Tangan remained by his side, Jang risked incurring Li Changge's wrath. Distancing himself from Tangan was a prudent choice for self-preservation. Furthermore, Tangan had become a figure of ridicule. Should he be known as the teacher of a joke, he would become an even greater fool. Additionally, Tangan wished to dissolve their master-disciple relationship. Thus, it was fortuitous to end this absurd connection, benefiting both parties. Seeing Jang's acquiescence, Tangan clasped his hands together and stated, "Very well. Let us part ways here. May we meet again in the future." After saying this, Tangan departed without hesitation. Jang and Flanders watched Tangan's retreating figure, their expressions darkening. Once Tangan had left, Flanders scoffed, "Humph. An ignorant fool. This jinx has brought ruin upon us all. He leaves as if we would miss him." Tangan's earlier comments had provoked Flanders. What did he mean by a monster is a monster? Wherever they go, they do not require guidance. Reflecting on this statement, Flanders felt anger rise within him. He could not help but retort, "A monster is indeed a monster. That is true. Yet I, Flanders, am the natural teacher of monsters. Under my tutelage, these monsters have become far more formidable than those trained by others." Flanders' eyebrows arched in visible irritation. Yet, he had refrained from arguing with Tangan earlier, solely because Tang Hao loomed behind him. Provoking Tangan would inevitably provoke Tang Hao as well. Having learned from the incident with Li Changge, Flanders had grown wiser, no longer daring to offend others recklessly. Jang sighed heavily, his voice laced with bitterness. 6 years of futile effort. In the end, I've only crippled myself. A bitter chuckle escaped him as he shook his head, his haggard face making him appear decades older. Flanders attempted to console him. "Jang, don't lose heart. The future could still grow worse. So steel your nerves and avoid further mistakes. Otherwise, we'll truly suffer." Jang nodded remorsefully. "Elder brother Flanders, I've dragged you into this. My deepest apologies. Earlier, I ignored your advice and nearly brought disaster upon you. Forgive me." Flanders responded with a wry smile. "Between us, apologies are unnecessary. Focus on yourself. Had you heeded my warning, your left arm wouldn't have been ruined. How do you feel now?" Jang had stubbornly insulted Li Changge, calling him a beast and a scoundrel, despite Flanders' desperate attempts to dissuade him. The consequences were dire. His left arm was rendered useless. Flanders, having apologized swiftly, escaped unscathed. Jang forced another laugh. "That elder's technique was impeccable. Though my arm is crippled, The pain has subsided. It's numb now, completely devoid of sensation. Occasionally, when I attempt to use it, I'm met with only a strange, hollow futility. Infusing it with soul power keeps the wound stable, at least. His tone was laced with self-mockery. Flanders suggested, try channeling soul power through the entire arm. Use it to manipulate the limb and regain some functionality. The trade-off is you won't be able to bear heavy loads, but partial use is better than none. Chapter 105. Yu Xiaojang stays. Flander urged Yu Xiaojang to infuse his injured arm with soul power, hoping to restore some mobility. Having lost the use of his own left arm and right leg, Flander relied on this method to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Yu Xiaojang attempted it, then sighed in defeat. It's no use, elder brother. My soul power is too weak to sustain the infusion. Worse, with my arm ruined, my cultivation has regressed. I'm no longer at the 29th rank. From today onward, I've fallen to the 27th. His expression twisted with bitterness. Never had he imagined shedding the label of the 29th rank in such a manner, not through breaking through to the 30th, but by plummeting backward. Flander's face darkened at the revelation. The 27th rank, he murmured, unable to mask his dismay. Even Ma Hongjun and Oscar now surpassed Yu Xiaojang in strength. Pity flickered in Flander's eyes as he offered hollow comfort. It's just one arm, Xiaojang. In Shrek Academy, Xiao Wuji suffers far worse. Both arms and a leg severed. Stay optimistic. Optimistic? Ridiculous. Yu Xiaojang spat, his resentment palpable. Flanders sighed. What are your plans now? Will you stay at Shrek Academy or depart? Before Yu Xiaojang's maiming, Flander had urged him to leave and avoid the chaos. But now, as a fellow cripple, Flanders saw no harm in his staying. After all, Shrek Academy had become a haven for the broken, students and teachers alike. Yu Xiaojang met his gaze. Elder brother, it's been too long. That our reunion unfolds like this is tragic. I wish to remain here a while, to keep you company. Flander forced a smile. You're most welcome, my friend. True friends, Yu Xiaojang echoed, their eyes locking in a moment of rekindled camaraderie. The years apart melted away as their bond reignited. Then Flanders straightened. Rest and recover for now. Today, it's my turn to beg for spirit coins. I'll return by evening, and we'll drink until dawn. Yu Xiaojang gaped in disbelief. Beg? Shrek Academy has fallen so low that its headmaster must stoop to begging for survival? Flander exhaled heavily. It's not poverty that drives me. That elder decreed that every member of Shrek Academy must beg in the streets until we gather 150,000 spirit coins. Only then will he heal us. Blamed Xiao Wuji, his insolence raised the demand from 100,000. As Flanders spoke, his expression was one of bitterness, punctuated by frequent sighs. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojang's mind was in a tumult. He could scarcely believe that Flander and even the Shrek Academy were enduring such inhumane circumstances. For a fleeting moment, Yu Xiaojang regretted his decision, contemplating whether he should have fled instead of coming to Shrek Academy. He voiced, 150,000 gold soul coins? Even if you were to beg until your last breath, you would never acquire such an amount. Each gold soul coin is sufficient to sustain a typical family for an entire year. Who possesses such wealth that they would bestow a single gold soul coin upon a beggar? It is worth noting that Tendo City, within the Dou Empire, is not particularly affluent. The citizens are frugal, and if one were to receive a copper soul coin, that would already be quite generous. A single gold soul coin equates to 10 silver soul coins, which is equivalent to 100 copper soul coins. Even with my rudimentary understanding, I realize that the task assigned by Li Changge is an insurmountable challenge for Flander. I am not unaware of this. Flander sighed, responding, however, if we were to defy the orders of our elder, we would all face dire consequences. Even if we cannot beg for 150,000 gold soul coins, we must exert every effort to fulfill the elder's directives. Only then can we survive. Flanders' resolve to carry out Li Changge's instructions was unwavering. Very well. Yu Xiaojang discerned Flanders' steadfastness. He would not be swayed. Must I accompany you in this endeavor? Yu Xiaojang inquired further. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Flander replied without insistence. I am indeed unwilling. Li Changge, through the monitoring mark, observed all that transpired within the office. TSK. It appears that Flander possesses quite a sense of responsibility. Whatever task I assign him, he diligently fulfills, truly a loyal companion, ever obedient. Moreover, I have learned that Tang San has severed his master-apprentice relationship with Yu Xiaojang. Indeed, when calamity strikes, each tends to their own affairs. With his martial soul talent rendered useless, Tang San certainly no longer requires the guidance of such a feudal mentor. Oh, Tang San. Let me witness your next course of action. Li Changge murmured softly. He was exceedingly pleased with Flander's performance. Chapter 106. Ning Fingji is frantic. Simultaneously, Li Changge was quite curious about Tangsan's actions, eager to observe where he would go after severing his master-disciple relationship with Jang. With a flicker of thought, Li Changge utilized the surveillance mark to ascertain Tangsan's whereabouts. Upon inspection, he discovered that after leaving the Xiaowu Academy shop, Tangsan had been wandering through several blacksmith shops in Tendo City. He was in search of a suitable position within a blacksmith shop, hoping to earn a modest income to sustain himself. Concurrently, he intended to create this FAAD to mislead Li Changge into believing that from now on, Tangsan merely wished to lead the life of an ordinary person, seeking employment at a blacksmith shop. Indeed, Tangsan's cunning remained as pronounced as ever. He aimed to find an appropriate blacksmith shop, where he could both work and craft suitable materials for his hidden weapons. TSK, Tangsan. I shall allow you to toil for a while. In due time, your hidden weapons shall become my own. Li Changge pondered to himself. He envisioned a scenario where, after seizing Tangsan's hidden weapon, he would flaunt it before an exceptionally beautiful woman, dazzling her with his prowess and cunning. Perhaps, through this act, Li Changge might acquire the ability to forge formidable soul-guiding devices and powerful hidden weapons. With this thought, a subtle smile graced the corners of his mouth, and he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, Tangsan, all your efforts are merely a wedding garment for me." Subsequently, Li Changge withdrew his consciousness, choosing no longer to observe Tangsan's movements. Although he had the capability to monitor Tangsan, he deemed it unwise to squander time solely on such vigilance. A fleeting glance would suffice. Li Changge's consciousness shifted as he monitored the imprint, casting a glance at the positions of Zhu Zhuqing and her companions. Through Zhu Zhuqing's perspective, Li Changge beheld her remarkably impressive figure, one that was so statuesque that she could not see her own toes when looking down. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were not engaged in conversation. Instead, they sat cross-legged under the sun, fervently cultivating, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth to enhance their own strength. These three young ladies are quite diligent. Indeed, they are seizing every moment to hone their skills. Li Changge silently expressed her satisfaction with their performance. Subsequently, she withdrew her consciousness and made her way to a secret cave to meet her three beautiful companions. Meanwhile, in the distant Qibao glazed sect, within the Grand Assembly Hall, Ning Fingji sat upright on a master seat adorned with various gemstones, listening to the reports from two silver-robed attendants below. These two attendants had been dispatched to safeguard Ning Rongrong. At this moment, their faces were grim, displaying a palpable anxiety. Why were they so alarmed? Could it be that Rongrong was in trouble? Ning Fingji furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep tone. Despite being a level 79 auxiliary soul sage, the oppressive aura emanating from him caused the Soul Kings to feel overwhelmed and distressed. He had sent these two Soul Kings to protect Ning Rongrong, and their return suggested that something had indeed happened to her. One silver-robed bodyguard, filled with self-reproach, spoke up, reporting to the sect master, "We are truly sorry. Following your orders, we covertly protected the young lady at the Shrek Academy. However, during her enrollment, an immensely powerful Title Douluo appeared and abducted her." Upon hearing this report, although Ning Fingji had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but leap to his feet from the master's seat, slamming his palm on the table. "What? Rongrong has been abducted?" His voice echoed with fury, and his previously gentle face contorted into a terrifying expression. The bodyguard, his voice weak as he suppressed his inner fear, continued, "She was taken by a Title Douluo. We were no match for him and could not protect the young lady." Alas, Ning Fingji muttered the name of the Title Douluo, urgency flooding his demeanor as he demanded, quickly, "Tell me, who was this Title Douluo? What was his title? What was his martial spirit? What level was he at? What did he look like? Tell me everything." He pressed for answers, his anxiety palpable. In his life, Ning Fingji had only one daughter, Ning Rongrong, who was exceptionally intelligent and possessed the finest martial spirit among all his offspring. He had harbored hopes of grooming her as the next leader of the Qibao Glaze sect. Moreover, he had once claimed that if anyone from the sect could awaken the 9-treasure glazed pagoda martial spirit, it would undoubtedly be Ning Rongrong. This illustrates how highly he regarded her. Yet now, the fact that she had been kidnapped by a mysterious Title Douluo, with her whereabouts unknown and her life in question, left Ning Fingji in a state of frantic anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot stove, perpetually worrying for her safety. He surmised that this incident was likely orchestrated by the Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall? My Qibao Glaze sect has always been at odds with your faction on this continent. Could it be that you employed underhanded tactics against my Rongrong? If so, I will surely seek retribution from the spirit hall and demand justice for my Rongrong. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a terrifying killing intent flickered in his profound gaze, revealing a demeanor ready for vengeance. The bodyguard, not daring to hesitate, resumed his report, reporting to the sect master, "We do not know the title of the abductor, nor the faction he hails from. However, he mentioned knowing you and 2 other esteemed elders of the sect. He claimed that you were old friends and even injured the 2 elders." Before the bodyguard could finish, the assembly hall suddenly trembled violently, as if a great earthquake had struck. "Fingji, you must provide me with an explanation." A fearsome voice resonated, causing the hall to quake and dust to cascade from the ceiling. The 2 silver-robed attendants appeared horrified, struggling to maintain their footing as they knelt on the ground. Shortly after, an imposing elder, robust yet lacking bulging muscles, descended forcefully, hitting the ground with a resounding thud. This towering elder exuded the aura of a primordial beast, sending a shiver through the kneeling attendants. They averted their gazes from this behemoth, fearing that even a single glance could result in their bodies being torn asunder. Uncle Bone. Upon seeing Gu Rong, Ning Fingji's expression turned bitter. He least desired to confront Gu Rong and the sword Douluo, Qian Renxue, at this moment. With heavy footsteps, Gu Rong approached Ning Fingji and sat down with an air of nonchalance. Just then, a resonant sound of swords began to hum, causing the hall to tremble once more. A figure more formidable than Gu Rong approached, an elder with white hair and wearing a white robe. He carried himself like a massive sword, exuding a dominating presence. As he walked, a fierce sword aura surrounded him, causing unease in those present. This elder was none other than the strongest protector of the Qibao Glaze sect, the sword Douluo, Qian Renxue. "Uncle Sword." Ning Fingji's expression grew even more sour. "Fingji, you must give us an account. Rongrong has left our Qibao Glaze sect. Where have you secretly sent her?" Qian Renxue's face was etched with anger as he strode closer to Ning Fingji, then seated himself with authority. His tone bore the weight of accusation. Gu Rong, equally incensed, added, "Indeed, Fingji, where has Rongrong gone? Hurry and bring her back. She has been to see us for several days, and I sensed something was amiss. How could you, as her father, leave her alone out there? Bring her back at once, or this matter will not end today." Gu Rong and Qian Renxue received the alarming news that their precious granddaughter, Ning Rongrong, had left the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School and was now unaccounted for. The mastermind behind this troubling situation was none other than Ning Fingji, the master of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School himself. Naturally, Gu Rong and Qian Renxue were incensed. Without their consent, Ning Fingji had arranged for Ning Rongrong to depart, and their fury was palpable. In the original narrative, Ning Fingji would steadfastly refuse to acknowledge any wrongdoing, even going so far as to admonish Gu Rong and Qian Renxue for excessively indulging Ning Rongrong, claiming that they had spoiled her. However, in this instance, Ning Fingji found himself reluctant to criticize Gu Rong and Qian Renxue. His expression was grim, contorted in a way reminiscent of 10-year-old preserved vegetables, profoundly displeasing to behold. "Jian Shu, Gu Shu." Ning Fingji struggled to find his voice. Qian Renxue, frowning, interjected with rising indignation, "Fingji, are you implying that we have coddled Rongrong? That we have ruined her? Let me clarify. You're mistaken. Rongrong possesses extraordinary talent, although she is only 12. She has already attained the rank of a 26th level soul master. This level of martial soul cultivation is unparalleled throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Moreover, she is merely an auxiliary soul master. Fingji, why are you so harsh on this girl?" Qian Renxue, visibly displeased, earnestly appealed to Ning Fingji with reason and sentiment. His sole desire was to bring Ning Rongrong back home. As he listened to Jian Douluo's words, Ning Fingji's complexion grew even more ashen. He longed to retrieve Ning Rongrong from the Shrek Academy, but the troubling reality was that she had already been abducted by a mysterious Title Douluo. Where could he possibly go to rescue her? A headache surged through Ning Fingji, and his inner turmoil deepened, manifesting in an array of new wrinkles upon his forehead. He regretted sending Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy, a decision that had now led to dire consequences. If only there existed a remedy for remorse, granting him the ability to make a different choice, he would pay any price for such a potion. Alas, no such remedy existed, and he was condemned to dwell in his own regret and anguish. The 2 bodyguard attendants, overhearing the discourse between the 2 venerable protectors of their sect, felt their scalps prickle with fear. Their bodies trembled violently, akin to a shaken sieve, and despite their attempts to control their quaking, they were utterly unsuccessful. Additionally, they felt a peculiar sensation in their lower bodies, fear compelling them to relieve themselves immediately. Nevertheless, The two attendants endured, striving to maintain their composure, kneeling on the ground, nearly prostrating themselves, too terrified to lift their heads. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was common knowledge that Ning Rongrong was the most cherished granddaughter of the two esteemed elders. Anyone daring to harm a single hair on her head would be met with swift retribution from Qian Douluo and Gu Douluo, who would not hesitate to punish those who dared to bully her. Now, the bodyguards were tasked with secretly protecting Ning Rongrong under Ning Fengji's orders. Yet they had failed in their duty, resulting in her abduction. The fear of their imminent punishment weighed heavily upon them. They feared that if the two elders learned of this failure, they would be driven to madness, likely offering their own heads to the heavens in a fit of rage. The bodyguards had initially perceived escorting Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy as a prestigious task, for no one would dare lay a hand on the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, they never anticipated that someone would indeed dare to act against Ning Rongrong. What was once a commendable assignment had transformed into a nightmare of potential consequences. If given the chance to choose again, they would undoubtedly feign illness to avoid accepting Ning Fengji's orders and would refuse to escort Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy. Regrettably, the die was cast, and their remorse was futile. All they could do now was pray for divine mercy, hoping to avoid the loss of their heads. At that moment, Gu Rong chimed in. Old Jian is correct. Fengji, you have mishandled this matter. Hurry and bring Rongrong back. His words were assertive, showing no regard for Ning Fengji. As if Ning Rongrong's life held greater value than that of the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School himself. I will not show leniency either, Qian Renxue declared, echoing Gu Rong's sentiments. The two Title Douluo rank elders were the backbone of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was evident that while the sect could survive without Ning Fengji, it could not endure the absence of Jian and Gu, the two formidable Title Douluo. A formidable and intimidating aura radiated from Qian Renxue and Gu Rong, warping the very fabric of space around them. Ning Fengji found himself ensnared in the midst of this overwhelming pressure, feeling utterly suffocated by the intensity of the moment. Fengji, speak up, Gu Rong urged impatiently, observing Ning Fengji's silence with growing concern. Qian Renxue, typically more composed, also displayed an unmistakable sense of urgency regarding Ning Rongrong's plight. Fengji, do not presume that your silence will render this matter non-existent. Speak and clarify the situation. Qian Renxue pressed, visibly irritated, insisting that Ning Fengji reveal Ning Rongrong's whereabouts. Even if you do not intend to bring Ning Rongrong back, at the very least, provide us with your reasons for sending her away. We are her grandfathers, and you owe us an explanation. Gu Rong insisted, his brow furrowed. Indeed, Fengji, you must offer us a rationale. Gu and I are not unreasonable men. If you elucidate the circumstances, perhaps we may comprehend your predicament and even lend you our support, Qian Renxue added, his voice growing sharper. Fengji, do not remain mute. It only serves to aggravate us further. Qian Douluo Qian Renxue implored, his sword-like aura intensifying as the tension in the air escalated. Listening to Jian and Gu's impassioned pleas, Ning Fengji felt as though he were a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion, overwhelmed by the mounting tension surrounding him. After a prolonged silence, Ning Fengji clenched his fists and finally articulated the harrowing news. Rongrong has encountered misfortune. Upon uttering these words, he resembled a deflated balloon, collapsing into the grand chair of the sect leader. His countenance was grave, as if he had aged several years in an instant. What? Fengji, what did you say? Gu Rong abruptly rose, shattering the chair beneath him. A terrifying aura, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, pervaded the entire assembly hall. Simultaneously, a dreadful fury emanated from his chest, as if it threatened to annihilate everything in existence. Fengji, Rongrong is in trouble? How could this happen? Ning Fengji's chair also exploded under the pressure of his turmoil. A relentless torrent of sword energy surged forth, ruthlessly slicing through the assembly hall. Below the platform, two bodyguard attendants were so terrified that they lost control, leaving a puddle beneath them. They trembled uncontrollably, pressing their heads to the ground, consumed by abject fear. Observing the wrath of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, Ning Fengji, with a bitter expression, confessed, yes, you heard correctly. Uncle Bone, Uncle Jian, Rongrong is truly in peril. A look of deep remorse clouded his features. Ning Rongrong's predicament lay heavily upon him, for he bore an undeniable responsibility. Had he not been overly confident in his arrangements and trusted Rongrong too implicitly, she would not have faced such danger. Sighing repeatedly, Ning Fengji appeared as though he were on the brink of collapse. Qian and Gu Rong exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Witnessing Ning Fengji's despondency, they refrained from pressing him further. Qian softened his tone and inquired, Fingji, please enlighten us about what transpired. What exactly happened to Rongrong? Be clear. Even if the heavens were to crumble, you and I, along with Old Bone, shall bear the weight of it all. Nothing will go amiss. Qian and Gu Rong, steadfast in their loyalty to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and to Ning Fingji, would not chastise him for a single mistake. Instead, they resolved to stand by his side, determined to rectify the situation and rescue Ning Rongrong. Fengji, speak up. Do not prolong this any further. Share the details with us. Old Jian and I can handle anything. Gu Rong urged, his voice grave, encouraging Ning Fengji to shed his self-reproach and articulate the events that had transpired. When faced with adversity, it was imperative to confront the issue rather than wallow in guilt. Ning Fengji, as the sect leader, maintained a commendable composure. His earlier display of despair was a deliberate act intended to help Qian and Gu Rong regain their composure. In any group, when calamity strikes, the most despondent individual often galvanizes others into action, prompting them to encourage him to rise above his despair. It must be acknowledged that Ning Fengji executed this tactic with remarkable finesse. Now, his expression turned serious as he addressed them. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone. Here is the situation. I noticed that Rongrong has been rather restless lately, so I discreetly arranged for her to study at the Shrek Academy outside Tendo City. It is essential to understand that keeping Rongrong confined within the sect would only lead to her arrogance, rendering her a beautiful, yet fragile ornament, easily shattered by the slightest touch. Therefore, I encouraged her to venture out and gain experience. The headmaster of Shrek Academy is Flandra, a level 78 soul sage. And the vice principal is Xiao Wu, a level 76 soul sage. I have already sent a letter requesting Flandra and Xiao Wu to take good care of her. In addition, I dispatched 2 attendants, both over level 50 soul kings, to act as her bodyguards and ensure her safety. My arrangements were foolproof, yet unexpectedly. A Title Douluo level powerhouse emerged and abducted Rongrong. Ning Fengji hastily recounted all that he knew. The 2 bodyguard attendants had more to say, but their words had been cut short by the sudden arrival of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong and Qian's expressions darkened significantly. A Title Douluo? Which one? Can you provide more details? Gu Rong seethed, his aura radiating a terrifying ferocity that sent chills down spines. How dare they target Rongrong? Regardless of the opponent's strength, I, Gu Rong, will not let them go unpunished. I vow that Old Bone and I shall rescue Rongrong at all costs. If this individual dares to harm her, I will ensure that the world has one less Title Douluo. Qian's aura surged, his sword energy violently tearing through the very fabric of space. Both Qian and Gu Rong had made their intentions clear. They would spare no effort to save Ning Rongrong. Their minds were set on eliminating the Title Douluo who had dared to abduct her. Ning Fengji interjected, for specifics, we must hear from them. Share everything you know. The more detailed, the better. Their gazes fell upon the 2 bodyguard attendants, awaiting their account. The attendants trembled under the weight of their scrutiny, feeling immensely uncomfortable. However, they steeled themselves and began to divulge the truth. We do not know the title of the powerful individual, but he possesses dual martial souls. At this revelation, Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Qian exchanged alarmed glances, their minds conjuring the imposing figure of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, known for her dual martial souls and formidable strength. The trio instinctively concluded that Bibi Dong must have orchestrated the abduction of Ning Rongrong. Yet, it seemed quite an extravagant endeavor for the Pope of the Spirit Hall to personally intervene to capture Rongrong. Was it a male or female soul master who abducted Rongrong? Ning Fengji, ever composed, probed further. It was a young male soul master, appearing youthful but possessing terrifying strength. The bodyguard steward spoke. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Qian exchanged glances and began to ponder the identity of this individual. In their recollection, there was only one Title Douluo with twin martial souls on the Douluo Continent, and that was the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. However, the bodyguard steward described this person as a young male soul master. The 3 of them were momentarily at a loss. At that moment, the bodyguard steward continued. This formidable individual possesses a crimson long spear as his primary martial soul, which harbors an exceptionally terrifying destructive power. His secondary martial soul is a 10-hearted begonia flower, endowed with remarkable healing abilities. His strength is immense. With a single encounter, he incapacitated Dean Flender, who has attained the rank of Soul Sage at level 78. Moreover, right before our eyes, he rendered a young lady disabled and then utilized his healing soul technique to restore her. This person is unpredictable in strength and has a rather peculiar personality, making him difficult to fathom. Additionally, there was a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a little girl, whom this terrifying entity took away. He even mentioned acquaintances with the two high elders and claimed to have sparred with them, stating that they were no match for him and were currently recuperating from injuries. This is all we know. The two bodyguard stewards hastily relayed all the information they possessed. Their heads bowed, not daring to breathe a word, awaiting questions from the sect master and the two high elders. They felt a slight relief, as it seemed the sect master and the high elders had no intention of holding them accountable for their mistakes. It was only natural, given the overwhelming strength of the opponent. To resist would mean they could not return to report their findings. After listening to the account, Ningfengji, Gu Rong, and Qian Renxue began to deliberate amongst themselves. Old Sword Master, have you sparred with this Title Douluo? Gu Rong inquired, puzzled. I do not recall, as I believe I have only sparred with you. He speaks falsehoods. I have never sparred with him. Qian Renxue interjected. This must be a fabrication, perhaps to deceive Rongrong. Ningfengji remarked, sensing that their adversary was well prepared and possessed an astute understanding of the seven treasure glazed tile school. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, are you aware of his two martial souls? A crimson long spear? A 10-hearted begonia? I have only heard of the 9-hearted begonia. I have never encountered the 10-hearted variant. Is it a mutation of the 9-hearted begonia? Ningfengji pondered, furrowing his brow in confusion. He had never heard of a renowned Title Douluo possessing the unusual combination of a crimson spear and a 10-hearted begonia. However, the two bodyguard stewards appeared utterly convinced, clearly affirming the truth of the matter. Qian Renxue, still frowning, remarked, I too have not heard of such a person. Perhaps he is an old master who has chosen to cultivate in seclusion, hiding his identity. The two bodyguards had also mentioned a 100,000-year soul beast. It was likely that this individual had come for that very creature. Qian Renxue divulged his conjecture. Gu Rong crossed his arms, asserting, that seems plausible. Taking Rongrong was likely a secondary objective. I believe we must act swiftly and head to Shrek Academy to rescue Rongrong. Gu Rong, now eager, was ready to set off immediately to rescue Rongrong. However, Qian Renxue expressed his concerns, yet if we travel to Shrek Academy now, the journey is long, and he may have already fled. Even so, we must go? Gu Rong asserted firmly. We will investigate at Shrek Academy, following any leads to unearth this individual. How dare he abduct Rongrong? Old Sword Master, you and I will join forces and surely defeat him. Chapter 110. Zhu Zhuqing is capable of harvesting soul rings. Gu Rong's eyes reflected no tolerance for insolence. He believed that Li Changge's abduction of Ning Rongrong was a personal affront. Gu Rong intended to collaborate with Qian Renxue to eliminate Li Changge. Ningfengji interjected, Uncle Jian. Uncle Gu, this matter originated with me. I will accompany you to personally bring Rongrong back. He, too, wished to join Gu Rong and Qian Renxue in their quest to retrieve his beloved daughter. Qian Renxue frowned and cautioned, Fengji, do not act rashly. You should remain within the sect. There are many matters requiring your attention. If you leave, the sect may descend into chaos. Rest assured. Leave this to me and Old Bones. We will handle it. Qian Renxue emphasized, even if he possesses twin martial souls, my 7-kill sword will ensure his defeat. Concerned about the stability of the sect, Qian Renxue was reluctant to let Ningfengji take the lead. Gu Rong added, indeed, Fengji, while this situation arose due to you, you are still the sect master. If you are absent for too long, the sect will be left vulnerable, leading to potential turmoil. Matters could become exceedingly troublesome. Fengji, please trust in the strength of Old Sword Master and myself. We guarantee we will successfully bring Rongrong back. Gu Rong echoed Qian Renxue's sentiments, fearing for the sect's safety. However, Ningfengji shook his head, declaring, no, I must accompany Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. Just as Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were about to protest, Ningfengji's serious demeanor compelled him to continue. Firstly, Rongrong is my daughter. I am responsible for her loss, and as her father, I must retrieve her. Secondly, our adversary is formidable, a Title Douluo level powerhouse with twin martial souls, likely of immense strength. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, while your combined might is formidable, he possesses an exceptionally powerful offensive martial soul alongside a supreme healing martial soul, making him a challenging opponent. Therefore, I must accompany you both to provide assistance. With the support of my 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, even a twin martial soul wielder will not stand a chance against us. Ningfengji spoke earnestly, articulating his reasons for needing to travel to Shrek Academy. He did not underestimate Li Changge's capabilities, envisioning him as a formidable foe. Regrettably, Ning Fengji was male and not a striking beauty. Otherwise, upon hearing this, Li Changge would undoubtedly have been elated. Li Changge is formidable. Ning Fengji must ally with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to have any chance of success. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renxue spoke. Very well, Fengji. You shall depart with us. We shall endeavor to act swiftly, not only to rescue Rongrong but also to avoid delaying the affairs of the sect. Certainly. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, saying, Rest assured, I will ensure the matters of the sect are in order before we set off. All right, Fengji, hasten with your arrangements. Gu Rong urged, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. I shall, Ning Fengji replied. Subsequently, he swiftly gathered the core elders and deacons of the sect to discuss essential matters. Together, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo would unite their strengths to confront Li Changge and rescue Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Li Changge has returned to the cave outside Tendo City. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu are diligently immersed in their training. In particular, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong are practicing with fervor, driven by their desire to ascend to level 30 at the earliest opportunity. Li Changge was oblivious to the fact that Ning Fengji, Bone Douluo, and Sword Douluo were en route to apprehend him. Upon his return, Li Changge engaged in delightful interactions with the three enchanting ladies, embracing them and gently caressing their heads, savoring the pleasures of life. Subsequently, he joined them in their diligent cultivation. As time swiftly passed, 7 days had elapsed. During this period, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing devoted themselves to their training, achieving a cultivation level of 30. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu reached an impressive level of 33. Xiao Wu, you are truly remarkable. Your cultivation level has already attained 33. How extraordinary. Li Changge raised his thumb in admiration for Xiao Wu. At the same time, he extended his large hand and gently pinched her delicate, rosy cheek. Changge Sr. Xiao Wu replied with a slight nod, exuding an air of obedience. Meanwhile, her lovely face flushed as Li Changge's fingers pressed against it, igniting a wave of shyness within her. Her cheeks not only turned a deep crimson but also radiated warmth. With her head slightly bowed, she appeared demure, yet within her there was an undeniable sense of pleasure as she savored the gentle caress of Li Changge's hand on her cheek, akin to a tender little rabbit basking in the affectionate touch of its master. Shortly thereafter, Li Changge's gaze shifted between Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, Zhuqing, you both are quite impressive. Today, your cultivation levels have already reached level 30. Very well. Today I shall lead you two sisters to hunt for a suitable third spirit ring. I assure you, this third spirit ring will be obtained from an exceptionally powerful spirit beast. Li Changge gently spoke, his face adorned with affection as he caressed the heads of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. A smile graced Ning Rongrong's lips as she teasingly remarked, Dear Changge, the formidable spirit beast